My name is Lin Yuelian. I was carrying the chamber pot to my mother-in-law's room when I saw my husband, Fu Guoping's car. It was strange because he should have been away on a business trip. He's a university professor and travels a lot for lectures. I always supported him and took care of our home and his bedridden mother without complaints. I thought I was happy, married for 30 years, with a successful husband and a happy son and daughter-in-law. Everyone said I was lucky, and I believed it too. Today, I stayed longer at the nursing home because my mother-in-law's bathroom was clogged and I had to take care of her. She was always difficult, blaming me for everything because I never gave birth to a son after our own child, Lele, went missing years ago. I felt guilty and never argued, thinking it was my fault. As I was about to enter the room, I heard a child's voice calling my mother-in-law grandma. Then I heard my mother-in-law's loving voice, something she never used with me. She gave the boy a big red envelope with a lot of money. I was shocked. She was never this kind to me. Then I heard a woman's voice and my husband speaking. He was talking about buying an expensive house for this woman and child. He even said that I didn't know about his secret money. My heart sank. The truth hit me. My husband had a mistress and a son. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I burst into the room and confronted him, screaming if he thought this was fair to me. But he only tried to shut me up. My mother-in-law even told me to be understanding and accept his affair. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. When I asked how long this had been going on, my husband admitted it started 11 years ago after we lost Lele. He blamed me for losing our child and said he needed a son. He even said our adopted son wouldn't inherit anything because he wasn't his real blood. I felt like a fool. For 30 years, I worked hard, took care of his mother, and saved money while he was enjoying life with another woman. My sacrifices meant nothing. At that moment, I made up my mind. I looked at him and said, "Let's get a divorce." I had finally had enough. When I told my husband, Fu Guoping, that I wanted a divorce, he didn't take me seriously. He acted like I was just throwing a tantrum. My mother-in-law, as expected, sided with him, saying that at my age, divorce was ridiculous. She even blamed me for not being able to have a son, saying it was my fault that the Fu family had no heir. I clenched my fists and insisted that I would find my lost son, Lele. But my mother-in-law scoffed, saying it had been 20 years and that he was probably dead. That hurt me deeply. Lele was my bottom line, and I wouldn't allow anyone to curse him. I told Fu Guoping that if it weren't for taking care of his bedridden mother all these years, I would have left everything behind to search for Lele. Saying it out loud made me feel lighter, like a burden had lifted off my shoulders. I told him to bring our documents tomorrow for the divorce, and I left without looking back. My mother-in-law blamed him, saying he spoiled me too much, but he was confident I wouldn't leave him. He believed I couldn't survive without him because I had no other skills. He thought our adopted son wouldn't support me either. He didn't care about me. He only cared about avoiding trouble. After leaving the nursing home, I didn't catch the bus back to the city. I was too upset, so I called my adopted son to let him know I wouldn't be coming home to cook. He didn't answer. Then, my friend Wang Ju called and asked me to accompany her to the hospital because she had injured her foot. Helping her at the hospital reminded me how hard life is for women like us. Wang Ju's husband was a drunk and gambler who often hit her, but she never considered leaving him. She thought it was too late at her age and didn't want people to gossip. Hearing this, I realized how many women are trapped in unhappy marriages because they are afraid to be alone. I told her about my husband's affair. She was shocked, offering to help confront the mistress, but I wasn't interested in revenge. I just wanted to leave and take back what was mine. I wanted to use the money to keep looking for Lele. When I returned home, I saw several missed calls from my husband, our son, and even my daughter-in-law. There was also a message from Fu Guoping about sending more money for his mother's food, as if nothing had happened. I laughed bitterly at his arrogance. I looked around our house, which I had cared for over the years. The furniture was old, and the place had seen better days. I once thought my husband was a frugal man, but now I knew the truth. He had been spending lavishly on his mistress, while I lived simply. I packed my bags, ready to leave. The next morning, I made breakfast as usual, and my husband thought I had given up on the divorce. He even offered to let me buy a cheap dress, as if it was some grand gesture. He compared me to a main wife, while calling his mistress a concubine, expecting me to accept it. I looked at him with a calm but firm heart. I told him again, after breakfast, we would go file for divorce. He finally realized I was serious and asked if I really meant it. Yes, I did. For the first time in years, I was choosing myself. I told Guoping I really wanted a divorce. I spoke calmly because years of dealing with my mother-in-law and family struggles had already worn me down. Even after his betrayal, I wasn't angry anymore. I simply took the steamed pumpkin cakes and bird's nest porridge I made and enjoyed them myself. When he saw me eating, he got angry, asking why I was eating what was meant for his mother. I just smiled and told him that since we were divorcing, I wouldn't be serving his mother anymore. He was furious but didn't argue much. He was used to me giving in after his silent treatment, but this time I wouldn't. Before he left, I reminded him, "See you at the Civil Affairs office at 9. He slammed the door, clearly upset, but I didn't care. I was finally standing up for myself. At the nursing home, he bought food from outside and lied to his mother, saying I made it. But she noticed the difference and complained, saying I didn't put enough effort into it. She even suggested cutting my household allowance to keep me in line. As they talked, my husband revealed something shocking. My mother-in-law was the one who lost our son, Lele, years ago and blamed it on me. Hearing this, she panicked and started acting like a victim, crying and pretending to harm herself. Later, I called my husband from the Civil Affairs office, but he made excuses and hung up. I called again, but he blocked me. He thought ignoring me would make me give up. When I returned home, I found my sister-in-law, Fu Xiangting, and a bunch of relatives gathered in my living room. They all tried to convince me not to divorce, saying every man cheats and that I should just endure it. They said at least Fu Guoping still supported the family financially. Before, I might have cried and believed them, but now I saw clearly. They didn't care about me. They just wanted a free caregiver for my mother-in-law. I firmly told them I would go through with the divorce. Suddenly, my sister-in-law spoke up, saying I had no right to leave because I lost their family's child. She demanded that I give them a son before they would let me go. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. At that moment, I realized just how much they had taken me for granted all these years. But I was done being their servant. I was ready to leave and live for myself. When my sister-in-law, Fu Xiangting, said I had to repay the family with a child, everyone laughed. They all knew I couldn't have children, and it had always been a source of pain for me. In the past, I might have been hurt, but today, I wasn't going to let them humiliate me. Just as they continued mocking me, my best friend Wang Ju barged in, furious on my behalf. She grabbed my arm and told me to leave with her, but my sister-in-law blocked us. She demanded I make a decision. Would I still insist on the divorce? Instead of answering, I brought up all the things I had done for this family, how I had given my gold bracelets to my sister-in-law, paid for her university fees, and supported her over the years. I even reminded them that I had proof she borrowed money from me. My mother-in-law tried to brush it off, saying I had given it willingly, but I wasn't letting it go. I reminded them I still had the loan note signed by my sister-in-law, and if they refused to pay me back, I would take it up with my husband and even report her stealing his antique watch. Their faces turned pale, and I could see how uncomfortable they were. I didn't care anymore. I calmly told them that I had packed my bags and would be moving out to stay with my family. Once the divorce was done, I would sell the house and they would have to figure things out on their own. Wang Ju and I left, and as we got into a taxi, she couldn't stop praising me for standing up to them. She said she could never have talked back to her in-laws like that. I simply told her that times had changed and I no longer owed the Fu family anything. I was finally choosing myself. I messaged my husband, reminding him to meet me at the Civil Affairs office. If he didn't show up, I would take things to his workplace. Surprisingly, he replied almost immediately, saying he was downstairs waiting. This was unusual. He never used to respond so quickly, not even when I was sick and needed him. When I arrived at the civil affairs office, I saw his car parked outside. It reminded me of how he had promised to take me on trips when he bought it, but I had barely ridden in it. I had always taken buses or cheap rides to get around while he enjoyed his comforts. As I walked toward the car, he stepped out, looking as composed and elegant as ever, dressed in his usual professional attire. Time had been kind to him. He still looked younger than me despite our age. And then, to my shock, the passenger door opened and a young, fashionable woman stepped out. I froze in place. What was he trying to do? Was he really bringing his mistress to our divorce meeting? When Yi Junjun, the mistress, got out of the car, she handed me a gift, expensive skincare products from France. She said she and my husband, Fu Guoping, had bought them for me because he thought I worked too hard taking care of his mother. I didn't take it. Instead, I asked if they had really traveled to France together. It hurt to think about it. For 30 years, Fu Guoping had promised to take me on trips, but he was always too busy. Now I knew he was just busy with her. I felt foolish for believing in him for so long. I ignored the gift and told them to go inside and sign the divorce papers. But Yi Junjun grabbed my arm and started talking about how she didn't want to take my place, saying she was fine being in the background. I looked at her and my husband, who gazed at her lovingly. I was disgusted. Then she said they truly loved each other, and I laughed. If they were in love, then I should just leave them to it. I told Fu Guoping to hurry up and finalize the divorce. But he refused, saying nothing would change. He would still spend 20 days a month with me and 10 days with her. Hearing them plan my life like this made me sick. They even talked about our marriage like it was just a convenient arrangement. When I said their behavior was disgusting, Fu Guoping got angry. He warned me that divorcing him wouldn't do me any good, and I wouldn't survive without him. Yi Junjun chimed in, telling me life would be hard alone, that I should be happy as a professor's wife. I snapped. I told her I'd rather work as a cleaner for a salary than continue being an unpaid servant for the Fu family. Fu Guoping was furious, calling me unreasonable. His words were insulting, and I could see how much he looked down on me. My friend Wang Ju, who had come with me, couldn't stay silent anymore. She stepped in, scolding Fu Guoping for his shamelessness. That's when Yi Junjun pushed her, and Wang Ju fell to the ground, scraping her hands and bleeding. Seeing my friend hurt made me furious. I turned to Yi Junjun, but Fu Guoping jumped in front of her, protecting her like she was precious. It hurt so much to see the man I had spent my life with defending another woman against me. I clenched my fists and told him to move. He challenged me, saying I wouldn't dare. But I did. I pushed him aside easily. He had no strength compared to me. And without hesitation, I slapped Yi Junjun hard across the face. At that moment, I realized I wasn't afraid anymore. Yi Junjun was stunned by and didn't react at first. Lin Yuelian didn't mean to give up and raised her hand to slap her for the second time. This time it was even harder than before. When she was about to slap her for the third time, Fu Guoping rushed over and grabbed her hand fiercely. Enough. Lin Yuelian, when did you become such a shrew? You have no quality, are barbaric, and are shameful. Yes, Professor Fu always talked about courtesy, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and asked Lin Yuelian to be a well-educated and polite person. If the wife is not virtuous, it is the husband's fault. It seems that I really have to teach you a lesson before you can wake up. Fu Guoping looked heartbroken and raised his hand to slap Lin Yuelian. But before his slap fell, Lin Yuelian took the initiative. Snap! Fu Guoping felt the burning pain on his face, and he was stunned. You are against heaven. You dare to hit your husband? The husband is the leader of the wife. Isn't a woman who dares to hit her husband against heaven? Fu Guoping, I warn you, don't hurt a Jew. If you dare to let Shaosen touch a Jew's hair again, I will beat you two to a pulp. Lin Yuelian was not joking. The collective housing is an old community with no elevator. The person who delivered the bottled water was unwilling to deliver it upstairs, saying that it would cost extra. In order to save some money, Lin Yuelian carried the heavy bottled water up to the 5th floor by herself. The hardships she had endured had long trained her to have brute strength. Fu Guoping was stunned and stood there like a wooden chicken. In his eyes, Lin Yuelian was just an ordinary housewife, powerless. But now, she is full of aura and imposing, like a tigress. When did his virtuous wife become so unbearable? Aping. Why don't we forget it today? My sister is angry. Let's give in to her and talk about it another day?
Je giunge un pulet Fu Guoping.
Fu Guoping didn't dare to confront Lin Yuelian anymore. The slap made him a little scared. Let's go. He put his arm around Yi Yunyan's shoulders and ran away quickly. After the two returned to the car, Yi Yunyan took out a wet towel from her Hermes purse. She gently applied it to Fu Guoping's face to reduce the swelling. A ping, don't blame me. I was just angry. I didn't expect her to be so strong. I don't think you could handle it just now. Fu Guoping became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He was used to being a male chauvinist, and he was only allowed to show his displeasure to Lin Yuelian. He abused Lin Yuelian, so how could he be bullied by Lin Yuelian in the end? We all did it for her good, but she is so cruel. If I wasn't afraid that she would make a fuss, I would have divorced her long ago. Fu Guoping spoke his true feelings. Yi Yunyan patted his shoulder gently. A ping, don't be angry. I have good news for you. What good news? Fu Guoping was not in a good mood. His mood had been ruined by Lin Yuelian. Yi Yunyan's eyes were bright, and she whispered mischievously in Fu Guoping's ear, "You are going to be a father again." Really? Fu Guoping turned his face away and picked up Yi Yunyan almost immediately. If the space in the car was not too small, he would definitely hold Yi Yunyan on his lap and give her a good kiss. Really, it's been 4 weeks. I hope it's a daughter this time. We have both sons and daughters, making a good word.
Great.
That's great. Fu Guoping comforted her with red eyes. Yunyan, you are the lucky star of my Fu family. Don't worry, I will never treat you badly in the future. Fu Guoping frowned. Mother-in-law is not in good health. You have to take good care of yourself during this confinement. Yi Yunyan blinked. Do you want to arrange a high-end confinement center for me? A confinement center must be arranged, but a caring confinement nanny must be there to serve me. Fu Guoping said, lost in thought. Yi Yunyan lay on his shoulder, playing with the zipper of his executive jacket. That's quite expensive. I don't want you to spend so much. It's impossible to expect a disabled mother-in-law to serve her during the confinement period, and her own mother is not in good health. Yi Yunyan actually had an idea in her mind, but she never dared to say it out loud. Fu Guoping rubbed the back of her head. Let Lin Yuelian take care of you. She has taken care of my old mother for 10 years. I have seen it all. She is more careful and better than those nannies.
Ah?
Is it okay? Yi Junjun looked up to hide her secret joy. Unexpectedly, Fu Guoping and her idea coincided. In fact, she had the same idea. She wanted Fu Guoping's first wife to take care of her, the mistress, during the confinement period. It was a good thought. Don't worry, Lin Yuelian is just being stubborn. She can't live without me. Wait a few more days, and she will come to beg me.
Yeah.
Aju, how are you? Lin Yuelian helped Wang Ju up and checked the wound on her palm. Wang Ju shook her head, her eyes reddened. Alien, I used to envy you and thought you lived a better life than me, but now it seems that you are suffering too. The rascal and the mistress are really too much. After the divorce and the division of property, we must go to the university to make a scene and make him lose his reputation. Don't worry, evil will be punished. The time has not come yet. Half an hour later, Wang Ju followed Lin Yuelian to Lin Yuelian's parents' home. Lin Yuelian's parents' home was empty, with a family portrait hanging in the middle of the living room. Wang Ju stood in front of the family portrait, feeling a lot of emotion. Lin Yuelian had a good family background, born in the 1970s, and her parents were both scientific researchers. In an experimental accident, Lin's father and mother were killed in the explosion, and Lin Yuelian became an orphan from then on. Later, a colleague from the research institute adopted her. Her adoptive father never married and raised her, and died of illness 5 years ago. The family portrait was taken more than 30 years ago, when Lin Yuelian was still a young girl with a bright smile on her face. But for many years, Wang Ju found that she had never seen Lin Yuelian smile so happily again. It can be said that the Lin family is full of loyal and brave people, and Lin Yuelian is also a child who grew up under the supervision of the bigwigs of the research institute. But in the end, her marriage was unhappy, and she was alone after she turned 50. Wang Ju couldn't help wiping her tears. Lin Yuelian dug out the iodine and brought it over to apply medicine to her bestie. Seeing her bestie's eyes were red from crying, Lin Yuelian comforted her in a relaxed manner. "Why are you still like when you were a girl, crying over a little scratch?"
No. Van you pouted.
She was sad for her good sister. "Come, sit down, apply the medicine." Lin Yuelian didn't ask any more questions and walked to the sofa and sat down. Wang Ju followed obediently and spread her hands. "Alien, do you have any specific plans after the divorce?" Lin Yuelian carefully applied medicine to Wang Ju. "I want to make some handicrafts and sell them outside. It's embarrassing to say that my biological father, biological mother, and adoptive father are all missile and cannon manufacturers, but I am not as good as them and can only tinker with some small gadgets." Lin Yuelian was admitted to university at that time, but gave up for love. Now think about it, if she could finish college, she might have inherited her parents' legacy. After being a housewife for 30 years, she actually has no idea whether she can survive in society alone. But she doesn't regret it. She wants to get rid of the current predicament and believes that everything will be fine. Without Lin Yuelian's management, the Fu family soon became a mess. No one washed Fu Guoping as dirty clothes and dirty socks, and no one cooked 3 meals a day. After Fu Xiangting ordered takeout twice, Lu Chunhua complained that the food outside was full of gutter oil and would kill her. She found her old cell phone and called Fu Guoping, aping, "Call Lin Yuelian back to cook for me. My stomach is uncomfortable after eating takeout. I will die if I eat a few more meals. Mom, you have to put up with it for 2 more days." She is still angry. Fu Guoping said in embarrassment on the other end of the phone. Lu Chunhua simply couldn't hear it. "Is she still angry?" Who gave her the face. "Aping, you see. It's because you spoiled her." Yes, I spoiled her, Mom, just bear with it." Lu Chunhua hung up the phone in anger. Endure? How can a mother-in-law be tolerant of her daughter-in-law? She is over 70 years old, and she still has to endure the anger of her daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law is not filial. "Mom, shall I take you to a nursing home? They provide 3 meals a day, and you don't have to order takeout, right?" Fu Xiangting blinked her eyes and came over with a playful smile. Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes at her. "No, the nursing staff at the nursing home won't be as comfortable as Lin Yuelian's. Go call Jaya now and ask his mother to go home and take care of the old man." For dinner, Lin Yuelian and Wang Ju cooked together. Both of them are experienced housewives with many years of experience. Once they enter the kitchen, it is a powerful combination. In half an hour, the two of them worked together to prepare 8 dishes. Wang Ju picked up ergotu and poured a full glass for herself and Lin Yuelian. The two best friends have known each other for 40 years, got married together, and encountered marital difficulties together, so naturally they have endless things to talk about. Lin Yuelian never dared to drink before because she couldn't serve her mother-in-law and husband after getting drunk. In fact, she has a good alcohol tolerance. When she was a girl, she had no problem drinking 2 kilograms of white wine at a time. After getting married, she quit drinking for the sake of her husband's family. A glass to heaven, a glass to the future. Come on, cheers. Lin Yuelian shook the glass, slightly tipsy. Wang Ju squinted her eyes and smiled, clinking glasses with her. When the two were about to take a sip of wine, the doorbell at home suddenly rang, ding dong, and it was pressed very quickly. Who is it? What a spoiler. Wang Ju frowned in dissatisfaction and held Lin Yuelian down. I'll go open the door. Lin Yuelian waved her hand and drank the white wine in her glass. When she was about to refill her glass, Wang Ju opened the door.
Fujai Rashdin.
Liang Tian followed behind and glanced at Wang Ju. Auntie Wang. Wang Ju nodded and wanted to ask the two children to eat. It's just right, there are a lot of dishes. She turned around and went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Fu Jie didn't allow any explanation and came to Lin Yuelian, looking like he was going to accuse her. Grandma is almost starving to death at home, and you are eating meat and fish here? Jaya, how do you talk to your mother? Do you know how much injustice she has suffered these 2 days? Wang Ju was very unhappy. She stopped and was not going to get bowls and chopsticks for the two of them. Fu Jie stood still and reached out to pull Lin Yuelian. Come back with me now and cook for Grandma. Lin Yuelian had drunk some wine, and she did feel aggrieved. She loved this adopted son the most, and transferred the pain of losing her son in her early years and all the love for her biological son to him. Over the years, she did not ask her adopted son to understand her, and she was happy to serve him and his daughter-in-law. Because of this, Fu Jie ignored Lin Yuelian more and more, and even felt confident. Lin Yuelian put down her wine glass and slammed her hand heavily on the dining table. She never lost her temper in front of her adopted son before, which made Fu Jie think that his adopted mother was a person with a good temper and easy to bully. I go to cook for her? Doesn't she have a biological son and daughter? Can't they cook? Fu Jie was a little caught off guard and frowned. How can my aunt cook? She has always been lazy and gluttonous. As for Dad, he is so busy. Besides, who would let a professor cook? A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Fu Jie is a college student, and he always has a lot to say when he talks to Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. The biological son can't do this and that, but I, as the daughter-in-law, can do it? I'm easy to bully, so I deserve to be treated like, eh? Lin Yuelian tilted her head and raised her eyes to look at Fu Jie with a cold look. Fu Jie felt a little uneasy. Isn't this what you women should do? You have to serve your parents-in-law. You have to take care of the kids. What women should do. Then, why don't you let Liang Tian do it? She married into our Fu family and has never done housework. Why didn't you say anything? Fu Jie became excited when he heard this. How is Tian Tian the same as you? Tian Tian has to go to work and make money. You can't, and if you don't do housework, who will support you? Liang Tian is very perceptive. Seeing that her husband and mother-in-law were about to quarrel, she quickly stepped forward and pulled Fu Jie. Mom, I said I was going to cook for Grandma, but Grandma thought I didn't do it well. Mom, you are still capable. Lin Yuelian laughed. She used to enjoy this kind of flattery, but not now. Fu Guoping and I are going to divorce, and I will definitely not serve his mother anymore, she said lightly. What? Fu Jie and Liang Tian said almost in unison. The room was silent, and the young couple didn't react for a while. Lin Yuelian picked up the chopsticks to eat again and waved to Wang Ju. Let's eat ours, don't worry about them. Wang Ju pouted and rolled her eyes at the young couple. Fu Jie paused for a long time, and after making sure he had sorted out his thoughts, he said, Did you quarrel with Dad again? Mom, how old are you, and you still learn the tricks of young people? Is divorce fun? Can you say irresponsible all the time? Liang Tian pulled Fu Jie. Mom, Dad has a bad temper. You should give in to him. It's all about the trivialities of life. He's been like this for most of his life. You should be more open-minded and ignore him. It is said that sons will not empathize with their mothers. Lin Yuelian didn't believe it before, but now she does. At least what her daughter-in-law said would make her feel a little more comfortable, but what her son said was like a knife, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Originally, she was in a good mood and cooked 8 dishes, but after being made such a fuss by her adopted son, Lin Yuelian lost her appetite at all. Putting down her chopsticks again, she poured herself a full glass of white wine. She drank it all in one gulp and put it heavily on the dining table. She looked up and looked at her adopted son. Your dad cheated on his wife and found a young woman who is more than 20 years younger than him, and they both have a child. It's a son who is about 10 years old this year. She said it calmly, with no ups and downs on her face. Such a big green hat on my head. How can I endure it? What? Liang Tian's eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help glancing at Fu Jie. Fu Jie's brain froze for a moment, and he stood there in a daze. The young couple had planned to inherit Fu Guoping's family business. Because of this, Fu Jiaya was named Jiaya after he was adopted. Now that a biological son has appeared halfway, the family property will definitely be discounted, or even broken. Fu Jiaya was speechless for a long time and suddenly became irritable when he thought of something. Mom, how many times have I told you to pay attention to maintenance and dressing up? Dad is a university professor, and he is surrounded by young and beautiful female students. How can he not be annoyed when he sees your shrewd face when he comes home? I heard from Grandma that you and Dad have slept in separate rooms a long time ago. You can't satisfy Dad in that aspect, so it's no wonder that he went out to find someone else. Fu Jiaya, what are you talking about? It was obviously that dogman Fu Guoping who did something wrong. Why do you blame your mother in the end? Wang Ju was so angry that she stood up and pushed Fu Jiaya, trying to drive him out. You are not welcome here, get out. Fu Jiaya remained motionless. Auntie Wang, this is my home. You should be the one to leave, right? Wang Ju was choked and couldn't speak. Lin Yuelian couldn't bear it anymore and raised her voice. Fu Jiaya, this is the Lin family, my home. Get out of here. Mom, do you know what you're saying?
Fu Jiaya frowned. Get out.
Lin Yuelian stood up and pointed to the door. Fu Jiaya gritted his teeth. Crazy. No wonder Dad wants to find a mistress. After that, he left angrily. Liang Tian was embarrassed. She looked at her mother-in-law and then at her husband. Mom, calm down and don't bother with Jiaya. After hesitating for a while, she finally sighed and chased after Fu Jiaya. The door slammed shut, and Wang Ju was so angry that she kept stroking her chest. Alien, you've loved the family business in vain. How come this child has the same character as Fu Guoping? Lin Yuelian felt so tired. Her husband and son, one let her down, and the other blamed her. The efforts of these 30 years were like a joke. She was so sad, really so pathetic. I won't wait for Fu Guoping. Tomorrow I'm going to find a lawyer and file for divorce. Wang Ju frowned when she heard this. The process of filing for divorce will take a long time, right? I have a niece who filed for divorce, and it took more than 2 years to get the verdict. I can wait, but Fu Guoping is the one who can't wait. He's also the one who's afraid of making a big deal out of it. I'm barefoot and not afraid of those who wear shoes. Lin Yuelian's eyes were firm. She had made up her mind. She had to seek justice for the past 30 years. Everyone in the Fu family had to pay back what they owed her. Fu Jiaya had been turned down by Lin Yuelian and naturally had no way to explain to Lu Chunhua. Fearing that he would be blamed by Fu Guoping, Fu Jiaya pushed all the responsibility onto Lin Yuelian. Grandma, Tian, and I were scolded by Mom. You know, when she is unreasonable, 10 cows can't pull her. Fu Xiangting, who was eating melon seeds on the side, snorted when she heard this. Mom, don't I have a new sister-in-law? Let her serve you. Lu Chunhua pouted. Your elder brother probably won't be willing to let her go. Then there's nothing we can do. I think we should go back to the nursing home. Fu Xiangting patted the melon seed shells on her hands. Mom, I have an appointment with my best friend tonight. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she didn't wait for Lu Chunhua to stop her. Fu Xiangting was just messing around every day. She often went to bars with a group of friends at night and came home drunk the next day. Lu Chunhua and Fu Guoping had both tried to control her, but she refused to obey. Every time they controlled her, she would get worse and even make trouble and fight. Afterwards, Lin Yuelian went to clean up the mess. Fu Guoping didn't dare to show up at all, for fear that his sister's bad deeds would affect his reputation. Aunt, have fun. When Fu Xiangting left, Liang Tian waved with a smile. Fu Xiangting blinked at her. Mom is in your hands. Lu Chunhua was so angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only sit in the wheelchair and curse Lin Yuelian. You jinx, you won't stop until you make a mess of the house. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuelian was awakened by a series of fatal calls. She didn't dare to turn the phone to silent mode when she slept, for fear that something would happen to her mother-in-law at night and the nursing home would call. This habit has been maintained for so many years that she can't change it for a while. Lin Yuelian squinted her eyes and glanced at the caller ID. It was not from the nursing home, but from Fu Guoping. She didn't answer the phone and hung up directly. After turning the phone to silent mode, she turned over and continued to sleep. But not long after closing her eyes, she was awakened by a rapid and rude knock on the door. Because the knock was too loud, it disturbed the neighbors and caused them to curse. Which short-lived ghost is knocking on the door so loudly in the middle of the night? Lin Yuelian realized that it was her own door that was knocked, and she quickly ran to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. Looking through the peephole, she saw that it was Fu Guoping, and her heart finally settled down. After opening the door, she said unhappily, "What does Professor Fu mean by disturbing others in the middle of the night?" Fu Guoping's face was gloomy and dark, and a cold aura emanated from him. Mom had stomach discomfort in the middle of the night and was sent to the emergency room by Jia and Tian Tian. Lin Yuelian, don't involve innocent people in the conflict between us. It is your duty to serve your mother-in-law. You don't care about your mother now, which is unfilial. Lin Yuelian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fu Guoping, you are a university professor at a good thing. The law says that a daughter-in-law has no obligation to support her parents-in-law. That's your mother. You are so filial. Why don't you take care of her and run around? You. Fu Guoping was speechless. He always thought that Lin Yuelian was uneducated and knew nothing. Now she actually brought up the law to argue with him. Don't you have a concubine? You two are so in love. Your mother must be distressed. Let her take care of her. Lin Yuelian continued to choke. Fu Guoping's eyes widened, fearing that their conversation would be heard by the neighbors. So he strode into the house and closed the door. She can't take care of Yunyun, he said in a deep voice. Lin Yuelian sneered. Why can't she? The mistress is a human being, and I am a beast of burden, right?
No.
Fu Guoping said anxiously. Yunyun is pregnant, and you let a pregnant woman take care of the elderly? Oh, so that's it. Lin Yuelian sneered, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. There is another child. No wonder you refuse to divorce me. Could it be that you plan to let me take care of the mistress during her confinement in the future? Lin Yuelian questioned. Fu Guoping did have this plan, and didn't want to hide it. I said, Yunyun's child is your child. When she grows up, she will take care of you in your old age. You take care of Yunyun for a few months, which is also helping yourself. Help myself? Professor Fu, don't you feel ashamed to say such a thing? Lin Yuelian was completely disappointed. I will file for divorce in court tomorrow. If you are unwilling to divorce me peacefully, then we have to go to court. File for divorce? Fu Guoping couldn't believe his ears. She is a housewife. Where did she learn so many crooked ideas? You don't want to take care of the elderly, and you don't want the family you have run for 30 years. Lin Yuelian, why are you doing this? You want to do it, right? Okay, do you really think that Fu Guoping, can't live without you? The reason why I don't want to leave is that I'm afraid that you will end up alone in the future. Since you don't appreciate it, then fine. Tomorrow I will go to file for divorce with you. I have to say this in advance. If you want to regret it in the future, I won't give you a chance. No matter how pitiful you are in the future, I won't care. Professor Fu, don't worry about the future. Lin Yuelian said lightly. Seeing that she was indifferent and calm, Fu Guoping was very angry. Just be stubborn. You will cry one day. After saying that, she turned around to open the door and slammed it. Through the door, Lin Yuelian could clearly hear the footsteps of Fu Guoping coming down the stairs, dong dong dong, which showed that he was very angry. Lin Yuelian chuckled and didn't waste her time. She walked into the study room without any sleepiness. 30 years of youth and hard work, these intangible things are hard to get back. But money is tangible, and the Fu family owes her, so she should compensate with real money. Not only the money Fu Guoping has earned in the past 30 years, but also the dowry she has subsidized, which should be hers, not a penny less. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Fu family and their group were tossed around enough, and finally sent the old lady home. Lu Chunhua covered her stomach and leaned against the head of the bed with an unhappy face. Lin Yuelian is so cruel. I'm in the hospital, and she doesn't even care? Aping, what are you going to do now? If you keep spoiling her like this, She will be lawless in the future. Fu Guoping's face was full of fatigue, which was incomparable to that of a young man. After tossing and turning for half a night, he was exhausted. Tomorrow Lin Yuelian and I will go to apply for a divorce.
What?
Really want a divorce? Lu Chunhua sat up in shock. Fu Guoping pinched his brow bone, his eyes tired and swollen. Divorce? If she wants to make trouble, then let her suffer. Fu Jia and Liang Tian were busying around, and he clenched his fists nervously when he heard that his father really planned to divorce his mother. If he had to take sides at this time, he would definitely stand on the side of his adoptive father. Lu Chunhua was very unwilling. Don't the laws stipulate that you have to give her half of your property after a divorce? She hasn't made a penny in these years. Why should she give you so much money? It's impossible to give you half of the property, but the court will probably order me to give her child support. After all, she has no ability to survive, and the judge will sympathize with the weak. Fu Guoping said calmly. The child support is only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, and he can still afford it. He can also gain a good reputation by then, and even if they are divorced, he will treat his ex-wife well. But Lu Chunhua was not happy. Give her child support?
Why?
Did you see how heartless she was when she had a falling out? She and I have been friends for 30 years, but she just ignored me. Why do you give money to such a heartless and ungrateful person? Fu Guoping hurriedly comforted her. Mom, I won't give too much, probably 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. It's enough for her to survive, but it's impossible for her to live the life of a professor's wife again. 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month still made Lu Chunhua feel distressed. She patted her head and thought of something. During the day, Lin Yuelian asked her sister about what happened 30 years ago. She said that your sister took her dowry at that time, and she also wanted the money for your sister's schooling back.
What?
Fu Guoping was furious when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Yuelian to dig up old accounts and bring up such an old account. Where does your sister have the money to pay it back? In the end, won't you have to fill this hole? Lu Chunhua said earnestly.
Fu Guoping frowned. Okay.
I was kind enough to give her child support, but now it seems that I can't give her a penny. That's right, you definitely can't give it. She is unkind, and we are unjust. Lu Chunhua quickly agreed. Fu Guoping was so angry at the moment. He felt that he still had feelings for Lin Yuelian and had long regarded Lin Yuelian as his closest relative. But he didn't expect that when it came to parting ways, Lin Yuelian's face would be so ugly. Lin Yuelian said that she had an IOU in her hand, and that it was money from 30 years ago.
She didn't know how much it was today.
Lu Chunhua continued to fan the flames, as if trying to take advantage of the situation to make a fuss. Lin Yuelian no longer served her as the mother-in-law, so she naturally bore a grudge. Fu Jia had been silent all this time, looking for the right opportunity to take sides. At this moment, he knew that his chance had come. I didn't expect Mom to be so petty. Dad, you've raised her for 30 years, so how do you settle this account? You give her household expenses every month, and I want this money back. Fu Guoping was blinded by anger at the moment, and with someone fanning the flames, the fire in his heart would only grow stronger. She really doesn't care about the 30 years of love between husband and wife. I will ask a lawyer to write a divorce agreement tomorrow. If she is willing to sign the agreement, then I can still part ways with her in peace. Otherwise, Fu Guoping narrowed his eyes, and there was ruthlessness in his eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the morning when Fu Guoping came to Yi Yunyun's apartment. Afraid of waking up his son, he tiptoed into Yi Yunyun's bedroom. Yi Yunyun was a light sleeper. Feeling the man's body close to her, he buried his face in her shoulder. She tilted her head slightly and said to comfort her, "What's wrong?" Whenever Fu Guoping was worried, he would lean on her like this.
I'm tired.
Lin Yuelian is determined to divorce. Not only does she want a divorce, but she also brought up old accounts and asked Xiangting to return her dowry that she used 30 years ago. Is it so awkward? Yi Yunyun turned around and stroked Fu Guoping's face. What did our mother say?
No.
Fu Guoping said in a deep voice, his eyes dark. Back then, Lin Yuelian only paid Xiangting 10,000 yuan for tuition, plus living expenses. It was only about 20,000 yuan. But she asked for a huge sum, saying that if converted into today's purchasing power, Xiangting should pay 200,000 yuan. How can Xiangting afford to pay? This money will have to fall on me in the end. In addition, Xiangting also took 2 gold bracelets from Lin Yuelian that year, so the total compensation is 250,000 yuan. 250,000 yuan, not a lot, not a little. If we buy the Linwan duplex villa in full, we will not have any extra funds on hand. Unless we buy it with a loan. How can I get a loan? Yi Junjun suddenly became nervous. She didn't want to pay the mortgage with Fu Guoping in the future. Fu Guoping told her that the duplex villa would be inherited by his son in the future. Loans are really not cost-effective. We have the ability to pay the full amount, so we must buy it in full.
Fu Guoping said. Yes.
Yi Yunyan immediately responded. Sister is not angry with you, is it? It's probably because you want to buy a duplex villa. What is she angry about?
Fu Guoping disagreed.
Yi Yunyan blinked and analyzed carefully. Think about it. She's been busy for most of her life and still lives in a collective housing, but you want to change it to a big house for me. If I were your sister, I would be angry too. It's not that she is not allowed to live in the big house. She is narrow-minded and said she doesn't want to serve you and the children.
Fu Guoping snorted.
He turned around, folded his hands behind his head. Let her be. She got what she asked for. Giving her 2,000 yuan in child support every month is my last tolerance. Yi Yunyan curled the corners of her mouth to hide her inner joy. She said before that she didn't mind but that was all false. Being able to be a legitimate professor's wife would of course be the best. Unexpectedly, she retreated to advance, and after 10 years, she finally made it. You are loyal and righteous, and others will not say much. After all, my sister has not added a child to the Fu family in the past 30 years. According to common sense, most people will stand on your side. If Lin Yuelian and I divorce Yunyun, you will suffer a little grievance. What grievance? Yi Yunyun's heart skipped a beat. Fu Guoping turned his head and said seriously, Aren't we going to change houses? My monthly salary is 25,000 yuan, and my mother's healthcare home is 10,000 yuan a month. I will give you 10,000 yuan for household expenses, and the remaining 5,000 yuan was used for Lin Yuelian's household expenses before. Now I have saved it, but it is not enough to hire a nanny.
Ye Yunyan understood.
In other words, she had to take care of herself during her pregnancy. When she was pregnant with Jiaguang, her mother was in good health and could take care of her. Now her mother is not in good health and can't be relied on, and her mother-in-law is even less reliable. In other words, will her second child be more difficult than the first? Yi Yunyan didn't know that the 5 million private money that Fu Guoping mentioned was actually only 3 million. He had saved it bit by bit for the past 30 years without telling Lin Yuelian. As for the remaining 1 million for buying a house, he had already used his connections to approve a loan. At worst, he planned to sell the collective housing. The collective housing has a good location. Although it is an old community, it is a school district house. Even if the housing prices have fallen sharply now, the collective housing can still be sold for 4 or 5 million in Beijing, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He would not give Lin Yuelian a penny of this 4 or 5 million. The next day, Lin Yuelian was awakened by a phone call. The call was from Kong. The nursing home called to inform her that it was time to pay the old lady's health care fee. Fu Guoping would regularly transfer the monthly health care fee to the nursing home's account. But there were exceptions for a few months. At these times, the nursing home would call Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian would squeeze out some of her meager household income to pay it first, and then Fu Guoping would make up for it later. She only had 5,000 yuan in household expenses every month, and this 5,000 yuan also included the cost of her mother-in-law's 3 meals a day. She also had to eat, so she lived frugally, and her monthly household expenses were just enough. After occasionally subsidizing the healthcare fee, she would be stretched to the limit. Over the years, she was actually not very clear about how much Fu Guoping earned. So when she heard that he had 5 million in private money, she was very shocked. She lived such a tight life, but her husband was hiding his little thoughts, saving private money, and supporting a mistress. Don't call me in the future. I have nothing to do with Lu Chunhua, and her life or death has nothing to do with me.
Oh?
Ms. Lin, how can you say such a thing? On the other end of the phone, the staff of the healthcare home wanted to say something more. Lin Yuelian didn't give the other party a chance and hung up the phone directly. After washing up, she found a lipstick that she hadn't used for many years and gently applied a layer on her lips. In fact, her features are very delicate, and she was a beauty when she was young. When the matchmaker was matchmaking, the door of the Lin family was broken down. Those who pursued her ranged from children of high-ranking officials to doctors, teachers, and even wealthy businessmen. Lin Yuelian liked high-ranking officials since she was a child. At that time, she ignored those rich children and fell in love with the poor Fu Guoping at first sight. When they got married, Fu Guoping rode a 28 bicycle to marry her home. At that time, his family was penniless, with no refrigerator or color TV at home, all of which were subsidized by her parents. He and his mother squeezed into a small house of more than 40 square meters. Lin Yuelian accompanied him through hardships and endured for many years before getting a collective housing provided by the school. At that time, Fu Guoping vowed that he would never let her down and would definitely buy her a bigger house and a villa in the future. Over the years, Lin Yuelian did not live lavishly or dress up, and always maintained the most simple dressing style. But today is the day she filed a divorce lawsuit in court, and she wants to dress herself up and start from scratch. When Lin Yuelian was about to go out, Fu Guoping called. Fearing that something strange would happen again, Lin Yuelian answered the call immediately. What's the matter? Go home and discuss the divorce. The voice on the other end was faint. Lin Yuelian was surprised. Do you agree to divorce? You can't leave my Fu family, not my Fu family can't leave you. Since you want to leave, then I will grant your wish. Don't regret it later. Never regret it, Lin Yuelian said lightly. On the other end of the phone, Fu Guoping felt depressed when he heard these words. After he hung up the phone, Lu Chunhua pushed the wheelchair over. Did she beg you? She's still being stubborn, Fu Guoping said irritably. Lu Chunhua patted his shoulder to comfort him. She won't be stubborn for long. At noon, Lin Yuelian came to the Fu family. She took the key to open the door, and when she walked into the living room, she saw the whole family. Lu Chunhua sat in a wheelchair with her chin raised high, looking aggressive. Fu Guoping sat upright with a serious face. Fu Xiongting, who was sitting next to him, yawned repeatedly, and her hair was messy, without being combed. Fu Jia and Liang Tian sat at the side, lowering their heads to play with their mobile phones. Okay, everyone is here, Fu Guoping said in a deep voice. A brown paper bag had long been placed on the coffee table in front of him. Lin Yuelian came over, and before she found a place to sit down, he opened the brown paper bag and took out a stack of documents from it. Take a look. If there is no problem, we will sign and part ways in peace. Lin Yuelian frowned, took the document and looked at it. It turned out to be a divorce agreement. She flipped through it carefully and couldn't help laughing when she saw the terms written in black and white. The current collective housing in Erhuan is allocated by Fu Guoping's work unit and has nothing to do with Lin Yuelian, so Lin Yuelian has no right to divide the property. The financial dispute between Lin Yuelian and Fu Xiongting has nothing to do with this divorce agreement. Considering his many years of relationship with Lin Yuelian, Fu Guoping promised to give Lin Yuelian a fixed amount of 2,000 yuan in child support every month after the divorce. After reading each clause, Lin Yuelian understood it clearly. She had a relationship with Fu Guoping for more than 30 years, and she had taken care of this family for so many years without any complaints. In the end, Fu Guoping just wanted to get rid of her with 2,000 yuan in child support every month. I still miss the old feelings. I'm afraid you won't be able to live after divorcing me. Fu Guoping sighed and handed the pen to Lin Yuelian. Lu Chunhua snorted. Ah Ping is kind-hearted. Originally, you had to leave the house, but he couldn't bear to see you suffer after leaving him, so he insisted on giving you this alimony. So, from what you mean, I should be grateful? Lin Yuelian couldn't help but sneer. Lu Chunhua raised her eyebrows. Isn't it? A good man like Ah Ping is hard to find even with a lantern. Hee hee. Lin Yuelian laughed angrily. She made this trip, thinking that Fu Guoping would be able to discuss the divorce conditions with her calmly. She was too stupid. Fu Guoping could have cheated on her and kept it a secret from her for 10 years, so how could he have a heart? Lin Yuelian didn't say anything and took the pen handed to her by Fu Guoping. The family watched her sign the divorce agreement with a rustling sound and exchanged glances with each other, with sneers in their eyes. Fu Jiaya and Liang Tian sent messages to each other. Liang Tian, I didn't expect my mom to sign. Fu Jiaya, she did it herself. Now she finds out that my dad really agrees. She has no way back, so she quits while she's ahead. Lu Chunhua is different from the two young people. She has to speak secretly. She spoke in a loud voice, with a look of sarcasm on her face. I thought you were so strong-willed. If you have the ability, don't collect the 2,000 yuan child support every month. Aren't you very capable? Leave a ping and go on your own. Sister-in-law, oh no, Lin Yuelian, didn't you ask me to pay you back? The tuition and living expenses for that year added up to 20,000 yuan. I can pay you back, but I won't pay you back the 2 gold bracelets. I didn't write an IOU at the time. I will only pay you 20,000 yuan. After all, the IOU only says 20,000 yuan. If you ask me to pay you back according to the current purchasing power, that is definitely impossible.
Fu Xiangting interrupted.
After a pause, she added, but I don't have any money. I have to pay your 20,000 yuan in installments. The whole family is a scoundrel. Lin Yuelian wanted to blood because of her sister-in-law's words. In the past, she only thought that her mother-in-law treated her harshly because she had no children, so she could understand it. And her sister-in-law was so cowardly that she could turn a blind eye. Now it seems that they are all shameless people. How can a man tolerate this? After signing, Lin Yuelian slammed the document on the coffee table. Without saying a word, she turned around and walked away. When the family saw the signed document, they all leaned over. Fu Guoping was complacent, thinking that Lin Yuelian was still the weak woman and child, and it was easy to control her. But when he picked up the document and prepared to sign his name, he saw the signature in Lin Yuelian's column, and he was furious. A line of big words read, "Sue for divorce, no negotiation, see you in court." Lin Yuelian, stop right there.
Fu Guoping roared almost subconsciously.
Lin Yuelian turned a deaf ear to him, opened the door, and walked out. Fu Guoping was so angry that his face turned black. He jumped up from the sofa and chased after him. He grabbed Lin Yuelian's arm and stopped her from leaving. Do you really want to break up?
Fu Guoping asked gloomily.
Lin Yuelian's eyes were firm. I just want to take back what belongs to me. If you think this is a breakup, then so be it. What belongs to you? When you married into the Fu family, what else did you get besides the dowry you got back then? Fu Guoping frowned and immediately started to calculate. Come to think of it, you owe the Fu family a lot of things. I owe the Fu family? Lin Yuelian couldn't help laughing as if she had heard a joke. Fu Guoping was furious and increased the strength of his hand. I give you 5,000 yuan for household expenses every month. You must have saved a lot of private money, right? You have to pay this money back. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard. Her eyes widened, staring at the man in front of her in a daze. He actually had the nerve to mention the 5,000 yuan monthly household expenses? She was too lazy to even speak, and didn't want to explain any more. Fu Xiangting also came over at this time, crossed her arms, and pouted. My brother also bought you 3 mobile phones, and you have to pay for these 3 mobile phones. And the clothes you wear and the skincare products you use. Which one is not my brother's salary? How to settle this account? Lin Yuelian opened her mouth. She was so speechless that she didn't even bother to swear. She has been married to Fu Guoping for 30 years, and she has changed 3 mobile phones in total. The first one she used was a Nokia, which she used for more than 10 years. Later, she changed to an Apple phone, which she also used for 10 years. Every time she charged it, it would get hot and stuck, so Fu Guoping changed her to a Redmi phone. And the other people in the Fu family who didn't use a mobile phone that cost 5 or 6,000 yuan. Even the old lady's mobile phone, that was changed every 3 to 5 years. Shameless. Lin Yuelian gritted her teeth. Fu Xiangting snorted. Same here. Don't you want to get back the money you used to support my college education? You're the one who likes to settle accounts and haggle, and now we're just fighting back. Lin Yuelian didn't want to waste any more time talking to them, not even a word. Whatever you want, I'll see you in court. After saying this, she slammed the door and left. Hearing the heavy sound of the door closing, Lu Chunhua was very dissatisfied. She has such a bad temper. How could the Fu family marry such a bad daughter-in-law? Fu Xiangting ignored her mother as muttering, but looked up at Fu Guoping. Brother, Lin Yuelian wants to file for divorce. Do you have a chance of winning? Fu Guoping was confident. I have acquaintances in the court. Lin Yuelian is just a housewife. What kind of trouble can she cause? Dad, doesn't her family have a background? Liang Tian asked in a low voice. Before she finished her question, she was interrupted by Lu Chunhua. The two elders of the Lin family died early, and Lin Yuelian's adoptive father also passed away. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea gets cold. Who will support Lin Yuelian? Now it is a society of interests. Who will help you without benefits? After Lin Yuelian left the Fu family, she went to the court to submit a divorce lawsuit. The moment she submitted the materials, she felt unprecedented relief. Walking out of the court building and bathing in the sun, she instantly felt like she was reborn. She sorted out her mood and prepared to go to the vegetable market to buy some good vegetables and call Wang Ju to celebrate together. When she arrived at the bus stop and was waiting for the bus, a phone call came in. Looking at the strange caller, Lin Yuelian hesitated for a moment and finally picked up the phone. Hello? She asked tentatively. The voice on the other end of the phone was hoarse, even with a crying tone. Alien, it's me, your Aunt Yang. The voice was old and frail, but it sounded very kind. Lin Yuelian was very excited. Aunt, long time no see. Yes, I haven't seen you for 3 years. Old Madame Yang said with emotion. Your uncle and I just returned to China a few days ago. I heard from Ju that you want to get a divorce?
Yeah.
Lin Yuelian responded sullenly. In fact, she didn't want to bother the elders with her trivial matters. After all, they were old. Uncle Yang was a colleague of her parents and her adoptive father. After academician Yang retired a few years ago, he took his wife to recuperate abroad. Old Madame Yang said, Your uncle was rehired and returned to China to work at the research institute. Don't worry, with us here, we will never let Fu Guoping bully you again. I heard that he will be evaluated for the title of vice president this year. He has a bad style, and your uncle has many ways to prevent him from being evaluated. After hearing this, Lin Yuelian's eyes were blurred with tears. She had been working like a cow and a horse in the Fu family for many years, so she had long forgotten what it felt like to be loved. Aunt, there is no need for uncle to intervene now. I can handle it myself. Good child. Old Madame Yang wiped her tears silently. You have suffered these years. Lin Yuelian smiled. There is sweetness in the bitterness, right? Every elder in the Academy of Sciences is very kind to me.
Don't worry about finding a job.
You are the orphan of a martyr. Although you can't do scientific research in the Academy of Sciences, you can still do basic clerical work. I will be satisfied if I can work in the cafeteria of the Academy of Sciences. Good child. After chatting with old Madame Yang, Lin Yuelian felt much more comfortable and determined. She had a way out, so she was not afraid of anything. After Lin Yuelian's lawsuit application was accepted by the court, she received a call from the judge not long after, saying that she would mediate between her and Fu Guoping. Although Lin Yuelian repeatedly expressed her determination to divorce, the judge still suggested mediation first. If the mediation was unsuccessful, they would investigate and evaluate whether the relationship between the two had really broken down to the point where it could not be repaired. In a word, the process is rather complicated, so Lin Yuelian has to wait patiently. To put it more bluntly, it is just dragging it out. At S University, Fu Guoping had just finished 2 classes in the morning. When he returned to his office, he saw Yi Yunyan busy in an apron. His office had an L-shaped kitchenette with a folding bed. On the folding bed, his son Fu Jiaguang was sleeping soundly. The sun shone in from the window, and Fu Guoping felt very happy to see the picture of a wife and a son. He strode behind Yi Yunyan and hugged her. Wife, you have worked hard. You still have to cook for me when you are pregnant. Yi Yunyun tilted her head slightly with a smile on her lips. If I don't cook for you, who will cook for you?
Professor Fu.
Oh, no, I have to call you Principal Fu now, right? Yi Yunyun blinked with a mischievous look. Fu Guoping stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. The school hasn't notified you yet, but it's a sure thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and saw that it was the principal calling. I'll take a call. He was in a good mood, holding his young wife with one hand and answering the phone with the other hand. Hello, Principal? Old Fu, have you offended anyone? The voice on the other end of the phone was very low. Fu Guoping frowned. What do you mean? Your qualification for the vice principal title evaluation has been revoked. A big shot above has personally named you.
What?
Fu Guoping was incredulous, loosened his hand around Yi Yunyun, and turned around in circles in a hurry. I haven't offended anyone, let alone any big shots. Think about it carefully. This matter is of great importance. It is not only related to your title evaluation this time, but may also be related to whether you can continue to stay in S University.
What?
Fu Guoping was so shocked that he lost his voice. After Fu Guoping hung up the phone, Yi Yunyun turned off the induction cooker. Turning around, he asked with concern, what happened? Fu Guoping was holding the phone, his whole body shaking. I lost my title of vice president. The principal said that I offended a big shot. Big shot. Yi Yunyun widened her eyes in horror. Who? Why haven't I heard you say that before? I don't know. Fu Guoping was at a loss, and his mood suddenly plummeted. Yi Yunyun hesitated to speak, feeling very uncomfortable. The principal also said that I might even lose my professorship.
Ah?
Yi Yunyun was shocked. If you lose your job, what will Xiaoguang and I do? Yunyun, why don't we not buy the duplex villa for now? I have to solve the current problem first. Hearing that the duplex villa was out of the question, Yi Yunyun bit her lip, obviously unhappy. Fu Guoping glanced at her and saw her pouting face. Yunyun, if I really lose my job, are you willing to suffer with me? This question made Yi Yunyun dumbfounded.
Of course she didn't want to.
But she forced a smile on the surface. Of course I am willing. Haven't I been suffering like this for the past 10 years? Fu Guoping heard the answer that satisfied him and took Yi Yunyun's hand. Don't worry, the suffering is only temporary. When I get through this period, I will make up for it in Dai Villa. Okay.
Yi Yunyun similet un naturale.
Fu Guoping had no appetite for lunch. He said a few words to Yi Yunyun and ran to the principal's office. The principal was preparing to go out for a social event and was about to leave with his tie tied. Principal, what's going on? Which big shot did I offend?
Can you tell me?
Fu Guoping stopped the principal. The principal looked at him and sighed. It's still about that thing between you and Xiaoya. I advised you before to keep it a secret from Xiaolin. Now, it's okay. Fu Guoping heard it clearly, but his mind didn't turn around. He was stunned for a long time before saying, You mean the big shot is related to Lin Yuelian? Isn't it? The principal raised his hand and patted Fu Guoping on the shoulder. Go back and coax Xiaolin. Kowtow, apologize, and use all the methods you can. As long as she is willing to give in, there is still hope for your title. Who did Lin Yuelian find? Fu Guoping tried hard to recall in his mind, but he couldn't find the corresponding person. Since Lin Yuelian's adoptive father passed away, the Lin family has been deserted. How could anyone be willing to help Lin Yuelian? The principal kept silent and shook his head. Old Fu, it seems that you don't know your wife well enough. The two elders of the Lin family are loyal and brave. Do you really think she is just a helpless housewife? Fu Guoping wanted to ask more, but the principal refused to tell the name of the big shot. The Fu family knew that Lin Yuelian had played tricks and caused Fu Guoping to lose his title of vice principal. So they angrily found the patriarch of the Fu family, that is, Fu Guoping's uncle. Uncle Fu is over 80 years old this year, with gray hair. Although he is leaning on a cane, he is very energetic. When Lin Yuelian rushed to the Fu family ancestral hall, she found that in addition to the uncle, several other cousins were also there. The Fu family only held a meeting in the ancestral hall when something big happened. The last time a meeting was held was when the second uncle passed away, and several children of the second uncle fought for the inheritance. In the end, the patriarch, Uncle Fu, presided over justice and finally convinced the children who were fighting for the inheritance. Uncle Fu was like the embodiment of justice. With him presiding over the matter, everyone was convinced, including Lin Yuelian, who was also convinced. Uncles. Lin Yuelian greeted the elders of the Fu family. Uncle Fu looked at Lin Yuelian with pity in his eyes. He sighed, "I didn't expect that you and a Ping would end up like this." The entire Fu family felt that Lin Yuelian was a good daughter-in-law that was hard to find even with a lantern. They thought that Lin Yuelian would be the daughter-in-law of the Fu family for life and would be buried in the Fu family ancestral hall after her death. But they didn't expect. Alas. Uncle Fu sighed and sighed. Lu Chunhua was getting a little impatient. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Big brother, you have to give justice to our Ping." As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Xiongting rushed to continue. "Lin Yuelian is so insidious. She went to S University to make trouble and even lost my brother's title of vice president. As the saying goes, a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. Even if my big brother has treated her badly, it was her fault first. Fortunately, my big brother has to give her alimony so that they can part ways in peace, but this vicious woman wants to put my big brother to death." After these words were spoken, the relatives looked at each other and talked a lot. How could a Lien be so vicious? I don't believe it. A Lien was hurt, so she acted extreme. That's because she can't have children. Ping had to find a woman to have children. There was nothing he could do about it. In the final analysis, a Lien was too ruthless. Isn't she ruthless? Fu Xiongting raised her eyebrows and raised her voice. She even went to court to file for divorce. My eldest brother apologized to her and promised that the mistress would not come in. The mistress is also sensible and won't ask for a formal status. My brother has made concessions, but Lin Yuelian just doesn't appreciate it and wants to make a big deal out of it. If she really makes a big deal out of it, it will damage the reputation of our entire Fu family. The uncles of the Fu family care about the family's reputation. Men and women always consider different things. Uncles, I have something to say too. Fu Jiaya expressed his opinion at the right time. I don't agree with my mother's approach this time. She has been at home for so many years, and my father has never treated her badly. My grandmother and her mother-in-law have a harmonious relationship, and no one in the family has ever let her suffer any grievances. That's right. Lu Chunhua took over the conversation. How can there be a mother-in-law as easy to talk to as me? She hasn't laid a single egg in the past 20 years. Did I say anything? When I went to college, Lin Yuelian sponsored me 20,000 yuan, and now she wants me to pay it back with 200,000 yuan. Uncles and aunts tell me, is this reasonable? I didn't force her to do that at the beginning. Why is she so upset now? Fu Xiongting continued to exaggerate and even wiped away tears. Fu Guoping listened to the family's verbal attacks on his wife and had no intention of helping her explain. Instead, he made a final summary. I raised Lin Yuelian for 30 years. She lost Lele and couldn't have children. I never complained to her about these things. In my heart, I have always had feelings for her, but I never expected that she would plot against me behind my back and make me lose my job. Without a job, I can't live, my old mother can't live, and my 2 children can't live either. She is trying to force my whole family to death. After the words, force my whole family to death, were uttered, everyone in the ancestral hall fell silent. They felt that Lin Yuelian had a conscience. How could she do such a thing? Alien, you say? Unlike the reactions of others, Uncle Fu looked at Lin Yuelian. As long as Lin Yuelian's words made sense, he would uphold justice. Lin Yuelian was very patient and had been waiting for everyone in the Fu family to finish shouting. When they were too tired to shout, she would settle the old accounts with them one by one. She first came to Lu Chunhua, neither humble nor arrogant. The relationship between us as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is harmonious, not because you are more tolerant of me, but because I have been busy serving you and taking care of your excrement, and for the past 10 years. Ask yourself, have Fu Guoping and Fu Xiongting done these for you? Uncles, aunts, you can go to the nursing home and ask anyone, have I been there every day for the past 10 years, rain or shine? And how many times have Lu Chunhua's children been there? Lin Yuelian's words left Lu Chunhua speechless. If it weren't for Lin Yuelian's caring care in the past 10 years, she, an old woman, really didn't know how long she could live. Lin Yuelian didn't dwell on this topic and walked up to Fu Xiongting again. You said that I was petty and wanted to get the 20,000 yuan back from you and asked you to repay it with the current 200,000. Yes, because that was the death pension of my biological parents, the money they exchanged for their lives. Why can't I get it back? What's more, the IOU is written in black and white, and my uncle was the witness.
You.
Fu Xiongting raised her hand and gritted her teeth. Hearing the words death pension, all the clan members fell silent. Back then, Lin Yuelian's parents died for the country with a huge momentum. Lin Yuelian is the daughter of a martyr, and even the country feels that it owes her. Xiongting, it is really unethical to think about the martyr's pension. An uncle couldn't help but say. Fu Xiongting was so angry that her face turned red, but she felt it was difficult to defend herself. When she tried to trick Lin Yuelian into giving her the money in order to go to college, she knew where the money came from. She spent the pension for the dead, and even shouted that she didn't want to pay it back, and bullied the orphans of martyrs. All these behaviors made Fu Xiongting have nowhere to reason, and even made her look ugly and cruel. Lin Yuelian didn't want to sell her misery, but just wanted to restore the truth of the matter and make it clear about the things that the Fu family had done to slander her. She walked in front of Fu Jia again and stood there for a long time, her eyes full of complicated emotions. Having lost her only child at an early age, she really treated Fu Jia as her own son. But she didn't expect that this son could not empathize with her mother. Jia, do you remember? When you were 12 years old and had a high fever, your father was on a business trip and your grandmother's legs were not disabled at the time, but when I called her, she was playing mahjong and ignored me, saying that he was not her own grandson, and she didn't care. Do you still remember? I held you in my arms and tried to stop a car in the heavy rain. I wanted to cry desperately. I held you in my arms and prayed to God, hoping to exchange my own life for your recovery. Fu Jia didn't say anything. His thoughts went back to that time. Although he was still young at that time, he still had memories. He had acute pneumonia at the time, and if he hadn't been sent to the hospital in time, he might have lost his life. During his hospitalization, only his mother took care of him, and he didn't see his father and grandmother at all. And when you were 16 years old, you broke your leg in a fight. You had surgery and anesthesia. After you woke up, I stayed with you all night without closing my eyes. There are many more things that Lin Yuelian doesn't want to say. Her eyes suddenly became indifferent, and her love for her son seemed to disappear in an instant. In the end, you became Fu Guoping's good son, and you were in cahoots with him. Fu Jia bit his lip and said nothing. Liang Tian on the side tightly grasped the corner of his clothes. Liang Tian had not been in the house for long, but in fact she had a good impression of this mother-in-law. The mother-in-law had to go to the nursing home to take care of her grandmother every day, and after she was done, she would come to cook for her and Fu Jia, saying that eating takeout was bad for the body. There has never been a conflict between her and Lin Yuelian, the mother-in-law, and the mother-in-law always listened to her. Her friends around her have more or less conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, but she doesn't. She knows very well that she has a good mother-in-law. Lin Yuelian shook her head, walked past Fu Jia like she was letting go, and finally came to Fu Guoping. There was still a trace of tenderness in her eyes, and her eyes soon turned red. Fu Guoping, do you remember when we got married? Your family was so poor that you didn't even have money to make a new quilt. My parents had to subsidize everything for you, but I don't have a parents' home anymore. Both my parents are dead, and those subsidies are their death pensions. Lin Yuelian cried. She felt that she was a terrible daughter and had failed her parents' upbringing. Your sister wanted to go to college, and your family couldn't afford the money. I took out my dowry to supplement her without thinking. Your mother broke her leg, and I served her 3 meals a day without regrets, took out her feces, and had to endure her troubles and unreasonable demands. Fu Guoping, when you went out to fool around with your mistress every month, I was serving your old mother and eating rice with tears. But I didn't feel bitter at that time, because you told me that you would buy me a big house and take me around the world in the future. I thought I had found a good match, and you would be my companion for the rest of my life. But I found out that I was wrong, completely wrong. When she said this, Lin Yuelian's eyes became fierce and cold. How much have I suffered in these decades? Why do you trample on me again and again? Fu Guoping was speechless due to the questioning. It was obvious that what Lin Yuelian said were facts and could not be refuted. Then what exactly do you want? I agreed to the divorce, but you went back on your word and insisted on going to court to file a lawsuit. Fu Guoping had a dark face and a cold attitude. Lin Yuelian looked at him as if he were an enemy, and she did not have a good attitude either. I want half of your property. Hearing half of the property, the Fu family members were all furious. Fu Guoping was the first to fly into a rage. I knew it, after all. It's all about money. Ping, did you see that? It's a pity that you were soft-hearted before and wanted to give her alimony. Look, you can't satisfy her at all. Lu Chunhua was so anxious that she was about to cry. Fu Xiangting was also so angry that she screamed. You sound so wronged. You have paid so many noble deeds, but it's all for money, right? Lin Yuelian was too lazy to explain. What she wanted was not money, but everything she had paid in the Fu family. But all these were abstract things and difficult to get back, while money was concrete and was what the Fu family cared about the most. To take half of Fu Guoping's property would be to take the lives of the Fu family. It would be better to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part.
Crazy.
You're asking for too much. Half of the property is absolutely impossible. Lu Chunhua shouted loudly and didn't want to confront Lin Yuelian anymore. Brother, please be fair and give me some advice. I figured out the whole story. It's reasonable for Alien to ask for half of Aping's property. Uncle Fu said righteously.
What?
Several people from the Fu family said almost in unison. Lu Chunhua interrupted and said, How is it reasonable? Brother, you have been favoring Lin Yuelian all these years. It seems that your justice is not fair. Aping, let's go. There's no need to waste our breath with them. Chunhua, what do you mean? When something goes wrong in the family, isn't it the eldest brother who comes forward to administer justice? If you don't acknowledge your eldest brother now, do you want to go against the family? When did I want to go against the family? I just think it's unfair. Lu Chunhua howled like a mad dog. Unfair? How dare you say that? Just when the Fu family ancestral hall was in a commotion, someone broke in. The man was wearing a navy blue Zhongshan suit, his hair was gray, and he wore a pair of black framed glasses, looking very scholarly.
Yang. Yang?
Fu Guoping couldn't believe it. Yang Lining is a leading figure in the scientific community. Although he has retired, he still has a lot of say. Could it be that his qualification as vice president was revoked by Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang, aren't you recuperating abroad? Fu Guoping trembled and stepped forward to greet him respectfully. But Yang Lining didn't even look at him, but walked straight behind Lin Yuelian. Alien didn't do anything. I reported you to the school. Fu Guoping, if you don't divorce a Lien amicably, then I don't mind using some other means to make your affair known to the whole city and ruin your reputation. The Fu family looked at each other in horror. They didn't know who the visitor was, but from Fu Guoping's attitude, they could tell that he should be a person with a lot of say. They didn't expect that Lin Yuelian's parents had been dead for so many years, and her adoptive father had also been dead for many years, but there were still people willing to stand up and support her. Isn't it said that when people leave, the tea gets cold? This is not the case. A group of people were silent. Lu Chunhua and Fu Xiangting, mother and daughter, who had been extremely arrogant just now, were now as well behaved as two quails. Fu Xiangting bit her lip and pulled Fu Guoping's sleeve. Brother, what should we do now? Fu Guoping was at a loss. What else could he do? The principal had warned him that he had offended a big shot, and that the big shot could easily make him lose his job. If this person was Yang Lining, then he would be killed indeed. Mr. Yang, this is my Fu family's family affair. Even if you are prestigious and famous, you can't just interfere in other people's affairs, right? Although Fu Guoping was afraid of Yang Lining, as a professor, he was still very proud. Upon hearing this, old Yang sneered and said in anger, "Alien is my goddaughter. Why can't I take care of her business? If she suffers a great injustice, I will not hesitate to report it to the higher authorities." The 4 words "report it to the higher authorities" scared everyone in the Fu family. If others said this, it would definitely be bragging and would be despised or even laughed at. But when these words came out of old Yang's mouth, the weight was naturally different. A group of fearful relatives became anxious at this moment, worried that Fu Guoping would offend Yang Lining and implicate the entire Fu family. Aping, Alien has indeed worked hard and been uncomplaining over the years. You should be a man of integrity and part ways with Alien in a good way. Don't tear your face and embarrass everyone. Yes, Alien only wants half of the family property, not all of it. Her half is what she deserves. Hurry up and express your attitude. The clan members urged Fu Guoping. In fact, the clan leader, Uncle Fu, was not afraid of trouble at all. The reason why he did not say anything was because he acquiesced to Yang Lining's approach. He cherished Lin Yuelian and did not want her to suffer from the bottom of his heart. Faced with the pressure from the clan members, Fu Guoping and his party showed an expression of eating. But no one could solve the current deadlock. Fu Guoping really had no choice, clenched his fists and looked at Lin Yuelian. "I can give you half of the property, but you have to promise not to let me lose my job." This is his bottom line. If he loses his job, he will be completely finished. Lin Yuelian thought about it. Anyway, he lost his qualification for the rating of vice president, which was also a punishment for him. "As long as you are willing to divorce and let me take the part that belongs to me, I promise not to go to the school to make trouble." Fu Guoping was worried and turned his gaze to Yang Lining. "Mr. Yang, what about you?" "I will listen to Alien."
Yang promiset.
Fu Guoping bit his back teeth, and after struggling for a while, he seemed to let it go. "Okay. I sign and divorce." "Aping, you can't. How can you agree to give her half of the property?" "Who the Hades is Lin Yuelian?" Lu Chunhua was almost mad. Fu Xiangting was also furious. She couldn't get her eldest brother's money openly, but if she plundered him from time to time, the amount was still considerable. Giving away half of the property would be equivalent to giving away the share that originally belonged to her. Fu Guoping weighed it in his mind. Money can be earned again, but if he lost his job and reputation, then he would really have nothing. He looked at Lin Yuelian with anger. "Are you satisfied?" Lin Yuelian sneered. "It just so happens that there are so many relatives of the Fu family and Uncle Yang is here, they can just be witnesses." After that, she took out a folder from the big bag she carried with her. The folder was opened, and she pulled out the signature pen on it. "Sign it." Fu Guoping didn't expect that Lin Yuelian had actually drafted a divorce agreement. After taking the folder and taking a look, he found that the content of the agreement was very simple, unlike the many rules and regulations he proposed. There was only one rule, which was to take half of his property, including movable and immovable properties. "You are really scheming. I used to think you were kind-hearted." Fu Guoping snatched the pen fiercely and signed the document unwillingly. After signing, he slammed the document heavily on Lin Yuelian. "Let's go." Seeing that he really signed, Lu Chunhua in the wheelchair couldn't catch her breath and fainted. "Grandma." Liang Tian patted the old lady on the shoulder. "Grandma fainted." Fu Jia hurriedly pushed the wheelchair. Fu Guoping strode after her. "Why don't you send her to the hospital?" Before leaving, he glared at Lin Yuelian as if he was looking at an enemy, as if to say, "We LLC." Lin Yuelian shook her head helplessly. She had served Lu Chunhua for 10 years and was very familiar with the old lady's physical condition. Except for her disabled legs, other parts of her body were even better than hers. She had long-term lumbar muscle strain and rheumatism. The old lady could eat and sleep well, and she didn't even catch a cold a few times a year. When she scolded people, she was so strong that she didn't know how strong her breath was. Soon Lin Yuelian also signed the document. With this divorce agreement, after a month of divorce cooling-off period, she and Fu Guoping could go directly to get the divorce certificate. "Alien, the future is high and the sea is wide. You are free. Uncle Fu came over, his eyes full of concern. Are you planning for your future life? If not, he, as an uncle, will definitely help. Lin Yuelian smiled. I will work to make money while looking for Lele. I believe he is still alive, and I will keep looking for him until I die. Hearing this, the Fu family members all lowered their heads tacitly. Uncle Fu nodded with emotion. Yes, we will find it. Okay, Lian, let's go. Your aunt has set up a family dinner at home to celebrate for you. Don't let her wait too long. Old Yang said. Lin Yuelian nodded. When she left, she looked back at the Fu family's ancestral hall, feeling deeply moved. Once upon a time, she always thought that this was her final resting place after death.
Goodbye.
She whispered, turned around, and left without hesitation. Looking at her departing back, Uncle Fu shook his head and sighed. A Ping will definitely regret it. At the First People's Hospital, Yi Junjun learned that the old lady was sent to the emergency room, so she took a taxi and rushed over in a hurry. The doctor said that the old lady was in temporary shock caused by emotional excitement. If you are still worried, you can do another comprehensive physical examination. After Lu Chunhua woke up, she made a big fuss and accused Fu Guoping of not signing that signature. Fu Guoping was so annoyed that he ran to the stairwell to smoke. Yi Junjun followed him. Brother Ping, are you really willing to give half of your property to your sister? Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's a bad thing to do. I just think it's unfair. You have a whole family to support and she is alone. Why do you need so much money? Fu Guoping frowned and walked to the windowsill to put out the cigarette ace. After learning that Yi Junjun was pregnant, he planned to quit smoking. But Lin Yuelian has been restless recently, which made him upset. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. Lin Yuelian promised not to mess with me after taking the money. I have a job and I can still have money in the future.
Fu Guoping explained patiently.
Yi Junjun felt very aggrieved. I know. What I understand is that the duplex villa is gone, and my 2 children and I will have to squeeze into that small apartment in the future. I heard from Mom that you're going to give that collective housing to my sister too? Then where will my younger sister-in-law live? The apartment is small. It certainly can't accommodate so many people. Yi Junjun kept muttering. For the first time, Fu Guoping felt that she was nagging. Why was she the same as Lin Yuelian? He hated nagging the most. Let's talk about the future later. Isn't there a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce? After saying this, he ignored Yi Junjun, opened the door of the emergency passage, and left. Yi Junjun was thrown in the stairwell, with resentment in her heart. She sacrificed 10 years of her youth, not to accompany an old man to suffer. After a whole day of tossing and turning, Fu Guoping coaxed Lu Chunhua back to the nursing home at night. Back in the family compound of the collective housing, everything was still the same, but it seemed different. Anyway, the cooling-off period will last for another month. During this period, Lin Yuelian has no place to live and no money. She will definitely suffer. Fu Xiongting followed into the house, threw her bag on the sofa, and hung her coat on the back of the chair. Maybe she will regret it soon, and then she will come to me crying, and you will say that I can't divorce her. Of course. Although Fu Guoping was angry, he was still very confident. Lin Yuelian had been a housewife for 30 years and had long lost the ability to survive outside. Did she really think that as an ignorant woman who knew nothing and was used to the life of a rich lady, could she really endure the hardships outside? Just wait and see. She will definitely come back during this 1-month cooling-off period. Fu Guoping tugged at his collar. Xiongting, help me wash my coat later. When Fu Xiongting heard that she was going to be ordered to work, she immediately became unhappy. Isn't there a washing machine? I can't wash my clothes by hand. Fu Guoping hadn't finished speaking. Fu Xiongting walked back to the front door. I have an appointment with someone in the evening. You find a new sister-in-law and let her wash it. After that, she put on her shoes and ran out the door, running away so fast that no one knew how fast she was. Fu Guoping was very depressed. His sister was lazy and like a borer. What a big trouble. As he walked towards the bathroom, Fu Guoping went to the bedroom to get clothes. He found that the clothes and socks he had changed several days ago had not been washed and had become smelly. He walked around the house again and found that the coffee table was full of melon seed shells. The fruit peels in the trash can had long been stinking, and many flies were flying around. Alien, the house is so dirty and messy. Don't you know how to clean it? Fu Guoping said almost subconsciously. After no one responded, he suddenly realized that he and Lin Yuelian had signed a divorce agreement. He packed a few clothes in boredom, carrying a suitcase, and planned to move to a small apartment with Yi Yunyun. This house will be left to his sister to build for the time being. He doesn't want to care about what it looks like anyway. Either Lin Yuelian changes her mind and comes back to clean up the house, or Lin Yuelian is determined to divorce and then sell this house, just in time to drive out her lazy sister. The Fu family is a mess, but the Lin family is a new look. In addition to Wang Ju, the best friend, several of Lin Yuelian's former friends also came. Several women cleaned the house and placed various potted plants on the balcony. The old furniture was covered with tablecloths and small flower pots, which immediately gave it a retro and petty bourgeois feel. There's no wine at home, I'll go out and buy some. After cleaning up, Lin Yuelian said to her friends. Wang Ju stood up and wanted to go with her. Lin Yuelian waved her hand. You guys take a rest. There's a store at the entrance of the community. I'll go with you. It's just a short walk. Wang Ju couldn't sit still and insisted on going with Lin Yuelian. The two besties bought a few bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and were about to go back to the community with their things. When they passed by the sidewalk, they saw an old lady lying on the ground. People passed by one after another, but everyone was afraid to avoid her, and no one dared to stop and help the old lady up. Seeing this, Lin Yuelian frowned and almost subconsciously raised her steps to help the old lady. But Wang Ju grabbed her and said, "What are you doing? Don't be so kind, or you'll get blackmailed." Lin Yuelian has seen a lot of such social news, where kind-hearted people helped an old man who fell on the roadside, but were blackmailed by the old man's family. It is precisely because of many such negative examples that people are becoming more and more indifferent and dare not do good deeds. What if she really fell down instead of blackmailing? Are we going to watch her die without helping her? Lin Yuelian was not afraid of being blackmailed, but was really afraid that something might happen to the old man. Well, you record the whole process for me and find 2 passers-by to help me as witnesses. Lin Yuelian persuaded Wang Ju to agree to let her rescue people. Wang Ju was recording the whole process, and Lin Yuelian didn't care whether the camera was filming her. She walked to the old lady in 2 steps and helped her sit up. "Annie, how do you feel? Do you need to call 120? The old lady slowly opened her eyes and didn't react for a while. A passerby was still worried. "Call the police? Be careful of being blackmailed." The old man took a break and then remembered. He had hypoglycemia. Just now, because he saw the green light was about to turn red, he was too anxious. He walked faster, and his hypoglycemia happened, and he fainted. "You saved me." The old man helped Lin Yuelian. Thank you so much." In this era, who dares to save an old man who falls outside? Even the old man herself knows that if she falls, no one will dare to help her. So her son and grandson would not let her go out alone. But she was really tired of staying at home, so she wanted to go out for a walk, but she didn't want to be followed by a group of bodyguards like a prisoner, so she ran out secretly. Unexpectedly, she fell unconscious after walking for about 10 minutes from home. "Little sister, can you leave your contact information? I will let my son thank you later," the old man asked. Wang Ju hurried forward, holding the phone against the old lady's face. "Alien, don't give it to her." "Okay, the old lady has woken up. We should go home. Don't bother with other trivial matters. I'll call the police first, and we'll leave when the police come." "Why call the police? It's too troublesome? The police will find us to take statements later." Wang Ju is not a good person like Lin Yuelian. She grabbed Lin Yuelian's hand and took her away. "You have already shown kindness, so don't cause trouble for yourself." Lin Yuelian nodded. "I won't do it next time." "There will be a next time?" Wang Ju couldn't help but raise her voice. Lin Yuelian smiled and said nothing. Wang Ju actually knew that Alien was a very kind person. If it were the next time, she would definitely save people without hesitation. Alas, God is really unfair. Why is the marriage of such a good woman so bitter? Not long after the two left, several Rolls-Royces drove to the side of the road and parked in a row. Passers-by gathered around, staring at these luxury cars as if they had never seen the world before. After a while, a young man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the luxury car. He was wearing an expensive hand-tailored white suit, a slicked back hair, and a watch worth millions of dollars. When he got out of the car, every move he made was full of dignity. He was obviously a young man from a wealthy family. Grandma. Liu Yanzhou took big steps, followed by several bodyguards. Mrs. Liu was sitting on a stone pier on the curb to rest. She just took out a piece of imported chocolate from her pocket. After eating the chocolate, she felt a little stronger. Seeing her grandson bringing people over, she smiled shyly. I just wanted to go out for a walk by myself. Grandma, you have hypoglycemia. It's not safe to go out alone. I just received a reminder on my phone saying that you fell down. Liu Yanzhou gave Mrs. Liu a high-end watch. This watch can monitor the physical condition of the elderly. Once the elderly have physical problems, it will immediately send an alarm message to Liu Yanzhou. I was too hasty to cross the road just now. Mrs. Liu waved her hand. But it's okay now. Fortunately, I met a kind person. Xiao Zhou, help Grandma find who this person is. I want to thank him in person. Alien, you really have to remember in the future, don't help the elderly outside. After the friends' party, Wang Ju did not forget to remind her. Lin Yulian nodded and agreed. Okay, I know. But in her heart, she actually still hopes that the world will become better. After all, she just entered the 50-year-old mark this year and is already a middle-aged and elderly person. In the future, she will also grow old. She hopes that when she falls, people will not be afraid or indifferent, but will help her up enthusiastically. She knows that this is difficult. So when she is still young, she doesn't want to stand by and watch. Even if it is just doing a good deed, no matter how big or small it is accumulating virtue for oneself and making good connections. Wang Ju patted her shoulder. After sending her friends away, Lin Yuelian quickly cleaned up the house. After washing up, she opened the job recruitment software on her mobile phone and submitted several resumes based on her memory. Liang Tian had taught her once before, so she had an impression. Lin Yuelian originally just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect to receive an interview invitation 2 days later. We are Yinfeng Lu Group. Ms. Lin, your resume has been approved by us. Please report to the logistics department on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will have an interview. Okay. Thank you. Lin Yuelian was very excited. This is her first job in her life, and she didn't expect it to be so smooth. The next day, Lin Yuelian got up early and dressed herself up. Because the interview was in the logistics department, she didn't dress fancy but casual and comfortable and easy to work with. But she was born beautiful. Even though she had worked hard for half her life, her hands were rough and ugly, but her face and figure were very good. In addition, she put on light makeup. If you don't look at her hands, but only look at her appearance and temperament, you will think she is a rich lady who lives a life of luxury, wearing simple clothes to experience life incognito. Yunyan, wait a minute, I have a few interviews later. Let's talk after the interviews. Lu Ran, Yi Yunyan's college classmate, said in the office of the logistics director. When she picked up a stack of resumes, one of them fell out by chance. Yi Yunyan grabbed it and handed it to Lu Ran. When she saw the photo on the resume, Yi Yunyan was stunned. Lu Ran glanced at his good classmate. Why are you daydreaming? I know this person. Yi Junjun curled her lips. I have a grudge against her.
Ah?
No way? What a coincidence. Lu Ran was a little surprised. But he also felt strange. How come you have a grudge against this old lady? Lu Ran didn't know that Yi Yunyan was a mistress and interfered with other people's families. She always thought that Yi Yunyan had an unreliable boyfriend, had a child before marriage, and her boyfriend didn't want her and her child. Now she is a single mother. So over the years, Lu Ran has been helping Yi Yunyan. Yi Yunyan usually does some part-time jobs to earn some extra money. She has a good image, and Lu's company often has business activities that require etiquette ladies, various car models, and product models. Lu Ran will open a back door for Yi Yunyan so that Yi Yunyan can smoothly earn extra money. Okay, I know what to do. I'll just go through the motions with this aunt and pass her directly. Well, thank you.
Ye Union similet.
Lu Ran waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? I'm the child's godmother. There are more than 20 people in the interview waiting area. A group of people are chattering, just like in a vegetable market. Unlike them, Lin Yuelian sits quietly in the corner, like an orchid in the valley, with a faint, elegant temperament, which is out of tune with the group of people being interviewed. The people who come for the interview are between 45 and 55 years old, but even those who are 45 years old are not as pleasing to the eye as Lin Yuelian, who makes people's eyes light up. Who is that person? Does she think she is a rich lady? We are here to do odd jobs, but she is so energetic and pretentious. Isn't it? After a while, several people turned their attention to Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian did not fight or compete. She sat there with her eyes closed and rested, and no one provoked her. But beauty is the original sin, especially for women of her age, who are not fat and obese, and do not have wrinkles on their faces, which makes women of the same age very jealous. Hey, what does your husband do? Someone couldn't help but patted Lin Yuelian on the shoulder and asked curiously. Lin Yuelian opened her eyes and looked at the smiling person in front of her. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. I'm going through the divorce procedures. Lin Yuelian said lightly. Going through the divorce procedures? That's quite pitiful. The woman clicked her tongue and suddenly became confident. She came out to find a job because she couldn't sit still. Unlike the person in front of her, who lost her husband and had to work hard to support herself. Then how many children do you have? The woman continued to ask. Lin Yuelian didn't like others asking her too much about her privacy, especially about the topic of children. She closed her eyes again. Everyone came for an interview and was a competitor. Besides, even if they became colleagues in the future, it would be a matter of getting along in the future. I didn't get enough rest last night, so I'll take a nap, she said lightly. The woman pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. Someone next to her pulled her. I guess her children are unfilial. You can see from her bitter face that not only is her marriage unhappy, but her children are also not good to her. Unlike me, I only have one daughter. When my daughter gave birth, her mother-in-law took care of the child. I had nothing to do. Now the retirement age has been delayed, my husband is working, and I am bored at home, so I came out to find something to do. Yes, my situation is similar to yours. We are all blessed people. Harsh voices kept coming and going in Lin Yuelian's ears. These people were very hostile to her, and basically they were targeting her. This was her first time looking for a job, and she had always gotten along well with others. So when she encountered this situation, she didn't get angry immediately, but waited and saw what would happen. Grandma, how many times have I told you? For things like delivering soup, you should let the servants do it, and you don't have to go there yourself. Alas, I can't sit still. Mrs. Lu was supported by Lu Yanzhou and had just come out of the president's special elevator. The old lady wanted to go to the bathroom temporarily, and the logistics department was not far from the bathroom. When Mrs. Lu came out after relieving herself, Lu Yanzhou came forward to support her. Have you found the person who saved me that day? Mrs. Lu walked slowly and asked her grandson. Lu Yanzhou nodded. Let the men check it out, and there will be results soon. Mrs. Lu didn't listen carefully because her attention was attracted by other places. She patted Lu Yanzhou on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou. Don't look for it. Don't look for it. Fate, it's really hard to find it, but it comes without any effort. Lu Yanzhou frowned strangely and looked in the direction of the old lady. The waiting room has a glass door, and there are more than 20 people in it. Lu Yanzhou saw a woman with her hair and wearing a navy blue skirt at a glance. Her temperament is not ordinary, and she feels a little out of place. Which one? He asked puzzledly. Mrs. Lu smiled and pointed. The most beautiful one. The one wearing navy blue clothes? Lu Yanzhou asked. Mrs. Lu nodded and raised her foot to walk towards the waiting room. But she was pulled by Lu Yanzhou. "Grandma, she is waiting for an interview. Let's not disturb her." "Interview?" The old lady frowned, thinking of something. She was just about to investigate her benefactor's family situation. "Isn't this a good opportunity? Go ask the HR department to get her resume. I want to take a look." "Okay, Grandma, then you go to my office and wait." Lu Yanzhou is the vice president of the company. Apart from his father Lu Yunfeng, he is the most powerful person in the company. A resume and a sentence were all sent to his office by the HR department within 5 minutes. The old lady was very excited and took out her reading glasses from her bag. It was just a resume, but it was like reading important intelligence. "Xiaozhou, come here quickly, come here quickly." "What's wrong, Grandma?" Lu Yanzhou was sitting next to her handling work. As soon as Grandma called him, he immediately stood up and walked over. Her name is Lin Yuelian, and the name matches her temperament very well. The old lady smiled and poked her finger at the marital status column. "Look here."
Divorced.
Lu Yanzhou read out the text very naturally. The old lady's eyes lit up. "Isn't that just right?" "What's just right?" Lu Yanzhou was confused. "Match her with your dad." The old lady almost jumped up with joy. Lu Yanzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. "Grandma, please stop matchmaking. Haven't you matched enough over the years? Dad is a bachelor, and there is no way he will get married. He is stubborn. After being hurt by such a heartless and ungrateful woman, does he have to give up love? Not all women in the world are bad. Then you can try, Grandma, but the final result will definitely be the same, a waste of effort." Lin Yuelian didn't know that on the 66th floor upstairs, the grandfather and granddaughter were talking about her. She waited for a while and finally got her interview. She knocked on the door, walked in, and just sat in front of the interviewer. The interviewer said with a cold face, "Sorry, you don't meet the employment standards of our department. You can go back." Lin Yuelian was stunned where she was. Although she had never worked before, she had never eaten pork. Hadn't she seen pigs run? How could an interviewer say she was not suitable without asking anything? Did he think she was not suitable after just one look? "Supervisor, you haven't asked me any questions yet. How do you know I am not suitable?" Lin Yuelian asked her doubts in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lu Ran had a preconceived idea. In fact, she was most optimistic about Lin Yuelian at the beginning. Although they were the logistics department, this time they were recruiting a dedicated cleaner for the president's office. Naturally, she wanted to choose someone with good looks for the president. But her good classmate Yi Junjun had explained it, so no matter how satisfied she was, she had to give her good classmate face. "I'm the supervisor. If I say she is not suitable, then she is not suitable. Do I need to explain to you?" Lu Ran had the attitude of a superior. Lin Yuelian felt that this was unreasonable. She just wanted a reasonable explanation. But the workplace environment is bad now, especially for someone like her who has no work experience. "Okay, I get it." After walking out of the interview room, Lin Yuelian met Yi Yunyun. She was very surprised. How could they meet here? Yi Yunyun was still wearing Chanel as before, dressed very luxuriously, like someone's spoiled little wife. "Sister, are you out looking for a job?" Yi Yunyun smiled with a fake smile, even a bit of sarcasm. Lin Yuelian didn't want to pay attention to her and was about to leave. But Yi Yunyun not only didn't give way, but also deliberately used her body to block her. "What's the hurry? You are very free now, and you don't have to rush back to serve your mother-in-law, let alone your son and daughter-in-law." Yi Junjun curled the corners of her mouth. "Tell me, we are all daughters-in-law of the Fu family. Why are our fates so different? You suffered in the Fu family, but I didn't. In the final analysis, it's because Brother Ping doesn't love you. If he loves you, then I wish you two a happy marriage and be tied together for life and death, and don't come out to harm others."
You.
Yi Junjun was so angry that her face turned red. Lin Yuelian didn't give her a good look. A good dog doesn't block the road. "Get out of the way. Why are you so arrogant? I tell you the truth, the supervisor who interviewed you just now is my good classmate, and you lost a job because of a word from me. What can you do to be arrogant to me?" Yi Junjun's features were distorted and her expression was ferocious. She could still pretend to be a little white rabbit in front of Fu Guoping, but without Fu Guoping, she didn't want to pretend at all. Like a monster, she revealed her terrifying true face. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. She was originally wondering why the supervisor eliminated her for a disagreement, but now she finally understood.
Click.
Before Lin Yuelian could react, Yi Junjun had already picked up her mobile phone and took a photo of Lin Yuelian. I'm going to send this pitiful look of yours to Brother Ping. You made him fail to be elected as the vice president. Now I'm making it impossible for you to find a job, which is also a way to vent Brother Ping's anger. Yi Junjun said proudly and immediately sent the photo to Fu Guoping. Fearing that Fu Guoping would miss the good show, she immediately dialed the phone. Hello? Brother Ping. Yi Junjun clamped her throat, and her voice sounded charming and moving. On the other end of the phone, the middle-aged man's voice was a little indifferent. I'm in class. Let's talk later. Before Yi Yunyun could say anything else, she heard the sound of the phone being hung up. Hello, Brother Ping? Yi Yunyun was furious. Fu Guoping actually hung up on her? It had never happened before. Lin Yuelian had no time to argue with Yi Yunyun and planned to find the complaint department of Yunfeng Group to complain about the supervisor who interviewed her today. Yi Yunyun's good mood was instantly ruined by Fu Guoping. She had nowhere to vent, so her eyes turned and fell on Lin Yuelian. He caught up with her and refused to give in. Sister, if you are willing to kneel down and beg me, I can consider letting my friend give you the job. It's just a cleaner. It's just a matter of my word. Really? You are so arrogant. Do you have the final say in Yunfeng Group? Just because you know a supervisor, you dare to be so arrogant? Lin Yuelian glared at Yi Yunyun. Yi Yunyun raised her eyebrows. Compared with you, I definitely have the capital to be arrogant. Ranran's department is recruiting people. I am Ranran's good friend, and you're just a small follower who came for an interview. If you have the ability, you can also get to know the supervisors of large companies, so you don't have to suffer here. Sister, reality is cruel. In this society of favoritism, it is impossible for you, an old lady with no power and influence, to enter a large company. In my opinion, the street cleaner is very suitable for you. Oh, by the way, I know someone. Do you need me to introduce you there? Yi Junjun looked like a villain who had succeeded. Just at this time, Lu Ran's cell phone rang, and he walked out of the interview room to answer the call. When he passed by Yi Junjun, he greeted her. Finding a quiet corner, Lu Ran picked up the phone. The call came from the vice president's office, so the first thing she did after answering the phone was respectful. Vice President, do you have any instructions? There is a person named Lin Yuelian in your department who is here for an interview today, right? In the vice president's office on the 66th floor, Lu Yanzhou held the phone and asked in person. Mrs. Lu next to him opened her big eyes. Lu Yanzhou turned on the hands-free mode of the phone. Lu Ran was a little surprised. Yes, there is such a person. What's her situation? Does she meet the department's employment standards? She has no work experience and has been rejected. Lu Ran said frankly, without feeling guilty. When she helped her good classmate reject Lin Yuelian, she had already thought of the reason for rejection. It was reasonable and logical, and even if the higher-ups asked about it, there was nothing wrong with it. Upon hearing that the company had rejected her benefactor, Mrs. Lu immediately waved to her grandson. Lu Yanzhou nodded and said in a serious voice, the president's office is still short of a secretary. Lin Yuelian is wanted by the president's office. You will personally bring someone to the president's office later. President. Secretary? Lu Ran thought she had heard wrong and stuttered subconsciously. Lu Yanzhou did not give her any extra replies and hung up the phone directly. As a boss, there is no need to explain too much to subordinates. If subordinates did not hear clearly or did not understand well, it means they are not capable. Although Lu Ran was confused, she still had to follow the deputy general manager's instructions. The first thing she did after hanging up the phone was to ask a deputy supervisor to help her interview the remaining people without caring about other interviewees. She came to Lin Yuelian, and her attitude changed 180 degrees. Ms. Lin, congratulations, you have been hired by our company. Do you have time now? I will take you to go through the entry procedures. Lu Ran's words confused Lin Yuelian. Not only Lin Yuelian but Yi Yunjun was also stunned. Ran, what's the matter? Didn't you agree to reject Lin Yuelian? Yi Yunjun tugged at her good classmate's arm. Lu Ran looked embarrassed and whispered, I will explain to you later. After saying that, he forced a smile towards Lin Yuelian. The reason why I rejected you just now is that you are not suitable for our logistics department. You have been hired by the president's office. President's office? Yi Junjun was incredulous, her eyes widened. She was hired by the president's office? Is she doing cleaning in the president's office?
No.
Lu Ran pulled the corner of his mouth. His voice was as light as a mosquito. Secretary.
What?
Yi Junjun couldn't believe her ears. She had only heard of big companies recruiting young and beautiful girls as secretaries, but she had never heard of any company that would hire an old woman over 50 as a secretary. Putting aside the age, the threshold for secretaries in big companies, at least a 985 or 211 degree, right? Even with a high school diploma like Lin Yuelian, can she be the secretary of the president of a listed company? Am I crazy? Or is Yunfeng Group crazy? Is it wrong? Yi Junjun said she didn't believe anything. Lu Ran smiled awkwardly. It can't be wrong. The vice president personally called and named her.
What?
Yi Junjun was shocked again. Lin Yuelian was also confused and felt that this matter was strange. She knew herself well and knew her own level. She was definitely not suitable for the position of secretary. Supervisor, there must be a misunderstanding here. Lin Yuelian said sincerely. Although she really needed a job, she had to do what she could. I don't know the specific situation. After you go to the president's office, explain it to Secretary Wang in person. Soon, Lu Ran led Lin Yuelian to the 66th floor. After informing the front desk of her purpose, Lin Yuelian was led into the president's office, and Lu Ran could only stop in front of the door. The 66th floor of Yunfeng Group, how many workers yearn for it? Including herself. She had long been determined that one day, she would become a member of the 66th floor. But she didn't expect that an ordinary ant would go in before her. Secretary Wang from the president's office personally received Lin Yuelian. After Secretary Wang revealed her identity, Lin Yuelian was shocked. Secretary Wang naturally got the instructions from Madame Lu and knew that the ordinary ant in front of him was the old lady's benefactor, so his attitude was respectful. Our president needs a personal secretary. The job content is actually very simple. Make a pot of tea for the president every morning. The president has lunch at the company. You need to book the restaurant and menu in advance. Other things such as preparing a lumbar pillow for the president in advance before the meeting. The president will go to the gym in the afternoon. You need to prepare sports equipment in advance and make barley tea. Secretary Wang patiently and clearly explained the job content. Ms. Lin, I think this job is very suitable for you. It is indeed suitable. Lin Yuelian listened very carefully and understood it very well. This job can be summarized as serving people. She is very good at serving people. She has served her husband for 30 years and her mother-in-law for 10 years. These jobs that Secretary Wang thinks are tedious, Lin Yuelian feels that they can do them easily. What about the salary? Lin Yuelian was a little tempted and couldn't help asking. She didn't have excessive demands for the salary. 3,000–4,000 yuan would be enough. She asked her best friend Wang Ju, who said that the salary of cleaners in Beijing ranges from 3,000 to 8,000 yuan. The specific salary must be negotiated with the company. What do you think of a monthly salary of 10K? Annual leave starts at 5 days, and as the number of years of work increases, the annual leave increases by 1 day for each additional year. In addition, the year-end bonus ranges from 3 to 9 months' salary, depending on your performance appraisal. Then the meal allowance is 1,000 yuan per month, the transportation allowance is 500 yuan, and the annual team building fund per person is 6K. The benefits that Secretary Wang mentioned are all in accordance with the standards of the president's office. In fact, according to Lin Yuelian's qualifications, she could not get these at all. Lin Yuelian is self-aware. If she hadn't walked into Yunfeng Group in person, she would have thought she had entered some kind of fraudulent company. How could she, A middle-aged woman over 50 years old still have such generous treatment in the workplace. If you have no objection, Ms. Lin, then let's go through the entry procedures today. I have no objection. Lin Yuelian felt uneasy. She never believed that good things like pie in the sky would fall on her. But she left the Fu family, and now she is penniless. If she doesn't find a job soon, she will have to borrow money from Wang Ju. She didn't want to trouble her best friend. After all, her best friend's situation was not good. It's embarrassing to say that she didn't save a penny after working in the Fu family for 30 years. Now she is short of money and only has a few thousand yuan left in her bank card. Fu Guoping gives her 5,000 yuan living expenses every month, and this money has to be used to serve her mother-in-law and run her and her husband's small family. It is really difficult to save money. However, there will be no more such tight days in the future. Spend the money you earn yourself and say goodbye to the hard days in the past. If you have no objection, then come with me. Secretary Wang seemed to have completed an important mission and felt relieved. I just wonder what the president would think of this middle-aged woman's secretary arranged by the old lady. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuelian received her work badge. Secretary Wang personally took her around the 88th floor. This is the basic scope of your work activities. Secretary Wang raised his hand and glanced at his watch. The president will be back from exercise soon. Go make barley tea, and then take the president's clothes to dry clean. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded, turned and walked towards the tea room. In the lobby on the first floor, Yi Junjun was sitting in the visitor area waiting. Seeing Lu Ran appear, he immediately stood up to greet her. Ran, what's going on? How did she become the president's secretary? I don't know either. The vice president asked me for her personally. Lu Ran often talked to Yi Junjun about the Yunfeng Group. From Lu Ran, Yi Junjun learned that the president of the Yunfeng Group just turned 50 this year. He has a 26-year-old son who is very talented at a young age. He studied abroad for more than 10 years and was parachuted into the position of vice president of the Yunfeng Group after returning to China. Lu Ran said that the prince was very handsome and the female employees in the company, including herself, had dreamed of becoming the young lady of the Lu family. You said that Lu Yenzhou personally asked Lin Yuelian, that old woman, to leave? Yi Junjun widened her eyes, as if she had heard a fairy tale. Lu Ran nodded. Yes. How could it be? Yi Junjun racked her brains, but couldn't figure out what Lin Yuelian had done to deserve such a place and get into Lu's company, and even into the president's office. She became the president's secretary. I underestimated her connections. Yi Yunyun gritted her teeth, remembering that Fu Guoping had mentioned to her that a leading figure in the Academy of Sciences was rehired. It was this person who prevented Fu Guoping from being elected as vice president. It was also this person who arranged Lin Yuelian to work in Lu Corporation, right? I heard that it was an old man in his 70s. I guess Lin Yuelian served the old man very well. Yi Yunyun's eyes were full of viciousness. Lu Ran was confused. What old man? Nothing. Yi Yunyun shook his head. Ran, let's get together next time. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Without waiting for Lu Ran to say, let's meet for dinner next time, Yi Junjun had already left Lu's company at a brisk pace, with smoke flying under her feet. Lu's company is not far from S University. If you take a taxi, it will take 10 minutes. Yi Junjun called an online taxi, and after arriving at S University, she went directly to Fu Guoping's office. Fu Guoping had just finished a class, and now he was sitting at his desk with a thermos cup to rest. He turned on his mobile phone and flipped through the photos sent by Yi Junjun. When he clicked on it and saw that it was a photo of Lin Yuelian, his brows immediately frowned. The Lin Yuelian in the photo was completely different from the one he usually saw. The Lin Yuelian he usually saw was dressed simply, unkempt, and looked like a typical yellow-faced woman. But the one in the photo was neatly dressed and well-dressed. Dressed up beautifully, just a little tidying up, it was eye-catching. Fu Guoping found that although Lin Yuelian was old, she still had the charm of a middle-aged woman. With this temperament, people who didn't know would think she was a rich lady from some family. Fu Guoping's mind was distracted, and his eyes fell on Lin Yuelian's curvy figure. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have not touched her for many years.
He didn't know how she felt now.
The more Fu Guoping thought about it, the more itchy he felt. At this moment, his cell phone on the desk rang. The sound was very loud, pulling him back from his distraction. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Fu Guoping picked up the phone. His voice was flat and slightly serious. "Hello? Mr. Fu, is this? I'm Xiao Zhang, a real estate agent at number 1 Washington. Your wife booked a house here last week and has paid the deposit. When will the subsequent balance be paid? I heard from your wife that she wants the full amount, right?" Before the real estate agent finished speaking, Fu Guoping was furious and stood up from his chair. "Deposit? How much did she pay?" 5% of the house price. The upper floor of our house is 5 million and the deposit is 250,000. 250,000? Fu Guoping was so angry that his hands were shaking. Yi Junjun didn't even inform him of such a big thing, and he didn't hear a word. "The deposit will be refunded first, and we won't buy the house for the time being," Fu Guoping said coldly, with a very tough attitude. The real estate agent on the other end of the phone was an old fox, smiling and saying, "The deposit cannot be refunded. It is an agreed deposit, not a reserve deposit. Our company and Madam Ling have signed a contract in black and white." Fu Guoping's heartbeat accelerated, and the blood rushed to the top of his head. He almost rolled his eyes and fainted. Coincidentally, Yi Junjun walked into the office at this time. "Brother Ping, my sister is really resourceful. She actually sneaked into Lu's. I don't know what benefits she gave to that old Yang to make him help her so much. Could it be that my sister has been cheating on you, Brother Ping, and has been having an affair with that old Yang?" Fu Guoping was still on the phone with the real estate agent. As soon as Yi Yunyan's voice broke in, he hung up the phone angrily. With a cold face, as if he wanted to kill someone, he walked up to Yi Yunyan. "You took the initiative to book the house at number 1 Washington?" Yi Yunyan was stunned for a moment. Her eyes widened. Instinctively nervous and afraid, she swallowed her saliva and stammered,
"Yes."
"Before, Brother Ping, you vowed that you would definitely buy that house. The real estate salesperson said that as long as I paid the deposit earlier, he would give us a 10% discount on the house. A 10% discount means 4.5 million, which is a full 500,000 less." Yi Yunyan's eyes were bright, as if she had gotten a great deal. Fu Guoping was so angry that he wanted to blood. The real estate market is not doing well now, and house prices will definitely fall. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yuelian and I are now in the cool-off period for our divorce. She has applied for the preservation of marital property. The real estate agent asked me to make up the subsequent payment as soon as possible, otherwise we will be considered in breach of contract. Yi Yunyan, who gave you the courage to act without consulting me? You are busy with work. I don't want to disturb you. When you are free, and I want to talk to you, I will divorce you. I haven't found a chance to tell you recently. Didn't find a chance? Fu Guoping was so angry that he put his hands on his waist, touched his head, and paced on the spot. He walked back and forth irritably, and finally raised his foot in anger and kicked the chair in front of him away. With a bang, Yi Yunyan was startled. The subsequent funds must be made up within 7 days, either in full or by borrowing money from the bank. Yi Yunyan, you are the one who caused such a big mess. You have to solve it yourself.
Fu Guoping roared ferociously.
Yi Junjun was so frightened that she didn't dare to talk back. Biting her lip, she lowered her head and apologized tearfully. "Brother Ping, I was wrong. I really didn't expect that my sister would want to divorce you. If it weren't for her, your marital property wouldn't be frozen. Are you blaming Lin Yuelian?" Fu Guoping couldn't believe his ears. Where did the well-behaved and sensible Yi Junjun go? Why did she become so hateful and scheming now? "I don't mean to blame my sister. I just think it's not my fault. After all, you agreed to buy the house before." Yi Junjun felt very wronged. It was obviously Lin Yuelian who caused the trouble, but she had to bear the consequences herself. Fu Guoping rubbed his eyebrows, feeling annoyed. "Go and get the deposit back. Don't buy the house for the time being." Yi Junjun hesitated, wanting to say, "There's nothing I can do." But she didn't dare to offend Fu Guoping at this time, so she had to swallow all her dissatisfaction. Then I'll leave first, and you come back early in the evening. Fu Guoping turned his back and said nothing. He went back early? What for? Cooking? When Lin Yuelian was still in the Fu family, he was willing to go to Yi Yunyun's place and cook for Yi Yunyun. But now, for some reason, he remembered the kindness of Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian never let him enter the kitchen, saying that he was a university professor and could only have the air of books and should not be polluted by the smell of kitchen fumes. Whenever he was tired, he would come home and always have delicious meals, see a tidy house, and sleep on a clean and comfortable bed. But when he went to Yi Yunyun's small apartment, everything was completely the opposite. Yi Yunyun didn't like to clean up, and the small apartment was often filled with smoke, and he had to clean it up every time. Sometimes he had to serve the mother and son when he returned to the apartment after a day of classes. Fu Guoping became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. He flipped through his phone's address book, found Lin Yuelian's phone number, and called her for some reason. On the Yun phone group side, Lin Yuelian had already made the barley tea. She had her own secret for making barley tea. Fu Guoping was very picky, and after being rejected by him again and again, she finally made a barley tea that satisfied him. A cup of barley tea was placed in the president's office, and the fragrance instantly filled the air, and the whole room was filled with the smell of barley. After putting the tea, Lin Yuelian hid in a corner. Secretary Wang told her that after the president changed his clothes, she would go to the bathroom to take the clothes to dry clean. It can't be delayed too much because the president has misophobia and can't stand dirty clothes in the laundry basket all the time. Lin Yuelian listened to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. The room was silent. At this moment, the mobile phone in her pocket rang. Because there was no time to set it to silent mode, the ringtone was very loud at this moment. She made a ringtone, and the song was called Good Days. When the first sentence, "Today is a good day," rang, Lin Yuelian quickly hung up the phone. When she set her phone to silent mode, Fu Guoping called again. But this time there was no ringtone, but the phone screen was always on. Lin Yuelian lowered her head, hung up the phone, and sent a text message to Fu Guoping. "I'm at work, it's not convenient." There were more words to type, but before she could, she felt someone coming to her side. The figure of the man was tall and mighty, and because he had just taken a shower, his body was full of the fragrance of shower gel. He stood in front of Lin Yuelian, and there was an instant strong sense of oppression. The voice was very cold. "New here?" Lin Yuelian raised her head in panic and met the man's gaze. The man was wearing a navy blue bathrobe, his hair was half dried, and a few strands of hair fell down. His eyes were sharp, with a hidden edge. His bronze skin was very healthy, and there were some fine lines at the end of his eyes, but it did not affect his handsomeness at all. Instead, he had a naturally mature and steady temperament. Looking at his appearance, Lin Yuelian felt that he was in his 40s, quite young, not over 50 as Secretary Wang said. "Yes, I'm new here." Lin Yuelian nodded. "The president has finished washing, right? Then I'll go take the clothes to the dry cleaners." After that, she turned and walked towards the bathroom. Lu Yunfeng stood in place and raised his eyebrows. "New here, didn't your supervisor teach you the rules? You are only responsible for cleaning my office, and you are not allowed to touch anything else." "Can't touch?" Lin Yuelian frowned. "This is different from what Secretary Wang said."
Get out.
Lu Yunfeng had a stern face, and his voice was low and deep, which was very intimidating. Lin Yuelian was a little confused and wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, she left silently. Lu Yunfeng glanced coldly in the direction where Lin Yuelian left and strode towards the desk. After sitting in the boss's chair, he immediately called the president's office. "Secretary Wang, what's the matter? Isn't the cleaning time stipulated to be before 9 in the morning?" Secretary Wang was a little stunned. "Cleaning? President, I didn't see the cleaning staff go to the 88th floor. The entire president's office knows your rules. How could it be?" Having said this, she paused. "A newcomer is here today. President, you misunderstood. The person just now is not a cleaner, but a newly recruited, your personal secretary." Lu Yunfeng sneered. What's the situation? Everyone in the president's office is afraid of him, and no one dares to do anything wrong. The recruitment standards of the president's office are strictly in accordance with the regulations of the Human Resources Department. Recruiting a middle-aged woman as his personal secretary is not something that Human Resources would do. It was the old lady's order. Secretary Wang lowered her voice and said with a stiff upper lip. She was really in a dilemma. Her boss was Liu Yunfeng, but she had to listen to Liu Yunfeng's old mother. President, I dare not disobey the old lady's wishes.
Got it.
Liu Yunfeng said coldly and hung up the phone happily. He pulled the corners of his mouth and sneered. I don't know what means the woman used just now to let his mother open the back door, and the back door was opened directly in front of him. Liu Yunfeng had a very bad first impression of Lin Yuelian. He dialed another number, this time to old lady Liu. Hello?
Son.
The old lady's voice was smiling. Have you seen Lian? Liu Yunfeng said seriously. What's going on this time? Didn't I tell you that you almost got into an accident when crossing the road? I found your benefactor. Her? Liu Yunfeng frowned. Yes, it's her. She happened to be looking for a job, and I thought that your personal secretary job is not a technical job, and Lian has experience. It just so happens that she is short of a job, so I just want to repay her. After the old lady finished speaking, she immediately added, You are not allowed to fire her. Unless she wants to resign herself, let her work as long as she wants.
Got it.
Liu Yunfeng hung up the phone. Glancing at the barley tea beside him, he couldn't help but pick up the cup. He just smelled the refreshing tea aroma. After taking a sip, the fragrance lingered on the tip of his teeth, and the aftertaste was endless. It was much better than the tea made by the previous personal secretaries. He was a difficult person to serve, and he changed several personal secretaries a year. Some of them were fired by him, but many were because he was too strict. The young people couldn't stand his difficulties and resigned on their own initiative. Liu Yunfeng enjoyed the aroma of tea and raised his eyebrows. This tea tastes better and better. The person arranged by his mother is not too bad. After Lin Yuelian was kicked out of the president's office by Liu Yunfeng, she returned to her workstation to review. She was wondering if she had misheard something when Secretary Wang was explaining things. Before she could review it clearly, the landline at her workstation rang. She subconsciously picked up the phone.
Come into my office.
It was the voice of the man just now, low and thick. Her immediate boss, the president of Yunfeng Group, Liu Yunfeng. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Yuelian frowned and didn't have time to think about it. She stood up and quickly walked to the door of the president's office and knocked.
Come in.
A man's voice came from inside, still cold and heavy. This time Lin Yuelian was much more cautious and asked as soon as she walked in, What do you want, boss? Liu Yunfeng had already finished a large cup of barley tea. He stood up and pointed in the direction of the cloakroom. I'm going to attend a dinner party later. Please choose a set of clothes for me. What kind of dinner party is it? Lin Yuelian asked respectfully. Liu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows, as if to test her. It's a public welfare charity dinner, but with a little commercial attribute. He said it ambiguously. He folded his arms across his chest. It's a 3-month probation period. If you can't do the job well, you can resign on your own. Lin Yuelian raised her eyelids and met the man's provocative eyes. She instantly understood his intentions. It seems that the big boss is not very satisfied with herself. She is a strong-willed person. She knows that she is marrying up with a salary of 10,000 yuan and such good benefits. Don't worry, President. If I am really not suitable for this job, I will definitely resign on my own initiative. After saying that, he stopped talking, bowed to Liu Yunfeng, and walked towards the cloakroom. Lin Yuelian had only seen the CEO's cloakroom in those melodramatic idol dramas. TV dramas are still different from reality. The impact brought by reality is more direct. A long row of wardrobes, a full 10 meters long. There are wardrobes on both sides of the aisle and a glass storage compartment in the middle. Various famous watches, brooches, and bow ties are placed in the compartments, which are clearly visible. Looking at the clothes in the wardrobe again, there are hundreds of white shirts. Others such as suits, dresses, and all kinds of clothing are in full view. However, the colors of the clothes in the closet are very monotonous, either white, black, or gray. It is also normal for Lu Yunfeng to like this color at his age. Unlike Fu Guoping, who is old and dresses himself up like a colorful peacock every day, Lin Yuelian was distracted for a while and couldn't remember when Fu Guoping started to love dressing up. He likes to wear bright colors more and more, loves to style his hair, and even sprays perfume. Since the day Fu Guoping changed his dressing style, he has actually cheated, right? Haven't you chosen yet? I have limited time. Lu Yunfeng looked at Lin Yuelian's standing figure and urged dissatisfiedly. Lin Yuelian came back to her senses and immediately responded, "Very soon. Please wait a moment, President." After that, she quickened her pace and took a general look at the closet and storage compartments. Finally, she landed in front of a silver-gray suit, picked up the suit, and chose a navy blue shirt. "What do you think of this suit, President?" Lu Yunfeng pinched his chin. "You will know after trying it." He was not shy at all and started to put on his clothes in front of Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian was a little caught off guard and quickly turned her back. Lu Yunfeng sneered. He didn't expect that this woman was still so shy at her age.
Okay, tie.
A few minutes later, Lin Yuelian heard a cold voice behind her. She turned around and saw a calm and handsome middle-aged man standing in front of her. The navy blue shirt with a silver-gray suit made Lu Yunfeng elegant and energetic. The hand-tailored suit fits his body very well, showing off his good figure that he has trained for many years. The whole man is tall and burly, and the masculine hormones are bursting. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. At her age, she actually doesn't have much feeling for young handsome men. Compared with pretty boys, she still thinks uncles are more attractive. People like Lu Yunfeng, isn't he the perfect male protagonist in idol dramas? Pair it with this tie. Lin Yuelian turned around and took out a silver-white tie. When she handed it to Lu Yunfeng respectfully, Lu Yunfeng remained motionless. The newcomer is really unruly. "Do you want me to wear it myself?"
No.
Lin Yuelian was a little embarrassed. She had served Fu Guoping for 30 years and had only tied a tie for Fu Guoping, the only person of the opposite adult love she had ever helped. Facing a person of the opposite adult love whom she had only known for less than a day, even though this person was her boss and they were only in a superior-subordinate relationship. But the conservative Lin Yuelian still felt embarrassed.
"President."
"Please lower your head." Lu Yunfeng was 188 centimeters tall, while Lin Yuelian was only 166 centimeters tall, and she was wearing flat shoes today. Lu Yunfeng straightened his back. If he didn't lower his head, even if Lin Yuelian stood on tiptoe, she wouldn't be able to put the tie around his neck. In addition, the two of them were face to face, and the distance was too close. Lin Yuelian didn't dare to look Lu Yunfeng in the eye at all, and her eyes were always dodging. In comparison, Lu Yunfeng was as calm as a giant Buddha. With his status and position, he had seen too many women of all kinds, and which one was not better than Lin Yuelian? In his opinion, Lin Yuelian was someone he hired to take care of his life, and there was actually no difference between her and a servant at home. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste here with you." Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but urged again, with a bitter face. Lin Yuelian didn't care. Compared with Fu Guoping and Lu Chunhua, Lu Yunfeng was very easy to serve. The most important thing was that serving Fu Guoping and Lu Chunhua was voluntary labor, but serving Lu Yunfeng was paid. "Okay." Lin Yuelian turned her head. Her hands and feet were very dexterous. Lu Yunfeng glanced at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. Compared with the previous personal secretaries, the one in front of him was very handy. Not bad. Lu Yunfeng was a man who clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments. Although he was dissatisfied with Lin Yuelian for relying on her mother's relationship to repay favors and get into Lu's. But in terms of workability, she was indeed not bad, and she did a good job that satisfied him. "You don't have to go out with me today. I'll give you 2 days to adapt. If you don't understand, ask Secretary Wang. From the 3rd day, I will formally assess you." "Yes, I understand." Lin Yuelian nodded. After Lu Yunfeng left, she breathed a sigh of relief. The air was still filled with the scent of Lu Yunfeng. For some reason, She became nervous when she smelled it. After a while, she hurried to the bathroom to get her clothes. According to Secretary Wang's previous instructions, she took the clothes to the designated dry cleaners near the company. When Lin Yuelian was about to reach the dry cleaners, Fu Guoping happened to drive by. Seeing Lin Yuelian, he honked the horn without hesitation. "Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." Lin Yuelian heard the voice and looked up and saw the car on the side of the road at a glance. She rarely took Fu Guoping's car. First, the two of them were not going the same way. Fu Guoping went to school, and she went to the healthcare home. Second, public transportation is convenient now, and Fu Guoping doesn't think it's necessary to drive him there specially. And Lin Yuelian has long been accustomed to hardship over the years. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Yuelian remembered the call from Fu Guoping not long ago, thinking that he wanted to talk about divorce-related matters. After all, within the 30-day cooling-off period for divorce, if either party disagrees with a divorce, they can go to the Marriage Registration Authority to withdraw the divorce application. Lin Yuelian didn't want anything to go wrong with the divorce, so during this period, when Fu Guoping found her, she was still willing to communicate. "Can I find you if there's nothing wrong?" "Alian, we are still in the cooling-off period for divorce, and we are still husband and wife." Fu Guoping stared at Lin Yuelian with his eyes fixed. She only dressed up a little today, and she was completely different from before, and it could even be said that she was reborn. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." Fu Guoping retracted his gaze, pushed open the car door, and got out. Lin Yuelian reacted flatly. "No, I'm already there." Fu Guoping frowned. His eyes fell on the paper bag in her hand. Flipping through it, he saw that it was men's clothing, and he immediately got angry. "Who are you dry cleaning the clothes for?" He thought of what Yi Junjun said before, saying that Lin Yuelian might have had an affair with old Yang for a long time. Lin Yuelian was annoyed by his inquiring look. "Does it have anything to do with you?" "Don't delay my work." "Work?" Fu Guoping laughed. "I give you 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Aren't you satisfied being a full-time housewife at home? Why do you have to run out to suffer?" "I didn't understand before, but now I understand. You are lonely and empty, so you run out to hook up with men, right? If you want a man, you can tell me directly, and I will satisfy you." Lin Yuelian couldn't believe it. She didn't believe that a cultured university professor like Fu Guoping would say such ugly and dirty words. "I'm doing a serious job," Lin Yuelian growled. Fu Guoping was relentless and grabbed her arm, not letting her go. "A serious job? Washing clothes for other men is a serious job? Who knows how these clothes got dirty?" Lin Yuelian's eyes widened. "Fu Guoping, do you know what you were talking about?"
You are so dirty. I'm dirty.
"Let's be the same."
Fu Guoping snird.
Lin Yuelian didn't want to argue with him. She took a deep breath and quickly calmed herself down. "If it's not about divorce, please don't bother me. Remember the divorce agreement we signed in the Fu family ancestral hall. If you go back on your word, I will go to your university and let the whole university know about your infidelity." Okay. Fu Guoping was so angry that his chest hurt. "If you don't suffer a little outside, you won't realize how good I am to you. At your age, what else can you do? Okay, go ahead. You'll regret it later." "Don't worry, I never will." Lin Yuelian spoke righteously and firmly. Fu Guoping was frustrated and got back into the car angrily. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he saw her washing clothes for other men. Lin Yuelian could only serve him, a man. How could she serve others? That night, Fu Guoping returned to the apartment very late. When he walked into the apartment, he was annoyed by the messy scene inside. When he came to the restaurant, there was half-eaten takeaway on the table, just left there without being cleaned up. In the living room, Yi Junjun was talking on the phone with someone with the TV on as background music. Fu Jiaguang was sitting on the floor playing with Lego, and Lego bricks were everywhere. Dirty, messy, and bad. Fu Guoping couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he turned around and was about to leave. "Brother Ping, you're back. Have you eaten? Do you want me to order takeout for you?" Takeout. All you do is eat takeout all day. You're pregnant. Don't you know how to take care of yourself?" Fu Guoping could not help but roar. Yi Junjun pursed her lips, aggrieved. I am a pregnant woman and can't do heavy work. My mother is in poor health, and your mother has difficulty moving. Otherwise, you can find a nanny for me. Find a nanny? Where's the money?
Fu Guoping felt tired.
Why did he feel that every day was in chaos since the day Lin Yuelian filed for divorce? I will go back to the old house and let your mother come over later. I will pay her a salary. Okay. Yi Junjun smiled immediately. Fu Guoping was so tired that he opened the door and left, leaving in a hurry without looking back. At this time, on the other side, in order to celebrate Lin Yuelian's finding a job, Wang Ju suggested that they have a hot pot at home. Listening to Lin Yuelian's narration of her entire employment process, Wang Ju blinked frequently, just entered the president's office inexplicably, and became Lu Yunfeng's secretary?
Yeah.
Lin Yuelian nodded and raised the wine glass. There is a 3-month probation period. If you can't pass Lu Yunfeng's assessment, you'll have to find another job. How can you not pass? From what I heard about your job content, isn't it just serving people? You are good at this. Not necessarily. Lu Yunfeng is very picky. No matter how picky she is, can she be as picky as the old woman of the Fu family? Didn't you serve the old woman comfortably? That's right. Lin Yuelian smiled. Come on, let's go. I will do my best. After all, this is the first job in my life. I don't ask for a long time, but I just want to have a clear conscience. Speaking of which, Wang Ju sighed. Alien, do you regret it? If you went to college at that time and inherited your parents' mantle, maybe you would be a member of the Academy of Sciences now, eating public food, a stable job, and you would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Lin Yuelian fell into a long contemplation. Regret, of course I regret. But where is the regret medicine in life? Things in the past, even if you regret it to death, will not change anything. Live in the present. The present determines the future. I can't change anything in the past. You are right. Wang Ju picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Lin Yuelian. Me too. Live in the present. As long as my daughter is happy and my grandson grows up healthy, I will be satisfied. As for love and husband, go to Hades. I don't care. Next time the guy in your family loses money in gambling and abuses you, you call the police. A Jew, listen to me. At our age, it is most important to be good to ourselves. If you don't love yourself, no one will love you. Lin Yuelian advised earnestly.
Wang Ju did.
She listened to what she said, but she never had the courage to do it. Call the police and put her husband in jail? She didn't dare to think about whether she would be drowned by so much spit if relatives and neighbors knew about this. Bang! Just as the two were drinking and chatting happily, a noise came from the direction of the door. Who is it? Wang Ju was sitting outside and got up to open the door. No one was seen through the peephole. After a while, there was another noise at the door. Bang, 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 as if someone was knocking on the door. What's going on? Wang Ju became alert. Lin Yuelian put down her wine glass, stood up to look through the peephole, and found a stick to open the door. The sensor light came on, there was no one outside, and it was quiet. Lin Yuelian looked out and saw several notes posted on the door. She picked one off at random, and it read, "Get out of the family compound." At this time, someone in the large group of the family compounded her. Lin Yuelian, if you know what's good for you, get out of the family compound. If your dead parents and adoptive father knew what you look like now, they would definitely die with their eyes open. Lin Yuelian was confused. What happened? When Lin Yuelian was about to close the door, the neighbor opposite, Grandma Zhou, opened the door. Grandma Zhou lives alone and has an only son. She is abroad and only comes back once every few years. Lin Yuelian was worried that the old man had no one to take care of her in her daily life, so she would come to visit every now and then and buy some firewood, rice, oil, and salt for Grandma Zhou. Therefore, the relationship between the two is very good, and Grandma Zhou even treats Lin Yuelian as half a daughter. Alien, you are finally back. I've been waiting for you for a whole day. Mrs. Zhou opened the door and walked forward. Lin Yuelian looked puzzled. Auntie Zhou, what happened? Mrs. Zhou took her hand. Let's go in and talk. After the old lady entered the house, Lin Yuelian hurriedly poured water. Mrs. Zhou was standing and didn't even have time to sit down. Someone posted anonymously in the Academy of Sciences, saying that you seduced a big shot in the academy. Although no name was mentioned, everyone knew it was Lao Yang. Lao Yang's students were very angry, so they reported the matter to the family compound. Now everyone in the family compound is indignant about you and wants to drive you away. Are you sick? Who spread this rumor? Wang Ju was almost mad to death. She glanced at Lin Yuelian. Could it be that the dogs of the Fu family did it? Lin Yuelian didn't say anything, but she agreed with Wang Ju's statement in her heart. It was the Fu family, or it could be Junjun. Mrs. Zhou sighed. 3 people make a tiger, and a lot of gossip can melt gold. Lao Yang was so angry about this that he was hospitalized.
What?
Lin Yuelian exclaimed suddenly. It didn't matter what this group of people said about her. But if it involved Uncle Yang, then she really couldn't escape the blame and felt guilty. Granny Zhou took Lin Yuelian's hand again. Her hands were old, but very strong. Alien, why don't you move to my son's house first? You can't stay in the family compound. If they dare to smash your door today, they will dare to throw paint next time. So arrogant? Aren't you afraid that we will call the police?
Vang skria med angreli.
Granny Zhou shook her head. This is the family compound of the Academy of Sciences. Call the police. Children, do you think they dare to intervene? Yes, this kind of thing is not illegal, it's just a criticism or two. Although many people in the family compound have retired, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and they still have influence in the industry. Unlike Lin Yuelian, the people she can rely on have passed away. It's my fault that I have implicated Uncle Yang. Aunt Zhou, I will move out as soon as possible, but I will not move to your son's place. I will find a house to live in by myself. Lin Yuelian compromised. It's not that she was afraid or cowardly. It's that she didn't want the impact of this incident to expand further and bring unnecessary trouble to Uncle Yang. She is like this. If the matter only concerns herself, she will be fearless. Once it involves the people she cares about, she will be hesitant and restrained. Wang Ju saw her compromise and was very dissatisfied. Why do you move out? They just spread rumors and you have to admit defeat? Lin Yuelian smiled. Uncle Yang has just returned to the country, and the country needs him. I don't want his reputation to be tarnished in his later years. I will move out first, and then find a way to find someone to find out who the rumormonger is, and then clarify it, and give Uncle Yang justice. Alien, you always consider others, but what about your own justice? Who will ask for it for you? Wang Ju's nose was a little sour. Alien was already pitiful enough. She was betrayed in middle age, homeless, and had to suffer unfounded rumors and slander. Giving justice to Uncle Yang is giving justice to myself, isn't it? Lin Yuelian said lightly. But Wang Ju shook her head. No, those people spread rumors about you, and you have to hide. You have a home but can't go back. It's okay, I'll go out and rent a house for the time being, and after everything is clarified, won't I be able to come back?
Lin Yuelian comforted Wang Yu.
Obviously, she was the victim and needed comfort the most. But at this time, it was the other way around. She took care of her bestie's emotions. Granny Zhou's eyes were flashing with tears. Looking at Lin Yuelian, who was so calm and composed, and who thought about others even when she was wronged, she liked her from the bottom of her heart. Who wouldn't want to adopt such a good child as a daughter? She believed that old Yang had the same idea. Well, it's getting late. Go to bed early. Alien, come to my house tonight. In the middle of the night, just as Grandma Zhou said, someone came to Lin Yuelian's door and banged on it. Someone also wrote big words like shameless and get out with red paint in the middle of the night. When Lin Yuelian opened the door the next morning and saw her own house opposite, she was shocked. The bright red paint looked like it was written in blood, which was shocking. Oh, this group of people, how can they be so radical? Grandma Zhou slapped her thigh. There is no surveillance in the corridor of the old community, so there is no way to know who did it. It must be done by someone in the family compound. If the police are called, it will inevitably alarm the entire family compound. Lin Yuelian didn't say anything, but took out her mobile phone to take pictures as evidence. Aunt Zhou, it seems that I really have to move out as soon as possible. I will look for a house today.
Poor child.
Grandma Zhou wanted to help, but she was powerless. She was in her 70s, and there was really no way she could go out to accompany Lin Yuelian to find a house. Lin Yuelian smiled and hugged the old lady. It's okay. They are all small problems. She was betrayed by her husband, and the child he had with his mistress is already that big. She never shed tears when encountering such a big thing. What's more, it's just a small setback in front of her. Lin Yuelian recalled her life. She became an orphan in her early years. Her son disappeared when she was young, and she was bullied by her mother-in-law in her middle age. Over the years, she has already trained a strong heart and will not be defeated so easily. Because she had to find a house, Lin Yuelian had to ask for leave on the second day after joining Yunfeng Group. When she called Secretary Wang was polite. If you have something urgent, then go to yours first. Is it convenient for me to ask what the urgent matter is? I'm looking for a house, and I'm in a hurry to move. Lin Yuelian told the truth. Secretary Wang didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up the phone, he immediately reported the news to Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu was having dinner at this moment, with her son and grandson sitting in front of her. She raised her eyes, and her eyes fell on her son Liu Yunfeng. Yunfeng, I remember you have a large flat near the group, right? While eating, Liu Yunfeng swiped his tablet to check the stock market. He didn't care much and responded casually, yes. Give me the key, I want to go over and take a look. Liu Yunfeng raised his head, a little suspicious, but didn't ask much. The key is with the housekeeper. You can go directly to get it. Okay. The old lady nodded. Do you usually live there?
Liu Yunfeng thought about it.
He went there at most a few times a year. Every time he went, it was because he worked overtime until very late, or he had no time to adjust to the jet lag after getting off the plane, and he had to go to the company the next day.
I hardly go, he said lightly.
The old lady nodded. She had already made a plan. The house is empty anyway, and since the benefactor is looking for a house, it is better to let her live in the large flat. Xiao Zhou, you will accompany me somewhere later. The old lady's eyes turned and fell on her grandson Liu Yanzhou. Liu Yanzhou nodded without asking what the old lady wanted him to do. In fact, Liu Yanzhou was not Liu Yunfeng's biological son. In the 1990s, there was a wave of layoffs in state-owned enterprises. The old lady and the deceased Mr. Liu were both working, but they were eventually forced to be laid off. Liu Yunfeng had a girlfriend, and they were both at the stage of discussing marriage. Because both of them lost their jobs, the woman regretted it. Later, the woman married a businessman and went abroad with her husband. Liu Yunfeng only had this one relationship, and it was this relationship that made him completely lose his vision of love. In addition, both his parents were unemployed, and the family was stretched to the limit at the time. Liu Yunfeng was a college student with a good mind and a smart person. Later, he also went into business. After making his first pot of gold, he returned to China to engage in the internet. The internet has been the trend of the past few decades. Liu Yunfeng rode the huge wave of the times and soon made it to the rich list on. Now he is even more successful and has become a business magnate. But in those years, he devoted himself to his career and refused to get married. The old lady had no choice but to adopt a boy. She didn't have much hope for the boy. She didn't expect him to inherit Liu Yunfeng's legacy. She just hoped that when Liu Yunfeng got old, there would be a child to take care of him. However, what surprised both the old lady and Liu Yunfeng was that the adopted child was very smart and very filial. Sometimes the old lady thought how great it would be if this child was his own child. But now they have let it go. It doesn't matter whether they are biological or not. People's feelings are cultivated, and the grace of raising is greater than the grace of giving birth. If the biological child is not filial, then it is better to be a filial adopted son. Liu Yanzhou didn't actually know that he was the adopted son of the Liu family. Not long after he came to the Liu family, he fell seriously ill and had a high fever and forgot everything before. In Liu Yanzhou's memory, things before the age of 6 were very vague, equivalent to not remembering them. All his memories were after the age of 6. On the other side, Lin Yuelian bought 2 buns for breakfast. She came to the 21st Century Real Estate Agency and looked at several houses. In Beijing, where every inch of land is valuable, a 10 square meter single room costs 1,500 yuan. If it is in a better location within the Third Ring Road, it will cost more than 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Ours is a deposit of 1.5 months in advance. If the monthly rent is 2,000 yuan, then you have to pay 8,000 yuan first. In addition, our agency charges 1 month's rent as an agency fee, which means you have to pay 10,000 yuan first. Hearing the agent's words, Lin Yuelian felt a headache instantly. She only had a few thousand yuan left in her bank card, and she definitely couldn't afford the deposit and agency fee. In addition, she had to eat and travel to and from work. The salary would not be paid until the 10th of next month. She calculated, but it was not enough. Brother, is there a house that costs a few hundred yuan a month? It would be best if it is less than 500 yuan. Lin Yuelian asked sincerely. The real estate agent's face changed instantly when he heard it. He looked at Lin Yuelian and felt that although she was a middle-aged woman, she had a good temperament and did not look like a poor person. Sister, are you kidding me? Where can you find a house for 500 yuan in Beijing now? The basement is more than this price. There are houses at this price, but the agent is unwilling to make that few hundred yuan. So you have to find cheap houses yourself, and the agent will definitely not introduce them. Brother, I have difficulties. Lin Yuelian looked embarrassed. The agent immediately lost his patience. Who doesn't have difficulties these days? I don't have any cheap ones here, at least 1,000 yuan to start. He likes to introduce houses to young people, and he doesn't like to introduce them to ants. These ants ask for a low price and are troublesome, which is quite annoying. Originally, the agent planned to pour Lin Yuelian a glass of water. As they chatted, he didn't even plan to pour the water and started to drive people away. Bah, I'm not doing charity. The agent complained unhappily. Lin Yuelian stood outside the real estate agency, looking at the busy streets. At worst, she could sleep in the park or the public toilet. Difficulties are temporary. Just overcome them. Just when Lin Yuelian made plans and was about to leave, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped by the roadside. Someone in the passenger seat rolled down the window and waved at her. Auntie Lin, get in the car. Lin Yuelian heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. A handsome face was so wantonly facing the sun. There was confidence between his eyebrows and elegance in his every move. For some reason, Lin Yuelian only took a look at this young man and was full of affection for him. She walked over subconsciously and asked curiously, "Do we know each other? You saved my grandma, remember? At the intersection of Xingxing Street a few days ago." Lin Yuelian thought for a while. "That's right. I'm her grandson." Lu Yanzhou said, "Open the door," and got out of the car. He opened the back door of the car very gentlemanly. "Aunt Lin, you are looking for a house, right? My grandma said she has a house. My budget is 500 yuan per month." Lin Yuelian said honestly, "It's too low, so I won't bother you. 500 yuan is 500 yuan. You saved my grandma, so let's just say it's her way of repaying you." Lu Yanzhou raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Let us go and have a look first. If I don't take you with me, my grandma will blame me." For some reason, Lin Yuelian couldn't refuse the request of the young man in front of her from the bottom of her heart. She nodded inexplicably and got into the luxury car. This car was more comfortable to sit in than Fu Guoping's car. Lu Yanzhou sat in the co-pilot seat, turned around and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Lu Yanzhou. Aunt Lin can call me Xiaozhou." "Hello, Xiaozhou." Lin Yuelian thought it was a coincidence. Lu Yanfeng also had the surname Lu. Recently, she had met 2 people with the surname Lu. But Secretary Wang also had the surname Wang, the same surname as Aju. So she didn't think much about it, let alone that Lu Yanzhou was Lu Yunfeng's son. The luxury car worth more than 2 million is very comfortable to sit in. This is also the first time that Lin Yuelian enjoys someone opening the car door for her in a gentlemanly manner. She has never felt this kind of treatment before at Fu Guoping's place. "We're here." Lu Yanzhou invited Lin Yuelian to get out of the car. When Lin Yuelian was in the car, she noticed the magnificent building. With a monthly rent of 500, there is no doubt that she can't afford to live here. Liu Yanzhou knew what she was thinking and smiled and extended his hand to invite her. "Auntie, if you want to refuse, please refuse to my grandmother in person." "Okay," Lin Yuelian responded, not wanting to embarrass the young people. The building is so high-end that the elevator has a special recognition system, and outsiders can't get up at all. There is only one family on each floor, and if you order takeout, there will be a robot to deliver the food. Each family also has a special butler. It was the first time for Lin Yuelian to enter such a high-end apartment, and she was a little at a loss the whole time. The monthly rent here is probably more than tens of thousands a month, right? Arriving at the 20th floor, looking back and looking down, it is the prosperous CBD of Beijing. "Alien, do you still remember me?" The old lady waited for a long time, and when she saw Lin Yuelian, she greeted with a smile. Lin Yuelian certainly remembered. At that time, the old man asked her for her contact information, saying that he wanted to repay her later. But what she didn't expect was that the old man's family would be so rich. To be able to live in such a high-end building, the family must have at least a few million, right? "I heard that you are renting a house. It just so happens that I have an empty house here." Mrs. Liu was very enthusiastic and took Lin Yuelian's hand to enter the door. Lin Yuelian was amazed by the large flat in front of her. A living room is hundreds of square meters, with a large floor-to-ceiling window. Standing at the gate, you can see the high-rise buildings outside the window. The decoration of the large flat is a very business gray series, simple, but not out of style. Looking at the decoration style, it seems to be designed according to the preferences of the male owner, and it is definitely not like the preferences of the old lady in front of her. "It's my son's house. He doesn't live here usually, but lives with me. It's a waste to leave the house empty anyway, so it's better to leave it to someone in need." The old lady smiled. Lin Yuelian frowned. "Your son's house? That won't work. I can't bother you even more. My son doesn't live here. How can he bother you?" The old lady tried to persuade Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian insisted. "If I move in later, your daughter-in-law will misunderstand. I can't take advantage of this, and I can't accept your favor unscrupulously just because I helped you." "You kid." The old lady didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, she really liked Lin Yuelian's straightforward personality. "I don't have a daughter-in-law, and my son is single." The old lady pulled Lin Yuelian in. "No need to change shoes, no need to wear shoe covers, just take a look at the house first to see if you like it." The old lady was very enthusiastic. Lin Yuelian couldn't resist, and could only let the old lady drag her in. "My son has been single for almost 30 years. Don't worry. I am the mistress of the family. I have the final say." The old lady patted her chest. Lin Yuelian smiled embarrassedly. "No matter what, I still can't take advantage of you." "How can you say you took advantage of me? If you hadn't helped me that day, I might have been hit by a car. You are a good person who gets good rewards. Besides, I don't let you live here for free. I collect rent from you every month." The old lady said straightforwardly, holding up her 5 fingers. 5,000, how about 5,000? She didn't know the suffering of the people. 5,000, in the eyes of the old lady, was already very, very cheap. Hearing this, Liu Yanzhou hurried forward to smooth things over. "Grandma and Aunt Lin, are you kidding me? What, 5,000? 500 will do." Hearing 500, the old lady blinked quickly. 500 is like 50 cents for ordinary people to rich people like them. However, since her grandson had spoken, even though she was a little confused, the old lady quickly agreed. "I just said it wrong. The monthly rent is not 5,000, but 500. Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 50,000 is not bad here, but 500 is definitely impossible. Did the grandparents and grandchildren deliberately say the rent is so low because they didn't want her to be embarrassed? "Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I really can't agree," Lin Yuelian said seriously. "Being a good person and doing good deeds is to accumulate virtue for yourself." She never thought about asking for a reward, but just wanted to accumulate some virtue for herself when she was old. Seeing Lin Yuelian's firm attitude, The old lady immediately changed her strategy. Of course, I'm not letting you live here for free.
My house is very big.
If no one lives in it and no one takes care of it, it will age easily. When the time comes, you can move in and help me clean it regularly. If I find someone to look after the house, it will cost at least 10,000 yuan a month. Alien, can you please help me save this money? The old lady was sincere, put her hands together, and bowed to Lin Yuelian. With Lu Yanzhou assisting, she hoped that Lin Yuelian could help. Lin Yuelian could not resist the offensive of the two grandparents and finally nodded in agreement. I took advantage of you. Don't worry, Annie. I will definitely take good care of the house and clean it up.
Ah.
It's done. The old lady's eyes lit up. She glanced at her eldest grandson and secretly gave a thumbs up. Alien, when are you moving? Let Xiaozhou help you. Lin Yuelian waved her hands hurriedly. No, I've already troubled you a lot. No trouble. Lu Yanzhou was very enthusiastic. Even he himself couldn't figure out why he had such a good impression of the aunt in front of him. Maybe it was because she saved her grandmother and knew that she was a kind person? I have a car, and it's convenient to move. Otherwise, Auntie Lin, you have to contact a moving company. These words touched Lin Yuelian's heart. Finding a moving company will cost money. She is short of money now, and she wants to spend every penny in half. That's fine. She agreed shyly. I don't know how to thank you. How about you stay for dinner tonight? I'll cook some of my specialties. Sure. The old lady agreed happily. She didn't have a daughter-in-law, so she didn't know what the dishes cooked by her daughter-in-law tasted like. In her heart, she had long coveted Lin Yuelian and wanted to kidnap Lin Yuelian to be her own daughter-in-law. Then Xiaozhou, are you free in the evening? I'll go home and pack up first, and then you can help me move. Lin Yuelian asked. I'm always free. Lu Yanzhou agreed readily. Lin Yuelian insisted and paid the old lady 2,000 yuan in rent as a deposit and 3 times the rent according to the rules of the real estate agency. The old lady accepted it happily and didn't dislike it at all. You go and pack up, I'll wait here. I want to taste your cooking skills in the evening. Okay. Lin Yuelian agreed happily. After Lin Yuelian left, the old lady immediately took out her mobile phone and called Lu Yunfeng. Son, are you free in the evening? Come to Jinding Building. At this time, in the president's office of Yunfeng Group, Lu Yunfeng had just finished a morning meeting. When he returned to the office, he did not see Lin Yuelian making tea for him, but Secretary Wang made tea instead. After asking, he found out that Lin Yuelian had asked for leave the next day at work. He was immediately unhappy, thinking that Lin Yuelian was a little fearless because she was his mother's benefactor. Mom, the Lin Yuelian you introduced to the company is really unreliable. Lu Yunfeng took a sip of the tea made by Secretary Wang and lost his taste. He used to think that the tea made by Secretary Wang was okay, but after drinking the barley tea made by Lin Yuelian yesterday, he found that the tea made by Secretary Wang was tasteless. Why is a Lian unreliable? The old lady pouted. Are you unhappy because she didn't go to work today? She is looking for a house today. The old lady wanted to say something else, but Lu Yunfeng didn't want to talk about Lin Yuelian anymore. Mom, I don't have time tonight. I have to have dinner with a friendly businessman. He has asked me out several times, and I declined each time. This time it's really hard to refuse. Okay then. The old lady was a little disappointed. But work is more important than a meal. It can only be said that her son didn't have a good appetite. Then next time.
Yeah.
After Lu Yunfeng hung up the phone, the more he drank the tea, the more he found it unpalatable. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore, so he called Secretary Wang in. You go, call Lin Yuelian, and ask her to come to work. Secretary Wang blinked. President, Lin Yuelian has asked for leave today. Ask for leave? Did I approve it? Lu Yunfeng was inexplicably irritable. What's her cell phone number? Send it to me and I'll call her over in person. Lu Yanzhou drove Lin Yuelian back to the family compound of the Academy of Sciences. After following Lin Yuelian into the community, Lu Yanzhou couldn't help but say, Aunt Lin, I didn't expect you to be from a famous family. Lin Yuelian felt ashamed. My parents are scientists at the Academy of Sciences, but I didn't bring them honor. I passed the college entrance examination, but didn't go to school. I have been a full-time housewife for 30 years. Seeing the disappointment on her face, Liu Yanzhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but didn't know where to start. He had read Lin Yuelian's resume with his grandmother and knew that she was divorced. Xiaozhou, why don't you wait for me downstairs? I don't have much stuff, and I'll be down soon. When she reached the door of the apartment building, Lin Yuelian thought of the red-painted words in front of her house and was afraid of scaring Liu Yanzhou. Moreover, she didn't want Liu Yanzhou and Mrs. Liu to misunderstand that she was an indecent person. She was even more unwilling to involve old Yang again. Why don't you wait for me in the car? Lin Yuelian said again. Liu Yanzhou thought she was inconvenienced, so he didn't ask too much and replied, Okay, then Aunt Lin will pack up slowly. Lin Yuelian nodded, waved, turned around and walked into the apartment building. When she arrived at the door of her house, she found that the door of her house had obvious signs of being smashed, with potholes and very ugly. She shook her head bitterly. It is obvious that Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun are the ones who should be condemned by everyone. But the facts are upside down. But she is not in a hurry to vent her anger. The evil deeds of Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun are facts, and Fu Jiaguang is the best evidence. She is holding back now because she doesn't want to cause trouble for Mr. Yang. After the matter is clarified, she will never be soft-hearted. She will definitely go to school and completely discredit Fu Guoping. After entering the house, she quickly packed a few clothes and brought some daily necessities, a total of only one suitcase. Many things are still in the Fu family and were not brought over. But she didn't want those things anymore, and the Fu family didn't want to set foot in again. Before leaving, she bowed to the portraits of her parents and adoptive father and burned 3 incense sticks. Dad, Mom, Dad, this unfilial daughter will come to visit you again. When she locked the door and was about to pick up the suitcase and go downstairs, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She wanted to answer it after going downstairs, but the vibration showed no sign of stopping and kept vibrating. Lin Yuelian had no choice but to put down the suitcase first, took out her phone, and glanced at the caller ID. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment and finally slid her finger and chose to reject the call. How dare you hang up on me? In the president's office of Yunfeng Group, Liu Yunfeng looked at the hung-up call, frowning with anger. This was the first time he met such an ignorant employee. He didn't believe it, so he called again. This time it was even more straightforward than before. As soon as the ringtone rang, he hung up instantly. Okay, you have personality. You dare to hang up the boss's phone? You are so fearless. Liu Yunfeng was so angry that his heart was heaving. He felt that Lin Yuelian dared to treat him like this because she had his mother's support. Did she really think he could do nothing to her? When Lin Yuelian came out of the apartment building carrying a suitcase, Liu Yanzhou, who was sitting in the car playing with his mobile phone, saw her and immediately put down his phone. When he usually wears a suitcase, he looks like a domineering president. But when he changes into casual clothes, he feels like a boy next door, without any airs at all. In this respect, he is very different from his father Liu Yunfeng. Liu Yunfeng has a very bad temper and a big air. Aunt Lin, I'll do it. Liu Yanzhou walked briskly to Lin Yuelian and took the box away on his own initiative. Lin Yuelian looked at his majestic back as he carried the box and put it in the trunk of the car, and couldn't help but think of her Lele. If the child was still there, I wonder what he would look like? Would he be a handsome and filial boy like Xiaozhou? Aunt Lin, excuse me, where is your child? Liu Yanzhou met Lin Yuelian twice, and both times she was alone. Logically speaking, as a child, she should step in to deal with such a troublesome matter as her mother finding a house. My son and daughter-in-law are both white-collar workers, and they're busy, Lin Yuelian said, awkwardly. In fact, the truth is that ever since she and Fu Guoping filed for divorce, her son and daughter-in-law have regarded her as an enemy and have no contact with her at all. At night, Lin Yuelian wanted to check Fu Jiaye's circle of friends to find out how he was doing recently. As a result, she found that she had been blocked by him without knowing when. Not only him, but Liang Tian was the same, with a horizontal line on the circle of friends. She searched on the internet and found that she was deleted or blocked by the other party. Being busy is not an excuse. Lu Yanzhou was very angry when he heard it. If you talk about being busy, who can be as busy as him? He is the vice president of a listed group, and he doesn't know how much work he has to do every day. But as long as Grandma needs him, no matter how busy he is, he will take time to accompany Grandma. Auntie Lin, it's okay. It's the same with me here. Lu Yanzhou didn't want to judge Lin Yuelian's son and daughter-in-law too much. From his point of view, he felt that Aunt Lin's son and daughter-in-law were incompetent. But this is Aunt Lin's family affair after all. Aunt Lin, get in the car? Lu Yanzhou was about to send Lin Yuelian to Jinding Building. On the other side, Yi Junjun was sitting on the sofa in the living room, talking on the phone to an old classmate. Thank you, Junjun. If it weren't for you, the teacher's reputation would have been ruined by that girl named Lin Yuelian. The person on the other end of the phone was Pengwen. Pengwen was Yi Yunyun's high school classmate and also the top student in the class. He was admitted to the University of Science and Technology of China, and after graduation, he entered the Academy of Sciences, where he studied under Mr. Yang Lining. In Pengwen's heart, his teacher was like a god. How could a god be blasphemed? So when he learned that an old woman named Lin Yuelian wanted to the teacher and destroy the teacher's reputation, he felt obliged to expose the matter on the forum of the academy. Originally, he wanted to expose the real name, but was afraid of bringing a bad influence to the teacher, so he remained anonymous, and the exposed content did not mention the teacher's real name, which was considered an indirect attack. The family compound has a lot of opinions about her, and they're already protesting and asking her to get out. I really didn't expect that she would be the daughter of Mr. Lin Guodong and Mr. Mingxia. It really insults the reputation of the two elders. Yi Yunyun listened to Pengwen scolding Lin Yuelian. The more harsh the scolding, the happier she was. Pengwen, I understand you very well, because my teacher was deeply hurt by this Lin Yuelian, and she betrayed my teacher, so I must expose her evil deeds. Pengwen knew that Yi Yunyun's teacher was Fu Guoping. The two had a good relationship and kept in touch from time to time after they went to college. Including Lu Ran, they would occasionally get together. Don't worry, Lin Yuelian has bad behavior, and she will always get retribution. After hanging up the phone, Yi Junjun was in a very good mood. If Lin Yuelian couldn't live in the family compound of the Academy of Sciences, she would have to live on the streets. She wanted to see if Lin Yuelian would still be arrogant after sleeping on the street. What if she joined the Yunfeng group? By then, in order to avoid suspicion, Yang Lining might ask the Yunfeng group to fire her. It's great. Lin Yuelian, why am I so happy when you are unlucky?
Ye Hunjun similet kolde.
A yellow-faced old lady. You still want to fight with her? Go cry. Yi Junjun was feeling proud, and the mobile phone in her hand suddenly rang. The caller ID showed, Mother Fu. Hello, Mom? Her voice instantly became well-behaved, sweet and pleasant. Hearing Lu Chunhua yelling that she was not feeling well again, Yi Yunyun subconsciously thought that she was pretending to be sick. Although she had not yet entered the Fu family, she had seen Lu Chunhua many times. After getting along with her, she knew very well that Lu Chunhua was not a good person. In the future, when the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along with each other, she would inevitably suffer. So she actually thought that being Fu Guoping's third son was not bad. At least she didn't have to deal with the evil mother-in-law, and her son could inherit Fu Guoping's property. How to say it, she was more open-minded and felt that she could do whatever she was comfortable with. The marriage certificate was just a piece of paper, and she didn't really care. Mom, where's Xiangting? Yi Yunyun didn't want to care about Lu Chunhua, so she asked. When Lu Chunhua heard this, her voice suddenly became louder. Why are you asking Xiangting? Don't you want to care about me? What do you expect Xiangting to do? She has never been married and has never given birth to a child. How can she know how to serve people? This made Yi Yunyun choke. The old woman loves her daughter, who is over 40 years old, but she doesn't treat her daughter-in-law as a human being, right? Although she was dissatisfied in her heart, Yi Yunyun still said with a smile, Mom, I don't mean that. Please wait for me, I'll be there now. It was 3 hours later that Yi Yunyun came to the healthcare home. Lu Chunhua called her in the morning and she came after lunch. When she walked into the room of the healthcare home, she saw Lu Chunhua lying sickly on the bed. There was a nurse taking care of her beside her. Seeing the young and beautiful Yi Yunyun, she was a little surprised. "Are you a relative of Ms. Lu?" "I am."
Ye Union similet.
The nurse was surprised why it was not Lin Yuelian who came, but a young man instead.
Can you make the decision?
The nurse lowered his voice. "Can I talk for a moment?" Yi Yunyun followed the nurse out of the room. "What do you want to say?" She had a bad feeling. The nurse looked unhappy. "It's like this. This year we gave Ms. Lu a routine physical examination and found a cyst in her lung. We hope that her family will take her to a large hospital for follow-up visit as soon as possible to determine her condition as soon as possible."
Cyst?
"Is it cancer?" Yi Junjun's eyes widened, and she almost bit her tongue in panic. The nurse was very serious and did not dare to slack off. "I'm not sure. After all, we are not a professional hospital. Who are you to Ms. Lu?" "Our health care center called Ms. Lu's son, daughter-in-law and daughter," but no one answered. The nurse knew Lu Chunhua's situation very well. She had lived in the healthcare center for 10 years, and her daughter-in-law had been taking care of her. She usually didn't see her son and daughter. But recently, the daughter-in-law suddenly stopped coming and told their healthcare center not to look for her again in the future. Looking at the young and beautiful woman who came today, the nurse actually had a guess in his heart. I am Lu Chunhua's niece."
Ye Union Li Dakartli.
After all, the identity of a mistress was not glorious, and she didn't want to tell everyone. "Is that so? Then you should contact your cousins as soon as possible." The cousins the nurse was talking about were Fu Guoping and Fu Xiangting. I know.
Ye Union nodded in panic.
After the nurse left, she was like a headless fly, spinning in circles in a hurry. She had no idea of her own, and it took her a long time to think of calling Fu Guoping. "Hello? Brother Ping?" Her voice was full of grievance. Fu Guoping's anger had subsided, and when he thought of Yi Yunyun's young and beautiful face, he instantly felt a liking for her again. When he heard her soft and weak voice again, his heart suddenly itched.
"What?
"Miss me?" Yi Junjun was very clingy to him, which made him, as a man, feel very satisfied with his self-confidence. "Brother Ping, please come to the healthcare center soon. The nurse just told me that Mom's physical examination report is not very good." In the afternoon, Fu Guoping and Fu Xiangting both rushed to the healthcare center. Fu Guoping had reminded Fu Xiangting several times not to say anything when she went there. Fu Xiangting was well-behaved, but when she arrived at the healthcare center, she was so excited that she couldn't control herself at all. "What's the matter? You all came today?" "I just have chest pain." Lu Chunhua deliberately said the opposite, but in fact she was very happy in her heart. "Mom, how long have you had chest pain?" Fu Xiangting's eyes were red and her voice was choked. "Didn't you all look good during the physical examination last year? How come in the blink of an eye?" "Xiangting." Fu Guoping had no time to interrupt. Lu Chunhua looked at Fu Guoping in confusion. She was old but not confused. "I was wondering why the nurse was so attentive to me today. Tell me the truth, have I been diagnosed with any serious illness?" "Mom, don't scare yourself. We haven't gone to the hospital for a diagnosis yet," Fu Guoping said. Fu Xiangting cried even more sadly. "What if it's cancer?" When she heard the word cancer, Lu Chunhua was so scared that her whole body went limp. She was very afraid of death, but she didn't want to die. "I want to leave this place. Take me home today." Lu Chunhua subconsciously avoided it. It seemed that if she didn't go for a checkup or stay in a nursing home, she could pretend that she was not sick. How does Lin Yuelian take care of Mom? She doesn't even know that Mom has such a big problem with her body. Fu Xiangting gritted her teeth viciously. When something like this happens, someone has to take the blame. Fu Jia and Liang Tian arrived late. Both of them took temporary leave and rushed here. "Jia, take your grandma to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow to confirm the condition," Fu Guoping ordered in a deep voice. Fu Jia frowned. "Dad, it's not possible tomorrow. My company has a very important offline event tomorrow. I am the planner and must be there." "What about Xiangting? You don't have anything to do normally. Take Mom to the doctor tomorrow."
"Me?"
Fu Xiongting pointed at herself. Brother, I don't like what you said. What do you mean I have nothing to do? I met rich men by drinking in bars. Recently, I met a brother. He wants to take me to the tea business. I'm very busy these days. After taking a breath, she continued, You are a filial son. Take a leave tomorrow to take mom to see a doctor. Fu Guoping was so angry that he gasped, You're still doing business? It's a blessing that you don't get cheated. Mind yourself.
Fu Xiangting yelled unconvinced.
Lu Chunhua had a headache after hearing this. In the past, whenever she had a headache or fever, Lin Yuelian took care of her. Now that Lin Yuelian is gone, these closest people to her are actually shirking their responsibilities one by one. Lu Chunhua didn't believe it. She turned her gaze to Yi Yunyun. Yunyun, you have nothing to do at home. Why don't you take me to the hospital tomorrow?
Me?
I can't, I'm pregnant. Yi Junjun was unwilling to do that.
No.
Are you not going to take care of an old woman like me? Lu Chunhua yelled angrily. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that they had a tacit understanding. Brother, why don't you go and ask Lin Yuelian for help? She has been with you for 30 years. It's impossible for you to just leave her alone. She is just angry now. You just need to comfort her. Yes, Dad. Grandma can't live without Mom's care. The next day, Lin Yuelian moved to a new home, and her whole mental outlook was refreshed. She tied her hair up and came to the company in a white dress. Although she was very old, her dressing style was very suitable for her temperament. An old lady came to the president's office as a secretary and instantly became everyone's talk. Lin Yuelian didn't care what people said about her. She worked very hard, like a newbie in the workplace. As soon as she arrived at the company, she went to look for the menu book. Secretary Wang gave her several thick menus, which listed the restaurants that Lu Yunfeng liked to eat the most. He ate breakfast at home, so he only needed to order lunch. Sometimes the ingredients needed to be airlifted in, so she had to order the dishes a day in advance. Lin Yuelian looked through the menu book carefully and found that the president with a net worth of hundreds of billions actually loved noodles the most. All kinds of noodles, fried noodles, plain noodles, fried noodles, stewed noodles. She looked through the Excel spreadsheet made by the previous personal secretary. She found that Lu Yunfeng would eat a bowl of meat sauce noodles every Thursday. At noon, after Lu Yunfeng finished his work, he came to his private restaurant, and a bowl of steaming meat sauce noodles and a bowl of pea soup were served in front of him. Seeing Lin Yuelian standing beside him respectfully, Lu Yunfeng wanted to make things difficult for her for no reason. She dared to hang up on him yesterday, and she hung up twice. I'm tired of this noodles. Lu Yunfeng didn't even taste it and put on a stinky attitude. Make it again. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. She ordered the meal according to the menu book, and it was the one that Lu Yunfeng liked to eat the most. How could she get tired of it? He didn't eat the dishes on the menu every day. He would eat in the company cafeteria on Tuesdays and Fridays. Then what do you want to eat today, boss? Lin Yuelian walked forward and bowed. Lu Yunfeng thought of the phone call from his mother last night. You come and make a bowl of meat sauce noodles.
Me?
Lin Yuelian raised her eyebrows in surprise. She learned from Secretary Wang that the company cafeteria had hired many great chefs, and also hired a chef who cooked for Lu Yunfeng. Whatever Lu Yunfeng wanted to eat, he could just ask the chef to make it. She was just a personal secretary, responsible for arranging Lu Yunfeng's life and diet. It was obvious that asking her to do the chef's job was deliberately making things difficult. Although Lin Yuelian couldn't figure out why Lu Yunfeng wanted to make things difficult for her, the boss had spoken, so how could she not listen? Boss, my cooking skills may not suit your taste. If I make it and you don't like it, it will be wasted. Lin Yuelian told the truth. She thought the meat sauce noodles on the table were good, but Lu Yunfeng said he didn't want to eat it. She really couldn't agree with the willful habit of the rich boss. If it doesn't taste good, just eat it yourself. Lu Yunfeng curled his fingers and knocked on the table impatiently. As for this portion, he turned his eyes and said, Give it to Secretary Wang. Okay. Lin Yuelian stopped arguing. After serving Lu Chunhua for many years, she had already developed the habit of not arguing. It is better to do well than to talk. She cleaned up the noodles on the table and sent them to Secretary Wang's workstation. Secretary Wang happened to be going to the company cafeteria for dinner. The boss said this portion of noodles is for you. Lin Yuelian said. Secretary Wang blinked in surprise. This noodle is the president's favorite. 1,888 yuan per portion. This is not ordinary meat sauce. Instead, it is made of meat from Spanish roasted ham, stir-fried with naturally fermented mellow rice wine, and served with matsutake mushrooms, king crab meat, and fresh crab roe from herring. In many seasons when there are no herring, they will be airlifted from various places, or even abroad. Secretary Wang was fortunate to have eaten this kind of noodles with complicated processes twice with the president. Every time, she was endlessly savoring and could not forget it. Why doesn't the president eat it? Secretary Wang quickly took the noodle box. This noodle won't taste good if it clumps together, so she has to eat it quickly. The boss said he's tired of it, so he asked me to make him some meat sauce noodles. Lin Yuelian told the truth. Secretary Wang was like hearing a fairy tale. Then, I can only wish you success. This meat sauce noodles is the masterpiece of a top chef. How can a housewife like Lin Yuelian be a rival? After the meeting is done, she will probably be scolded by the president. No wonder. She asked for leave on the second day of joining the company. The president can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, so it's natural for him to be unhappy. Lin Yuelian didn't know the seriousness of the matter. After asking Secretary Wang about the location of the company's back kitchen, she told the back kitchen her purpose. The chefs stopped their work one by one and gathered behind Lin Yuelian, wanting to see what she could do. In the end, it was just an ordinary home-cooked method. It was probably the president who wanted something new. Lin Yuelian separated the marinade and noodles and sent them to Lu Yunfeng as soon as they were done. Lu Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time and was already starving. He took a look at the color of the stew and thought it didn't look good. Is this the cooking skill that his mother praised so much? It's nothing special. Boss, would you like to try it? Lin Yuelian was unsure, but as a subordinate, she was very sincere. She held the chopsticks in both hands and handed them to Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng's calm and handsome face showed no expression. If it doesn't taste good, I'll deduct your salary. Okay. Lin Yuelian agreed with a stiff face. What else could she do? The boss was not satisfied and wanted to deduct her salary, and she couldn't stop him. What if it tastes good? Is there any reward? Reward? Lin Yuelian felt a sharp gaze as she finished speaking. Lu Yunfeng glared at her and forked up a few noodles and put them into his mouth. There were too few noodles, and he didn't react at first. He forked a full chopstick again and slurped loudly. This time, he tasted the flavor of very simple home-style flavor. But it was this homely taste that he couldn't make no matter how many chefs he hired. This taste reminded him of his childhood. At that time, after work, his father would go to the vegetable market to buy 2 pounds of pork belly, some mushrooms, and garlic cloves. The pork belly was sizzling with oil, and then stir-fried with chopped mushrooms and minced garlic. That taste made him unforgettable. But since his father passed away, he has never tasted that taste again. The bowl of meat sauce noodles made by Lin Yuelian has the same recipe as her father's, and even the taste is similar. It instantly evoked his memories. How is it? Lin Yuelian was cautious, and when she saw Lu Yunfeng suddenly stopped eating, she was worried about her salary. Would they really deduct her money? Hearing Lin Yuelian's voice, Lu Yunfeng came back to his senses. He didn't respond but ate the noodles in big mouthfuls, and soon he finished all the noodles in a big bowl. After drinking the plain noodle soup prepared by Lin Yuelian, he was instantly satisfied. His sullen face changed instantly, and when he looked at Lin Yuelian, his eyes softened a lot. The cooking skills are okay, just okay. Just okay? Lin Yuelian pouted. But boss, you were eating very happily just now. You almost licked the plate. Am I so hungry that I don't care about food? Lu Yunfeng snorted. I waited for your meal for too long, and I'm hungry. It's not that he didn't want to reward Lin Yuelian, but he didn't want her to get too proud of herself. After eating the meal she cooked, the matter of hanging up his phone yesterday was forgotten.
Give me your cell phone.
Lu Yunfeng suddenly stretched out his hand. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. Lu Yunfeng frowned. Cell phone. His attitude was very domineering and could not be resisted. Lin Yuelian took out her cell phone reluctantly. Cell phones are personal belongings. Even if it's a leader, he can't see other people's privacy, right? However, Lin Yuelian's silent protest was useless. Lu Yunfeng took the phone, and when he took it in his hand, he saw that the screen of the phone had and it was a Redmi phone from many years ago. He said disdainfully, "You don't want to change the phone when it's broken like this? Aren't you afraid of getting your hand stabbed?" Lin Yuelian disagreed with him. "The performance of the phone is still good, but the screen is broken a little, which doesn't affect my use." Now there is a popular joke on the internet saying that our generation has endured hardships. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand it. It's about people like you. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but tease. Lin Yuelian didn't refute, but smiled bitterly. Who doesn't want to enjoy life? Who wants to suffer? But the women of their generation have developed the habit of suffering since childhood. When they were young, they were daughters-in-law and worked hard. When they were old, they were mothers-in-law and took care of their grandchildren without regrets. How could a rich man like Lu Yunfeng, who is also a man, understand the situation of middle-aged and elderly women like them? Lu Yunfeng didn't care about this topic and quickly turned his attention to Lin Yuelian's mobile phone address book. He wanted to see if Lin Yuelian had saved his phone number and how she had made a note of it. When he saw yesterday's call records, which showed a long list of his number without any notes, he frowned in dissatisfaction. Lin Yuelian was such a good personal secretary, but she didn't even make a note of her boss. Without saying a word, he clicked on the phone number and added a note. Breadwinner. He pays Lin Yuelian a salary, so he is her breadwinner. After making the note, he was about to return the phone to Lin Yuelian. A call came in and the note showed, ex-husband. Lu Yunfeng had never thought of prying into Lin Yuelian's privacy, and he felt embarrassed and handed the phone forward. Unlike the loud ringtone last time Lin Yuelian sang good days, this time it was vibrating. There is a rule in his secretary code that during work, secretaries are not allowed to set the phone ringtone and must set it to vibrate. "Sorry, I'm going to answer the phone." Lin Yuelian bowed and turned to leave the restaurant. Lu Yunfeng looked at her back and waved his hand to let the kitchen staff remove the finished dishes. Ex-husband? So she was divorced? No wonder she was reluctant to spend money to buy herself a new phone. In the concept of Lu Yunfeng's generation, men are responsible for making money to support the family, and women are responsible for being beautiful. There are few strong women, really too few. Divorced women don't have much ability to survive, and will live a harder life. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and called Secretary Wang. "Help me choose a mobile phone, one with convenient functions and easy to use." Secretary Wang heard this and thought that the president wanted to buy a mobile phone for the old lady. "Okay, President, I understand." Lin Yuelian held the phone and went to a corner where no one was around before answering the call. What's the matter? She actually didn't want to answer Fu Guoping's calls anymore and didn't want to have too much contact with him. Going to the Academy of Sciences forum to slander her and throwing dirty water on Uncle Yang made her full of disgust for Fu Guoping. Even if Fu Guoping didn't do this, he must have known about it. In Lin Yuelian's eyes, the knowledgeable and gentle Professor Fu had died long ago. What she is facing now is just a hypocrite in the guise of a professor. Alien, today the nurse at the nursing home told us that Mom's physical examination this year was not very good. A cyst was found in her lungs, and it is not yet certain whether it is a malignant tumor. After all, we are husband and wife. Can you take Mom to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow for my sake? Fu Guoping's tone was pleading. Lin Yuelian rarely encountered such an attitude. In the Fu family, she was always the one who was punched. Her husband was chauvinistic, and her mother-in-law was bossy, as an elder. Fu Guoping, we are going through the divorce procedures. Your family affairs have nothing to do with me. Lin Yuelian thought of the past and had no good memories, so it was difficult for her heart to soften. Fu Guoping was rarely patient, and he still coaxed her in a gentle voice. Alien, please, please? By the way, didn't you keep saying that the screen of your mobile phone was cracked? How about I buy you a new mobile phone, and you take your mother to the hospital tomorrow? Hearing this, Lin Yuelian couldn't help laughing. Fu Guoping, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I will be obedient if you give me a candy? It's just a mobile phone. Do you really think it has such a big attraction to me? If you don't want a mobile phone, then what do you want? You tell me. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you.
Fu Guoping vad.
But Lin Yuelian was already extremely disappointed and had no expectations anymore. It doesn't matter. I don't want anything from you. I just want us to get divorced quickly. From now on, we can go our separate ways. Lin Yuelian, there must be a limit to being willful. I have already coaxed you so humbly. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yuelian didn't want to listen to Fu Guoping's nagging anymore. Looking at the word ex-husband in the address book, she sent a text message. Contact again in a month. After sending the text message, she blocked Fu Guoping's phone number without hesitation. It's funny to say that this blocking function was taught to her by Fu Guoping. At that time, Fu Guoping still despised her for being an old antique who was too old to keep up with the pace of the times and didn't even know how to use a mobile phone. Yes, she didn't know how to use it. Every day, her mind was on serving the elderly, helping her son and daughter-in-law, and managing her and her husband's small family. Where would she have time to study the current high technology? Secretary Lin, you're here. Secretary Wang came to Lin Yuelian as soon as she hung up the phone. She quickly put her mood in order, not wanting to bring things in her life to work. Secretary Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? It's like this. The president wants to choose a new mobile phone for the old lady. Can you give me some advice? Secretary Wang's eyes sparkled, and he handed the tablet to Lin Yuelian. Which mobile phone do you think is good? I don't understand mobile phones. Lin Yuelian waved her hands embarrassedly. She only knows how to use her mobile phone to make calls, buy things online on Taobao and Pinduoduo, and occasionally watch short videos on Douyin. As for other more advanced functions of the mobile phone, she has not studied them. Oh, it's better if you don't understand. Secretary Wang thought for a while. Let's go to the physical store to choose, and try them one by one. Secretary Wang thought so. Lin Yuelian was the old lady's benefactor. The old lady would naturally like what the benefactor liked. If she succeeded in this job, she would definitely please the old lady, and a salary increase would be a must. But what should I do if the boss comes to find me later? Lin Yuelian thought of Lu Yunfeng's stern face, which was tense from time to time and very serious to her. Secretary Wang smiled and took her arm. It's lunch break now, don't worry. I won't delay you too much time. Secretary Wang was just over 40 years old. Although he was 10 years older than Lin Yuelian, it did not affect their getting along. On the contrary, Secretary Wang was more willing to get close to Lin Yuelian, the elder sister, and felt that she was easy to talk to and very kind. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded. There is a large shopping mall opposite the Yinfeng Group. Secretary Wang took Lin Yuelian into a Huawei store. In the past 30 years, Lin Yuelian has only used 3 mobile phones in total. She really has no research and understanding of mobile phones. Just try it. I believe in your vision. Secretary Wang encouraged. Lin Yuelian was forced to do something. Knowing that she was choosing a mobile phone for the old lady, she was very serious and tried one by one. But after trying them, she found that the functions were similar. For people of her age, it is really hard to tell the difference between these smartphones. How about this one? It's light and thin and looks good. After thinking it over and over again, Lin Yuelian made a decision. Secretary Wang trusted her very much, asked the clerk to bring out a new one, and went to the cashier to pay. Thank you so much for today. I'll treat you to dinner later. No, Secretary Wang, it's my turn to treat you. You're my senior, and you've taught me a lot about work. Oh, no, I should. The two of them were polite to each other and chatted all the way back to the company. Lin Yuelian returned to her workstation and dozed off for a while. Secretary Wang took the newly bought mobile phone to report. During work in the afternoon, Lin Yuelian prepared barley tea and brought it to the president's office. Lu Yunfeng didn't go to the gym today, but played indoor golf in the office. When Lin Yuelian walked in, he swung the club.
Bang!
A very crisp sound, and the ball went into the hole accurately. Lu Yunfeng stopped playing after hitting this ball and walked directly to Lin Yuelian. Before Lin Yuelian had time to put the barley tea on the desk, Lu Yunfeng had already taken it from the tray impatiently. He blew it, walked to the French window, and overlooked the bustling city at his feet while sipping tea. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment, put the tray aside, walked to the indoor golf course, picked up the golf ball, and put it away. When she put the ball away, a hand handed it to her. Here. Lin Yuelian looked back in confusion and saw a mobile phone box in the man's bony hand. Change your broken mobile phone. Use this, the company will reimburse you, Lu Yunfeng said lightly. Seeing that Lin Yuelian was standing still, he domineeringly stuffed the mobile phone box into Lin Yuelian's arms. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard and didn't react for a while. Lu Yunfeng took a step with his long legs and walked towards the bathroom. After a while, Lin Yuelian heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. She stared at the mobile phone box in her hand. The company reimbursed her for the phone? But why did the company reimburse her for the phone? She had just been here for 2 days and hadn't made any achievements. She didn't open the mobile phone box. When Lu Yunfeng came out of the shower, she walked up to him and said righteously, "Boss, I can't accept the new phone without merit." Lu Yunfeng looked at the stubborn woman and felt surprised. Was it because he couldn't understand women of this age? If it were his former secretaries, those young people would have accepted the gift with a smile and said, "Thank you, President." But Lin Yuelian didn't do that. Her reaction was different from those young people. "I asked you to change your phone, so why are you so talkative?" Lu Yunfeng wiped his hair with a towel and strode towards the cloakroom. Lin Yuelian followed him. "I really can't take the phone." "Thank you very much, boss, but I'm not at ease." "You are such a stubborn donkey." Lu Yunfeng pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. "You carry that broken phone with you around me and go to various occasions. Do you think it's appropriate?" When he gave Lin Yuelian the phone, he didn't think too much. He just thought that her phone was broken. It's not easy for a divorced woman, and the boss should pay for it. But Lin Yuelian looked so righteous that he was really overwhelmed and had to make up a reason. This reason was very convincing. At least Lin Yuelian was convinced. Yes, she is the personal secretary of the president of a listed group. Although Lu Yunfeng has several secretaries, she is the most inconspicuous one. But so what? Even if it was inconspicuous, if someone with ulterior motives saw her as a secretary of the president of a listed group using a broken phone, it would still be a disgrace to Lu Yunfeng and make him lose face, right? So that's how it is. Lin Yuelian nodded and took the phone box willingly. "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. The money for this phone will not be wasted. It's just a phone, not that serious." Lu Yunfeng didn't care. He looked in the closet and picked up a suit. "Go and do your own thing." Lin Yuelian nodded and walked to leave. "Wait a minute. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Tomorrow at noon, you continue to make noodles with meat sauce. No need to order food."
Ah?
Okay. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The big boss really said one thing, and said at noon that the noodles she made tasted okay. But he wanted to continue eating. Lin Yuelian got off work on time that day. Because she was still in the adaptation stage, Lu Yunfeng didn't assign her too much work. When she followed the crowd and walked out of Yunfeng group,
"Mom."
Here. She heard a crisp voice from the crowd. Looking for the sound, she found that her daughter-in-law Liang Tian was waving at her. Tian, why are you here?" Lin Yuelian was a little surprised. After she filed for divorce, her son and daughter-in-law stopped associating with her.
"Mom, I'm sorry."
Liang Tian pouted bitterly. "Mom, I have something to tell you." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law came to a milk tea shop. Lin Yuelian never drinks this kind of stuff, but Liang Tian loves it. Liang Tian bought 2 cups and handed one to Lin Yuelian. "You were looking for me because of your grandma, right? You also want me to go back, right?" Lin Yuelian looked at Liang Tian's round face, as if she could see through fire. They get along very harmoniously as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Liang Tian likes Lin Yuelian as her mother-in-law, and Lin Yuelian also dotes on Liang Tian. Liang Tian bit her lip. "I'll take a leave tomorrow and take Grandma to the hospital. Mom, to be honest, I hope you go back. You don't know that now Dad and Aunt, as well as the woman Dad found, are unwilling to take care of Grandma. They forced you, the daughter-in-law, away, and now they come to exploit me. At this point, Liang Tian's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. I used to think that the Fu family was really good, and I was really comfortable as a daughter-in-law. Now I realize that it's because you are here, Mom. You have done it, so I don't have to do it. Liang Tian bit the straw, and tears fell as she bit. I'm not wronged about taking Grandma to the hospital, but Grandma has been diagnosed with health problems, and Dad and Aunt are still shirking the responsibility. Grandma, they are not forgiving. At this point, Liang Tian couldn't control herself anymore. Put down the milk tea and wiped the tears with her sleeves. Mom, I just suffered for half a day, and I can't bear it anymore. You have suffered for most of your life. How did you get through it? How did I get through it? Lin Yuelian murmured, falling into deep thought. I got through it by relying on the happy family I imagined. After a long while, Lin Yuelian laughed at herself. As long as women dare to think, they can imagine a happy family. The same is true for men. Women can automatically add a layer of filter to the men they love. Because of the existence of this filter, they can't see the real appearance of men. Rely on fantasy? Liang Tian didn't understand. Lin Yuelian didn't explain much, but patted her shoulder. You will understand later. After all, she couldn't bear it, so Lin Yuelian changed her mind. I will go to the hospital with you tomorrow, but don't tell anyone in the Fu family about this. I won't tell you. When you see Grandma tomorrow, won't Grandma tell others? That's for later. Before that, don't tell. Lin Yuelian instructed seriously. She agreed to accompany Liang Tian to the hospital, not because of anyone in the Fu family. They were both from different families, so they could understand each other better and cherish each other. Liang Tian seemed to understand and nodded. Okay, I won't tell you, Mom. I brought you something. Thinking of something, she took out a mobile phone box from her bag. Mom, I saw that your mobile phone screen was broken, so I took the initiative to buy you a new one. Another mobile phone? Lin Yuelian was very surprised. What's the wind today? Why are people giving me mobile phones one after another? Again? Is there anyone else giving it to me? Liang Tian felt strange. Lin Yuelian took out a mobile phone box from her shoulder bag. Originally, she wanted to wait until she got home to open it. Liang Tian took a look at the mobile phone box, which said Huawei Nova Flip. She had always wanted to buy this mobile phone. It was a foldable style and relatively thin. The price was 4 or 5,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 1 month's salary. Liang Tian was embarrassed and immediately recycled the unknown brand mobile phone she bought. This cheap phone cost only 700 yuan, and it was a refurbished model. The company gave it to me. I'm now a secretary for the big boss, and he said I need a decent phone to save face for the boss. Lin Yuelian explained. Liang Tian blushed immediately. That's right, Mom. Since your company bought you a phone, I won't give you this one. Go and return it. Your salary is not high, and it's hard to make money. Lin Yuelian rubbed Liang Tian's shoulders. Liang Tian felt ashamed. Her mother-in-law was so sincere to her, but she didn't treat her mother-in-law as her own mother, and she was so stingy even when giving her a phone. Mom, I will return it, and I will buy you a better phone in the future. Liang Tian said this from the bottom of her heart, and she was serious. Lin Yuelian smiled and nodded, and stroked Liang Tian's round face. Okay, it's getting late. Go home early.
Yes.
Liang Tian responded obediently. The next day, Lin Yuelian got up early. She took out her cell phone and work notes, and wanted to send a message to Lu Yunfeng to ask for leave. She added the number to the address book, and just after entering the first 4 digits, the note number parents who provide food and clothing popped up. She was stunned, checked the phone number, and was a little confused. When did she add Lu Yunfeng's number to her phone? And made such a strange note? She thought about it and guessed that it was when Lu Yunfeng asked her for her phone yesterday, and he probably added it himself. She was still wondering what Lu Yunfeng wanted her phone for, and it turned out to be for this. He is the big boss. Can't he just give an order with his mouth? Why does he need to do it himself? Lin Yuelian clicked on the note to see the details, and then she found that there was a call record with this number. but both calls were not connected. The first call rang for more than 20 seconds, and the second call only rang for 2 seconds. She patted her head and remembered. She received 2 strange calls on the day of moving. At that time, because she was holding a suitcase in her hand and the phone was unfamiliar, she refused. Oh my God. Lin Yuelian stroked her forehead, feeling that her job as a secretary was ridiculous. She asked for leave on the second day after joining the company and hung up the phone call of the big boss. Not just once, but twice. What was even more speechless was that she had to ask for leave again today. She hesitated for a moment, took out her cell phone, and called Liang Tian. Tian, you guys go first. I'll be there a little later. I have something to do. Okay, don't worry. Still having breakfast. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuelian went to the kitchen and used the ingredients on hand. She used whatever ingredients were available. With quick hands and feet, she cooked a small pot of stewed meat and made a fruit platter. When she came to the company, she put the stewed meat in the small refrigerator in the president's office. She put the fruit slices on Liu Yunfeng's desk. Before leaving, she wrote a handwritten note for leave on a note paper. After finishing all these, she hailed a taxi and came to the second hospital. Usually, she was reluctant to take a taxi. She spent 2 yuan on the bus to go back and forth. Although it took time, it saved money. Tian, in my opinion, you shouldn't go to work. Your monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan anyway. You might as well ask your dad to give it to you. Your mom did nothing at home before, but your dad gave her 5,000 yuan. Lu Chunhua said while holding Liang Tian's hand while waiting in line for examination. The hospital was crowded with people. Liang Tian was woken up by the old woman at 5 in the morning. She was very sleepy at the moment, and she had to run around to pay the fees. She really didn't have the energy to chat with the old woman about family matters. What's more, it was family matters that she didn't like to hear. Grandma, talk less. You will be thirsty and need to drink water later. It will be very troublesome for you to go to the toilet because of your inconvenient legs and feet. Liang Tian restrained her emotions and played the role of a well-behaved granddaughter-in-law. But Lu Chunhua likes to take advantage of her seniority. Do you dislike what I say? Why, you make so little money, and you won't let me say anything. You're the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Now that Lin Yuelian, that ungrateful person, is gone, you have to take her place, understand? Liang Tian forced a smile. Grandma, you can PUA Mom, but you can't PUA me. Good people are often bullied, and I'm not kind. Yes, I do earn much, but my job is not tiring. You keep saying that Mom doesn't do anything and takes 5,000 yuan a month from Dad for nothing. Then I would like to ask, who cooks your 3 meals a day? Who takes care of you when you have a headache or a fever? Sometimes they even take care of your excrement, and, Grandma, you know the current price of a full-time caregiver. For an elderly person like you who can't take care of yourself and has many demands, do you think you can hire a caregiver without paying 10,000 yuan a month? Not to mention 5,000. I don't even want to serve you even if you give me 10,000. You. Lu Chunhua was so angry that she held onto the wheelchair. You little girl, why didn't I know you were so good at talking before? Are you pretending to be so obedient and filial? Your father and husband are not here, so you want to bully me, a disabled old woman, right? Without waiting for Liang Tian to respond, Lu Chunhua deliberately exerted force, leaned forward, and fell off the wheelchair. When she fell, she cried out loudly, Ouch!
Ouch!
Unfilial descendants beat the old man. Unfilial descendants beat the old man. Liang Tian was shocked. How could she, a girl in her 20s, have ever seen such a scene? Lu Chunhua lay on the ground and screamed, which soon attracted many patients and their families to watch. Everyone sympathized with the weak without knowing right from wrong. In their opinion, the old lady who was in a wheelchair and could not take care of herself must be the weak. And Liang Tian, who was healthy and young, was the unfilial descendant they identified. Little girl, how can you hit someone? You will get old one day. Be careful of retribution. Old lady, are you okay? A kind-hearted person came over to help Lu Chunhua. Lu Chunhua continued to cry out, Kind people, please help me. My granddaughter-in-law said she doesn't want to take care of me anymore. How can I? a crippled person with a lame leg, see a doctor by myself.
I have a cyst here in my chest.
I came for a follow-up check today. Maybe it's cancer. So pitiful. Little girl, you can't do this. Although the law can't punish you, morality can. A righteous person walked up to Liang Tian without saying a word and rudely dragged her to Lu Chunhua. Help your grandma up now and take her to see a doctor. Liang Tian looked at the strange eyes around her, all pointing fingers at her. She was speechless. I didn't hit the old lady. I didn't push her off the wheelchair. I didn't say I didn't care about her. Her explanation was drowned out by the accusations. Finally, she could only be dragged to Lu Chunhua by the kind-hearted people and helped Lu Chunhua to the wheelchair. Some people even asked Liang Tian to kneel down and apologize, and pressed her head hard. What are you doing? When Lin Yuelian arrived, she happened to see this trial scene. The onlookers seemed to be messengers of justice. And Liang Tian, like a sinner.
Mom.
Liang Tian heard Lin Yuelian's voice, looked up, and tears blurred her eyes. Struggling to stand up, rushed to Lin Yuelian, as if she was redeemed, and threw herself into her arms. Liang Tian cried very sadly, venting all her grievances. Lin Yuelian understood the pain of the little girl. In this world, no one knows better than her how tricky Lu Chunhua is. Lu Chunhua, you said Tian Tian pushed you off the wheelchair and beat you, right? Lin Yuelian stroked Liang Tian's back with one hand to comfort her and touched her mobile phone with the other hand. Lu Chunhua pretended to be weak and pitiful. Yes, I just said a few words to her, and she was unhappy and pushed me off the wheelchair. Alien, why are you here? Have you thought it through? Regret it? You know how comfortable your home is after going out. Don't worry, we won't care about your willfulness this time. Lu Chunhua was complacent. This child is rebellious and doesn't know how to be filial to the elderly. It's just right that you are here. Take me for a checkup, right? You don't care about me? Lin Yuelian laughed and chuckled. But I want to care. As she said that, she patted Liang Tian's shoulder and opened a video saved in her mobile phone. Everyone, take a look at what's going on with this old man pretending to be pitiful. Some people who like to watch the fun came over. When they saw the content of the video, they were all sighing. Public opinion was one-sided, and in an instant, all the voices were accusing Lu Chunhua. I didn't expect this old lady to be so vicious. Why are you talking nonsense to gain our sympathy? Who scolded the little girl just now? Apologize to her. Disrespect for the elderly. We shouldn't care about such an old person. Let her fend for herself. Lu Chunhua was confused and furious. She pushed her wheelchair to Lin Yuelian and snatched her mobile phone. When she saw the content of the video, she was so angry that she screamed, Lin Yuelian, you actually installed a surveillance camera in my room. Old woman, look carefully. This surveillance camera is in the corridor, not in your room. This is a surveillance camera installed in the public area of the healthcare center. Lu Chunhua is unreasonable. When she is not in the right, she will go crazy. The content of the video happened about a week ago. During those days, she was stimulated by a patient in the healthcare center. The patient's child took her on a trip and showed off in front of her for a while. Afterwards, she made all kinds of troubles and told Lin Yuelian that she also wanted to travel. But her son said he didn't have time, so he asked Lin Yuelian to go with him. When Lin Yuelian didn't agree, she started to act up. She blocked the toilet and caused all kinds of damage. When Lin Yuelian pushed her outside to bask in the sun, she deliberately fell off the wheelchair and then falsely accused Lin Yuelian of beating her. The content captured by the surveillance camera was exactly the same as what happened just now. Old woman, is this all you know? Can you use a new method to torture the younger generation next time? Lin Yuelian sneered. In the past, she had tolerated this unreasonable old woman again and again because of her relationship with Guoping. Now that the relationship is gone, she doesn't want to tolerate it at all, let alone indulge her.
You.
Lu Chunhua was furious, snatched Lin Yuelian's mobile phone, and threw it heavily to the ground.
Bang!
The screen of the mobile phone shattered, and a lot of debris splashed everywhere. The onlookers were startled and subconsciously stepped back. This old woman is so scary. Who would be willing to serve such an old person? As the saying goes, having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. But if it's this kind of old person, there will be no peace in the house. The discussions were getting louder and louder, and the pointing was getting louder and louder. Lin Yuelian took a look at the smashed mobile phone, and she was not surprised, because this was not the first time the old woman had smashed her phone. You can smash it as much as you want anyway. The phone was bought by your son. I don't mind if you break any number of pieces.
You.
Lu Chunhua was so angry that she got a stitch in the side, and she couldn't catch her breath. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Mom, is Grandma okay? Liang Tian hates Lu Chunhua, the vicious grandma, but she is not as free and bold as Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian patted her on the shoulder. It's okay. We are in the hospital. Can anyone get killed? After that, she helped her into the wheelchair. I'll take the old lady to the emergency room. You call everyone in the Fu family and ask them to come over. Why do you have to come alone to take the old lady to see the doctor? Their whole family has to be there. Okay. Liang Tian responded loudly, feeling very relieved. That's right. Why bully her alone? When you call, remember to make the situation sound serious. Just say that the old lady is dying. Lin Yuelian did not forget to instruct as she pushed the wheelchair away. Okay. Liang Tian made a gesture. Looking at Lin Yuelian's back as she left, she sighed sincerely. Mom, you're so cool. In the past, my mother-in-law only knew how to do housework at home, which made her misunderstand her character and think that she was a soft persimmon. Now I find that my mother-in-law is not soft at all. On the contrary, she is very domineering. Liang Tian admires her very much and secretly swears in her heart that she must be as domineering as her mother-in-law. Hey, Dad, Grandma is in trouble. You should come to the hospital quickly. Yes, it's very serious. Come quickly. An hour later, several members of the Fu family arrived at the hospital's thoracic surgery ward one after another. Fu Xiongting's crying voice came in before she even entered the ward. Mom, don't abandon me and my brother. God, you are blind.
Grandma.
Infected by Fu Xiongting's emotions, Fu Jia also raised his hand to wipe his tears. Fu Guoping walked behind, holding Fu Jiaguang with one hand and Yi Yunyun with the other. Yi Yunyun was also sobbing with her head down. The family walked into the ward and rendered the emotions of life and death very well. If you don't know, you would really think that Lu Chunhua is about to die, and they are here to say goodbye. Lin Yuelian, why are you here? Fu Xiongting walked into the ward and was very surprised to see Lin Yuelian. Fu Guoping was in a low mood, but when he saw Lin Yuelian, he became inexplicably confident. Alien, and I haven't divorced yet, and she is still your sister-in-law. Isn't it right for her to come and see Mom off? Mom is leaving, and she knew she was coming back, right? If she hadn't neglected to take care of Mom, would Mom be so sick and so serious? Fu Xiongting pouted, very unhappy. Lin Yuelian looked at Fu Xiongting's ugly face and sneered. Didn't you say you were too busy and couldn't get away? Aren't you here yet? Mom is so seriously ill. We must come. Fu Xiongting said with a glare. Lin Yuelian raised the corner of her mouth. Seriously ill? The test results haven't come out yet. After a pause, she continued with a sneer. What? Are you looking forward to your own mother dying sooner? What nonsense are you talking about? I'll tear your mouth apart. Fu Xiongting was so angry that she stepped forward and wanted to pull Lin Yuelian's mouth. Lin Yuelian dodged, and she missed. Fu Xiongting staggered 2 steps, leaned forward, and almost fell flat on her face. Lu Chunhua is your mother. She is undergoing a checkup and you, as children, should come to accompany her. Fu Guoping, you don't respect your mother. Aren't you afraid that Jia and Tian Tian will follow suit and not respect you in the future? Lin Yuelian looked at Fu Guoping and asked a soul-searching question. Fu Guoping's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his eyebrows in disbelief. He was very angry, but he didn't vent his anger. In front of Jiaguang, he wanted to maintain his image as a friendly father and didn't want to be hysterical or angry. What's the situation with Mom now?
Fu Guoping asked coldly.
Lin Yuelian folded her arms and said in a tough attitude, I don't know. Go ask yourself. Mom, wake up, wake up. Fu Xiongting didn't care about anything and went directly to the bedside, calling Lu Chunhua's ear. Lu Chunhua was woken up and opened her eyes in a daze. Xiongting. My dear girl. Why are you here? Tian called us and said that you suddenly fainted, and it was very serious.
We thought you were going to die.
Lin Yuelian added bluntly. When Lu Chunhua heard Lin Yuelian's voice, her temples immediately throbbed wildly. She was very emotional and raised her hand to point at her. Go away. Let her go away. I don't want to see her. Mom, don't be excited. Fu Xiongting stroked Lu Chunhua's chest through the quilt. Then she turned her head and said to Lin Yuelian fiercely, Did you hear that? You are not welcome here, get out. Lin Yuelian was calm and composed, with a calm expression on her face. Don't worry, I don't want to stay here. Tian, come with me. Liang Tian lowered her head and bit her lips tightly. Fu Jia was a little confused and walked up to Liang Tian. What's going on? You were accompanying Grandma to see a doctor. Why did you call Mom over? Liang Tian almost bit her lips and raised her pitiful eyes for a long time. Grandma bullied me.
Jia.
Can I not take care of Grandma? The little dear's eyes were red. She was expecting her husband to care about her. Even if he didn't stand on her side, it would be fine to say hello. But Fu Jia didn't, indiscriminately, frowned and scolded. Don't take care of Grandma? Tian. How can you say such a rebellious thing? That's your grandma. She's Dad and Aunt's mother. None of you surnamed Fu takes care of her. Why do you bully me? Liang Tian's emotions finally couldn't be held back, and after yelling, she pulled Lin Yuelian's hand and left, with fast steps, not wanting to stay for a moment. Lu Chunhua signaled Fu Xiongting to help her up. She took a few breaths and looked at the door of the ward fiercely. The two outsiders who are not surnamed Fu are all ungrateful. They can never be tamed. Grandma, Tian is not such a person. She must have been instigated by Mom and led astray by Mom. Fu Jia spoke well of his wife with a firm attitude. Yi Junjun did not miss any opportunity to suppress Lin Yuelian and quickly agreed. Mom, Tian is just a good little white rabbit. If no one taught her, she would not be like this. That's right. Fu Xiongting also responded and glanced at Fu Guoping. Brother, you should divorce this marriage quickly. Lin Yuelian's true nature has been exposed. She is a disaster. Okay. Fu Guoping's ears were buzzing because of the noise, and he shouted sternly, Xiongting, go ask the doctor about Mom's condition. Don't go everywhere and create chaos. You just know how to make noise. Aren't you annoying? Fu Xiongting was so angry that her mouth was crooked. Seeing this, Yi Yinyan quickly volunteered. I'll go ask Xiongting, you stay with Mom. The noisy ward finally quieted down. The patients in the two beds next door were resentful of the noise and felt that this family had no manners. Yi Yinyan went away for a few minutes and came back with a sad face. How is it?
Fu Guoping asked.
Yi Yinyan said according to the doctor's original words, there is a 2 by 3 centimeter cyst in the lungs. A puncture is needed to determine whether it is benign or malignant. The puncture will be arranged tomorrow morning, and blood tests will be done before that. Does that mean that Mom has to stay in the hospital for a day?
Fu Xiongting frowned instantly.
Yi Yinyan nodded. Yes. Who will take care of Mom tonight? After this question was asked, the four looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to agree. The two daughters-in-law who could be exploited ran away, and the rest had ulterior motives. Xiongting, you stay and take care of her. Finally, Fu Guoping said sternly, Jia and I are both men, and it is not convenient for us to help Mom take a bath or go to the toilet. Yunyan is pregnant, so you are the most suitable person.
Me?
Fu Xiongting pointed at her nose. I have an important dinner tonight, and a business worth millions. Will you be responsible if it fails? Business. Fu Guoping suddenly became irritable. The brother and sister quarreled so loudly that the patients and their families in the two beds next door could no longer bear it. If you want to quarrel, go outside. Do you have any manners? You are disturbing the patient's rest. Fu Guoping was scolded with a red face. He quickly left the ward and touched his pocket for cigarettes. Fu Xiongting also followed him out, with her hands on her hips. If it doesn't work, find a nurse. Okay, you pay for it, Fu Guoping said coldly. Fu Xiongting immediately became anxious. I pay? Why should I pay? Because you have been idle all these years and never spent a penny on Mom. When Dad died, all his property was given to you. Do you think I don't know? That property was for Mom's retirement and medical care. You can use that money. Anyway, I won't pay a penny. The quarreling voices of the brother and sister could still be heard through the door of the ward. Lu Chunhua sat on the bed feeling very uncomfortable. She was thinking, if a Ping hadn't found a woman outside, then the person serving her would still be Lin Yuelian. How could Lin Yuelian be so cruel to abandon her? If Lin Yuelian could lay eggs, she, as the mother-in-law, would not agree to let the mistress marry. In the final analysis, it was all Lin Yuelian's fault. On the other side, Liang Tian ran out of the hospital in one breath and came to the side of the road. Then she stopped and gasped. After venting just now, she felt extremely comfortable in her heart. But at the same time, she also had some emotions. Mom, can I stay at your place for a few days? Lin Yuelian was stunned. Angry about Jaya? Liang Tian pursed her lips. Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Yuelian was a little confused. Okay. Why are you sorry? Liang Tian raised her misty eyes, looking aggrieved and tearful. You and Dad were getting a divorce. Jaya was angry with you. I didn't try to persuade them, and I joined Jaya in blocking you. I didn't realize the grievances until it happened to me, but now I understand. Mom, it's really not easy for you these years. Silly child. Lin Yuelian was very relieved and took Liang Tian's hand. Mom doesn't blame you. You are still young, and you haven't really experienced the difficulties of having old parents and young children. Besides, the situations are different. I have a wicked mother-in-law, do you?
No.
Of course not. Mom, you are a super good mother-in-law. Liang Tian immediately raised her voice to express her opinion. Lin Yuelian smiled and scratched her little nose with her fingers lovingly. Liang Tian lowered her head, took Lin Yuelian's hand and shook it. I am very disappointed with Jaya's attitude. If he is the second father, then I will consider whether to continue this marriage. While there is no child, divorce early and get out of it early. Lin Yuelian did not express her opinion immediately. She recalled the time when she and Fu Guoping went to the welfare home to take Jaya home. She also remembered every bit of Fu Jaya's growth over the years. How to say it? This child has admired his father since he was a child, and thinks that his mother is just an insignificant housewife. The influence of the original family on a child is really great, especially the subtle influence of the parents. Under the influence of Fu Guoping, Jaya gradually looked down on her mother, but at the same time, he had high standards for virtuous women, thinking that they should serve the elderly and work hard without regrets. Then come and stay with me for a few days and have a good talk with Jaya. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yuelian consoled. Liang Tian nodded. Mom, don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. I know what's going on. Before you make any decision, remember to discuss it with me or your parents. Although your parents are in their hometown in the countryside and can't help you much, they can give you a lot of advice. Don't get stuck in a dead end and make decisions by yourself. Mom, I know. Liang Tian agreed from the bottom of her heart. In the past, she only regarded Lin Yuelian as her mother-in-law, but from now on, she wants to regard this mother-in-law as her real mother. Yunfeng Group. Lu Yunfeng returned to the office after the morning meeting and didn't see Lin Yuelian, so he called the landline at her workstation. No one answered. When he walked to the desk, he saw a piece of sticky note stuck on the pen holder at a glance. The handwriting was beautiful, and it could even be said that the handwriting was very good. Boss, I'm really sorry, I have to take leave again today. I will try to come back in the afternoon. I have something at home, so it's really difficult. Your lunch has been put in the refrigerator, just microwave it for 2 minutes. The words were small, but neatly arranged, and filled with content. Lu Yunfeng tore off the notepaper and took a closer look. It was not difficult to see that Lin Yuelian's handwriting was practiced, and it was a very standard regular script. With a glance, his eyes fell on the fruit platter next to her. 4 kinds of fruits were placed in separate grids, and each kind of fruit was cut into the same shape and neatly. For those with obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionists, seeing such an exquisite fruit platter is really pleasing to the eye. Lu Yunfeng picked up a piece of cantaloupe with a fork and put it into his mouth. It tasted fragrant and sweet. Lin Yuelian is good at picking fruits, and the taste is not bad. Soon, he walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and saw that there were indeed 2 lunch boxes lying quietly inside, 1 box of soup and the other box of noodles. She really knows how to live. Lu Yunfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a picky person and never ate leftovers. They had to be freshly cooked. He even put it in the microwave for 2 minutes. Was he such an easygoing person? Secretary Wang. Lin Yuelian asked for leave again today. Go and warn her that she must report the reason for her leave in the future, and she is not allowed to skip work without my approval. President. Secretary Lin said she didn't tell you in detail because she was afraid of disturbing you so early in the morning. She told me that her ex-husband's mother was in the hospital for a checkup today, and she and her daughter-in-law were accompanying her. So she was accompanying an old lady to see a doctor? She is quite filial. Whether I am disturbed or not is my decision, not hers. Tell her to follow the rules and regulations in the future. Without waiting for Secretary Wang to explain anything, Lu Yunfeng hung up the phone hastily. Secretary Wang was stunned at her workstation, feeling weird. It was normal for someone in the president's office to ask for leave occasionally. Some people had problems at home and needed to take a long vacation, but the president never took the initiative to ask. If the president knew, he would ask the HR department to pay more attention to the employee's situation and give some humanitarian care when necessary. But when the same situation came to Lin Yuelian, why did the president become so strict and unkind? Yes, it is not good to ask for leave frequently just after joining the company, but she did have something wrong at home. Secretary Wang couldn't figure it out, and finally, she could only attribute it to Lin Yuelian's incompetence and poor workability. As a personal secretary, she was not good at taking care of the president, so she was disliked by the president. At lunch, Lin Yuelian took Liang Tian to a small restaurant outside to eat a little. Worried about Lu Yunfeng's lunch, she opened the phone address book and called him. The ringtone rang a few times and then hung up. She waited for a while and called again, but was still quickly hung up. So she called Secretary Wang again. Secretary Wang, has the boss eaten lunch yet? I've made the marinated food. You can heat it up in the microwave. I've added some oil to the noodles, so loosen them up with chopsticks before heating them in the microwave.
Huh?
Secretary Wang sounded as if she had heard something out of the blue. You let the president eat leftovers heated in the microwave? It's not leftovers. I made it early in the morning, packed it up and brought it to the company and put it in the refrigerator. Lin Yuelian explained. Secretary Wang quickly jumped up from her workstation. It's been left for several hours. Whether it's eaten or not, it's called leftovers. The president is very picky. He will definitely not eat it, and he will probably just throw it away. Tell him not to throw it away. Wait for me to go back. I'll take it home to eat in the evening. Okay. Secretary Wang rubbed her throbbing temples. Although she liked Lin Yuelian very much, it was undeniable that Lin Yuelian was really incompetent to be the president's secretary. How could she serve the president like this? After hanging up the phone, Secretary Wang rushed into the president's office. President, what would you like to eat for lunch? When she saw Lu Yunfeng sitting in front of the sofa, bending over to eat a bowl of mixed noodles in a glass box, she was so shocked that her pupils dilated. President, this noodles. Secretary Wang stuttered. Lu Yunfeng ate with relish, and after swallowing what he had in his mouth, he raised his head and ordered. Ask the kitchen to bring another bowl of fresh noodles. Just noodles? Do you need braised sauce? No, this big box of braised sauce is enough. Okay.
Got it.
Secretary Wang was still in a state of surprise when he walked out of the office. The president actually ate the leftovers? He actually ate it? He is a picky guy. He can find a lot of problems with a bowl of noodles that costs 1,888 yuan. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Lin Yuelian was afraid that the sauce she made would be thrown away, so after a hasty meal, she parted ways with Liang Tian. She was used to being frugal and couldn't bear to waste food. She knew that in the eyes of the big boss, these food wastes were nothing. They have money and money can buy everything. She hurriedly punched in and came to the 88th floor. She rushed into the president's office and knocked on the door. She was a little surprised to hear Lu Yunfeng's voice coming from inside. The president usually eats lunch in the restaurant and takes a half-hour lunch break at noon. Lin Yuelian looked at the time on her mobile phone. It was just past 1 o'clock. How is your mother? Lin Yuelian was a little confused. Lu Yunfeng was standing in front of the bookshelf, picking books casually. Your ex-husband's mother.
Oh.
Lin Yuelian reacted then. Thank you for your concern, boss. If you need anything, just let me know. Lu Yunfeng picked up a book casually. I know a lot of people in the hospital. Lin Yuelian understood what he meant. She nodded slightly. Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I probably won't need it. She didn't want to say anything extra and didn't want to bring those trivial things at home to work. But the more she kept her mouth shut, the more curious Lu Yunfeng became. However, he did not rush to pry into Lin Yuelian's privacy, but walked to the massage chair and sat down, turned on the massage chair, and read a book while massaging. My alma mater will have its anniversary tomorrow. You can come with me.
Yes.
Lin Yuelian nodded. There is Lu Yunfeng's information in the secretary's manual. He graduated from USDC, went to Silicon Valley to study for 3 years, and started from scratch after returning to China. The internet industry was on the rise in the early years, but he did not catch up with the trend and went into automobile research and development. The cars made by Yunfeng Group in the past 10 years can only be said to be okay, but the cost performance is not high. When Yunfeng Group changed its strategy and started to make new energy vehicles, it was pushed to the forefront all of a sudden. Now Yunfeng Group's new energy vehicles have a market share of up to 20%. The group not only makes cars, but also gradually puts technology into the sinking market. Various high-tech small appliances are deeply loved by young people. Every year, USDC invites celebrities to attend the anniversary celebration. USDC has sent invitations to Lu Yunfeng for 3 consecutive years. In the past 2 years, Lu Yunfeng was too busy with work to get away. This year's schedule was staggered in advance, so he had time to attend his alma mater. Dress up well tomorrow. Wear something formal and wear a suit. Lu Yunfeng looked at Lin Yuelian and instructed. Lin Yuelian nodded. Speaking of USDC, it was the pain of her life, because it was this university that she was admitted to. Some students from this university went to build cars, some went to build airplanes and cannons, and some even went to build rockets. If she had gone to this university, she might not be a secretary now, but a senior engineer in research and development. While Lu Yunfeng was reading, Lin Yuelian walked to the refrigerator. She was a little disappointed to see it was empty when she opened it. Didn't expect that it was really thrown away by Lu Yunfeng? What are you looking for? When she was depressed, a deep and thick voice came from behind her. Lin Yuelian closed the refrigerator door. Boss, did you throw away the noodles I made? Thrown away. Lu Yunfeng frowned and teased her deliberately. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips and wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Lu Yunfeng smiled at this time. I didn't throw it away. I ate it all. The sauce was not bad, but the noodles were clumped together and not tasty. Don't give me this kind of noodles in the future. Okay. It won't happen again. Lin Yuelian's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Sometimes she was at the bottom, and sometimes she was at the top. Seeing her depressed and happy, Lu Yunfeng shook his head. It's just a bowl of noodles. Look how distressed she is. The next day, Lin Yuelian dressed up and wore a beige OL outfit. This dress was given by her adoptive father on her 45th birthday. Later, whenever there was an important occasion, she would take out this outfit and wear it, just like her battle robe. Usually she only wears light makeup and lipstick. Today she specially put on a full set of makeup, applying powder and makeup, and made her look very delicate. When she appeared in the president's office, a group of young people were amazed. Oh my God, Sister Lin, is this still you? Secretary Wang changed his address and stood in front of Lin Yuelian, looking her up and down. Lin Yuelian has the temperament of a lady from a noble family, and with a little dressing up, she is a real noble lady. When she was squeezing into the bus today, many people looked at her in surprise, wondering why such a noble lady would squeeze into the bus. Lin Yuelian knew that she was a little pretty, but she felt that beauty was the most insignificant part of a woman. "It's me, am I different?" she asked. Secretary Wang patted his thigh. "That's completely transformed. How much did you spend on this makeup?" "You spent a lot of money, right?" "I did it myself." "You did it yourself?" "I don't believe it." Secretary Wang wanted to say something when the door of the president's office was pushed open. Lu Yunfeng walked out, followed by his assistant Jiang Wang. Seeing this, the people in the president's office hurriedly stood up in unison. Lu Yunfeng will bring a group of 7 people for today's trip. Lin Yuelian, as her personal secretary, is one of the 7 people in the group. Lu Yunfeng did not look at Lin Yuelian, but said in a deep voice, "It's time, let's go." Secretary Wang pulled Lin Yuelian and immediately transformed into a female elite in the workplace, calling on other secretaries to follow. There was a huge group of people. Lu Yunfeng stood in the C position, and Lin Yuelian, who was of the same age as him, undoubtedly became the second focus. The other young assistants and secretaries were like foils, while Lin Yuelian was out of place. She was like the president's wife, and she was on par with Lu Yunfeng, with her aura fully open. In front of the coaster door, several bodyguards stood respectfully, pushed open the car door, and invited Lu Yunfeng to get in. When they saw Lin Yuelian, the bodyguards bowed subconsciously. When they reacted, they found that we don't have a president's wife. In the car, after Lu Yunfeng sat down, Lin Yuelian walked to the bar and started to make tea. Lu Yunfeng was looking at the stock market, and his mind was focused. But when he looked up inadvertently, a pair of snow-white calves caught his sight. They were not the kind of white and skinny, but with a little muscle, very healthy and powerful. Although there are muscles, it does not affect the overall lines of the calves at all, which are very thin and well-proportioned. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but take a few more glances and pulled his tie a little depressed. "Let Lin Yuelian dress up, but don't let her dress up too much." "Boss, your tea." Lin Yuelian brought the brewed Longjing tea to Lu Yunfeng. Barley tea is what he must drink after exercise, but usually he prefers Longjing. The aroma of tea filled the air, and Lin Yuelian bent over and served with a smile. Lu Yunfeng then came back to his senses from his distracted state, took the teacup and took a sip, almost scalding his mouth. "Please take a seat." Although the coaster is very comfortable and the driving is very stable, but after all, it is in contact with boiling water, and Lu Yunfeng is afraid that Lin Yuelian will burn herself. Lin Yuelian nodded and sat next to Secretary Wang in the back seat. When she took out her mobile phone to check the time, she patted her head. The phone in her hand was dropped by Lu Chunhua yesterday, and a large part of the screen was missing. When she got home in the evening, she was busy cleaning the house and forgot about changing her phone. Fortunately, the phone box was in her bag, and she could change the card at any time. The journey takes nearly an hour, so she took her time to take the SIM card out of the old phone. When she turned out the phone box, Secretary Wang glanced at it curiously.
Huh?
Her eyes widened suddenly. How did the phone given to the old lady end up in Secretary Lin's hands? Lin Yuelian was also stunned when she opened the phone box. "Isn't this the phone that Secretary Wang took her to the mobile phone store to pick?" Secretary Wang said that this phone was for the president's mother. "Secretary Lin." Secretary Wang blinked. Lin Yuelian made a hushed gesture with her fingers and looked up at the front row. Because of a seat blocking her view, she couldn't see what Lu Yunfeng was doing at the moment. After hesitating for a long time, she still inserted the SIM card into the new phone. The foldable phone was very new to her, and she played with it for a long time. Finally, she opened the address book and sent a text message to Lu Yunfeng. "Boss, the new phone is in use. Very beautiful. Great." Lu Yunfeng felt the vibration of the phone in the inside pocket of his shirt. He took out the phone and saw that it was a message from Lin Yuelian. She was sitting behind him, so why couldn't she say a word? He was too lazy to respond and closed his eyes to rest. Secretary Wang was very gossipy. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Yuelian. What's the matter with the phone? Lin Yuelian received the text message and was a little embarrassed. The boss gave it to me. Secretary Wang. Oh my god? Lin Yuelian. My boss said that I would lose face if I used my old phone. Secretary Wang. So, I see. She said she understood in her typed reply, but she was still very puzzled. Why did she have to tell Secretary Lin to buy a new phone? Why did she have to buy it herself? What if the company paid for it? Secretary Wang couldn't figure it out and pouted. She felt that the president treated Lin Yuelian very specially. Come to think of it, it made sense. Lin Yuelian was the old lady's benefactor, so it was reasonable for her to treat her specially.
Oh, right.
Secretary Wang thought of something. I haven't added you to the corporate group yet. Scan this code. The new phone was easy to use, unlike the old phone, which often broke down and couldn't be scanned. Added. When we get to school later, we'll just follow the president's instructions.
Okay.
Lin Yuelian nodded. Coaster was very low-key. When he passed the gate of USDC, he passed directly by the crowds of students who came to greet him. Many students held banners with various messages. For example, Welcome Senior Lu Yunfeng, the light of Gust, etc. Lin Yuelian could see that these students came specially to welcome Lu Yunfeng. But the coaster car did not mean to stop, but drove straight into the school, heading straight for the Academic Affairs Building. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of the Academic Affairs Building, a group of young and beautiful etiquette ladies were doing the final rehearsal. Pengwen was the host of this school anniversary event. Relying on his relationship, Yi Junjun got in, dressed youthfully and energetically, wearing a simple cheongsam, and became one of the etiquette ladies. After the rehearsal ended perfectly, Pengwen handed Yi Junjun a bottle of soda water and considerately unscrewed the bottle cap for her and inserted a straw. Yi Yunyun smiled sweetly at him and joked, Pengwen, you said you are so warm. Why don't you have a girlfriend? Pengwen's ears immediately blushed. I haven't found a suitable one. Lower your requirements. Besides, aren't there any female scientists in the Academy of Sciences? Science and engineering girls are boring. In their eyes, they only care about doing scientific research. Is that so? Yi Yunyun bit the straw. If you ask me, you might as well be a couple with Ran. Pengwen waved his hand. Andy, don't match me up with someone randomly. In fact, he has someone he likes. This person is far away and close at hand. It's just that he has never had the courage to express his love over the years. He has asked Yi Yunyun many times what kind of partner she likes. Yi Yunyun always answered with a smile, I like rich uncles. Rich and uncles, these two conditions are not suitable for him. The two were happily chatting when suddenly someone hurried over. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. Who is coming? Of course, it's Lu Yunfeng, the president of Yunfeng Group.
Wow.
The most handsome and richest uncle in Beijing. Yi Junjun's nerves suddenly became sensitive when she heard the two keywords rich and uncle. Soon, Lu Yunfeng passed by with a group of people. The bodyguards walked on the outer layer, and behind him followed 7 professional elites. These elites were all young people, and Lin Yuelian was undoubtedly a presence that people noticed at a glance. Who is that woman? Which woman? The one who is older and has a good temperament. The one in the white suit, right? Yes, that's her. I don't know, could it be another senior executive of Yunfeng Group? I don't think she is a senior executive, but she looks like Lu Yunfeng's wife. Lu Yunfeng is single. Where does his wife come from? His son is so old. How could he not have a wife? A group of etiquette ladies were talking about it, and they were all very curious about Lin Yuelian's identity, and at the same time they also sighed at Lu Yunfeng's appearance and temperament. A middle-aged man can maintain himself so well. He is really no worse than some handsome uncles in the domestic entertainment industry. That person is Lin Yuelian. Yi Junjun was almost jealous to death. Lin Yuelian really became Lu Yunfeng's secretary? She even came to attend the school anniversary event with him? She is Lin Yuelian?
Pengwen got angry when he heard the name.
At this year's school anniversary, the principal will solemnly introduce the teacher. The teacher was re-employed by the Academy of Sciences and was also invited by USDC to supervise doctoral students here. He really couldn't understand how Lin Yuelian had the nerve to come on such an important day. Do you know? The reason why she was able to enter Yunfeng group was actually arranged by your teacher. I heard that Lu Yunfeng was your teacher's student and your senior brother, right? You are right. Pengwen clenched his fists and frowned deeply. This Lin Yuelian really has no bottom line. She actually used her teacher's connections to stand next to senior brother Lu openly. Doesn't she know that senior brother Lu is a celebrity and is always exposed in the spotlight? Doesn't she want to become a celebrity together? Isn't she afraid that the matter with her teacher will be exposed? In the lounge reception room of the Academic Affairs building, many bigwigs gathered together. These bigwigs were invited by the school to stand on the scene. Everyone has the opportunity to go on stage to give a speech to encourage the freshmen of the University of Science and Technology. Every year during the school anniversary, many graduates will return to school. This moment is often a good time to expand your network. The same is true for bigwigs. Before Lu Yunfeng arrived, several people in the lounge had already mentioned him. I didn't expect that our University of Science and Technology of China has cultivated an entrepreneur. He is the pride of our university. He is worth 600 billion. TSK, we who do scientific research can't make as much money as him even if we work for 10 lifetimes. What are you saying? Do we do scientific research for money? How is it to talk about money? We do it for the country and for our ideals. Mr. Yang, I heard that Lu Yunfeng is your student. Can you introduce him to me later? What's so good about making friends with a businessman who smells like money? Lu Yunfeng happened to hear the last sentence when he walked into the lounge with a group of people. The whole audience was silent in an instant, and the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. The person who said this was surnamed Ma, and he was the vice president of a famous hospital. At a young age, he became a leader in the medical field and had a promising future. He was proud and naturally didn't take Lu Yunfeng seriously. Seeing Lu Yunfeng coming, he didn't hide anything and sneered. I'm telling the truth. Others didn't dare to reply. Lu Yunfeng was not angry, and his expression was calm. She walked forward with big strides, came to Yang Lining, and bowed respectfully. Teacher, long time no see. Yang Lining looked at the man in front of him who was full of vigor and handsome even though he was over 50 years old, and was very proud. It's still the same as before. Your good-looking appearance is the least worth mentioning thing about you.
Yang.
Lin Yuelian greeted him softly. After all, Yang Lining was old, and Lin Yuelian dressed up a little, so he didn't recognize her at first. After a closer look, he found that it was his niece who he had been thinking about. Alien. Why are you with Yunfeng? Lu Yunfeng was very surprised and turned his head to look at the woman next to him. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips. I work at Yunfeng Group, and now I am Mr. Lu's personal secretary. Yang Lining was stunned for a long time. With Lin Yuelian's academic qualifications, she definitely couldn't be Lu Yunfeng's secretary. So Lu Yunfeng gave her a backdoor because Lin Yuelian was the daughter of a loyal hero? Seeing the two playing charades, Lu Yunfeng smiled happily. Teacher and Secretary Lin know each other? You don't know? Yang Lining raised his eyes. She is the alien I often mention to you. Is it her? Lu Yunfeng was surprised and glanced at Lin Yuelian in disbelief. His eyes fell on her and hesitated for a long time. The teacher did often mention to him a person named Alien, saying that Alien was the only daughter of two martyrs of the Academy of Sciences, Lin Guodong and Ming Xia. The media reported relatively little on the two martyrs, so few people in the outside world knew about their deeds. The teacher said that Alien was very pitiful and lost her parents since childhood. However, the uncles and aunts of the Academy of Sciences took good care of her. She also worked hard and was admitted to the University of Science and Technology of China with the third place in the district. It's a pity that she was overwhelmed by love at the time and finally chose to get married and gave up going to college. In the 1990s, few girls went to college. She chose marriage and gave up college. Everyone just felt sorry, but didn't persuade her. According to the teacher, Alien is very smart. If she had finished college, she might be an excellent scientist now. Looking at the middle-aged woman in front of him who still has charm, Lu Yunfeng really couldn't connect her with a talented woman. In his impression, a talented woman is not like this. Is she the child of Mr. Lin and Ms. Ming? Dean Ma, who was disdainful of Lu Yunfeng, frowned. Dean Ma almost joined the Academy of Sciences back then. Later, due to the shortage of medical resources, he entered the medical school to engage in medical and clinical research. In his heart, he admired Lin Guodong and Ming Xia very much. But he sneered at the daughters of the two martyrs. He had heard about the romantic scandal that was circulating wildly on the Academy of Sciences forum before. Now, seeing Mr. Yang's smiling attitude towards Lin Yuelian, he can be sure that the rumors are true. Looking at Lin Yuelian's appearance again, beauty is the original sin, especially since she is already old and still so charming. It is even more of a sin. It's her. She is the child of Guodong and Xiaoxia. Yang Lining introduced to everyone happily. A group of people looked at each other when they heard the words, and the expressions on their faces instantly became subtle. It is said that this woman is very resourceful. Her parents died early, and soon other bigwigs of the Academy of Sciences adopted her as an adopted daughter. After that person died, it was heard that Mr. Yang also intended to adopt her as a goddaughter. Goddaughter? This god, not the first tone but the fourth tone, right? You are quite capable. Dean Ma has an impatient temper and thinks he hates evil. He turned to look at Lin Yuelian with a very unfriendly attitude. You are the daughter of a martyr, that's true. But this identity is not your amulet, nor is it a bargaining chip for you to trade. Lin Yuelian was confused. She didn't even know the person in front of her. Who was his name? Sir, please make it clear if you have anything to say. Do you want me to use a loudspeaker to tell the world about the matter between you and Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang is old. Do you want to ruin his reputation in his later years? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell into deathly silence. They knew that Dean Ma was not a good person, and they guessed that he would cause trouble, but they didn't expect him to make a fuss about this matter. Everyone's expression was not good, including Yang Lining, who was so angry that he slammed the table with his hands. What nonsense! Who is spreading rumors about the relationship between me and Lian? There is no smoke without fire, Mr. Yang. I heard that Lin Yuelian didn't go to college at all, and has been a full-time housewife at home since she got married. May I ask, how did she get into the Yunfeng Group, a Fortune 500 company? Wasn't it because of your connections? Everyone knows that Lu Yunfeng is your favorite student. It's a matter of a word from you to arrange a high-paying job for your lover. Isn't that a piece of cake? Nonsense. What nonsense? Yang Lining was so angry that his chest kept heaving, and he was out of breath several times. Seeing this, Lin Yuelian hurried forward to persuade him. Uncle Yang, don't get excited. We are not afraid of our own slander or their nonsense. Someone spread rumors in the Academy of Sciences forum. Let's find the rumor monger and confront him face to face. She kept calming Yang Lining and brought him a cup of hot water.
Yang Lining's mood gradually stabilized.
How could Lu Yunfeng tolerate someone insulting his mentor like this? It doesn't matter if you look down on him, but slandering your mentor is a violation of his taboo. Lin Yuelian didn't come in because of the relationship with my mentor. She saved my mother. My mother wanted to repay her. She happened to be looking for a job, so she hit it off and became my secretary. Lu Yunfeng put his hands in his pockets. His eyes were extremely sharp. When he looked at Dean Ma, his eyes were even more sharp, and they were so cold that they seemed to be poisoned. You are Mr. Yang's student, so you will naturally help him to save his reputation. You just made up a pretext of being your mother's benefactor. Who knows whether it is true or not? Anyway, no matter whether it is true or not, it is you, President Liu, who has the final say. Who makes you so powerful? Dean Ma said sourly, not convinced. Lu Yunfeng was very disgusted with this kind of troublemaker. If it was his own business, he would have taken coercive measures to shut up this group of rumor-mongers. But the teacher was a humble person. He convinced people with reason and did not like to use violence. So even though he was impatient, he still kept his temper and maintained the necessary humility. If you don't believe it, then you can only do as Secretary Lin said, find out the source of the rumor and then confront it in public. Okay. Dean Ma was full of confidence. If it is proved that I misunderstood Mr. Yang and Lin Yuelian, I will apologize to them in person. Apologize? How do you apologize? Lu Yunfeng was tall and strong, and when he stood there, he formed a natural barrier, blocking a large part of the light in front of Dean Ma. Dean Ma held his chest high and patted it. An apology is an apology. Is there anything else to it?
Of course there is.
Lu Yunfeng sneered. In ancient times, people would ask for forgiveness by carrying a thorn stick on their backs. Carrying a thorn stick on their backs is too much trouble. How about this? When the time comes, you kowtow 3 times to my mentor and Secretary Lin. How about that?
Kowtow?
Dean Ma's eyes widened in shock. Isn't this an insult? However, he was very confident and not afraid of being overturned. Instead, he shouted, "You can kowtow, but for the sake of fairness, if Mr. Yang and Lin Yuelian really have an affair, then Mr. Lu is willing to admit defeat and kowtow to me 3 times. How about it?" Hearing Dean Ma's challenge to Lu Yunfeng's authority, everyone in the lounge was silent. Including Lu Yunfeng's 7-member group, they all thought that Dean Ma was crazy. It would be fine if he made a bet with Mr. Lu, but he also bet on Mr. Yang's reputation. When the president of USDC and a group of school directors came to the lounge, they happened to hear Dean Ma's nonsense. The president's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he walked briskly to Dean Ma. "Old Ma, what are you doing here? How can you bet on Mr. Yang's reputation?" "I didn't bet. The one who wanted to bet was Lu Yunfeng." Dean Ma disagreed, not realizing that he was too rude. "I'm sorry, Dean Ma. You are not welcome here. Please leave," the principal said in a deep voice, and stretched out his hand to make a please gesture. His attitude looked polite, but he was actually angry. "You invited me to the school anniversary with a flattering face, and now you say I'm not welcome? I know you want to save face for Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang himself doesn't cherish his reputation, so you can't blame others for saying a few more words." Dean Ma argued confidently, not afraid of offending anyone, fearless, arrogant, and domineering to the point of being abominable. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, thinking that Dean Ma was looking for death. He was so open-minded and didn't give yawn-lining face. Lin Yuelian really couldn't stand it. "You deans and professors really open my eyes. You believe in rumors when someone spreads them, and you can't produce any evidence. It's not illegal to spread rumors about the pillars of the country, right?" Uncle Yang was rehired by the Academy of Sciences this time. He is almost 80 years old. He gave up the opportunity to recuperate and was willing to return to the front line of national scientific research.
Why?
It was for the country. Such a noble person, but you just spread rumors, smeared him, and ruined his reputation. You did this deliberately to go against the country and drive away a pillar, right? Lin Yuelian was very excited. She used all her strength in every word, and her whole body was working hard to prove the innocence of Mr.
Yang.
Dean Ma, right? I said you had a mistress outside. You even didn't let go of the trainee nurse who just graduated. You are such a beast. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I have a mistress? And a trainee nurse? They are all fictitious. Don't throw dirty water on me. Throw dirty water? I didn't. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital to ask. Lin Yuelian looked very serious. Everyone was half believing and half doubting, whispering and discussing. Dean Ma was furious. You are slandering me. Have I slandered you? Show us the evidence. Lin Yuelian raised her eyebrows, full of provocation. Lu Yunfeng stood aside like an outsider watching the show. He was really eye-opening. The so-called tooth for tooth is nothing more than this, right? What others use to attack you, you attack back in the same way, so that others can also taste the taste of being unable to defend themselves. Although this move was very shameless and Lu Yunfeng disdained to do it, he couldn't help but give Lin Yuelian a thumbs up when he saw that Lin Yuelian made Dean Ma so angry that he screamed. Assistant Jiang. He turned his head slightly, serious and stern. Assistant Jiang stepped forward immediately, having guessed what Lu Yunfeng was going to tell him to do. Lu Yunfeng said lightly, "Go and investigate the incident of the Academy of Sciences revelations and find out who is behind the revelations." President, I have notified the Yunfeng Group's Network Information Security Department to investigate. They replied that they will give you the results in half an hour. Very good. Lu Yunfeng curled his lips and sneered. Dean Ma, I advise you not to appear at the school anniversary ceremony. Just wait here for the results. After saying that, he waved his hand. Several tall and strong bodyguards stepped forward immediately, standing in front of Dean Ma on the left and right, with a strong sense of oppression. Lu Yunfeng, what are you going to do?
Dean Ma exclaimed.
2 bodyguards held him and pushed him onto the sofa next to him. Stay still, one of the big bodyguards warned. Lu Yunfeng glanced at Dean Ma with disgust. Soon, he turned his attention to Yang Lining, strode forward and walked over to support him. Teacher, the school anniversary ceremony is about to begin. Let's go backstage to wait? Okay. Old Yang glanced at Lu Yunfeng and comforted him. If it weren't for him today, he would really be wronged. He turned his eyes to Lin Yuelian. And Lian, she made Dean Ma speechless with her clever words, which was a great relief. After Lu Yunfeng and Old Yang and his group left in a mighty manner, the others looked at each other and left one after another. In the huge lounge, there were only 2 bodyguards left, looking at Dean Ma like a prisoner, making him unable to leave. The celebration would last for 2 hours. After Lin Yuelian made tea in the waiting area, she had nothing to do. Secretary Wang told everyone that they could move around nearby, but not too far. Lin Yuelian was very obedient and didn't dare to walk around, so she only went to the bathroom once. When she was washing her hands in front of the wash basin, Yi Yunyun just walked in. She didn't expect that her luck would be so bad that she would meet Lin Yuelian here. She was a lady of etiquette, but the other party was the secretary of the president of a large group. The 2 people's images formed a sharp contrast. Yi Yunyun deliberately walked to the wash basin, turned on the faucet, and turned the water very high. When washing her hands, her movements were very rude, and she deliberately splashed water on Lin Yuelian. I didn't expect that an old woman like you, who is old and ugly, still has a man. But only old men in their 70s and 80s like you. I don't know what you want from them. Is it for the old smell on them? It's really shameless. With your legs spread, you are willing to do anything. Yi Yunyun, why are you everywhere? Lin Yuelian looked at the other person in the mirror. Very impolitely, she scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on Yi Yunyun's face. She was not satisfied with just this little bit of water, so she looked at the washstand and then looked back around. Her eyes were fixed on a red bucket next to the mop sink. The bucket was obviously used to wash mops, and the black water inside was not poured out. Lin Yuelian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She rushed over in one step, picked up the bucket, and splashed it forward with force.
Yi Yunyun screamed.
She was caught off guard and didn't expect Lin Yuelian to suddenly go crazy and splash dirty water on herself. Don't you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Your mouth is so dirty. Wash it well.
You.
Are you crazy? You're going to be divorced by Brother Ping. You must be mentally ill. Yi Yunyun was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. She lowered her head and glanced at her cheongsam, which was full of stains of dirty water. I'm going to kill you. Madness is contagious. Yi Yunyun lost her mind instantly, rushed to Lin Yuelian, and was about to her clothes. You look good, right? You want to throw dirty water on yourself, right? Her, and let her face no one. Yi Yunyun overestimated her own strength and underestimated Lin Yuelian's physical strength. Lin Yuelian has been doing physical work for many years, and her hands are very strong. Even the tall and strong Guoping is not her opponent, let alone the small and thin Yi Yunyun. Yi Yunyun thought that she was young and could definitely beat the old woman. However, the next second, her hair was pulled back by Lin Yuelian, and she screamed in pain. You are the one who spread rumors about me and Uncle Yang, right? Lunatic. Let go. Someone come. Help. Yi Yunyun struggled hard, trying to escape from Lin Yuelian's shackles. Lin Yuelian pinched the back of Yi Yunyun's neck like pinching a chicken and pressed her to the toilet squatting position. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my God. Secretary Wang rushed over when she heard the noise. She was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands when she saw Lin Yuelian forcing Yi Yunyan to throw her into the toilet. In the past few days with Lin Yuelian, she felt that Lin Yuelian was easy to talk to, very kind and very gentle. For example, you always think that someone is a little white rabbit, and suddenly one day you see this rabbit eating the big bad wolf. Another analogy is that you are Su Xian, and one day you find that your gentle and lovely white snake actually reveals a long snake tail.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Secretary Wang was so shocked that she turned around on the spot, a little at a loss. Yi Yunyan saw the savior coming and quickly called for help. Help me call the police, help me call the police.
Sister Lin, what is going on?
Secretary Wang stepped back, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Lin Yuelian gritted her teeth. Secretary Wang, I'm beating up the mistress.
What?
Secretary Wang was stunned, thinking of the first day Lin Yuelian joined the company, when he asked her about her family situation. She said her husband cheated on her and was currently going through the divorce procedure. So the mistress is her? Secretary Wang immediately became jealous. Secretary Lin, I'll keep watch for you. Just go ahead and get her. After saying that, he ran out and kicked the cleaning sign on the ground to the door of the women's bathroom. He didn't leave either, just stood at the door and watched. Lin Yuelian really wanted to push the mistress's head into the toilet. But she knew that violence could not solve the problem. If the mistress called the police and sued her for intentional injury, she might be punished administratively. Yi Yunyan, if I find out that you are the one who spread the rumors behind my back, I will definitely make you pay the price. I'm alone now, and those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. After giving a harsh warning, Lin Yuelian pushed the person away. Yi Yunyan staggered 2 steps and almost fell into the toilet. Lin Yuelian glanced at her coldly and walked out. Secretary Wang had been looking around. When he saw Lin Yuelian coming out, he hurriedly asked about the result. How is it? Did you push her into the toilet?
No.
Why not? Secretary Wang was very disappointed. I hate this kind of mistress who destroys other people's families the most. Wait a little longer, the time is not right yet. Lin Yuelian calmed down. When she gets the divorce certificate, she will divorce Fu Guoping completely. Then she will not be so hesitant. The celebration went smoothly, and soon it was time for the award ceremony. But Yi Yunyan was late, which meant that there was a lack of etiquette ladies to present the awards. The person in charge called Yi Yunyan several times, and Yi Yunyan only answered the 5th call. Hello, sorry, I can't go to the awards ceremony later. What's wrong with you? You suddenly quit when the time comes? What were you doing before? Something happened to me. My clothes got dirty. I CA and go on stage. Beep, beep. Before Yi Junjun could explain, the person in charge hung up the phone angrily. Unreliable. Who did Prongwon introduce? She frowned and directed another girl to fill the position. Fortunately, she was thoughtful and kept a backup. Otherwise, there would be a shortage of award presenters later, which would be a big trouble. Every year's school anniversary is recorded in full and will go down in history. After the school celebration, Prongwon called Yi Yunyan immediately and went to the disabled toilet. When he opened the door, he saw Yi Yunyan squatting in the corner like a quail, hugging himself pitifully. Seeing her dirty body and messy hair, Prongwon was shocked and distressed. He stepped forward and helped her up. What happened? Lin Yuelian. She hit me. I just said that her relationship with academician Yang was improper.
She just.
Yi Yunyan didn't say the rest of the words, threw herself into Prongwen's arms, and leaned her face on his shoulder. After hearing this, Prongwen's heart was about to break. Lin Yuelian, that hateful old woman. How dare she? How dare she be so arrogant? Let's go find her. I'll get justice for you. Prongwen was overwhelmed by anger and just wanted to stand up for the beauty. Yi Junjun retreated in fear. No, she is now protected by academician Yang, and she is also Lu Yunfeng's secretary, so let's not mess with her easily. The teacher was just confused by her. Besides, her relationship with the teacher is not open to the public. I don't believe that she is so arrogant that she beats people and the teacher dares to protect her blatantly. As for the fact that she is Lu Yunfeng's secretary, It's just right for him to see what kind of person Lin Yuelian is and fire her as soon as possible.
But
Yi Junjun shook her head pitifully. She didn't dare to confront Lin Yuelian head-on. If Lin Yuelian was outspoken and went crazy and exposed her relationship with Fu Guoping, I think it's better to forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. It can't be counted. I am the teacher as student. I have the obligation to wake the teacher up. He is now going astray. I have to lead him back to the right path. Pengwen was very determined and patted Yi Yunyun's shoulder. Don't worry, justice will prevail. You can't eat losses in vain, and you can't suffer grievances in vain.
well,
Yi Yunyun nodded like a soft little white rabbit. Even if Lin Yuelian was crazy, it was unlikely that she would expose her relationship with Fu Guoping. After all, divorce means dividing property. Killing Fu Guoping now would not benefit Lin Yuelian. Besides, if Lin Yuelian wanted to expose it, she would have gone to the school to make a scene long ago. But she didn't, which means that she cares about how much money she can get from aping in the end, and she won't kill aping for the time being. Thinking of this, Yi Yunyun suddenly became energetic and courageous. Maybe Pengwen could really make something of himself if he went to make trouble? She didn't care at all whether Yang Lining's reputation would be preserved in his later years. She only cared whether Lin Yuelian would lose her reputation and live in fear from then on. In the lounge, Dean Ma was almost asleep waiting. When he heard footsteps, he woke up suddenly and rubbed his eyes. Lu Yunfeng, what do you mean? I am the vice president of Union Hospital after all. How dare you put me under house arrest? Not under house arrest. Lu Yunfeng put one hand in his pocket and walked in with his secretaries. Lin Yuelian supported Yang Lining and asked him to sit on the sofa to rest. Assistant Jiang was holding a tablet computer and was on standby at any time. As long as Lu Yunfeng gave an order, he would announce the results of the investigation by the Network Information Security Department. However, before Lu Yunfeng could speak, someone knocked the door of the lounge and pushed it open and walked in. Pengwen walked in front, wearing a blue suit and a pair of black framed glasses, looking very gentle. Yi Junjun behind him lowered her head, still wearing the cheongsam that was soiled by Lin Yuelian. Teacher.
Pengwen walked briskly to Yang Lining.
Yang Lining saw that it was another of his favorite students, and he was in a good mood. You came at the right time. I was just about to introduce your senior brother Lu Yunfeng to you. Pengwen and Lu Yunfeng were both students of Yang Lining, and they were his two favorite students. The difference was that Lu Yunfeng went into business, but Pengwen followed him to do scientific research. In Yang Lining's heart, Pengwen was like half a son. Yang Lining was anxious to let the two favorite students meet. He had been recuperating abroad for a few years and had never had the opportunity. Now that he has returned to China, he has not found a suitable opportunity. It just so happens that this school anniversary is a good opportunity. Senior Lu, I have heard of your name for a long time. It just so happens that you are here. I want to ask you to preside over something. Pengwen bowed deeply to Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yunfeng looked at the person in front of him and had a good first impression. He had heard his mentor mention this junior fellow student, saying that he was a very pure researcher.
Oh,
what's the matter? Lu Yunfeng was very curious. He and Pengwen had just met for the first time, and their relationship was not close enough to stand up for each other. Pengwen looked upright and pointed at the pitiful Yi Yunyun behind him. Your secretary bullied my friend. She was originally one of the etiquette ladies who presented the awards today, but not long ago, your secretary threw dirty water all over her, making her look like this now, causing her to lose her job. Lu Yunfeng didn't believe what Pengwen said. In the few days he had been in contact with Lin Yuelian, he felt that Lin Yuelian was a very capable and reasonable person. If anyone married her as a wife, he would say that the man was very lucky. Throwing dirty water on others, he didn't believe that this was something Lin Yuelian would do. Secretary Lin, what's going on? Lu Yunfeng tried his best to be fair. One was his secretary and the other was his junior fellow student. He didn't want to be partial to either of them. How could Alien throw dirty water on someone? Yang Lining couldn't help but speak up for Lin Yuelian. Pengwen didn't listen to a word she said and even retorted, Teacher, you don't know what Lin Yuelian's true face is like. You don't even know that you have been deceived by her. Don't argue yet. Lu Yunfeng felt that Pengwen's voice was too loud and his emotions were too excited. He made a downward gesture with his hand, signaling Pengwen not to speak yet. Lin Yuelian, I want to hear your explanation. Lu Yunfeng said seriously. Lin Yuelian bit her lip and glanced at Yi Yunyun. Where did Yi Yunyun, the mistress, get the courage to ask outsiders to come and make trouble? Do you need a reason to beat up the mistress? She raised her eyes, with a faint smile in her eyes. She looked very unyielding and proud. Yi Yunyun didn't expect that she would say this so suddenly. Sister Lin, don't talk nonsense. Yi Yunyun's face changed drastically, and she turned pale as paper in an instant. What mistress? It's really the thief crying thief. Pengwen was instantly furious. He was really eye-opening. It was the first time he saw someone as shameless as Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian sneered and shook her head. She walked up to Pengwen and pressed him step by step. What is your relationship with her? Friends. What does it have to do with you? Pengwen said bluntly. Lin Yuelian raised the corner of her mouth. She told you that Uncle Yang and I had an unclear relationship, right? Pengwen frowned and didn't respond. Lin Yuelian said again. She told you that I was the mistress who interfered with the relationship between your teacher and his wife, right? Then did she tell you that she was the mistress who interfered with my marriage with Fu Guoping? She said this very calmly. But Pengwen seemed to be greatly stimulated. He stepped back, shook his head, and his pupils dilated. You are talking nonsense. You are really good at confusing right and wrong. If you slander Yunyun like this, we can sue you for defamation. Lin Yuelian sneered and shook her head, thinking that the man in front of her was just a fool who was deceived by a green tea mistress. Friendship? To stand up for Yi Yunyun like this, the relationship should not be that simple, right? However, she didn't care at all about the relationship between Yi Yunyun and Pengwen. If there is a relationship, it means that Fu Guoping is cuckolded, which is retribution. Boss, do you have any results on the forum poster? I guess the poster is Yi Yunyun, but I have no evidence. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips, feeling a little ashamed. Originally, she planned to find a private detective to investigate the matter, but there were too many miscellaneous facts recently, which made her have no time to take care of it. The rumors were delayed again and again, which caused Uncle Yang to be laughed at today. President, I was just about to report this. Assistant Jiang spoke at the right time, glanced at Lin Yuelian and cast a sympathetic look. The result. Lu Yunfeng stood straight with a dignified expression on his face. Pengwen was a little confused, still immersed in the fact that Yi Junjun was a mistress. So much so that he was indifferent when it came to the poster of the forum. Assistant Jiang turned on the tablet and handed it to Lu Yunfeng respectfully. The IP address is in the staff dormitory building of the Academy of Sciences, and it is a person named Pengwen. On? How could it be? Yang Lining couldn't believe his ears and looked at Pengwen. Pengwen came back to his senses, his eyes were dull, and he looked very sluggish. I posted it. He looked like he had lost all hope in life. So, which one is true? Which one is false? You don't even trust your own teacher, so you believe her? Lin Yuelian raised her voice and really wanted to slap Pengwen to wake him up. Your good friend Yi Junjun has a child with my husband, and the child is already 10 years old. She cheated on me and made up dirty rumors about me. You believe this kind of garbage and help slander your own teacher. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Yuelian's questioning hit the soul. Yang Lining was very sad and his hands were shaking with anger. I just want to ask you one question. Did you really post it? It was me. Pengwen's mouth trembled. He actually slandered his most beloved teacher for a scumbag mistress? See for yourself. Lin Yuelian flipped through the photo album on her cell phone. Since the day she found out that Fu Guoping had a mistress, she has been quietly collecting evidence. Does Fu Guoping's family really think that she is naive and knows nothing? But in fact, she knows everything. If she has solid evidence that Fu Guoping has cheated, she can file a lawsuit in court and demand that Fu Guoping leave the house with nothing. Pengwen did not answer Lin Yuelian's phone. Lin Yuelian stood in front of him, flipping through the photos one by one. Yi Junjun looked up and her eyes widened. How did you get these photos? These photos are Fu Guoping's bad taste. When the two of them were making love, he would take photos and videos as a souvenir. In the photos, Yi Junjun showed her shoulders and kissed Fu Guoping's cheek. The two of them were lying on the bed, covered with only a thin quilt. Such a picture brought a strong visual impact to Pengwen, especially Yi Junjun's young face, next to Fu Guoping's old face over 100 years old, formed a sharp contrast. Pengwen couldn't believe his eyes. Yi Junjun was actually with her teacher? Even if Fu Guoping was single, such an age difference and status difference were enough to make people criticize forgetting age. Teacher and student, these are not normal relationships. What's more, Fu Guoping has a wife. Yi Junjun is a third party. Her behavior is despicable, and her conduct is improper. Did you see it? I can send these photos to your mobile phone, and you can find someone to authenticate the authenticity. Lin Yuelian said righteously. Pengwen shook his head, and his voice was like a mosquito. No need. Teacher, it's the student's fault. He knelt down in front of Yang Lining with a plop. Yang Lining's heart was broken, and his old face was full of disappointment and sadness. I thought that the post was posted by someone in the institute, but I never thought that it would be posted by my most respected student. In your heart, I am a hypocrite with no moral standards and who has promiscuous relationships between men and women? When you post that kind of post, aren't you afraid that I will be affected by rumors and my heart will not be able to bear it, and I will commit suicide? Pengwen's eyes were red, and his voice was choked. At this moment, he had no way to defend himself. Yang Lining stroked his chest with heartache. Forget it. Go find another doctoral supervisor. I can't teach you. Pengwen sobbed softly and suddenly raised his head. Teacher, do you mean that you don't want students anymore? I'm not lucky enough to teach a student like you. Yang Lining said angrily. Your behavior is a betrayal of your teacher and ancestors. Not only did you hurt me, but you also hurt Lian. What did she do wrong? She is the orphan of a martyr, but she has to endure such slander from you for nothing. How can you be worthy of Mr. Lin and Ms. Ming in the netherworld? I was wrong. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Pengwen supported his hands on the ground and kowtowed to admit his mistake. However, what he didn't know was that Yang Lining had too high expectations of him. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Yunfeng, Lian, let's go. Yang Lining didn't want to waste any more time talking to Pengwen. He had made up his mind. Teacher, it's not us who should go. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and said very firmly. He waved his hand. The three bodyguards divided into two teams. Two of them escorted Pengwen and the other one held Yi Yunyun. Kick them all out, they're an eyesore. Lu Yunfeng said lightly. His expression was calm, but his narrowed eyes revealed a murderous edge. Pengwen harmed the teacher, and as a senior brother, he was not as kind-hearted and merciful as the teacher. A person who would even betray the teacher would be a disaster even if he continued to stay in the Academy of Sciences. Such a person is not worthy of serving the country at all. He calmed down for a moment, and when he raised his eyes again, his eyes were full of sharpness. Assistant Jiang, you go and deal with this person yourself. Yes. Assistant Jiang nodded. He is Lu Yunfeng's confidant, and he knows what to do specifically without Lu Yunfeng's clear instructions. Pengwen will not be able to stay in the Academy of Sciences in the future. Uncle Yang calmed down first.
Lin Yuelian comforted Yang Lining's emotions.
Yang Lining has high blood pressure and cannot be too excited. When Pengwen was driven away, he kept crying, Teacher, the student is wrong. The student is wrong. Please forgive the student. But no matter how miserable he screamed, it was useless. Yi Junjun was like a quail the whole time, being pushed out by others, not daring to.
All right.
Lu Yunfeng curled the corners of his mouth and showed a cold smile. Dean Ma, it's your turn. Dean Ma opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. He knew what kind of person Lu Yunfeng was. Rumor has it that Lu Yunfeng is very difficult to mess with, and he is a vindictive villain. I won't say more. Do you want to kneel down by yourself, or do you want me to force you to kneel down?
I'll
do it myself. Dean Ma instantly lost his arrogance just now, stepped forward timidly, and came in front of Yang Lining. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt down gently. Yang Lining glanced at him and closed his eyes. Lin Yuelian glared at him and scolded him like a grandson. In the future, use your brain when you go out. Don't just follow what others say. A shameless mistress can actually fool the two of you. I see, you and Pengwen are both 250 pig brains. UTM. Dinma was scolded and got angry. But just as he opened his mouth, he saw the two dark figures of the bodyguards approaching. In an instant, he swallowed his words back in fear. My secretary's meaning is what I, Lu Yunfeng, mean. Dinma, you are indeed a pig brain. Lu Yunfeng raised the corners of his mouth and said jokingly. Dinma bit his back teeth, admitted his weakness like a good grandson, and didn't dare to say a word. Teacher, you're tired today, I will take you home. Lu Yunfeng walked to Yang Lining and pretended to support him. Yang Lining was indeed very tired and was still sad because Pengwen spread rumors about him. Alien, blame me. I let you suffer.
Yang Lining apologized.
Lin Yuelian shook her head. It has nothing to do with you, uncle. It's all Fu Guoping's fault. The mistress came for me and implicated you. Do you really not need my help? I still have some say in the education field. Yang Lining asked Lin Yuelian for her opinion. Lin Yuelian smiled and shook her head. Uncle Yang, not for now. When I need it, I will definitely ask you for help. Okay.
Yang Lining nodded.
Coaster sent Yang Lining home first. He was not in good health, so the Academy of Sciences specially arranged Beishan Sanatorium for him. He usually rested in the sanatorium and went to the Academy of Sciences twice a week. After leaving Beishan Sanatorium, Coaster drove towards Yunfeng Group. Lu Yunfeng frowned, put his hand on his chin, and rubbed his temple. He didn't expect that he and Lin Yuelian had such a connection. This reminded him of a very long time ago. More than 30 years ago, the teacher had intended to match him and Lin Yuelian. Originally, the dinner was arranged, but that day Lin Yuelian suddenly had something and said she couldn't come. Later, the teacher asked and found out that Lin Yuelian encountered a pickpocket on the way that day. It was Fu Guoping who was brave enough to catch up with the pickpocket and get Lin Yuelian's wallet back. Because of this, Lin Yuelian fell in love with Fu Guoping at first sight. When he heard the teacher tell the story, he thought that Lin Yuelian and Fu Guoping were destined to be together by God. Now it seems that it is indeed fate, but it is a bad fate. You guys get off work early today, so you don't have to go back to the company. Lu Yunfeng pulled his mind back to reality and turned around to say to his subordinates in the back row. This was his routine. Upon hearing this, his subordinates all shouted happily. Thank you, boss. The driver had already memorized the specific route, because he had encountered this situation several times before. For this reason, Secretary Wang also made a special route map. Secretary Lin, where do you live? Secretary Wang opened her route map and wanted to replan it. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard and almost subconsciously replied, I live in Jinding Building. Jinding Building? Secretary Wang couldn't help but raise her voice. The other secretaries in the back row couldn't help but exclaimed, Sister Lin, it turns out that you are a hidden rich woman. You actually live in such a high-end place?
Huh?
Why do I remember that boss also lives in Jinding Building? Someone asked suspiciously. Does boss live in Jinding Building? Doesn't boss live in Xiaogong Mansion? Boss has so many properties, and Jinding Building is one of them. Boss, you and Secretary Lin are neighbors? Secretary Wang stretched his neck curiously and asked Lu Yunfeng in the front row. Lu Yunfeng thought this group of people was really noisy. Do I have to explain so much to you? He said dissatisfiedly, without even turning his head. A group of people immediately shrank their heads, looked at each other, and dared not laugh anymore. Their boss was very good to them, but that didn't mean they could just pry into the boss's privacy. We're near the Jinding Building. When a group of people were silent, the driver said loudly, breaking the silence in the car. Lin Yuelian responded awkwardly. I'm here. After the car stopped, she waved to Lu Yunfeng and colleagues. Then I'll go first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Colleagues said goodbye to her one after another. As soon as she left, the small group of secretaries exploded instantly. Secretary A, So Secretary Lin is so miserable. Her husband has a mistress and even has a child. Secretary B. What's miserable about her? She lives in a mansion that costs 100,000 yuan per square meter. It should be us, the real workers, who are miserable, right? Secretary C. She has a good family background. Haven't you heard that she is the orphan of a martyr? Secretary D. Oh, didn't you hear from the boss that she is the old lady savior? So she entered the president's office of Yunfeng Group and she didn't even go to college. Secretary A. Comparing people. It's so annoying. The group was instantly silent, and no one took up the conversation. There are only 5 people in this group, including Secretary Wang. After seeing the group message, Secretary Wang frowned. Obviously, these little guys under her have evil intentions and are jealous of Lin Yuelian. Secretary Wang. You all say less. No matter what, Secretary Lin has a good family background, is kind-hearted, and saved the old lady. She deserves to be our colleague. It is very difficult for women over 35 to find a job again. You should all be more careful with your words. She scolded everyone like a head of a family. The other 4 people behaved themselves, put away their phones, and stopped making random comments. Lin Yuelian didn't know that she had aroused the jealousy of her colleagues. Before going home, she went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables. After returning home, she quickly cooked 2 dishes and a soup. When Liang Tian came back from work, the meal was just ready. The little girl happily changed into slippers and walked to the restaurant. Like a greedy little cat, she stretched out her hand to grab the vegetables and eat them secretly. Wash your hands. Lin Yuelian slapped her hand away and scolded. Liang Tian smiled and ran to the kitchen to wash her hands. When she came out, Lin Yuelian had already served her the meal. Liang Tian sat down and took a bite of the meal. Suddenly, her nose was sore and she started crying. They say that children with mothers are like treasures. Mom, you are so good. Silly child. Why are you crying again? Lin Yuelian was a little puzzled. Liang Tian sniffed. I am crying with happiness, crying with joy.
Silly boy, eat.
After the 2 finished their meal, Liang Tian took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lin Yuelian was cleaning the stove next to her. Mom, I saw you busy when I came here yesterday, so I didn't ask. Liang Tian has always been curious. How much is the monthly rent for this house? She has heard her grandmother yell many times that Dad gives Mom 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. 5,000 yuan in today's era is actually not enough to save much money. To rent a large flat in such a luxurious location, the monthly rent must be at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, right? My mother-in-law is usually frugal and doesn't seem like someone who would be so extravagant. Besides, where did she get the money? 500. Lin Yuelian had finished the work neatly. Liang Tian exclaimed, 500? How can it be so cheap? I saved an old lady a while ago. Lin Yuelian told Liang Tian the whole story in a concise manner. Liang Tian listened with relish. So that's how it is. So it is said that good people are rewarded. That mistress is really mean. She told my family that you got into Yunfeng Group because of an academician. Aki. Yi Junjun sneezed at the door of Peng Wen's house, feeling that someone was scolding her behind her back. Peng Wen blocked the door and didn't let her in. But she kept pestering him and refused to leave no matter what he said. And listen to my explanation. I don't want to listen. Don't say a word. Peng Wen closed the door hard. Yi Junjun just didn't let go. When the door closed, she screamed. Peng Wen saw that she didn't know how to live or die, blocking the door with her hand, and her whole hand was caught by the door. Aren't you afraid that your hand will be disabled? Peng Wen was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Yi Junjun shook her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. I was forced. Teacher Fu used force on me back then. I didn't agree, but I had no choice. She became more and more sad as she spoke. I am just a poor girl from the countryside, and I have no power in such a big city. Teacher Fu threatened me with graduation, saying that if I didn't obey him, then I would never graduate. You also know that my family is poor, and it's not easy to send me to college. Are you trying to make up a lie to gain my trust again? Yi Junjun, I won't believe a word you say anymore. Pengwen yelled, and this time he reacted quickly, pushing Yi Junjun out and closing the door in an instant. There was a loud bang. Yi Junjun was so angry that she slammed the door, but her hands were sore and the door didn't move and just wouldn't open. She didn't dare to stay outside for too long, as her son got out of school at 5:30. When she hurried home, she was shocked. Fu Guoping took Fu Jiaguang's hand and opened the door together. When the door opened, a huge bouquet of red roses was in front of her. Brother Ping, why are you sending such a big bouquet? Yi Junjun was a little confused and couldn't remember what good day it was today. Mom, come in quickly. Dad has prepared a surprise for you. Fu Jiaguang raised his head and happily pulled Yi Yunyun into the house. Yi Yunyun forced a smile. What surprise? She walked in and saw the clean house. The sofa background wall was decorated and hung with pink balloons. On the coffee table, there was a big cake with Happy 11th Anniversary written on it. She remembered that it was the 11th anniversary of her acquaintance with Fu Guoping. Did your work go well today? I heard that Lu Yunfeng will be awarded? The anniversary of USDC is the focus of major universities today. Especially Lu Yunfeng returned to his alma mater to participate in the anniversary celebration, which became the center of everyone's topic. Why don't you talk?
Fu Guoping frowned.
He wanted to get to the bottom of it, but a phone call came in. He looked and saw that it was a colleague from his school. Hello, Teacher Fong. What's the matter? Fu Guoping thought it was about work. The voice on the other end of the phone was very nervous and hesitant. Old Fu. Your backyard is on fire.
Did you know?
What do you mean by fire in the backyard? Fu Guoping had a puzzled look on his face. Don't play dumb. Teacher Fong was embarrassed. Why don't you talk? If you don't talk, I'll hang up. Fu Guoping had no patience. Today was the 11th anniversary of his acquaintance with Yi Junjun, and he didn't have time to chat on the phone with his colleagues. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Teacher Fong was anxious. I heard from a friend in the hospital that your wife cheated on you. Your sister-in-law is so virtuous. I don't think it's possible. You should have a good chat with her, and don't quarrel. Upon hearing this, Fu Guoping was immediately furious. Cuckold? With whom?
Yang Lining? What?
Don't slander Mr. Yang. Be careful that he will mess with you. Teacher Fong hurriedly denied.
Who is that?
Fu Guoping was furious. Blood rushed to his face, like a mad bull. A doctoral student at the Academy of Sciences. I don't know his specific name, but he is very young, about 30 years old. Fu Guoping couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. Lin Yuelian. She's not even divorced yet, and she's already looking for a young hunk? How dare you cheat on him? You're courting death. In Jinding Building, Lin Yuelian and Liang Tian were sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. The 100-inch large-screen TV was like a home theater. The two of them were watching the TV series Ugly Mother, and Liang Tian wiped away tears several times. Mom, this ugly mother is so pitiful. Her son is really a... After saying this, Liang Tian pouted again. Fu Jia wasn't very filial either. This is easy. Liang Tian was about to change a tissue to wipe her tears when she saw her cell phone on the coffee table vibrating non-stop. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Fu Jia calling. She left it alone. Lin Yuelian also glanced at it. Ignore him?
I don't want to.
Liang Tian pouted. Lin Yuelian looked at her lovingly and smiled. I don't want to? Then I'll hang up? As he said this, he reached out to put on the phone. Liang Tian quickly stopped him. What if he came to apologize? Lin Yuelian smiled. I'm going to the bathroom. She knew her daughter-in-law's temper, and she was a little concerned about her reputation. After she left, Liang Tian really picked up the phone and snorted. Why are you calling? If it's an apology, I won't accept it. You went to Mom's place, right? I went to the staff quarters to ask, and she said Mom moved away.
Where do you live now?
Fu Jia's tone sounded quite peaceful. Liang Tian thought he was a prodigal son who had returned. Although she still felt a little aggrieved in her heart, she had already relaxed. We are at 1601, Building A, Jinding Building. The access control here is very strict. When you arrive, ask the security guard to call the access control number and I will open the door for you remotely. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Liang Tian became a bait. After Lin Yuelian came back from the bathroom, she asked, "What do you mean?" "Jaya will come over later. I will see his attitude. If he sincerely admits his mistakes, I will go back with him. If he is still the same as before and does not realize where the problem lies, then I will continue to stay here." "Jaya is coming?" Lin Yuelian was overjoyed. After all, she raised Fu Jia with her own hands. In her heart, she still hoped that Fu Jia would be different from Fu Guoping. "I'll go cut some fruit. There is no fruit at home. I'll go downstairs to buy some." All the fruit was used up for Lu Yunfeng's fruit cutting. "Mom, don't work so hard. What kind of fruit are you going to buy for him? Don't spoil him," Liang Tian said, and came up to pull Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian patted her hands. "I'm getting a divorce from Fu Guoping because Fu Guoping has let me down. It has nothing to do with Jaya. Besides, I don't want to become an enemy of Jaya." "Okay." Liang Tian nodded. After all, the two are mother and son. When a mother treats her own children, it is inevitable that she will be more humble. "Then I'll go buy it," Liang Tian said. Lin Yuelian waved her hand. "No, you are not familiar with this place and don't even know where the supermarket is. I'll go buy it and we'll be back soon." "Okay." Liang Tian nodded. She was thinking Mom is so good. If Jaya doesn't know how to love Mom, then it is very convenient to go up and down the stairs in the building, and there is a supermarket on the corner of the first floor. Lin Yuelian bought a lot of fruits that Fu Jia likes to eat: Kyoho grapes, red dragon fruit, and yellow-skinned small Taiwanese mangoes. When she came out with a big bag of fruit, she bumped into three people head-on. Yi Junjun dragged Fu Guoping, and the two seemed to have an argument. Fu Guoping looked like he was going to eat someone and rolled up his shirt sleeves angrily. Fu Jia looked around and pointed at the building in front of him. "This is it." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Yuelian, who came out of the supermarket. "Mom?" "Lin Yuelian." Fu Guoping was so angry that he rushed forward and raised his hand to slap Lin Yuelian. Fortunately, Lin Yuelian reacted quickly, took 2 steps back, and raised her hand defensively. She grabbed Fu Guoping's arm and said rudely, "Fu Guoping, what are you crazy about?" "Lin Yuelian, we haven't divorced yet. How dare you go out and find A and cheat on me?" Lin Yuelian was confused and subconsciously turned her gaze to Yi Junjun. It was probably Yi Junjun who was stirring up trouble again, and she was whispering something in the pillow. "I'm looking for A? Who?" Lin Yuelian sneered. Fu Guoping was so angry that he gritted his teeth, a doctoral student in the Academy of Sciences.
"Oh?"
Lin Yuelian curled the corner of her mouth. "What's his name? You have to let me know who the other person is, right? You still pretending?" Fu Guoping was holding back his anger and wanted to vent it, but he was no match for Lin Yuelian in terms of strength. So at this moment, he was like an inflated balloon that could explode at any time. Lin Yuelian was not angry at all. Instead, she raised her eyes coldly. "Yi Junjun, you have spread rumors about me and Uncle Yang, and now you have arranged for me to be a doctoral student at the Academy of Sciences? Have you told Fu Guoping about your unclear relationship with Pengwen?" Fu Guoping heard the key word Pengwen. He looked back at Yi Junjun with his eyes wide open. His eyes were sharp like a sharp blade. Yi Junjun was shaking with fear at this moment, and the whole person was like sifting chaff. Just as he was about to quibble, Fu Guoping's cell phone rang. It was still a call from Teacher Fang. Fu Guoping was very impatient. What's the matter again? Today he was going to celebrate his anniversary happily with Yi Yunyun, but it was disrupted by this guy. On the other end of the phone, the voice faltered. "Old Fu. I was wrong. It's not your wife who's cheating on you. It's your mistress. Old Fu. You are really. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to find a lover who is more than 20 years younger than you. Who is it? Tell me clearly. Are you kidding me?" Fu Guoping was like a raging lion. Teacher Fang smiled awkwardly. "Your little wife is Yi Yunyun, right?" She is having an affair with Pengwen, a doctoral student at the Academy of Sciences, and she also instigated Pengwen to spread rumors that your wife has an unclear relationship with Mr.
Yang.
Although the matter didn't make a big deal, Dean Ma was implicated, and now he is blaming you for it.
What?
Fu Guoping scratched his hair with his hands. TM. After cursing, he hung up the phone. Before everyone could react, he rushed to Yi Junjun. Pa a loud slap in the face, which surprised Lin Yuelian. Yi Junjun was caught off guard and was completely stunned by the slap. When she came to her senses, her face was burning. Brother Ping, listen to my explanation. An and I are high school classmates. Lu ran, and the three of us still keep in touch. We are just friends. Don't listen to what other people say. There is really nothing between him and me. Nothing? Nothing. Would Pengwen do such a thing to betray his teacher and ancestors for you? Now he is probably going to be expelled from the Academy of Sciences because of you. Lin Yuelian took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Originally, she didn't intend to bring the relationship between Yi Junjun and Pengwen to Fu Guoping's attention. But unexpectedly, Fu Guoping came here to make a scene without asking any questions. Then she didn't mind letting the two of them fight each other. Fu Guoping, even if I find I will do it after getting the divorce certificate. I'm not like you who has no moral integrity, bad character, and cheating on your wife. After Lin Yuelian finished scolding, she walked towards the building with fruits in her hand. When she passed by Fu Jia, she glared at him. Jia, I have given you chances again and again, and you really disappoint me. From now on, I will pretend that you are no longer my son. Fu Jia pouted and didn't say anything. But in his heart, he didn't care. He is an adopted son, so he must hug his thighs. If he can only choose one leg to hug between his adoptive father and mother, he will definitely choose the thicker one. If you want to sever the mother-son relationship with me, then sever it, but don't lead Tian astray. She used to be very obedient, but now she ran away from home. Call her out. I want to take her home. Before, Lin Yuelian would probably be soft-hearted and persuade Liang Tian to reconcile with Fu Jia. But looking at the current situation, Fu Jia is too deeply influenced by Fu Guoping. If Liang Tian really goes back, she will be the next one. I won't let Tian go with you. If you still don't realize why Tian ran away from home, then you can't take this daughter-in-law back. You. Fu Jia clenched his fists in anger. What on earth do you want to do? Are you willing to make the whole family a mess? What's in it for you? I make the whole family a mess? Lin Yuelian glanced at the savage man who was still being rough with Yi Junjun and shook her head in disappointment. Fu Jia, you are hopeless. After saying this, he walked away without looking back. When he walked into the gate of the building, Fu Jia chased after him and knocked on the door desperately. Lin Yuelian ignored him and even told the security guard not to open the door for the three people outside. Brother Ping, you must believe me. Don't be instigated by Lin Yuelian. She is now afraid of chaos in the world, and she can't wait for us to break up. Although Yi Junjun was afraid, she still mustered up the courage to calm Fu Guoping's emotions. She knew how to control Fu Guoping too well. Fu Guoping is a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. When encountering problems, acting coquettishly and coaxing will definitely work. You can go ask Lu Ran later, or I will take you to find Pengwen. If you don't believe me, look at my phone. Yi Junjun showed her mobile phone to Fu Guoping and found the chat history with Pengwen. Fu Guoping quickly flipped through it and indeed did not talk about anything ambiguous. They usually talked about work-related matters and the fact that Yi Junjun recently asked him to expose the relationship between Lin Yuelian and Yang Lining. Fu Guoping's emotions stabilized a little and he looked up at the building that towered into the sky. Seeing that Lin Yuelian left him and actually lived in such a luxurious building, he instantly felt bad. Tell me the whole story. Yi Junjun nodded and told her everything that happened at USDC today. Of course, she would beautify herself and vilify Lin Yuelian in the middle. I didn't expect Lu Yunfeng to be Yang Lining's student. Lu Yunfeng said that Lin Yuelian saved his mother, so he arranged Lin Yuelian into the Yunfeng group. I think this reason is too far-fetched. Yi Junjun is very stubborn. She thinks that the reason why Lin Yuelian was able to enter Lu's company is because of Yang Lining. Even if Lu Yunfeng explained it today, she didn't believe a word of it. I heard from On that Yang Lining had arranged a blind date for Lu Yunfeng and Lin Yuelian earlier. With Lin Yuelian's methods, she might kick Yang Lining out soon and find a new backer. She hinted. Anyway, it's just a matter of her opening her legs. Otherwise, how could she live in such a high-end building?
She? Ha!
Fu Guoping sneered contemptuously. You overestimate Lin Yuelian's charm. Who is Lu Yunfeng? What kind of beauties has he not seen? How could he fall for her? That's right. Yi Junjun nodded in agreement, but she can.
Men
Don't necessarily like young and beautiful women. Fu Guoping was even more disdainful after hearing this. She's just a wooden man. I don't know how boring she is in that aspect. It's hard to say. Some women are not interested in their husbands, but they are making a fuss outside. Yi Junjun said sarcastically. After that, she slapped her mouth again. Brother Ping, I didn't mean to say bad things about her. It's just that the facts are in front of us. She pointed to the tall buildings in front of her. Fu Guoping tugged at the collar of his shirt depressedly. The man's strong possessiveness controlled his emotions. Jia, take your stepmother home. I left something at school. I need to go back to get it. Fu Jia was still angry with Lin Yuelian and took out his mobile phone to call Liang Tian. Hearing his adoptive father's order, he obeyed obediently. Okay, Dad. Stepmother, let's go.
Fu Jia walked in front.
Yi Junjun glanced back at Fu Guoping, opened her mouth, and hesitated to speak. Did he really leave something at school? Or was he making an excuse to look for Lin Yuelian? But Liang Tian was there, so even if he looked for Lin Yuelian, nothing would happen. Thinking of this, Yi Junjun felt relieved, followed Fu Jia, and got into his car. Fu Guoping pretended to walk to the roadside to get a taxi, and after Fu Jia's car drove away, he turned back. Room 1601. Lin Yuelian came back with fruits. Liang Tian held her mobile phone and waited for Fu Jia's call. When she saw Lin Yuelian coming back, she hurried to greet her. You bought so many fruits. Lin Yuelian opened her mouth and was about to say something. At this time, the video phone at the gate rang. It's Jia. Liang Tian thought Fu Jia had come, and she was as happy as a rabbit and ran over to answer the phone. When she saw Fu Guoping's face intruding in the video, she was shocked. How did Dad find here? Did Jia tell him? Liang Tian frowned and shouted awkwardly. Dad, open the door for a moment. I'm going upstairs to see your mom for something. Don't open the door for him. Lin Yuelian said angrily. Fu Guoping was relentless. I'm not doing anything. I just go upstairs to see your living environment. Alian, we haven't got the divorce certificate yet. I can still regret it in this month. If you want me to agree to a divorce, then let me up. Divorce cooling off period. Lin Yuelian gritted her teeth in anger, clenched her fists, and said to Liang Tian, let him come up. A few minutes later, the doorbell of the large flat rang. Liang Tian hesitated for a while and opened the door. After the door was opened, Fu Guoping pushed the door open, broke in like a robber without even changing his slippers, and wandered around the room. A large flat of more than 1,000 square meters, with a unit price of 100,000 per square meter, would cost 100 million. Even though he was a professor at a university, Fu Guoping didn't dare to dream of such a dream. The apartment that Yi Junjun liked was located outside the 4th Ring Road, in the suburbs of the suburbs. He didn't even dare to think about the house within the 2nd Ring Road. Alien, it's okay, but who gave you such a big house? Even Mr. Yang wouldn't be so generous, right? It seems that you and your boss Lu Yunfeng have had an affair and slept together? Fu Guoping, keep your mouth shut. Lin Yuelian was so angry that she wanted to hit him. In your eyes, I live a good life because of men, not because of myself, right? Because of yourself? It's so funny. What kind of person are you, don't I know? You rely on yourself. What are you capable of? Fu Guoping sneered contemptuously and took pleasure in suppressing Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian was bound by the divorce cooling-off period, and many grievances were suppressed and could not be released. It's up to you. Think whatever you want, she said coldly. Have you finished looking at the house? Please leave if you're done. I haven't finished yet. I haven't even had my tea. Fu Guoping acted like a rogue, sat on the sofa, and refused to leave. Lin Yuelian was so angry that her teeth itched. Liang Tian was helpless and helpless. At this moment, an old but strong voice came. This is my son's house. You are not welcome. If you don't get out, I'll ask the security guards to kick you out. Mrs. Lu walked in majestically, followed by Lu Yenzhou. Lu Yenzhou was dignified, wearing a straight white suit, like a walking clothes rack. He had handsome features and outstanding temperament, the kind of person who would stand out from the crowd. Fu Guoping's eyes were attracted to him at the first time, and for some reason, he had an inexplicable liking for this young man. But on the surface, he looked sarcastic. Who is this? You said you don't have a? He thought Lu Yenzhou was the male owner of this large flat, and the son the old lady mentioned was Lu Yenzhou. Fu Guoping, if you keep talking nonsense, I will really be rude. Lin Yuelian grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table. Why, do you still want to abuse me? Fu Guoping stood up suddenly and stepped aside. He used to think that Lin Yuelian was virtuous, but now that he has experienced her fierceness, he dare not confront her head-on. Aunt, Lin Yuelian is my wife. We are still in the cool-off period for divorce. Please take care of your son. It is not certain whether Lin Yuelian and I will divorce or not. Does he want to be a male mistress? Fu Guoping's eyes fell on Lu Yenzhou sharply. The old lady snorted. Alien is determined to divorce you. How can she not do it? I tell you the truth, I want Alien to be my daughter-in-law, but she doesn't want to. This made Fu Guoping confused, and he glanced at Lin Yuelian in disbelief. Aunt, are you kidding? What do you like about her? Alien is kind and virtuous, a good daughter-in-law you can't find even with a lantern. The old lady said righteously, not wanting to waste her breath with Fu Guoping anymore. Xiao Zhou, call the security department and ask a few people to drive him away. Okay, Grandma. Lu Yenzhou responded, taking out his mobile phone to call. Fu Guoping frowned, and then realized that he had misunderstood. He was thick-skinned and forced a smile. Aunt, may I ask who your son is? Could it be Lu Yunfeng who allowed Lin Yuelian to live in such a luxurious large flat? You are not qualified to know who my son is. The old lady walked forward unhappily and sat on the sofa. The security guards came very quickly. In 2 minutes, they stood respectfully in front of the old lady. No need for you to blast me. I can walk by myself. Fu Guoping snorted and glared at Lin Yuelian. I didn't expect you to be so capable. I underestimated you. When he turned around, Lin Yuelian kicked him in the back. Fu Guoping stumbled 2 steps, staggered forward, and almost fell flat on his face. Puff. Liang Tian couldn't help it. Fu Guoping turned around and glared at her. I'll let Jaya deal with you later. Humph. Liang Tian made a face at her. This made Fu Guoping very angry. The security guards were not polite either. One of them held one of his arms and blasted him out like a prisoner. Lu Yenzhou frowned as he watched Fu Guoping being taken away. Aunt Lin's husband was really a scoundrel and a bad guy. Alien, don't let this kind of person in next time. Who knows what he will do? The old lady advised kindly. Lin Yuelian nodded. I won't do it next time. Grandma, you don't know. My father is really shameful. Any woman can't swallow this breath. Liang Tian couldn't help but say. Lin Yuelian pulled her. She didn't want outsiders to know about her family affairs, nor did she want to trouble Mrs. Lu too much. I just found out that you are the boss's mother. Lin Yuelian said embarrassedly. Thank you, Auntie, for helping me out just now, but don't say that you treat me as your daughter-in-law next time. The boss will be unhappy. She knew herself well. What kind of person was Lu Yunfeng? How could he fall in love with her? You will be single soon, and Yunfeng is also single. The old lady was very serious and patted the seat next to her. Alien, come and sit. Lin Yuelian bit her lip and walked over to sit down. You and Yunfeng are of similar age. I have no bad intentions. I just want you two to keep each other company and to look after each other when you are old. The old lady sighed. It's not that I haven't thought about young women, but I also know what they are thinking. If they agree to be Yunfeng's companion, isn't it for his money? Or because he is old? Auntie, you can't say that. The boss is quite charming, Lin Yuelian said lightly. Upon hearing this, the old lady's eyes curved into crescent shapes. So, you have a crush on Yunfeng? Lin Yuelian was a little embarrassed. He is so outstanding. He was someone I could never even dream of. Everyone would have a crush on such a man, but a crush doesn't mean we can be in a relationship. When she said this, her cheeks turned red. He's my boss. I don't have any improper thoughts about him. I know. The old lady patted her on the shoulder. You are still in your last marriage, and you are probably disappointed with men. You have just come out of a quagmire, and you probably haven't recovered yet. Don't worry, just let nature take its course with Yunfeng. Lu Yanzhou listened to his grandmother's earnest advice to Aunt Lin, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad didn't even know that his grandmother had arranged a partner for him. Oh, by the way, who is this? We haven't introduced them yet. Is she your daughter? The old lady hurriedly changed the subject. Liang Tian smiled sweetly. Grandma, I am Mom's daughter-in-law, but she treats me like her own daughter. Is that so? That's a pity. The old lady was a little disappointed. I thought you were Lian's daughter, so I could match you with Xiaozhou. Lu Yanzhou. Grandma's hobby of matchmaking him and Dad everywhere is really laughable. Grandma, your idea. If I were really Mom's daughter, wouldn't it be a mother-daughter marriage to a father-son? This would be social news. Liang Tian exclaimed. The old lady slapped her thigh and laughed. Look at me. I'm so confused. At this time, a dinner party had just ended at the state guest house. The Academy of Sciences welcomed Yang Lining, and many academicians were present, and Lu Yunfeng was also invited. Lu Yunfeng was happy for his teacher, helped him to block the wine, and drank a lot. When he was helped into the car by Assistant Jiang, he glanced at the time. It was not a good time to go back to Xiaogong Mansion at this time, because the old lady had already gone to bed. In the past, when faced with this kind of situation, the boss would go to the Jinding building because it was very close to the company, so that the boss could sleep in a little longer after a hangover and reduce the time spent on the way to the company. Assistant Jiang looked back at the back seat and saw Lu Yunfeng stroking his head with his eyes closed. He did not ask, but whispered to the driver, "Go to the Jinding building." After more than 30 minutes of journey, when they arrived at the destination, Assistant Jiang helped Lu Yunfeng into the building. Lu Yunfeng was already in a daze, and when he was sent to the door of room 1601, he waved his hand. "It's getting late. You should go back." "Shall I go in and make you a cup of sobering soup?" Assistant Jiang asked. Lu Yunfeng continued to wave his hands. "I'm sleepy if I don't drink the hangover soup." He just wanted to lie down on the bed and fall asleep.
Okay.
Assistant Jiang nodded. After Lu Yunfeng pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, he didn't even turn on the lights, staggered, and walked towards his bedroom in the dark. Lin Yuelian had a dream. She dreamed that she was pressed by a big stone. She tried desperately to push the stone away, but no matter how hard she tried, the stone did not move. In the dream, she broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly woke up. After waking up, she found that she could not move. Someone was holding her and pressing her with his legs. Tian? In the dark night, she tilted her head to look at the face beside her pillow. Upon closer inspection, the outline was not similar. She was startled, pushed hard, and hurried to touch the table lamp on the bedside table. The Jinding building has strict access control, and outsiders can't get in at all. But there was suddenly another person on her bed, and it was not Liang Tian. Under the strong light of the table lamp, Lin Yuelian saw the face beside her pillow clearly, and she covered her mouth in shock. Oh my God, what's going on? Why is the boss lying on her bed? Lu Yunfeng slept unsteadily. He drank a little too much, and his head hurt severely at this moment. When he was hit by the strong light, he squinted his eyes and blocked it with his hands. In the blurred vision, a woman's body suddenly broke in. The woman was wearing a dark purple suspender nightgown, revealing a large area of scenery at her neck. Looking closely, it seems that she is not wearing any underwear. Lu Yunfeng closed his eyes and felt that he was hallucinating. Maybe he had been single for too long and was crazy about women. He was not a lustful person. In fact, he had always restrained his physical needs. He didn't want to settle for it and just find a woman to solve the problem. So over the years, he was basically in a state of abstinence. But he didn't expect that at his age, he would still have such a dream.
No.
After a trance, he suddenly opened his eyes. This time he stared at the woman sitting beside him, from the waist up slowly, and the more he looked, the more angry he felt in his throat. She was indeed not wearing any underwear. When he raised his eyes suddenly and saw the woman's face clearly, he was startled and directly lifted the quilt and sat up. "Secretary Lin? Why is it you?" Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Should I be the one asking you this question?" "Boss, this is my room." "Your room?" Lu Yunfeng pounded his aching head and woke up instantly. He remembered that his mother had rented this large flat to Lin Yuelian. Sorry, I went to the wrong place." Lu Yunfeng got up in a hurry and didn't even have time to put on his slippers and was ready to leave barefoot. As soon as he reached the door of the room, Liang Tian's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" The little girl's voice was tired, and it was obvious that she was woken up.
"I'm Fine."
Lin Yuelian replied quickly, and didn't even bother to put on her shoes, and ran directly to Lu Yunfeng. Since she and Liang Tian were the only ones living in this large flat, she didn't lock the door when she slept at night. "I'm glad you're okay, then Mom, I'm going to bed," Liang Tian said again. "Go ahead." Lin Yuelian responded through the door. After waiting for a while, she quietly opened the door. The sensor light in the corridor lit up immediately, and she was relieved to confirm that there was no one outside. She closed the door again and accidentally glanced at the man standing next to her. Lu Yunfeng didn't like to wear too much when sleeping, so he only wore a pair of shorts with his upper body. Due to years of fitness, his body is very well managed. His chest muscles are strong and his abdominal muscles are well defined. His muscle lines are full, smooth, and full of tension. "Oh my God." Lin Yuelian quickly covered her eyes. Although she had seen Lu Yunfeng's good figure in the company, but in a different place, the situation became delicate. She realized something belatedly, subconsciously clasped her hands in front of her chest, and turned around. Lu Yunfeng's cheeks were as red as cooked shrimps at this moment. He had seen countless women, many of whom were highly educated, beautiful, and had good figures. But he had never even looked at these women. Now, just by looking at Lin Yuelian, he would be shy and embarrassed to the point of being at a loss, like a pure boy. Lu Yunfeng quickly put on his clothes, putting on his shirt and jacket casually. "Excuse me for disturbing you, I'll leave now."
"Well."
Lin Yuelian muttered softly, took a step forward, and never looked back. Lu Yunfeng opened the door quietly, like a thief, afraid of being discovered. After walking out of the house, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is his home, but he didn't expect that he had to sneak in and out of his home. So, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, Assistant Jiang was awakened by a fatal phone call. "Hello, boss." Assistant Jiang yawned, not yet fully awake from sleepiness. On the other end of the phone, there was a thunderous roar, which scared him. "Who asked you to send me to Jinding Building?" Assistant Jiang was a little puzzled. He is different from Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang will explain, but he won't. He knows that he has done something wrong, and it doesn't matter why he did it wrong. Even if he asked boss the reason, boss would not answer. "All bonuses for this month will be deducted," Lu Yunfeng said in a deep voice, and then hung up the phone. Assistant Jiang was sitting on the bed, disheveled in the wind. He was half a beat late and responded. "Oh."
"Ok."
He listened to the busy tone on the phone. "It's strange. Why can't Jinding Building be delivered?" In the past, when encountering such a situation, didn't they always go back to Jinding? Lin Yuelian couldn't sleep well in the second half of the night. She kept thinking about it in her mind, and it was all about Lu Yunfeng running into the wrong room not long ago. It was really embarrassing for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room. She didn't dare to think about it. How could she go to work in the company after experiencing this? How would she face Lu Yunfeng when she turned around and saw him? After thinking about it like this, she fell asleep in a daze when it was almost dawn. Not long after she fell asleep, she heard a quarrel outside the room. She rubbed her eyes, changed her nightgown, put on formal clothes, and walked out of the room. Tian, who are you talking to? The access control at the Jinding building is very strict. To come in, one must either be the owner of the building or someone living here to open the door. Lin Yuelian thought it was Fu Jia who came. She walked to the living room and was stunned for a moment. Assistant Jiang happened to turn his head to look at her and was also stunned for a moment. Secretary Lin? Assistant Jiang? Mom, do you know each other? This guy is so weird. Did he come in the middle of the night last night? And he came again this morning. I explained to him that I am a tenant here, but he insisted on calling the police. A misunderstanding. Lin Yuelian was embarrassed. Assistant Jiang's face was full of question marks. So Secretary Lin lives in the boss's house? Before, the secretaries were still making a fuss, saying that Secretary Lin and the boss were neighbors. It turns out that they are not neighbors. Secretary Lin actually lives in the boss's house. What is going on? Assistant Jiang, don't get me wrong. I rent here. Lin Yuelian didn't know where to start. Assistant Jiang looked apologetic. I sent the boss here last night, and he scolded me. I was wondering why he was scolded, so I came over to see what was going on.
He tried hard to explain.
Liang Tian only listened to the key points. Mom, so I didn't hear it wrong last night? I heard a man's voice in your room in the middle of the night. Could it be Mr. Liu? At this time, in the other side of the University faculty office building, Fu Guoping woke up from the single bed. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and he stroked his hangover head. After being kicked out of the Jinding building by Mrs. Liu last night, he bought a few cans of beer in a depressed mood. He came to the office and drank decadently by himself. Yesterday was the 11-year anniversary of his acquaintance with Yi Junjun. Such a good day should be celebrated happily. But in the end, because of Lin Yuelian, he was upset. Old Fu, what's the matter with you? Last night, Fu Guoping called Fong Weidong out for a drink, but Fong Weidong had been divorced for many years. His daughter had already married, and his youngest son was still in high school. He had to keep an eye on his son's homework and really couldn't get away. He rushed to Fu Guoping's office early in the morning, and when he opened the door, he saw cans all over the floor. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol, stuffy and smelly. He walked straight to the window and pushed it open. I'm really sorry. I misheard yesterday and caused a conflict between you and your sister-in-law. Fong Weidong put his hands together and bowed to Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping, with his messy hair, walked to the sink to wash and ignored him. Fong Weidong followed him, very curious. Sister-in-law is so good. How can you bear to go out and find a woman? Fu Guoping was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled bitterly. Yes, everyone around him was saying that Lin Yuelian was good. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that Lin Yuelian was indeed very good, hardworking, filial to elders, and willing to work hard. Except that she couldn't have children. It's not that she couldn't have children, they had a son Lele before. I can't just watch the Fu family die out, can I? Fu Guoping expressed his helplessness. In fact, I never thought about divorcing her, but she was unyielding, as if she had caught me with a handle, and she made all kinds of trouble and insisted on getting a divorce. Then what's going on between you and the second grandmother? Ba, and your sister-in-law? Do you have a child? Fong Weidong was just gossiping and had no empathy at all. Fu Guoping seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions. My son is 10 years old, and I'm pregnant with another one. I hope it's a daughter. That way, I'll have both a son and a daughter, and I won't have any regrets. TSK, Fong Weidong was incredulous. So the child is this big already? It's no wonder my sister-in-law is making a fuss. She had kept it a secret for 10 years and used the couple's common property to raise the youngest and third child. Anyone would make a fuss if this got out. As a man, he felt very sympathetic towards Lin Yuelian. So, what's going on between you and your sister-in-law now? We're getting a divorce. We've already applied for it. There's a cooling-off period for divorce, right? We'll get the certificate after the cooling-off period. Fu Guoping said calmly. He was actually quite thankful in his heart that the law had changed, and there was an additional cooling-off period for divorce. A lot could happen in this month, and he hoped Lin Yuelian would regret it. After getting the certificate, you can just live a down-to-earth life with your sister-in-law. There's nothing wrong with that, Fong Weidong advised, but other thoughts arose in his mind. In fact, he has always envied Fu Guoping and felt that Fu Guoping was lucky to marry a virtuous wife. Unlike him, his wife was not only lazy and gluttonous, but also cheated on him and ran away with other men. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. She completely ignored the 2 children and did not even pay child support. He sued, but couldn't even find her in the court. After many twists and turns, he found out that she had already fled abroad. What a cruel and heartless woman. Compared with this, Lin Yuelian is simply a star in the sky, brilliant and dazzling. He wants to pick such a star. You won't be angry if your sister-in-law remarries after the divorce? Fong Weidong asked tentatively. Fu Guoping washed his face, looked at his unshaven self in the mirror, and took out a razor and foam. After a pause, he tilted his head to look at Fong Weidong, his eyes instantly vicious. Remarry? Who wants her? It's just for fun. He meant something. Even though Lin Yuelian lives in a big house now, he still feels that Lin Yuelian is poor and can't get true love. When Lu Yanfeng gets tired of playing, he will abandon her sooner or later. Just for fun? Not really. Who would play with her at her age? If someone really pursues her, it must be to live together. She is so virtuous, and many men want her. Fong Weidong expressed his most true evaluation of Lin Yuelian. Fu Guoping was very disdainful and snorted coldly. Really? If she can really get married, I will definitely be there at the wedding and give her a big red envelope. Big red envelope.
How big?
Do you have 10,000 yuan? Fong Weidong joked. 10,000? I'll give her 50,000. Fu Guoping said nonsense. Anyway, he was sure that if Lin Yuelian got married again, she would definitely not get married. I recorded this. Fong Weidong smiled and shook his mobile phone. Fu Guoping didn't mind at all. Really record it, it's impossible anyway. Fong Weidong smiled but said nothing. He had already made up his mind. He would pursue Lin Yuelian. At the Jinding building, after finding out Assistant Zhang's identity, Liang Tian felt very sorry and personally made a pot of good tea to entertain him. Can you please leave your contact information? I'll treat you to a meal later as an apology. No, it was my fault for trespassing into your and Secretary Lin's residence without permission. Liang Tian and Assistant Zhang apologized to each other and finally left their contact information. Because they both had to go to the company, Lin Yuelian packed up and went with Assistant Zhang. As Assistant Zhang walked, he would occasionally glance at the middle-aged woman next to him. He had too many questions in his mind, but he kept them all to himself. He was different from Secretary Wang. If it was Secretary Wang today, he would probably have to get to the bottom of it. Assistant Zhang, I hope you can keep the fact that I live in the boss's house a secret. Lin Yuelian suddenly stopped and said when they were about to reach the company building. Assistant Zhang nodded. I understand. Secretary Lin and the boss are probably dating, right? A man is willing to lend his home to another woman. These two are either dating or already are. If he didn't guess this, he would be eating upside down. I'm tight-lipped, don't worry. Thank you. Lin Yuelian didn't know that Assistant Zhang had made up a lot of fictitious things in his mind. After arriving at the company, Lin Yuelian walked into the tea room, thinking of Lu Yanfeng who broke into her room last night and reeked of alcohol. So she made use of the ingredients on hand and brewed a pot of sobering tea. Afraid of meeting Lu Yanfeng, she went to inquire with Secretary Wang before delivering the tea. Is the boss here? No, I came early today and didn't see the president come to work. Lin Yuelian nodded, probably because she was hungover from drinking too much last night. She pushed open the door of the president's office and brought the tea to the desk. When she went to get the sticky paper to leave a note, a bronze body suddenly walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in only a bath towel. Lin Yuelian was startled. The boss was there? The scene of midnight last night instantly emerged in her mind. Her face turned red, and she turned her head away, not daring to look at Lu Yanfeng. Lu Yanfeng was calm and composed, as if he had lost his memory, and walked to the desk very naturally. He glanced at the tea on the table, which was different from usual. "What's this?" "Rhubarb and Poria Coco's tea, for hangovers." Lin Yuelian pursed her lips and said. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. A few days ago, he felt that Lin Yuelian, the secretary, was very unreliable. She was fearless because she was his mother's benefactor. He has changed his mind in the past few days and feels that she is actually very considerate and very careful as a secretary. He drank a little too much last night, and his head still hurt this morning. In order not to affect today's work, he took a shower early in the morning to sober himself up.
"Pour a glass for me to try,"
he ordered lightly. Lin Yuelian lowered her head and worked seriously. She poured the tea and handed it to him with both hands. Lu Yunfeng took it and took a sip. "What are its effects?" "This tea uses raw rhubarb and Poria cocos. Raw rhubarb can clear away heat and detoxify, benefit the stomach, and Poria cocos has the effects of promoting diuresis and dehumidification, as well as strengthening the spleen. This tea is helpful in relieving symptoms such as headaches and nausea after a hangover. Suitable for hangover sufferers who still feel uncomfortable after getting up the next day." Lin Yuelian explained in detail in an encyclopedic tone. Lu Yunfeng couldn't help laughing. "You know a lot?" Lin Yuelian pursed her lips and said nothing. She knew so much, all of which were experiences gained from serving Fu Guoping. Although Fu Guoping was a university professor, he loved to drink. He had a normal alcohol tolerance, so he would often get drunk. So she went to ask old Chinese doctors, search for prescriptions on the internet, and naturally understood everything after doing it a lot. "Boss, you should rest more after drinking. Why do you come to the company so early? Is there important work? What can I do for you?" Lin Yuelian returned to the topic. Thinking of her identity, her hot cheeks, the blush faded instantly. After Lu Yunfeng finished a cup of tea, he poured himself another cup. "After leaving you last night, I came directly to the company to sleep all night."
"Ah?"
Lin Yuelian exclaimed and raised her eyelids. Her mood, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. Lu Yunfeng's expression was calm. "Secretary Lin, it was all misunderstanding last night. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. If you feel that I have offended you, I can apologize."
"I'm sorry."
"You have already apologized last night." Lin Yuelian felt embarrassed. Let's put last night's matter behind us, and no one should mention it again in the future. "Okay." Lu Yunfeng agreed readily. The woman said that it was over, and if he, a grown man, still talked about it, it would seem too petty. "By the way," he thought of something and changed the subject. "I heard from the teacher that you were very smart when you were young, and you were admitted to the University of Science and Technology of China. We almost became senior and junior brothers and sisters. It's all in the past." Lin Yuelian pulled the corner of her mouth. In fact, she didn't want to recall the past. Once she recalled it, she would find herself ridiculous. "Don't get me wrong." Lu Yunfeng saw her resistance. "I don't want to evoke your memories and rub salt into your wounds. I just want to ask you, are you willing to take the entrance exam for adult college? Re-enter USTC?"
"Ah?"
Lin Yuelian couldn't believe her ears. She opened her beautiful eyes, her gentle eyes shining with light. "I'm already this old, and I'm still going to college.
"People will laugh at me."
She shook her head. Lu Yunfeng encouraged her. "Do you know Liu Bang? When he gathered people in Pei County to respond to the uprising of Qinsheng and Wuguang, he was already 47 years old. Let's talk about Jiang Taigong, who didn't get the opportunity to display his talents until his old age. There is an old saying that goes, 'A man of ambition is not old.' No matter what age you are, it's never too late to learn, make progress, and display your ambitions."
"Boss."
Lin Yuelian was shocked. Lu Yunfeng actually used the famous figures in history as examples to encourage her. "Tell me, what are your ideals in this life? What are your plans for the future?" Lin Yuelian lowered her head and thought for a while. "In fact, when I was young, I wanted to be a scientist like my parents, but then I fell in love and gave up my ideal for love. Now I don't have the dream of becoming a scientist anymore." Lin Yuelian smiled bitterly. "I used to have a son, but later he got lost. Now I just want to make more money so that I can find more media to help me promote and find him. Is this your future life goal? What if you find out that the child can't be found in the end? Lu Yunfeng asked a soul-searching question. Lin Yuelian was silent for a moment. She didn't dare to think about it. What should she do if Lele really couldn't be found? It can be said that her husband cheated on her and she bravely divorced him. The biggest spiritual support for this matter was her son. What if he doesn't recognize you or is unfilial after you find him? Lin Yuelian, life is your own. You shouldn't pin your life goals on others. You don't live for others. Do you understand this truth? Just like you used to live for your husband and everything was centered on him. This is wrong. Lin Yuelian lowered her head and did not respond. She had heard everything Lu Yunfeng said. However, she needed time to digest it. Take a look at this night school. It's a 1-year course. I think it's suitable for you. Lu Yunfeng walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and handed a booklet to Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian looked at the booklet and nodded. I'll think about it carefully. Well, go and do your thing. Lu Yunfeng walked towards the cloakroom. Lin Yuelian took the booklet and read it carefully after returning to her workstation. After seeing the speeches of some graduates from previous years, she realized that there were so many people who were about her age still studying. It really fits the saying, learning never ends. There are many courses in the night school: cooking, music, finance, and nursing. Lu Yunfeng marked it for her and drew a line in the column of engineering science. There are many subcategories under this subject. Lu Yunfeng also drew lines under the subcategories of mechanics, energy and power, and machinery. Lin Yuelian's parents both studied mechanics, and she was influenced by her parents when she was a child. When she was 12 years old, she had made a small toy rocket launcher. If she is asked to make one again now, she can still make something out of it based on her memory, but she will definitely not be able to make it. At her age, her learning ability and memory have deteriorated. She hesitated for a long time and finally ticked the mechanics column. At the age of 50, she did not expect to achieve academic success, but just to fulfill her childhood dream. She should also realize some of her own life value in this lifetime. Thinking of this, she turned on the computer and figured out how to sign up online. Before she figured it out, Fong Weidong called. Hello, Teacher Fong? Lin Yuelian asked suspiciously. She had met Fong Weidong many times, but each time it was when Fu Guoping's colleagues had dinner together. She either went to deliver something, or she went to pick up Fu Guoping when he was drunk. Speaking of which, she was not very familiar with Fong Weidong, but she was not too unfamiliar with him either. Sister Lin. Fong Weidong called him affectionately. It's like this, my Fong Zaheo is about to turn 18, and I want to hold a birthday party for him at home, inviting relatives, friends, and his classmates to celebrate. As you know, there is no hostess in my family, and I can't cook. So I have an unwelcome request. Can you come to my house to cook a meal? Don't worry, it's paid. How about 1,000 yuan for a meal? I'm sorry, I have a job now, and can't get away. Lin Yuelian replied politely. She had a good impression of Fong Weidong. Every time Fu Guoping was drunk and she went to pick him up, she saw Fong Weidong. He was sober. When the two were chatting, he explained that there are children at home. It's not good for him to drink too much. Just this one sentence made Lin Yuelian feel that he was a very good father. Found a job? Congratulations. Fong Weidong was very surprised because he learned from Fu Guoping that after marrying Lin Yuelian, she was a full-time wife and never went out to work. Fong Zaheo's birthday happens to be on Saturday. You should be free on Saturday, right? Yes, on Saturdays. Lin Yuelian said lightly. She was very short of money now. She manipulated the mouse with her hand and saw the registration fee for night school on the website: 8,888 yuan for one semester. Okay, I'll give you my home address later. Can you come over at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning? Fong Weidong said in a businesslike tone. It sounded like he was really focused. Lin Yuelian nodded. Okay. 1,000 yuan a day is really a super high salary. Time flies and soon it's Saturday. Lin Yuelian made breakfast and called Liang Tian to eat and explained her itinerary for the day. I'm going to do odd jobs today. You can cook lunch and dinner by yourself. I have prepared all the dishes for you. Okay, Mom. Liang Tian ate with gusto. Lin Yuelian had prepared everything for her, and she really felt that she was very pampered. Then she thought about the people in the Fu family. They were really not satisfied at all. After breakfast, Lin Yuelian took the bus to the subway and came to Fong Weidong's house. The Jinding building is on the second ring road, which is convenient for going everywhere. Fong Weidong's family had moved out of the collective housing distributed by the school a long time ago and bought a school district house on the third ring road for their son Fong Zihao to study. The house is a small villa with an area of more than 80 square meters and very good lighting. She came to the door of Fong's house and rang the doorbell. After a while, Fong Weidong came to open the door. Sister Lin, I'm about to go out to buy vegetables. Would you like to come with me? Fong Weidong was wearing a pair of gray suit pants, a white shirt, and his hair was waxed, and he looked very energetic. Like Fu Guoping, he had a strong scholarly air, probably because he was a professor, and he looked gentle and refined, very elegant. You are the chef, so I will definitely buy the vegetables according to your needs. Fong Weidong explained with a smile. Lin Yuelian nodded. There is a supermarket not far from the community. Fong Weidong pushed a cart and walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuelian. Whatever dishes you usually cook, just cook them today. Just make your specialty. Fong Weidong said. Lin Yuelian had already thought of the menu and replied to him. Braised pork, braised yellow girl with poached eggs, braised platter, boiled shrimp, 3 fresh vegetables, garlic baby cabbage, mapo tofu, stir-fried pork with peppers, plus a kelp and pork rib soup, 8 dishes and 1 soup. What do you think? Fong Weidong listened to her reading the menu. As if he knew them all, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Sure, we'll eat whatever you cook. Lin Yuelian smiled and said nothing more. In comparison, Fong Weidong was really supportive, unlike Fu Guoping. Recalling the time when Fu Guoping had his birthday, she worked hard to cook a table full of dishes, but in the end he found fault with them all, saying that this one was too spicy and that one was too salty. When Lin Yuelian went to the butcher shop to buy pork belly, Fong Weidong came overexcitedly with a bag of yellow girls. Sister Lin, 8 will be enough. Lin Yuelian handed the chosen pork belly to someone to weigh it, turned her head and took a look at the fish in Fong Weidong's hand, and immediately frowned. You can't pick such a big yellow girl. It's not as fresh as the small ones. Really? I rarely cooked fish before, so I don't know much about it. Fong Weidong scratched his head. In fact, he never cooked at all. It was his mother who cooked at home before. But in order to get in touch with Lin Yuelian, he sent his mother away. He said that Fong Zihao wanted to eat from his hometown on his birthday, so he asked his mother to buy them, and she would not have to prepare the birthday party. The two came to the aquatic area. Lin Yuelian put the yellow crab that Fong Weidong had weighed back into the pond, and she took a scoop and picked out 10 smaller ones. Sir, your wife knows how to live. This kind of fish has to be of this size to be fresh. The employee in the aquatic area couldn't help but praise Lin Yuelian when he was weighing it. His eyes fell on Fong Weidong with a smile. Fong Weidong smiled and said nothing, feeling secretly happy. Lin Yuelian quickly explained. You misunderstood. He and I are not husband and wife. I am a housekeeper he hired.
Ah, so.
The employee was a little embarrassed, his smile suddenly stopped, and he nodded to Lin Yuelian to apologize. Fong Weidong took the yellow girl away. Sister Lin, you are not a housekeeper hired by me. We are friends. You are here to help me. You are paid so high for helping me. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips. Then I can't take the salary you offer. That's not what I meant. Fong Weidong waved his hands hurriedly. You have to take the salary. I'll feel embarrassed if you don't. Well, continue to buy vegetables. Lin Yuelian responded indifferently, with a businesslike attitude. Fong Weidong scratched his brow in frustration. He wanted to push the cart, but Lin Yuelian had already pushed the cart away. Those two people are weird. The wearer in the aquatic area gossiped with his colleagues. The colleague took a look at the two of them. The man is interested in the woman, but the woman probably doesn't like the man. You can see all this? The wearer asked curiously. His colleague raised his eyebrows. Look at that man. He keeps wanting to get close to that woman, but that woman doesn't wait for him and walks away very quickly. TSK, they both look quite old. I don't know if they have an improper relationship. Lin Yuelian didn't hear a word of the gossip behind her. She swiftly shuttled between the various stalls in the supermarket and bought all the materials she needed. Fong Weidong was a little embarrassed. He wanted to talk to Lin Yuelian several times later, but Lin Yuelian walked away every time. After returning home, Lin Yuelian went straight to the kitchen and started to work. Fong Weidong stood outside the kitchen door, folded his arms, and frowned from time to time. Looking Lin Yuelian up and down, his eyes gradually became hot. Not to mention, today's Lin Yuelian is completely different from the one he saw before. In the past, Lin Yuelian always had a tired face and was busy getting dressed. Dressed simply, she looked like a housewife, and she was the kind who had worked so hard that her face became yellow. Today, she wore a gray-purple long dress, which showed off her well-proportioned body. Even though she was over 50, she still had charm and curves in all the right places. Her dressing style had changed, and her appearance seemed to have changed as well. Her skin seemed to be much whiter than before, with red lips and white teeth, and smooth and translucent skin. The more Fong Weidong looked at her, the more he felt itchy. How could Fu Guoping bear to abandon such a charming woman? Jing-jong, jing-jong. Just as he was staring at her in a trance, the doorbell rang at home. He turned around to open the door. Congratulations, Teacher Fong. Fu Guoping greeted with a smile, holding a large toy box in his hand. Beside him, there was a petite young woman, wearing Chanel and carrying Hermes, so delicate and soft. Fong Weidong was stunned for a long time. Fu Guoping quickly put his arm around Yi Yunyan's shoulders and introduced her. Yunyan, this is Teacher Fong, whom I often mention to you, the golden bachelor of our School of Arts.
No.
Fong Weidong smiled modestly. Hello, sister-in-law. The phrase sister-in-law came out smoothly and made Yi Junjun very happy. Fu Guoping was about to go in with the gift, but was stopped by Fong Weidong. Old Fu, I'm out of cigarettes at home. How about you buy me 2 packs? Lao Zhang and Lao Lu will be here later. You know, they're both heavy smokers.
Fu Guoping frowned.
Fong Weidong explained hurriedly. My mother went out to buy things, and I have to look after the kitchen. He meant that he was busy and couldn't get away.
Okay.
Fu Guoping handed him the gift. This is a birthday present for Zaheo, so Yunjun and I will go buy it. Thank you for your hard work. I'll transfer the money to you later. Buy yourself 2 bottles of champagne, and I'll pay for it.
Fong Weidong said readily.
Fu Guoping raised his eyebrows. That's about right. After saying that, he took Yi Junjun and left. Lin Yuelian was busy with the kitchen door closed. She heard the doorbell and knew someone was coming, but she didn't hear clearly who was coming. She didn't care and just did her own thing. Not long after Fu Guoping left, Teacher Liu and Teacher Zhang came together. Not long after, Fong Zaheo came with his 3 good friends. Fong Weidong asked Fong Zaheo to take his classmates to his room to play. He greeted Teacher Zhang and Teacher Liu in the living room. Lin Yuelian made 4 meat dishes in one breath, and when they were served, Teacher Zhang just glanced at her. Hey, sister-in-law? Teacher Zhang, Teacher Liu, hello. Lin Yuelian nodded and greeted, pointing to the kitchen. Teacher Fong paid me to cook. I'll continue to be busy. You go and be busy. Teacher Zhang replied. When Lin Yuelian went to the kitchen, he leaned forward and patted Fong Weidong on the shoulder. Old Fong, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid that the world will not be in chaos? Isn't old Fu going to bring his little wife here today? Aren't you afraid that the 3 of them will fight when they meet? We are all gentlemen, so fighting is unlikely. Fong Weidong raised the corner of his mouth. Sister Lin is short of money. I'm going to find a housekeeper anyway, so I might as well find her. Oh, what can I say about you? Teacher Zhang shook his head anxiously. Today is your son's 18th birthday. Don't let the 3 of them end up in a quarrel. Teacher Liu worriedly. Fong Weidong didn't care. I just sympathize with Sister Lin, nothing else. Sympathy is sympathy. Teacher Liu frowned. We all sympathize. Old Fu is really a bad guy. Lin Yuelian is such a good woman, but he actually went out to cheat. The illegitimate child is 10 years old, and there is another one in his belly. But this is human nature. Men, the red flag is not falling at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside. The three men had their own thoughts. Then you won't persuade? Are you really going to let old Fu be with the mistress? What's there to persuade? I think Mr. Fu doesn't want a divorce.
Both sides want it.
Let's not meddle in other people's family affairs. Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun walked around. The supermarket didn't have the brand of cigarettes that Teacher Liu and Teacher Zhang liked to smoke. So they strolled to several stores. By the time they bought the cigarettes, Lin Yuelian's meal was almost ready. You can start eating. There's also a crab. It will be ready soon. Fong's mother bought the and handed them to Lin Yuelian. Fong Weidong asked everyone to take a seat, including Lin Yuelian. When Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun walked in, they happened to see Fong Weidong greeting Lin Yuelian. Yi Junjun paused and looked up at Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping looked back at her. I didn't call you. Come on, Mr. Fu and Yunyan, sit down. Fong Weidong greeted warmly. Lin Yuelian was stunned and did not take a seat immediately. She guessed that Fu Guoping would come today, but she did not expect that Fu Guoping was so impatient that he brought Yi Junjun to meet his colleagues in public before they even got their divorce certificate. In other words, Fong, Liu, and Zhang actually knew about Fu Guoping's cheating a long time ago. She felt suffocated and blocked in her heart. Zaheo, bring your classmates out for dinner, Fong's mother called her grandson. After a while, 10 people filled the table. Light candles, sing birthday songs, make wishes, and out candles. After a series of procedures, the children ate cake while the adults opened champagne and drank. Liu and Zhang were very embarrassed and tried to find topics from time to time. Fu Guoping, Yi Junjun, and Lin Yuelian said nothing. Xiao Fu, why are you and Xiaolin sitting so far away? Fong's mother still didn't know what happened. She had met Fu Guoping and Lin Yuelian and knew that they were husband and wife. She thought Yi Junjun was Fong Weidong's colleague at school, so she walked up and patted Yi Junjun on the shoulder. Make room for me. This young teacher is so ignorant. Everyone.
And no, actually.
Teacher Zhang opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but didn't know how to explain. Teacher Liu winked at Fong Weidong as if asking, didn't you tell the old lady about them? Fong Weidong pretended not to see it and smiled and patted the empty seat next to him. Why don't you sit here? Yi Junjun frowned and looked at Fu Guoping. Fong's mother was unhappy. You are so tactless. Get up quickly.
Really?
Yi Junjun was embarrassed, bit her lips, got up reluctantly, and sat down next to Fong Weidong. Oh, that's right. Fong's mother pulled Lin Yuelian to sit next to Fu Guoping and nodded with satisfaction. Come on, move your chopsticks, everyone. Don't be polite. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. But the children were not affected. They talked about their own things, and they were very happy. Liu and Zhang quickly diverted their attention and interrupted. Which university are you guys going to apply to? I plan to apply to USTC. Fong Zaheo answered confidently. Some of his classmates answered any second-tier university, normal university, and one simply kept silent. Teacher Liu was not very satisfied when he heard their answers. Apply to S University. Your father is a professor at S University. Why don't you come to S University? Fong Zaheo looked disdainful. Learning literature can't save the country. I want to build rockets and cannons. This is the hard truth. Zaheo said he wants to attend Xian Shuesen's elite class. Fong Weidong said proudly, Zaheo has excellent grades and there will be no problem for him to get in. Is that so? That's good. Teacher Liu nodded. Teacher Zhang spoke subconsciously. Sister-in-law, are your parents and adoptive father academicians of the Academy of Sciences? After saying this, he realized that he had said too much. Your parents are academicians of the Academy of Sciences? Fong's mother caught the key words. That would be great. She patted Fong Zaheo. Communicate more with your aunt in the future. Fong Zaheo's eyes were instantly filled with admiration. Annie, who are your parents? My father is Lin Guodong, and my mother is Mingxia. I wonder if you have heard of them? Lin Yuelian asked tentatively. Fong Zaheo's eyes lit up when he heard it. Not only him, but his 3 classmates also exclaimed, "The inventor of single crystals, see? Oh my god! We actually met the descendants of the celebrities in the textbooks? Is it really appropriate to keep exploiting your dead parents?" Yi Junjun pouted and muttered softly. She didn't dare to cause trouble openly, but she was very jealous in her heart. Besides herself, Fong Weidong, who was sitting next to her, and Fong's mother on the other side heard this. Fong's mother was in her 60s and gave birth to Fong Weidong when she was 16. The old lady loved to exercise, so she was in very good health and her ears were very good. Fong Weidong was even distracted, and his eyes fell on Lin Yuelian. Fong's mother looked at Yi Junjun from time to time, guessing who she was dating. Since she was invited home, it must not be an ordinary colleague relationship. Her son has been single all these years and has never invited the opposite adult love to dinner at home. So naturally, she thought that her son fell in love with this young woman. Her first impression of this woman was not very good. She sprayed such a strong perfume that it gave her a headache. You said Xiaolin exploited her parents, so let me ask you, what do your parents do? Mother Fong tilted her head and asked rudely. Yi Junjun suddenly raised her head and opened her mouth. Why are the old lady's ears so sharp? What do you think? Xiaolin didn't exploit her parents either? She didn't say that herself. Wasn't it Xiao Zhang who mentioned it? Mother Fong glanced at Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang immediately slapped himself. Blame me for being too talkative. I was too talkative. I mentioned it. As a teacher. How can you be so mean? Xiaolin's parents are both dead. When we mention it, it's also a commemoration. How come it becomes consumption when it comes to you? Real consumption is to find the media to publicize it with great fanfare and benefit from it. Does Xiaolin do that? Yi Junjun was speechless. I didn't expect this old lady to be so talkative. She looked old, but she was not confused at all. Her little face suddenly turned red with shame, and she bit her lower lip. Fong Weidong withdrew his attention from Lin Yuelian and sneered. Mom, she is not a teacher. Not a teacher? Mother Fong opened her eyes wide in surprise. What does she do for a living? No job. Fong Weidong said lightly. Mother Fong was confused. What is your relationship with her? The voice suddenly rose, and murderous intent immediately jumped up. Fong Weidong said nothing and glanced at Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping had a dark face and was on pins and needles. Mother Fong lost her temper and loved to imagine, I support you finding a wife 100 times, but I don't agree with this kind of woman. She dresses like A and has no moral integrity. This kind of woman is very bad. Mom, Zaheo is having a birthday. You should pay attention to the occasion. Fong Weidong laughed bitterly. Fong Zaheo frowned. Dad, who is she? In his opinion, finding a stepmother is not something that his father can decide alone. If he doesn't like the stepmother he finds, he will resist. Teacher Liu bumped Teacher Zhang with his arm and winked at him, as if to say, See, this is all your fault. Teacher Zhang pouted innocently and immediately turned his gaze to Fu Guoping. The atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became tense, and Fong Weidong became the target of questioning by the grandfather and grandson. Fong Weidong was very sinister and glanced at Fu Guoping. Old Fu, I'm so sorry. He raised his hands and surrendered to his old mother and son. I confess. Is it not okay for me to confess? This Ms. Yi Junjun is old Fu's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Mother Fong's brain seemed to have crashed. Doesn't he have a wife? Fong Zaheo shrugged and stopped talking when he heard that this woman had nothing to do with his father. It's your family's family affairs, and I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. But Teacher Fu, what you did is really wrong. Cheating is a morally corrupt thing. How can you be a teacher like this? Mother Fong is an elder, and it's not easy for the younger generation to talk back when she teaches them. After she finished talking about Fu Guoping, she was still not satisfied. She looked at Yi Yunyun and glared at her fiercely. And you are so young. What can't you do? You have to be a mistress? Didn't your family educate you well? There are some bad things we can't do, which will shorten our lives. Yi Yunyun was speechless. This old woman is really annoying, even more annoying than her evil mother-in-law. Aunt Fong said it very well. Lin Yuelian, who had been silent all the time, stood up. Pour herself a glass of wine. Aunt Fong, I'll toast you a glass. You can just drink tea. I'll drink first as a toast. After saying that, he raised his head and finished the glass of wine.
Drink slowly.
Fong Weidong advised distressfully. Fu Guoping was like an ant on a hot pot at this moment, suffering. He did not expect Fong Weidong to call Lin Yuelian over, and he did not expect Fong's mother to persevere in questioning Yunyan's identity. It was really speechless. Classmate Fong Zihao, I was also admitted to USTC that year, but unfortunately I did not make it in the end. I envy you very much. You still have a chance. You will be able to enter this university soon. Come on. Work hard. You will become a person like my parents. Lin Yuelian cheered Fong Zihao. Fong Zihao's blood boiled instantly. Thank you, Auntie. I definitely will. Mr. Lin Guodong and Ms. Ming Xia are my idols. I will definitely work hard to become a person like them. But Auntie, you were admitted to this university that year. Why didn't you go? Fong Zihao's classmates asked curiously. Lin Yuelian smiled, with a relieved and free expression. I was blind back then, and gave up my studies for love, but now my eyes are healed.
Fu Guoping.
Lin Yuelian was making a veiled complaint. How could he not hear it? We understand. Fong Zihao and the three classmates looked at each other. They were all adults, and they were not ignorant children.
Click.
Fong Zihao suddenly took out his mobile phone, turned on the wide-angle lens, and took a photo of Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun, but his father was in the middle, which was a bit of a hindrance. Aunt Lin, we have to leave evidence. If there is definite evidence that your husband cheated, then when the time comes to divide the property, the scumbag can get less, or he can get nothing and leave the house with nothing. Zihao.
Don't be silly.
Fong Weidong glared at his son. Fong Zihao rolled his eyes. Dad, birds of a feather flock together. You'd better not play with such a bad man. Today is my birthday. I don't welcome this man and woman with corrupt morals. Drive them out. You kid. Fong Weidong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His expression was helpless. Fong Zihao had said so much. How could Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun have the face to stay any longer? Fu Guoping stood up and walked out awkwardly. Seeing this, Yi Junjun also stood up and followed. Fong Weidong looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his mouth corners raised, and a smile appeared. His goal was achieved. Today he can be regarded as venting his anger for Lin Yuelian, right? I'll see you off. He stood up and chased after them. Fu Guoping waved his hands, already ashamed. You go back. Otherwise your son will say something bad about me again. Don't bother with the child. Fong Weidong patted Fu Guoping on the shoulder. Fu Guoping seemed to have suffered a loss and pulled the corner of his mouth. How can I bother with the child? Don't worry, I won't. Okay, I won't see you off. Fong Weidong waved his hand. He wanted to say some more polite words, but Fong's mother strode out. What's so good about people like them? Dongzi, Zihao is right. Birds of a feather flock together. As for them, you should stay away from them in the future. Fong's mother said, dragged Fong Weidong back, and slammed the door shut. Bang! The sound was very loud. After Fong Weidong entered the house, he went to the bathroom to make a phone call. Deliberately not speaking, he walked out of the bathroom again. In the restaurant, Fong's mother cursed and was not very happy. That can't compare to you, Xiaolin. Xiaolin, don't worry. It won't be difficult for a virtuous woman like you to find another man to marry. Thank you, Aunt, for thinking so highly of me. Lin Yuelian smiled and nodded. She thought she would be in a bad mood when Fu Guoping and Yi Junjun came over. But no, the Fong family actually helped her. Zihao is right. You have to collect evidence. Don't let that pair of dogs get away with it. Mother Fong said seriously. Fu Guoping was not present, so Teacher Zhang did not need to avoid suspicion and started chatting. Old Fu is confused. He found an ancestor and will regret it in the future. Ancestor? What's the situation? Teacher Liu asked curiously. Teacher Zhang snorted. She is 30 years old and does not do any housework. Old Fu does it all. I don't know what old Fu wants from her. Fu Guoping, he can actually do housework? Lin Yuelian felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. She used to think that Fu Guoping was a male chauvinist, and it was impossible for him to do housework. Now she knows that it's not that he doesn't do it, but that in Fu Guoping's heart, she doesn't deserve to be loved. Bad men are like this. They are cheap at heart. Mother Fong said with disgust, "Let's not talk about them. Let's have a good meal." On the other end of the phone, Fu Guoping called hello twice, and then he heard people talking about himself and Yi Junjun. His face was filled with black lines, and he wanted to hear what these people were saying about him behind his back. Until he couldn't bear to listen anymore, he hung up the phone. "Brother Ping, isn't Teacher Fong's mother too much? We came here with gifts and even ran errands to buy cigarettes and alcohol, but we were kicked out before we even had a meal?" Fu Guoping was very depressed. Knowing that Yi Junjun was wronged, he patiently comforted her. "I was inconsiderate and shouldn't have brought you here today." As soon as these words came out, Yi Junjun suddenly got angry, as if her nerves were provoked. "You mean, it's embarrassing to bring me out, right? Did I mean that?" Fu Guoping suppressed his anger. Yi Junjun was also holding her breath and had no place to vent. "I'm a third party. As a university professor, you're afraid that others will say that you cheated on your marriage and have bad morals. Since you were afraid of being said, why did you want to be with me in the first place?" "Okay, stop being unreasonable," Fu Guoping interrupted in a deep voice. "You are pregnant. I don't want to argue with you. I'll call you a car later, you go back first." "You're not going back. You always avoid it like this every time we quarrel. You are using cold violence, do you know that? I don't want to pay attention to you." Fu Guoping couldn't hold it anymore, threw away his stinky face, and left angrily. He ran downstairs in one breath, still feeling very depressed. He remembered that every time he quarreled with Lin Yuelian, it was Lin Yuelian who coaxed him in the end. But it was different with Yi Junjun. He always bowed his head first. He was thinking, how is Yi Junjun better than Lin Yuelian? She is just younger than Lin Yuelian and can have children. Other than that, she is really useless, not even as good as a hair of Lin Yuelian. Since Fong Weidong invited Lin Yuelian for the whole day, she had to cook dinner. However, only the 3 members of the Fong family were left at dinner. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Liu, and Fong Zihao's 3 classmates went back one after another in the afternoon. For dinner, Lin Yuelian specially made a bowl of longevity noodles for Fong Zihao and added a very large poached egg to the noodles. Fong Zihao lost his mother's love since he was a child. When he ate the longevity noodles made by Lin Yuelian, he pursed his lips and felt a little sour in his nose. It turns out that children with mothers are so happy. "Aunt Lin, can you come to my house often in the future?" Fong Zihao opened his big eyes, full of expectation. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, and wanted to say that she was not familiar with your father. Before she could say anything, Fong Weidong smiled and took the lead. "Zihao likes you very much. Do you think you can agree to him?" Lin Yuelian frowned. She really likes children, especially sensible children like Fong Zihao. After thinking about it, she nodded. "Okay. Aunt Lin, let's add WeChat." At 9:30 in the evening, Fong Weidong sent Lin Yuelian downstairs. When they arrived at the door of the apartment building, Lin Yuelian quickly said, "Teacher Fong, just send her here. How about I drive you back? I don't have anything to do anyway." "How embarrassing. I took your money, and I have to ride in your car." "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. From now on, we are friends. Friends don't care about these things. Unless you despise me and don't want to be my friend." "How can you say that?" After Fong Weidong's soft and hard persuasion, Lin Yuelian agreed to let him send her down. On the other side, in front of the Jinding building, a Maybach was parked low-key next to a cypress tree. Not long after the car stopped, Mrs. Liu, who was sitting in the back seat, urged Liu Yunfeng, "Call Lian and ask her if it's convenient for us to go up now." Liu Yunfeng looked helpless and even reluctant. "You want to invite her to accompany you to the charity dinner. Can't you just make a phone call? How insincere is it to call? It must be to come to the door and ask for advice in person, so that it shows sincerity." The old lady smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent. She racked her brains to create opportunities for her son and Lin Yuelian to meet and get along. She firmly believed that as long as her son gets along with a good woman like Lin Yuelian for a long time, he will definitely fall in love with her.
Lu Yunfeng frowned. Okay.
He took out his mobile phone. The old lady blinked. Turn on the speaker. Lu Yunfeng didn't say anything and turned on the speaker. When the call was connected, Lin Yuelian respectfully said, "Boss, what do you want to see me so late? I have something to ask you. Is it convenient for my mother and I to go upstairs now?" Lu Yunfeng said in a deep voice, putting on the president's arrogance. Lin Yuelian was very surprised. "I'm outside now, but I will be home in 10 minutes or so." "Okay, wait for you." After that, without waiting for Lin Yuelian's response, he hung up the phone. "Something?" Fong Weidong tilted his head and glanced at the co-pilot. "Do you need to drive the car faster?" Lin Yuelian nodded. "The boss is looking for me." Fong Weidong frowned when he heard this. "Isn't today Saturday? Why am I looking for you so late? Maybe something happened." Lin Yuelian didn't think too much about it. Fong Weidong felt bad and took another look at the navigation. In fact, after knowing Lin Yuelian's address, he had always had doubts. The rent of Jinding Building is not cheap, right? Lin Yuelian knew what he wanted to ask and did not hide it. "It's a long story. The house was rented to me by my boss's mother."
Oh?
Fong Weidong raised his eyebrows and became alert instantly. "Doesn't he already have a rival in love? Your boss, is he interested in you?" Fong Weidong drove the car seriously and asked this question lightly, seemingly nonchalantly. Lin Yuelian held her chin with one hand and looked out the window. Hearing this, she immediately tilted her head. "Teacher Fong, don't say this casually. The reason why I can live in the boss's house is because of the relationship with old Madame Lu, and I can enter Lu's because of the old lady."
Saw the.
Seeing Lin Yuelian excited, Fong Weidong apologized quickly. "It's my fault for being too talkative." Although he said this, he was very happy in his heart. It turned out that he had no rival in love. It's good to have no rival in love. For a treasure woman like Lin Yuelian, the fewer people discover it, the better. He can enjoy it alone. "Teacher Fong, you don't have to drive the car to the underground parking lot later, just send her to the intersection." Lin Yuelian negotiated. Fong Weidong nodded, turned his head to look at her, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled warmly. "Don't call me Teacher Fong. Teacher Fong in the future, it sounds strange. Since we are friends, let's not be so formal." "Then, Brother Fong." Lin Yuelian pursed her lips, and the name was not very smooth. Fong Weidong's eyes narrowed into a slit. "Call me Brother Dong." After a pause, he tilted his head again. "I can call you a Lian, can I?" "That's fine." Lin Yuelian couldn't accept the two people's intimate address for a while. Fortunately, they arrived at the destination soon, and the car stopped by the roadside. Lin Yuelian got out of the car quickly and waved. "I'm sorry to trouble you today. Go back and have a rest early." "What trouble? We are all friends." Fong Weidong never got tired of it. Lin Yuelian waved, turned and walked towards the building, took out her mobile phone, and called Lu Yunfeng. Looking at her leaving back without any nostalgia, Fong Weidong felt lost. He was thinking, how can he speed up to catch up with Lin Yuelian? "Hello? Boss, I'm downstairs at the building. Where are you now?" Beep beep beep. Lin Yuelian had just finished speaking when she heard the sound of a car horn from the right. When she turned her head to look, Mrs. Lu had already pushed the door and got out of the car, greeting her with a smile. "Auntie, why are you here?" Lin Yuelian was flattered. She hung up the phone and walked over immediately. Lu Yunfeng acted like a president and sat in the car and refused to get out. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment, walked around the front of the car, and was about to open the door for him. "Don't spoil him. It's time to get off work now. He has his own hands. Let him get out by himself." The old lady grabbed Lin Yuelian's arm. Lu Yunfeng's face was full of black lines. His mother was really partial to Lin Yuelian. She loved her savior more and really didn't love him, her precious son. "It's okay. It's just a matter of walking a few steps." Lin Yuelian didn't care. She was used to the relationship between her and Lu Yunfeng as a superior and subordinate, whether during work hours or outside of work. Anyway, opening the car door for him would not lose any meat. Alien, I have something to talk to you about. How about finding a restaurant to sit down? The old lady asked with a smile. Lin Yulian nodded. How about going to that Western restaurant? The environment is not bad. No problem. The old lady agreed happily. Holding Lin Yulian's arm, the two were about to walk towards the Western-style restaurant not far away when Fong Weidong's voice came from behind. Alien, wait a minute.
Fong.
Brother Dong. What's the matter? Lin Yulian turned around and was stunned. Fong Weidong was holding a silk scarf in his hand. You forgot to take this. Look at my memory. Lin Yulian patted her head. It was a little hot when she was cooking at noon, so she took off the silk scarf and put it in the corner of the sideboard, thinking of remembering to take it when she left at night. I found it in the sideboard at home. Fong Weidong smiled warmly. Just like his appearance, he looked very gentle and did things very carefully. I won't disturb you if you have something to do. He nodded slightly. The food you cook is delicious. I hope I will have the opportunity to eat the dishes you make in the future. Yes, there will be a chance. Lin Yulian responded gently. After a few exchanges between the two, Fong Weidong's eyes were not innocent. The old lady watched the show the whole time, quietly walked to the side, and came to Lu Yunfeng. Do you have a sense of crisis? Lian actually ran to this man's house. Yunfeng, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you don't take action, your wife will run away with someone. Mom, don't match people up randomly. What wife or not? Lin Yulian is my subordinate. Lu Yunfeng had a dark face and frowned deeply. The old lady pouted. Okay, if you really don't like Lian, then I will take her in as my goddaughter. You will regret it later. Lu Yunfeng rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Do he and Lin Yulian have to have a special relationship? Not husband and wife. Must they be brother and sister? It was really helpless. In the Western restaurant, Lin Yulian said in advance that she would pay the bill and let the old lady order the food. The old lady said that she had already eaten dinner, so she only ordered a cup of hot milk tea. Lin Yulian was also very full and asked for the same as the old lady. When she looked at Lu Yunfeng to ask, Lu Yunfeng said with a cold face, Lemonade. Alien, it's like this. I have a charity party to attend tomorrow. I heard from Yunfeng that you have been looking for your child, who was lost many years ago. Coincidentally, the president of the Beijing Family Search Association will also be here. I will introduce you two to each other then. Lin Yulian was a little tired after a busy day. When she heard that there was hope of finding Lele, she immediately became energetic. Really? That's great. But with my identity, I'm afraid I can't get in. Indeed, the number of invitations is limited, and ordinary people can't get in. The old lady pursed her lips. But you can go in as Yunfeng's female companion. There is an unwritten rule for this kind of party. Those who have families can bring them along. Female companion. Family. Lin Yulian chewed on these two difficult titles. She was just Lu Yunfeng's secretary, and just a small-life secretary among many secretaries. Annie, can you bring your family? Can I go in with you? Lin Yulian looked at the old lady with burning eyes and earnest eyes. The old lady was a shrewd person. She invited Lin Yulian to the charity party in order to match her with her son. I can't. I can only bring my other half. If I have a spouse, I can bring him in, she said seriously, telling lies without hesitation. Lin Yulian had never been in contact with such an upper-class society, and since old Madame Lu was her elder, she believed what the old lady said. Lu Yunfeng, who was drinking lemonade, kept rubbing his temples and almost spit out the water from his mouth. His mother's ability to deceive people was really unique. Lin Yulian was also naive and actually believed it. Mom, I never attend any charity parties or dinners. Lu Yunfeng said ruthlessly, strangling Lin Yulian's hope in the cradle. The old lady rolled her eyes. She was really worried about her old bones. But unfortunately, her son didn't appreciate it. You will die alone. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yunfeng. Lin Yulian was hopeful at first, and then disappointed. But she didn't blame anyone. She was very grateful that the old lady could tell her such news. "Auntie, what is the name of the president of the Family Search Association? Where is the address of the association?" Since she couldn't go to the charity gala, she would visit him herself later.
"His name is Tang Yen."
Yen is the color yen without the right half. The old lady patiently informed, "I'll send you the address on WeChat later. Let me tell you secretly. Tang Yen is only 35 years old this year and has never been married. He has had several girlfriends, all of whom are older than him. He especially likes your type. Do you understand what I mean?"
"Auntie."
Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was going to find her relatives, not to find a partner. It's okay. Finding a child and finding a partner won't interfere. The old lady took her hand and snorted. "Some people can't be pushed, so don't push them." Lu Yunfeng on the side. "It's decided. You and I will go to the mall tomorrow, and we will change our clothes," the old lady said enthusiastically. "Tang Yen is so charming." The next afternoon, Mrs. Lu sent a car to pick up Lin Yuelian. The luxury car took Lin Yuelian to a high-end mall in Guomao. The mall sells international brands. There are more shop assistants than customers in the whole building. Lin Yuelian was in such a high-end place for the first time. She came to the door of a jewelry store and casually glanced at the necklaces displayed in the window. She counted them one by one. 1, 10, 100,000. Wow, it costs more than 300,000. She looked at the pair of earrings next to it, and the price was as high as 1 million. She really didn't understand the world of rich people. The most expensive jewelry she had ever worn was the dowry prepared by her parents for her more than 30 years ago. At that time, 1 gram of gold cost more than 90 yuan, and the 30-gram bracelet she wore was only about 2,700 yuan. Lin Yuelian was a little unable to walk and looked carefully at the things in the window to see why they were so expensive. Not far away, Lu Ran was holding Yi Yunyun's arm. Yi Yunyun was in a bad mood and called Lu Ran out to go shopping with her. Lu Ran was the director of a department of a listed company and was considered a leader among the elite white-collar workers. She was willing to spend money on luxury goods and had similar tastes with Yi Yunyun. Both of them loved to buy branded bags. For them, Chanel and Hermes were considered to be bags that could cure all diseases. "Yunyun, don't be so depressed, just buy a new bag." Yi Yunyun was distressed and looked cautiously. "Has An contacted you recently?" "An? He's been acting weird lately. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. I wanted to ask you, do you know what's going on?" "How should I know? Maybe he's busy." Yi Yunyun curled the corners of her mouth. Lu Ran nodded. "Yes, sometimes he disappears when doing experiments." "Okay, cheer up and help me pick out some clothes. I might have met my Mr. Right." "Really?" Yi Junjun was overjoyed and held Lu Ran's arm tightly. "Tell me quickly, what are the other party's conditions?" "My landlord's son, young and promising, very loving, set up a family search association and is a great philanthropist."
"Huh."
Yi Junjun frowned. "Sounds familiar. Who is it?" "Tang Yen, have you heard of him?" Lu Ran's eyes sparkled, and his face was shy. When Yi Junjun heard this, her smile suddenly stopped. Her mood fluctuated. She was happy for her classmates at first, but now she was a little jealous. "No way, you are so lucky. You can rent a house and meet a billionaire." "Yeah, I didn't expect it. Aunt Tang took the initiative to find me, otherwise, with my status, I couldn't get in touch with such upper-class people. Of course, I envy you." Yi Junjun said envy, but she was jealous to death in her heart. She and Lu Ran have known each other for so many years, and they can be said to have grown up together. Obviously, the two of them have similar backgrounds. Both of them are ordinary girls from small towns. But why are their fates so different in the end? Lu Ran not only joined a big company and became a senior white-collar worker, but also met a rich husband. What about her? She was a mistress to an old uncle for 11 years, hoping to live the life of a rich wife. But in the end, she didn't buy a duplex villa, and she had to take care of her son with a big belly. She quarreled with the old uncle again yesterday, and the old uncle has not expressed anything until now, and he is in a cold war with her. "Yunyun, don't be discouraged. With your appearance, It's not difficult to remarry. Lu Rand advised kindly. Yi Yunyan pouted. How can I remarry with a burden? There are also good men who are willing to be fathers. Today's society has changed a lot. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Pessimism? How can you not be pessimistic? Yi Yunyan felt very bitter. When she raised her eyes and looked not far away, she happened to see Lin Yuelian. The frustration in her heart seemed to trigger the start button. It's all Lin Yuelian's fault. If it weren't for Lin Yuelian, she wouldn't have become like this. Oh, why is it her? Lu Ren also saw Lin Yuelian. Last time, because of her good classmate, she almost rejected Lin Yuelian. Fortunately, the higher-ups didn't investigate her actions in detail. Otherwise, deducting her salary would be a small matter, but punishing her would be a big deal. Yunyun, you said before that you had a grudge with that old lady. What exactly is the grudge between you two? Lu Ran frowned as she looked at Lin Yuelian's figure. The vice president personally named someone to go to the president's office, and she was really curious about her background. She seduced my husband, and it was because of her that I became a single mother. Oh my God. Is this true? She's an old woman. How can she? Lu Ran's 3 views were severely impacted. Yi Junjun snorted. The old woman is very capable. She can bend and stretch, and she can use all kinds of dirty tricks. I didn't expect her to be such a person. The vice president appointed her to the president's office. So, the old woman does have some tricks. Lu Ran frowned. You wait. I'm familiar with the manager of this jewelry store. I'll let her make things difficult for the old woman. Okay. Yi Junjun's eyes lit up. She suffered a lot of grievances at Fong Weidong's house yesterday. It's good to be able to vent her anger today. Ding ding ding. Lin Yuelian was fascinated by the window when she was suddenly startled by a burst of alarm sounds. Before she could figure out what was going on, 2 clerks from the jewelry store strode over. A woman in a suit followed behind. Manager, I suspect this person stole it. Venus's love was still there a few minutes ago, and no other customers came in during this period. As soon as she came in, the things disappeared. Okay. In broad daylight, in plain sight, you actually dare to steal things? Do you know how much Venus's love is worth? Dare to steal it? Prepare to go to jail. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard, staring blankly at the woman in front of her who was accusing her of an offense. The woman looked up and down at Lin Yuelian. Seeing that she was dressed shabby, she immediately sneered. Do you know where this is? Guamao CBD. Anything in my store costs 6 figures. With your poor look, you can't afford it, so you can only steal it, right? Lin Yuelian calmed down for a moment and quickly sorted out her thoughts. She said slowly, something was lost in your store. In which window was the thing placed? Instead of accusing a good person here, you might as well check the surveillance first. The store manager was obviously stunned. When ordinary people encounter such a situation, generally speaking, wouldn't they panic, argue, and cry? The store manager was caught off guard by Lin Yuelian's calm reaction. Slandering Lin Yuelian was not really for the purpose of calling the police to lock her up, but to teach her a lesson and disgust her. I will naturally adjust the surveillance. Before you find Venus's love, you can't go anywhere and can only stay in the store. The store manager said fiercely. Ms. Liu had explained that if they trapped this woman, they could even starve her for a meal. I have something to do today. Lin Yuelian said lightly, with a stable mood, and reasoned with the other party. How about this? Let's just call the police? Hearing that they were going to call the police, the store manager frowned immediately. How could they call the police? We will definitely call the police, and you are not allowed to move now. Who knows if you will use your mobile phone to tip off your accomplices? The store manager warned, instructing 2 employees. You 2 keep an eye on her first. I'll check the surveillance. Lin Yuelian frowned and watched the store manager leave. He said he was going to check the surveillance, but he didn't come back for a long time. During this time, Lin Yuelian's cell phone rang several times. She wanted to answer it, but the 2 employees looked at her like a criminal and didn't allow her to look through her bag for the phone. You have no evidence, and you have no right to do this to me, right? Lin Yuelian was confronting the 2 employees on the surface. She touched the phone through the bag. There is an emergency call function on the phone, which was taught to her by Secretary Wang. It is said that if you press it 5 times in a row, a distress signal will be sent to the emergency caller. When Secretary Wang taught her, he experimented on himself. In other words, as long as Lin Yuelian presses the button successfully to call for help, Secretary Wang will receive the message. She tried her best to calm herself down and pressed the power button on the side of the phone 5 times in a row through the cloth bag. After pressing it, she was not at ease, because she was not sure whether she could call for help successfully. "Where is your store manager? Call her over. I didn't take anything from your house. If I am proven innocent in the end, I will not give up."
Huh.
I thought I was seeing things just now. Lin Yuelian had just finished speaking when she heard a sarcastic voice. Turning around, she saw Yi Junjun holding her waist and swaggering in. Lu Ran followed her and looked at her with strange eyes. "What's the matter?" Lu Ran asked knowingly. The clerk immediately said, "The love of Venus in the store was lost, and we suspect she stole it. The manager is going to check the surveillance now." "Stealing? How could my sister steal something? You must have misunderstood." Yi Junjun raised her voice. Her voice was so loud that she wanted to attract other customers outside the store. Her trick really worked. After a while, a mother and daughter were attracted and stopped. "Sister, if you really took something from someone else's store, why don't you hand it over quickly? Otherwise, when the surveillance is checked, it will be evidence of your theft. If someone sues you, you will go to jail. Union and I are VIP members of the store, and we have a good relationship with the store manager. Sister, hand over the things and admit your mistake, and we can settle this privately." Lu Ran echoed. The two of them sang the same tune, as if Lin Yuelian was a thief. Lin Yuelian snorted coldly. "Who is Yi Yunyun? And this Lu Ran, he is in the same group with Yi Yunyun. How could they be kind enough to help me? It's good enough that they don't harm me." In the Chanel store on the same floor, Mrs. Lu was sitting in the lounge, looking at the not dialed, displayed on the call record of her mobile phone. "What's the matter?" The driver called her not long ago and said that he had picked up Lin Yuelian and sent her to the CBD building. "But why didn't she answer the call?" "You two, go and look for her," the old lady ordered. However, she didn't have a photo of Lin Yuelian, so she could only give the bodyguard a rough description of Lin Yuelian's figure and appearance. On the other side, Secretary Wang was watching TV at home. Her phone would remain open on weekends, worried that the president would need to find her. Beep beep. The TV program was a bit boring. When she was about to find something to eat, she heard a rapid ringing from her phone. She picked it up and was shocked. It was actually a distress signal from Secretary Lin. Could it be that he was late? After all, Secretary Lin was quite unfamiliar with today's smartphones and didn't know many of their functions. Secretary Wang thought about it and called back. It's better to be safe than sorry. After the call was dialed, no one answered. She hung up and redialed. After going back and forth several times, she suddenly became uneasy. At this time, in the Yihao Club, Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yanzhou, father and son, were playing golf. Lu Yunfeng played golf very well, and every time he competed with Lu Yanzhou couldn't beat him. During the break, Lu Yanzhou handed Lu Yunfeng a towel. "Dad, you're still as good as ever. How many women will be charmed by your skills?" "My skills are not for women but for my business partners." Lu Yunfeng took the water and drank it in big gulps. Women would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword and get in the way. Lu Yanzhou smiled. In fact, he was no different. Compared with talking about feelings, it seemed that being busy with work made him feel happier. The father and son drank water, wiped their sweat, and planned to take a break. At this moment, the caddy came over with Lu Yunfeng's mobile phone respectfully. "Mr. Lu, there is a call for you." Lu Yunfeng glanced at it. "Hello?" He remained calm, with the cold arrogance of a superior. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Wang was very anxious. "President, I just received a distress signal from Secretary Lin. I couldn't get through to her on the phone. I was worried that something had happened to her." "President, you are very powerful. Can you help find her?"
Got it.
Lu Yunfeng hung up the phone and immediately called his mother. Is Secretary Lin with you?
Well,
The old lady was stunned for a moment. No. The person was picked up in the CBD, but he couldn't be contacted after entering the building. I asked the bodyguard to find someone. Without waiting for the old lady to say anything, Lu Yunfeng hung up the phone. He called Lin Yuelian and heard the beep-beep sound from the other end. He suddenly became uneasy. Xiaozhou, I have something to do and have to go first. You can play by yourself. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yunfeng took a big step and took the suit jacket from the caddy's hand. Lu Yenzhou rarely saw his father so flustered. Even if a business worth tens of billions was stolen, his father remained calm and composed. Is something wrong? He followed Lu Yunfeng's footsteps. Lu Yunfeng put on his suit jacket with an indifferent expression on his face. Secretary Lin can't be found. I'll go and see.
ah,
Lu Yenzhou didn't react at first. It was because of Aunt Lin? I'll go with you. With almost no hesitation, Lu Yenzhou also pulled away his suit. In the CBD shopping mall, Lin Yuelian continued to suffer. The store manager hesitated for a long time and finally walked out of the logistics room. What a coincidence. The surveillance camera was broken today, and we didn't capture the whole process of your crime. The store manager snorted sarcastically. You are really lucky. Without evidence, it's useless even if you call the police. How about this? Let's discuss it and split the responsibility in half. The love of Venus is worth 100 W. As the store manager, I am also responsible for the loss of the item. I will help you share 50, and you will pay for the remaining 50. The store manager changed his attitude, speaking in a negotiating tone, and even seemed to be a little considerate of Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian is not stupid. Even though she has been a housewife at home all year round, it does not mean that she has no common sense. The store manager accused her of stealing without any evidence. Now he said that the surveillance was broken and he was kind enough to help her share the responsibility. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Such a large jewelry store, and the surveillance was broken on the day when the item was lost? I'm afraid the item had been lost a long time ago, and the store manager has been looking for a sucker to take the blame. You want to blackmail me for 500,000 with empty words? Young man, if everyone opens a store like you, how many stores in the country will go bankrupt? Lin Yuelian sneered, and her attitude was clear. I won't pay a penny, either call the police or just waste time. I'm not afraid of wasting time. Time is not valuable anyway, but you open the door. Do you still want to do business? After saying that, she looked at several customers in the store. These customers were obviously here to watch the fun. This store is a black shop. I just stood at the window at the door for a few minutes, and they slandered me as a thief. I said I would call the police, but they didn't. I said I would check the surveillance, but they said it was broken. I advise everyone to leave this store quickly. Otherwise, they will say you are also thieves.
what? Go, go, go.
The customers who came in were shocked when they heard this, and turned around and left. The store manager looked at the potential customers leaving one after another, and suddenly became very anxious. Don't leave, everyone. No, how could we slander customers as thieves casually? But no matter how she tried to persuade them to stay, the few people who left refused to step into the store again, but stood outside the store to watch the fun. Lin Yuelian sat down on the sofa slowly. She crossed her legs and said calmly, Every time a customer comes, I will chase him away. Anyway, I have nothing to do.
You.
The store manager was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She had no grudge against Lin Yuelian. If it weren't for Ms. Lu's request, she would not have gotten involved in this muddy water. Now, things were not handled well, and things went wrong. Customers were lost, and the store's reputation was damaged. If it affected the store's performance, then she, as the store manager, would be held accountable by the headquarters. In serious cases, she might even be fired. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Go away. Go away quickly. The farther the better. The store manager didn't want to make things worse. She was anxious to drive Lin Yuelian away. But Lin Yuelian didn't move, just sat there, and didn't say much. The store manager was anxious and patted the clerk beside him. Go pour me a glass of water. Sister, drink the water and leave. If you keep making trouble like this, it will affect my business. Seeing the store manager change his attitude instantly and actually bow to Lin Yuelian, how could Yi Yunyun bear it? Store manager, if you keep retreating when you meet a rogue, you will only be severely controlled by the rogue. Yi Yunyun held her head high. The last time I ordered the pink crocodile from you, I was still hesitant and didn't want to buy it, but today I made up my mind. You pack the bag for me, and I'll buy it. Her generosity made the store manager's eyes light up. The one who pays is the father. The store manager's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Okay, please wait. Let's suspend business today. If she wants to waste time, you can waste time with her. Okay, I'll listen to you. The store manager responded happily. Rand, do you want to buy it? How about together? Yi Yunyun was not satisfied after showing off her wealth and pulled Lu Ran. Lu Ran thought that he had to stand up for his old classmate, so he nodded. I want that twill bag. Okay, Ms. Lu. Ms. Yi, please go to the VIP area to rest. Come on. Go make tea for the two sisters, close the store, and suspend business. Yi Junjun snorted coldly, and as she walked away, she glared at Lin Yuelian. Sister, poor people can't beat rich people. If you make this jewelry store unable to continue its business, be careful that they will find someone to deal with you. Deal with?
How?
The kind that leaves no intact body? Lu Ran smiled and covered his mouth. Yi Junjun raised his eyebrows. Anyway, there will be no good ending. Lin Yuelian clenched her fists and said nothing. She had already turned the situation around, but she didn't expect Yi Junjun to turn the tables on her. She even suspected that today's farce was instigated by Yi Junjun. Sister, don't embarrass yourself here anymore, get out. Otherwise, the security guards at the mall will kick you out, and that will be really embarrassing. Yi Junjun curled the corners of her mouth, and her mood suddenly became better. Lin Yuelian was completely defeated in this farce, and was wrongly accused of being a thief for no reason. Afterwards, the store didn't even give her an apology, and wanted to drive her away. TSK, so pitiful. Are you still not leaving? If you don't leave, I'll really call the security guard. The store manager is a fence-sitter. She will lean towards whichever way the wind blows. Just when Lin Yuelian was being pressed step by step and had no way to compromise. Mr. Lu, welcome. Welcome. The clerk who was about to suspend business nodded excitedly. Manager. Mr. Lu is here to meet you. This exclamation excited the store manager so much that he almost sprained his ankle. He quickened his pace and immediately came to Lu Yanfeng in a hurry. Lu Yanfeng came in a hurry and asked Lu Yanzhou to drive the car. The father and son have excellent temperament. When they stand in the jewelry store, even the thousands of shining jewels are instantly eclipsed. Lu Yanfeng pursed his thin lips and frowned. His cold eyes quickly swept through the store, and finally his sight fell on Lin Yuelian, who was besieged by several people. Almost immediately, there was no other people or things in his eyes, and he walked straight towards Lin Yuelian. What happened? Why didn't you answer the phone?
Boss.
Lin Yuelian was stunned. Something happened. It was not convenient to answer the phone just now. She bit her lip, thinking about how to explain this to Lu Yanfeng. Tell the truth. Say that I was slandered as a thief by the people in the store? After that, what will the boss think? Help me vent my anger? Or do you think I embarrassed him? Mr. Lu, do you two know each other? The manager's eyes rolled around, switching between Lin Yuelian and Lu Yanfeng. Lu Yanfeng had a stern face, with a gloomy and murderous expression on his face. On the way here, he even imagined that something had really happened to Lin Yuelian. After seeing her and knowing that she was fine, he finally let go of his worry. However, he was really annoyed by Lin Yuelian's habit of never answering other people's calls. Didn't he know that if the call couldn't go through, people would be worried? This is my father's secretary. Lu Yanzhou is not as temperamental as Lu Yanfeng. He was emotionally stable and polite. Aunt Lin, what's going on? Lin Yuelian frowned and hesitated for a moment. I stayed at the door of this store for a few minutes an hour ago. Not long after, the manager came over and said that the love of Venus in the store was lost and suspected that I stole it. How could such a thing happen? Lu Yanzhou frowned and looked at Lu Yunfeng beside him. After Lu Yunfeng understood the truth, the expression on his face finally softened a little. Lin Yuelian looked calm and continued. The strange thing is that their first reaction was not to search me and ask me to hand over the things. I suggested calling the police, but they kept making excuses. I asked them to adjust the surveillance, and they said that the surveillance in the store was broken. During this period, they put me under house arrest in disguise and did not allow me to make or receive phone calls. Fortunately, Secretary Wang taught me how to call the police on my mobile phone in an emergency. Boss, it was Secretary Wang who told you about my situation, so you came to save me, right? Lu Yunfeng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Yuelian to be so calm and sober when encountering things. She could prove her innocence to the people in the store with reason and evidence, and even seek external rescue. Such cleverness is totally unlike the reaction of a person who has been a housewife at home for 30 years. Your analysis is correct. Lu Yunfeng cast an approving look at her. With one hand in his pocket, his body straight, he stood there with a very strong aura.
Come to my side,
he said in a deep voice, with an irrefutable tone. Lin Yuelian walked to his side obediently, feeling his powerful breath, and instantly felt full of security. Xiaozhou, go and see what the surveillance is all about, Lu Yunfeng ordered. Lu Yanzhou nodded, took a step with his long legs, and like his father, he had an excellent temperament and a full of kingly aura. You, lead the way. The store manager frowned and quietly sent a look for help to Lu Ran. Lu Ran wanted to hide herself. The moment the president and the vice president walked into the store, she quietly hid beside the display cabinet at the back. Seeing that she was hiding far away, the store manager could only bite the bullet and turn around, walking in front to lead the way. Let's sit and wait. Lu Yunfeng strode towards the sofa, pointing to the small sofa next to him. You sit too.
Yeah.
Lin Yuelian nodded. Boss, the surveillance content can be deleted by yourself, right? I'm afraid that the surveillance is not broken, but the store manager deleted the captured content. You know a lot. Lu Yunfeng crossed his legs and looked at the woman standing in front of him leisurely. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her and even admired her a little. Don't worry, Xiaozhou is a computer expert. Is he a hacker? Lin Yuelian opened her eyes, wide with a gleam in them. She had seen similar plots in some American movies. Hackers were omnipotent and could break into other people's computers. In their eyes, passwords were completely meaningless.
You can say that.
Lu Yunfeng supported his head and glanced around casually. He was the one who took the lead in establishing the Lu Network Security Department. It was Xiaozhou's men who found out about the rumormongers at the Academy of Sciences forum last time. Awesome. Lin Yuelian admired sincerely. How proud should parents be to have such an outstanding son? Lu Yunfeng was distracted, looking at the many gorgeous jewels displayed in the glass windows and display cabinets. For some reason, he fell in love with the ruby necklace hanging on the model's neck. He imagined that Lin Yuelian would look very beautiful wearing it. Yun, let us go. Lu Ran, who was hiding in the back, whispered. Yi Junjun was very unwilling and even jealous. After hearing what Lin Yuelian said, she sent a distress signal to another secretary. The secretary told Lu Yunfeng the news, and Lu Yunfeng brought people to kill him? This is unreasonable. A president worth hundreds of billions would actually mobilize so many troops for a small secretary? Last time at USDC, Lu Yunfeng defended Lin Yuelian in this way. This time again, she really didn't believe that the two of them didn't have an affair. Yi Junjun knew that if she stayed any longer, she would definitely not end well. She turned around quietly and wanted to take a walk with Lu Ran, but Lin Yuelian noticed her at a glance. Why are you two running? We didn't run away. Yi Yunyun pulled the corner of her mouth. Didn't you buy the bag? Don't you want it anymore? Lin Yuelian raised her eyebrows. Yi Yunyun's mouth twitched and she said with a stiff face, if you have something to investigate, I won't bother you. You can buy the bag, next time. How can next time be possible? The jewelry store has suspended business because of the two of you. What about the losses of the store if you two run away? Didn't you say that if you let the store suffer losses, you will be in big trouble.
Cough.
Cough, cough. Yi Yunyan almost choked to death on her own saliva. She didn't expect the old woman to be so eloquent and to be able to fight back. After the manager couldn't produce evidence to prove that I stole things, I sat in the store and made a scene. I drove away every customer who came. At that time, my husband's third sister warned me that the poor can't beat the rich. If I make this jewelry store unable to continue its business, be careful that they will find someone to get me. The kind that will be left with no complete corpse. When Lin Yuelian said this, the two shop assistants and Lu Ran were stunned. Especially Lu Ran. It was as if his worldview was overturned. Yunyun, what did the Annie say just now? You are her husband's mistress? Don't listen to her nonsense. Yi Yunyun gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Lu Ran obviously didn't believe it. You said you had a grudge against her. Didn't you say that she seduced your boyfriend? What is the truth of the matter? If she repeatedly made things difficult for a good person for the sake of a person who is full of nonsense, then she really couldn't escape the blame and had an uneasy conscience. Isn't she aiding and abetting the evil? She will be punished. I'm your good classmate. Do you believe her or me? Yi Yunyun lowered her voice. The blood rushed to her heart, and the whole person suddenly became anxious and irritable. She wanted to run, but was stopped by a cold voice. Why are you running? As soon as Lu Yunfeng said this, Assistant Jiang came with bodyguards and immediately intercepted the man. At this time, Lu Yanzhou walked out of the logistics room, followed by the store manager. The store manager curled up like a frightened quail. After taking 2 steps, his whole body suddenly softened and he fell to the ground. Mr. Lu, it's really none of my business. It was Lu Ran who instructed me to do this. Dad, the surveillance has been restored. Please take a look. Lu Yanzhou poured the surveillance into his mobile phone. He handed the phone to Lu Yunfeng. Hearing this, Lin Yuelian leaned her head over. In the video, the store manager was standing in front of a display cabinet looking around. Then, he took a necklace out of the display cabinet and put it in his pocket. The thing is here. Lu Yanzhou threw out a necklace with his bare hands. The pendant of the necklace was a very dazzling pink gem, which was dazzling and eye-catching. The dirty things were placed in front of everyone, and there was also surveillance to prove it. There was no human emotion in Lu Yunfeng's eyes, as if he was looking down on a tiny ant. You have to look at the owner when beating a dog. You dare to frame my secretary, Lu Yunfeng? I was wrong, President Lu, I was wrong. But I am just an employee, and I was also instructed by others. The store manager begged for mercy desperately, pointing at Lu Ran. Lu Ran was so scared that her legs were completely limp. She couldn't run and fell to the ground. Lu Yanzhou glanced at her and frowned. Dad, I know this person. She is the head of Lu's logistics department. Someone from your own company. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers from time to time. Every rhythm was like a fatal note. Fire her. As for this store manager, he embezzled from the company. Call the police. He said lightly, but it was as if the king of Hades was deciding the book of life and death. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. The store manager lay on the ground crying. Lu Yunfeng thought she was noisy and waved his hand. Assistant Jiang, drag her away. Yes. Assistant Jiang signaled to the bodyguard. The store manager was immediately dragged to a small room in the logistics office and soon fell silent. Lu Ran did not shout, but sat on the ground choking with grievance. He looked up at the culprit Yi Junjun. Tell the truth. Are you a mistress?
Whose child is Xiaoguang?
Yi Junjun gritted her teeth. Ran, I have my reasons. I will explain to you later. Lu Ran was very disappointed. She looked like she had lost her soul. She couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into sobs. She had worked hard for so many years and finally got into a big company and became a supervisor. She thought she was being righteous and helping a good friend, but she didn't expect to be cheated so badly. Mr. Lu, I'm still paying my mortgage.
If I lose my job, I'll die.
She cried sadly and didn't know how to defend herself. Lu Yunfeng remained calm, and his expression was cold. You knew Secretary Lin's identity, but you still framed her? It's your stupidity and your poor choice of friends. You can't blame others. Yes, no one else is to blame. Lu Ran cried in despair. What should she do? Yi Junjun made her have no way to live. Lu Yunfeng suddenly stood up and strode towards Yi Junjun. Once, twice. First there was Peng Wen, then there was Lu Ran. He didn't expect that this mistress had such sophisticated means, fooling the people around her and making them willing to work for her. I warn you, Lin Yuelian is mine. If you cause trouble for her again in the future, I won't be polite. Lu Yunfeng warned sternly. He wanted to kill Yi Yunyun, but it was as easy as crushing an ant. But he did not act, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he felt that his relationship with Lin Yuelian was just that of a superior and a subordinate, and it was not yet time to interfere in her private life. Yi Yunyun was the mistress of Lin Yuelian as husband. How to deal with a mistress was Lin Yuelian's own family affair. He asked Lin Yuelian if she needed help, to ask as soon as possible. Lin Yuelian responded to him and said that she would ask when needed. He would not overstep his authority before she asked. Okay, the matter has been resolved. You go find my mother. She is anxiously looking for you. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded to express her gratitude, took out her mobile phone, and called Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu asked about their location. I happen to be near this store. I'll come to find you. 2 minutes later, the old lady walked into the store. Seeing her son and grandson were there, she blinked in confusion. What's going on? Lu Yanzhou strode to the old lady, smiled, and whispered. After Dad knew that Aunt Lin was missing, he was extremely anxious. He didn't even play golf and ran here to look for her. Old Madame Lu opened her eyes, wide in disbelief. Lu Yanzhou joked, Grandma, I guess there's really a chance this time. Old Madame Lu smiled from ear to ear and walked up to Lin Yuelian. Alien, this necklace suits you. I'll buy it for you. How can I do that? Lin Yuelian waved her hand to refuse. The old lady stepped forward with a smile. Yes, you have to dress up a little bit to go to the charity gala. Didn't you say you can't go without a male companion? Lu Yunfeng asked seriously. The old lady raised her eyes with a beaming eyebrow. I've agreed with Xiao Tang that Alien will go as his female companion. Xiao Tang, who? Lu Yunfeng frowned.
Tang Jian.
You call him so affectionately. When did you become so familiar with him? His mother and I are mahjong friends. The old lady smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. She turned around and called to the clerk, pack up this necklace and pay for it. Alien, let's go buy some clothes. As she said that, she took Lin Yuelian's hand. Lin Yuelian wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist the old lady's enthusiasm. You go find Tang Yan yourself. He may not help you, listen to me. Use this charity gala. He will do his best for you for my sake. The old lady said earnestly, afraid that Lin Yuelian would refuse again, and added, if you don't want to accept the necklace, you can donate it at the charity gala, which is also a good deed. Okay. Lin Yuelian hesitated again and again, but was finally persuaded. She really wanted to find her son Lele. No matter what the outcome would be, at least she had tried and done it, so that she would have no regrets. What's the situation? Dad, did Grandma introduce Aunt Lin to someone else? Lu Yanzhou was enjoying the fun and looked at Lu Yunfeng teasingly. Lu Yunfeng had an iceberg-like face and said coldly, let them do it. Lu Yanzhou pursed his lips to avoid exposing him. Let them do it? He said it so easily. I don't know who was so nervous when they learned that Aunt Lin was in trouble. Yi Yunyun, stop right there. Lu Ran chased all the way to the underground parking lot of the CBD shopping mall. Yi Yunyun stroked her belly. Ran, don't get excited, I'm pregnant. You lied to me so badly. My life has been ruined by you. Lu Ran now wanted to kill someone. Yi Yunyun lowered her head pitifully. I know, I hurt you, but I am also a victim. I was forced. Ran, don't you still have the path of Tang Yan? Your life is not ruined, as long as you become the young lady of the Tang family. You are not like me, my life is really ruined. Zizizi, when Yi Junjun was trying to argue, the phone in Lu Ran's bag suddenly vibrated. She saw that the note was Landlord Aunt and immediately adjusted her mood. Hello?
Aunt Xiao?
Her voice was sweet, and her eyes were full of stars. But the next second, the light in her eyes disappeared. Ran, I'm really sorry. My Yen has a female companion, and I can't refuse the request of a mahjong friend. Lu Ran was very excited. What? Who is that person? It's inconvenient to say who it is. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little apologetic. Well, I'll waive your rent for a few months. Forget it. Waive it for 1 year. After all, I broke my promise. Aunt Xiao, I don't mean to blame you. Lu Ran bit her lip, with mixed feelings in her heart. Tang's mother comforted. I know I've disappointed you, but it's okay. You can still come to the charity party in the evening. I'll pick you up then, and you should dress up nicely. Okay. Lu Ran responded excitedly. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't calm down for a long time. She lost her job, but she couldn't lose her feelings. Ran, listen to my explanation. Professor Fu had a secret relationship with me back then, and I couldn't do anything about it. I know that you lost your job because of me. How about this? S University is recruiting in the fall, and they say they are short of counselors. Although the salary and benefits are not as good as Yunfeng Group, it is a decent and stable job. Yi Junjun took Lu Ran's hand and was very sincere in making up for her mistake. You have the qualifications of a logistics supervisor for a listed group, and you are a 985 master's student. Plus, Professor Fu will recommend you, so it's a sure thing. Lu Ran was originally very angry, so angry that she wanted to break up with Yi Yunyun. But after being coaxed by Yi Yunyun for a few times, her heart softened again. She remembered the past when they left the small town together and came to Beijing to work hard. When she was a graduate student, Yi Yunyun used her salary to subsidize her living expenses. The two of them used to be as close as sisters. Lu Ran knows how to repay kindness, so as long as Yi Yunyun has a request, just ask, she will do it, and she will go through fire and water to do it. I really didn't think about destroying other people's families, but girls like us who are helpless and come from a small town, what can we do when we encounter power? Fight to the death and get hurt all over? Yes, I can do that, but then I found out that I was pregnant. I admit that I was scared. As a mother, I just want to give birth to the child and raise him well. Is there anything wrong with that? Yi Yunyun cried softly, her tears like beads falling off the string. Unlike Peng Wen, who broke up with her immediately, Lu Ran, as a woman, could empathize with Yi Yunyun more. She hugged Yi Yunyun into her arms and patted her on the back. It's all in the past, Yunyun. We are good sisters. If we don't help each other, who will help us? In the LV store, Mrs. Lu selected more than a dozen evening dresses for Lin Yuelian to try on. Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yanzhou did not leave, and were asked by the old lady to stay and help choose. The two grown men, both single, had a headache about women buying clothes. Especially Lu Yunfeng, sitting on the sofa, supporting his chin with one hand, and was completely absent-minded. It's just a charity gala. Is it necessary to dress up so lavishly? No matter how beautiful the clothes are, can they be as beautiful as female stars? He couldn't help but complain. The old lady snorted. As long as Tang Yin likes it. Lu Yunfeng. The old lady ignored him and asked Lu Yanzhou's opinion. Which one do you think is okay? That black dress and the dark purple one. I think they are both good, solemn, but not without luxury. What about the red one? The old lady blinked. Lu Yanzhou shook his head. It's too red. It doesn't match Aunt Lin's age and temperament. Besides, it shows a large area of chest, which is not dignified. Who said she wore it at the charity dinner? The old lady leaned over to Lu Yanzhou's ear and lowered her voice. Wear it on weekdays and show it to your dad. What do you think? Lu Yanzhou opened his eyes wide in shock and was stunned for a long time. It's not impossible.
But
He glanced at his father next to him with a serious face. Cough, cough, cough. He choked himself and almost choked. Can middle-aged people also have passionate love? Especially a 1,000-year-old iron tree like my father. Can it really bloom? It's decided. The old lady no longer asked her grandson's opinion and said to the clerk, take this red one over and let her try it. A few minutes later, Lin Yuelian was surrounded by several shop assistants and walked out. She was really embarrassed and kept pushing and refusing to leave the dressing room. This is too revealing. It's really not suitable for my age. No, ma'am, you have such a good figure. How could it be? This evening dress is designed for women aged 30-55. It is intellectual and enthusiastic. A female stars walked the red carpet in this evening dress. Alien, don't be shy, let us see. The old lady squinted her eyes and smiled happily. The shop assistants worked together to push Lin Yuelian out. As soon as she stood in the VIP reception area, she instantly became the focus. The red long dress did not feel on her, and the lace fishtail skirt design outlined her good figure. Her originally fair skin looked even whiter and brighter because of the red background. She was dressed like a radiant bride who was about to get married. It looks so beautiful. Yunfeng, don't you think? The old lady patted Lu Yunfeng on the shoulder. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows. His eyes fell on her beautiful figure and quickly shifted his attention. It doesn't look good. You don't understand, you have no taste. The old lady pursed her nose. This one. Wearing like this to a charity gala? Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but raise his voice. Yes, I think it's good. The old lady smiled happily. I have my plans. Lu Yunfeng pulled the corner of his mouth. Mother really does treat Lin Yuelian as her daughter, right? Tonight's charity gala is to recruit a rich husband for Lin Yuelian. The CBD shopping mall is very lively at this time, and the second hospital is also very lively. Because Lu Chunhua is too noisy, she's been complained by family members in the same ward several times. Fu Guoping had no choice but to move his mother to a single room and spend more money. These days, the old lady has been taken care of by a nurse, 500 yuan a day. In addition, the old lady has to undergo various examinations, and the money is spent like water. The final diagnosis report of the disease will be issued today, but it will be different from when she was first sent in. When Lu Chunhua was sent in, the whole family was present, and they were all worried about her. But now only Fu Guoping is there. Lu Chunhua is upset and keeps clamoring for the children to come over. Mom, please just be quiet. Yunyan is at home taking care of the children, and Jaya is on a business trip. Your precious daughter said that she's doing tea business with a big boss recently, and she is really too busy to take on a multi-million-dollar order.
Fu Guoping explained patiently.
Lu Chunhua actually knew very well in her heart that they just didn't take her, an old woman, seriously. What about Alien and Tian Tian? Aren't they free too? The more she was alone, the more she realized how happy she was when she was taken care of by Lin Yuelian. Aping. Lu Chunhua suddenly took Fu Guoping's hand and said meaningfully, "Why don't you and Alien get divorced? I find that she is still good to me, and I can't live without her." Fu Guoping lowered his head and said nothing. Not only his mother realized the goodness of Lin Yuelian, but he did too. Mom, in the Fu family ancestral hall, in front of so many uncles, I have agreed to the divorce and signed the agreement. If you ask me to regret it now, where will I put my face? Lu Chunhua patted his shoulder hard. Is face important? Or is happiness in the second half of your life more important?
You are not like me.
You still have 20, 30, or even longer years. Without a Lien, who can take care of you comfortably. Do you count on Yi Junjun? She can give birth to children, but can she take care of people? I am not belittling those born in the 90s, but people of their generation really cannot endure hardship. Fu Guoping clenched his fists and said nothing. Should I say he regretted it? He did regret it a little. But compared to bowing his head to win back Lin Yuelian, he hoped that Lin Yuelian would come back on her own. He was gambling, waiting, and full of confidence. Mom, wait a little longer, until Lien can't stand the hardship outside. She will come back naturally. She thinks the colorful world outside is beautiful, but she doesn't know that people's hearts are treacherous. Mom, let's not talk about this. I have to leave after the diagnosis report comes out. There is an academic exchange meeting in the evening, and I must be there. Lu Chunhua was very disappointed. She closed her eyes and leaned on the bed. Everyone is busy.
Go.
Half an hour later, the diagnosis came out, and Fu Guoping took the result to find the attending physician. The attending physician said that Lu Chunhua had a cyst in her lungs, but the puncture results showed that it was benign. They would arrange a follow-up treatment plan, which was just a small operation, and asked him and his family not to worry. In the ward, Lu Chunhua had to urgently, and the nurse didn't know where she had gone. She called the nurse, and the nurse said she would be there soon. But she waited and waited, and no one came for more than 10 minutes. Finally, she couldn't help but wet her pants. "Oh, Auntie, your legs are not good, and your head is not broken, so how can you be incontinent? Are you a 3-year-old child? You can't even control your peeing?" The nurse was furious when she saw Lu Chunhua wet the bed. He kept cursing and helped Lu Chunhua out of bed rudely. He kept muttering while changing the sheets and quilts. Lu Chunhua felt ashamed and aggrieved. In the past, she would have scolded the nurse. But now she doesn't dare to do so. She is afraid that if she scolds the nurse away, there will be no one to take care of her. She was fearless before, because even if the nurse ran away, she still had Lin Yuelian to support her. The nurse changed the quilts, came to Lu Chunhua, and took off her pants directly. "What are you going to do?" Lu Chunhua was horrified. The nurse took out a diaper. "Put on this and you won't wet the bed." "I won't wear it. This thing is uncomfortable. Besides, didn't I invite you here to serve me?" Lu Chunhua was anxious. "You are about the same age as my daughter-in-law. Is this how you usually serve your parents-in-law at home?" Lu Chunhua asked unhappily, trying her best to control her temper. The nurse threw the diaper aside. "Wear it if you like. If you wet the bed again, I will go and tell your son and daughter and let them take care of you."
You.
Lu Chunhua was so angry that her heart was heaving. The nurse had a cold face and no patience. "Let's eat? I'll go get some food." Without waiting for Lu Chunhua to respond, the person had already left. Lu Chunhua was still sitting on the chair, unable to walk. She felt helpless and pitiful. In the evening, at around 6 o'clock, Lin Yuelian got into the old lady's luxury car. Her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar call without any remarks. However, the IP address showed that it was from North City, so after hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the phone. "Hello?" she asked tentatively. "Hello, alien." There was a familiar voice on the other end of the phone, but without the previous viciousness and cunningness. "It's me." Lu Chunhua choked. Lin Yuelian wanted to hang up the phone immediately. She had blocked Lu Chunhua's contact information a long time ago. Don't hang up yet. I finally got to the nurse's station and asked the nurse to lend me a phone." Lu Chunhua said anxiously. "Alien, I beg you, please come back." Aping knows he was wrong. He really knows he was wrong. Can you give him another chance? You are still husband and wife. We are still mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Lin Yuelian felt puzzled. When she went to the hospital 2 days ago, Lu Chunhua was still very strong, mean, and sarcastic. It has only been a few days. How could she change her personality? There is no possibility for Fu Guoping and I to get back together. Don't change different numbers to call me in the future. You are harassing me. Alien, who is it? The old lady noticed Lin Yuelian's excitement. She held her hand and comforted her. Lin Yuelian shook her head. My ex-husband's mother. Why do you care about such a person? Alien, the old one will not go if the new one does not come. If you and Tang Yen don't succeed tonight, I have other good men to introduce to you. Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She ignored Lu Chunhua and hung up the phone directly. Lu Chunhua was stunned. After she reacted, she was very anxious. She hurriedly called Fu Guoping on her mobile phone. Aping, do you have to go to the academic exchange meeting tonight? Mom, I said, I'm very busy. You can't always tie me to your side, right? I'm not Lin Yuelian, who has nothing to do but hang around you. Oh no. Lu Chunhua was anxious. I just called a Lien and heard an old lady's voice on the phone. The old lady said she wanted to introduce a rich husband to a Lien. Go find a Lien quickly and stop her. How ridiculous. Hearing this, Fu Guoping felt like there was a big stone blocking his heart. Didn't Lin Yuelian say that she would not be the same as him? She said that she would look for another man after getting the divorce certificate. Could it be that she said one thing and did another, deceiving him? Old Fu? Why are you standing outside the door and not going in? When Fu Guoping was furious, Fong Weidong happened to appear. Tonight's academic exchange meeting was held at the Peninsula Hotel in Wangfu, and the entire second floor was booked. Fu Guoping said to the other end of the phone, "Mom, let's not talk about it for now." After hanging up the phone, he was at a loss. "Call my mom." "Auntie, is you feeling well? I heard that she was hospitalized the other day." "I was originally planning to visit, but it was Seheo's birthday, so I couldn't change the time. My mother is in good health. She will have a small operation. It's not a big problem." "That's good." The two exchanged pleasantries, and Fong Weidong took out a cigarette and a lighter and handed it to Fu Guoping. The two walked outside the hotel to smoke and chatted casually. "TSK, there are so many luxury cars." Fong Weidong sighed as he watched luxury cars constantly enter the hotel's underground parking lot. Fu Guoping slowly blew out smoke rings. "There is a charity gala on the 6th floor and many wealthy families and celebrities will come." "No wonder." Fong Weidong nodded, a little disdainful. "What charity gala? It's all a show. The world is unfair. We intellectuals don't make as much as them actors. Even the conference venue is a lot worse. The cost of the second floor package is less than half of the 6th floor. How can you compare with those people who are full of the smell of money?" Fu Guoping was very aloof and said with a look of contempt. After finishing a cigarette, he threw it on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. When he looked up, as luck would have it, a luxurious and extended Bentley passed slowly in front of him. The rear window was rolled down, and the people in the seats held up their mobile phones to take pictures of the magnificence of the hotel building. After the phone was moved away, he didn't blink for a moment, shocked and stunned. It was Lin Yuelian? What was she doing here? He remembered what his mother said, saying that there was an old woman pimping for Lin Yuelian and introducing a rich husband. The luxury car flashed by, and Fu Guoping only took a glance and was amazed by Lin Yuelian's dress tonight. She wore a white mink vest on her shoulders and a red long skirt inside. Her hair was high, and on her thin white neck, a ruby necklace was dazzling. How could she be like this? The yellow-faced woman who used to stay in the Fu family. If you don't know, you would think she is some wealthy lady. Old Fu, isn't that a Lien? Fong Weidong also saw the people in the car. They were full of charm. How could they, who were used to hunting, miss such prey? Fu Guoping felt that his heart was blocked, as if he was pressed by a big rock. Alien? Are you familiar with Lin Yuelian? Why do you call her so affectionately? Not very familiar. Fong Weidong smiled awkwardly. But don't people go from being unfamiliar to being familiar? Why do you want to get familiar with her? Fu Guoping looked disdainful, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked towards the hotel lobby. Fong Weidong followed behind, with a teasing tone. "I should pursue her, okay?" Fu Guoping was stunned for a moment and stopped abruptly. Looking back, he saw Fong Weidong with a smile on his face, thinking he was joking. Then he thought about it. Lin Yuelian had been married to him for 30 years, and he had never had any suitors. How could they get divorced, and the number of suitors increased overnight? Besides, what's good about old women? They are infertile. Fu Guoping sneered and didn't care. "It's up to you." "Really, old Fu, you said it." Fong Weidong followed closely. Fu Guoping was still arrogant, his eyes full of disdain. "I said it." Fong Weidong's heart finally fell, and he glanced at the mobile phone in his hand. He just turned on the recording and recorded all the words Fu Guoping promised. With the evidence in hand, there is no chance to regret. On the other side, Lin Yuelian followed Mrs. Liu out of the luxury car. There were special waiters to lead them upstairs for the charity party. Lin Yuelian gathered the mink vest on her shoulders, and her steps were a little weak. It was a bit difficult to walk in high heels. She's been a full-time housewife for too long and rarely has the opportunity to dress up. She wears flat shoes almost 360 days a day because it is inconvenient to walk in high heels and affects work. Especially this kind of stilettos, it is really very difficult for Lin Yuelian. Mrs. Liu saw her embarrassment and handed her arm to her, asking her to hold it. "Beauty comes at a price. You will definitely be the focus tonight." "Auntie, why should I be the focus of the party? I just come here to meet Mr. Tang." Lin Yuelian couldn't figure out what the old lady was up to. The old lady smiled and said, "Keep it a secret for now." The two followed the waiter, with bodyguards escorting them. After taking the private elevator, they arrived directly outside the charity party. The old lady took out the invitation symbolically. The doorman knew her and was so familiar with her that he held the invitation respectfully in his palm and bent over to invite her in. The old lady took Lin Yuelian and stepped into the banquet hall. The appearance of the two immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The guests who were toasting each other stopped greeting each other, and their eyes fell on Lin Yuelian at the same time. "Mrs. Liu actually brought a woman here? Who is she, do you know?" "I don't know her. She looks quite old and has the temperament of a star." A female star who can stand next to Mrs. Liu is definitely a big shot, but I have no impression of her. While everyone in the hall was talking, Tang's mother arrived outside the banquet hall with Liu Ran. Tang's mother didn't rush to go in first, but took out her mobile phone to call her son Tang Yan. "Have you arrived?" "Right away."
Ding.
The next second, Tang's mother heard the sound of the phone overlapping with reality. Turning her head, she saw her son just walking out of the elevator. "Ran, this is my son Tang Yan." Tang's mother was very excited and pulled Liu Ran forward. Tang Yan frowned, wearing a casual outfit and a very short buzz cut. The whole person looked masculine, clean, and neat. If Liu Ran had known that he was a rich second generation, he would have thought he was a soldier from some unit. "Hello, my name is Liu Ran." Liu Ran nodded nervously and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. Tang Yan put his hands in his pockets, glanced at Liu Ran's white hand lightly, his eyes full of indifference. "Is this the female companion you arranged for me tonight?" "Originally it was her, but Madame Liu spoke and arranged someone else for you, and I couldn't refuse." "Oh, as long as it's not her," Tang Yan said indifferently, and then he walked away. Liu Ran was stunned where he was, feeling so ashamed. "Aunt Zhao, your son doesn't seem to like me?" "Don't mind it, he is just like that. He is usually busy with his charity work. He gets annoyed when I urge him to get married and have children. I mentioned you to him and wanted you to be my daughter-in-law of the Tang family. That's why he resists you." Tang's mother took Liu Ran's hand and explained patiently. Liu Ran nodded and pursed her lips with joy. Tang's mother patted the back of her hand. "Don't worry, I won't agree to a Yan's female companion tonight. She is too old, not much younger than me. How could I accept her? It's just to give face to Madame Liu. You can put your mind at ease. I have determined that you are the daughter-in-law of the Tang family. That's it." "Okay." Liu Ran felt at ease instantly, as if she had taken a reassurance pill. Tang's mother once explained to her that Tang's father started from scratch. When they were young, they worked hard together and suffered a lot. That's why she doesn't like the daughters of rich second generations. She thinks they are spoiled and willful and can't endure any hardship. They are worried about such a woman accompanying their son. The reason why they have a special liking for Liu Ran is that Liu Ran is a girl from a small town. With her own ability, she went to a 985 university, studied for a master's degree, and joined the Yunfeng group, which is among the top 50 in the world. They like girls who can endure hardships and fight hard. "Come on, come in, follow me in and meet a Yan's female companion. Don't say anything later," Tang's mother instructed. Liu Ran nodded obediently. In the banquet hall, Mrs. Liu had no intention of entertaining other people. She took a glass of juice and looked around for someone. Lin Yuelian thought she was looking for Tang Yan. Little did she know that the old lady was looking for Liu Yunfeng. "No way. Are you really not coming?" she muttered to herself. Matching Lin Yuelian and Tang Yan was just a way for her to stimulate her son. There is a trick in her love manual, establish a potential competitor to stimulate a man's possessiveness. If her son really has a good impression of Lian, then this trick will definitely work. On the contrary, if he doesn't like her, then this trick will be in vain. "Lian, get something to eat first. I'm going to the bathroom." The old lady put the undrunk juice in her hand on the waiter's empty tray and patted Lin Yuelian on the shoulder before leaving. "Okay." Lin Yuelian nodded. It was her first time attending such an occasion, and she was a little at a loss. But she was very clear about the purpose of today to meet Tang Yen and then ask him to help her find Lele and donate the jewel necklace bought for her by the old lady to charity. She didn't know who Tang Yen was, so she could only find a corner and grab something to eat. When Lu Ran followed Tang's mother into the banquet hall, he saw the bright red at a glance. Tang's mother hated rich daughters, and she hated female stars in the entertainment industry even more. She thought the female star wearing this red wanted to make a name for herself tonight. It's an eye-catcher. Don't you look at how old you are? Who are you trying to buy dressing like this? Tang's mother scolded in disgust. Lu Ran stopped in silence when she saw it. What's wrong? Tang's mother looked at her puzzled. Lu Ran bit her lip. Aunt Zhao, I know her. Do you know her? Mother Tang was a little surprised. Lu Ran had rented a house from her for several years, and the two of them had known each other for a lot of things. As far as she knew, Lu Ran's circle of friends was very clean, and he didn't know those messy people. She's not a female star. Lu Ran clenched her fists, thinking about the fact that she was fired by Lu Yunfeng because she made things difficult for Lin Yuelian. She originally blamed her good classmate Yi Junjun for this. But after understanding Yi Junjun's situation, she changed her mind. She forgave Yi Junjun and planned to stand on the same front with Yi Junjun. Not a female star? Then what is it? Mother Tang became curious instantly. She has participated in many charity parties and dinners, and there are new faces every time, but these new faces are all people from the entertainment industry without exception. They are either here to show off, or they get to know these ladies from the wealthy circle through the dinners to expand their network. Her name is Lin Yuelian, and she is the newly hired secretary of our President Lu. Lu Ran said seriously. Tang's mother to such an old secretary? It's not that old people can't be secretaries, but an old secretary dressed so flamboyantly is somewhat disgusting. Aunt Zhao, you don't know, although she is old, she is very resourceful. She has no academic qualifications, but she was able to enter Yunfeng Group and directly entered the president's office. So resourceful? Tang's mother curled her lips. It doesn't matter anyway, it's Lu Yunfeng who is in trouble, not my son. As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth froze in the next second. Mrs. Lu went to make a phone call and happened to meet Tang Yen and brought him to Lin Yuelian. Alien, this is Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang, this is the alien I mentioned to you. Hello. Tang Yen took a look at Lin Yuelian's clothes and frowned. Lin Yuelian was a little embarrassed and stretched out her hand to shake his hand politely. Mr. Tang, it's really presumptuous to meet you in this way tonight. I heard from my aunt that you have a family search association that has helped many families find missing children.
Yes.
Tang Yen raised his eyebrows, surprised that Lin Yuelian started their conversation with such an opening remark. Lin Yuelian was very excited and pinched the corners of her skirt with both hands. My son Lele disappeared 20 years ago and has not been found until now. Mr. Tang, can you please help me? Tang Yen was stunned. Lin Yuelian was afraid that he would not agree and hurriedly said, Just ask for any reward. I will try my best to satisfy you. I don't need any reward. It's free. Tang Yen frowned, and his tough face was full of firmness. So, you are looking for me for this matter?
Yes.
Lin Yuelian nodded heavily. I am just a small person. How can I get in touch with people like Mr. Tang? If it weren't for my aunt helping me, I would have to take a lot of detours. On the side, Madame Lu's eyes curved into crescents. She is my savior. I should do it. Tang Yen raised his eyebrows in surprise and did not ask any more questions, but said seriously, Let's find a private room. You tell me your son's information in detail. Madam, do you want to come along? He asked Madame Lu for her opinion. Madame Lu waved her hand. No, you guys talk about your business. I won't get involved. Okay, we'll leave first. Tang Yen nodded politely and walked in front to lead the way for Lin Yuelian. The old lady took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the two people's backs as they left together. She sent the picture to Lu Yunfeng. Yunfeng, look at how well matched they are. They have gone to find a small room alone, so I won't disturb them. Aunt Zhao, look at them. Lu Ran's eyes were always fixed on Tang Yen, following his every move. Tang's mother was about to say hello to old lady Lu, but she suddenly became unhappy. What does this old woman mean? Her son liked sister-brother love, and she used to turn a blind eye. After all, those women were only a few years older than her son, had not yet reached menopause, and were still fertile. But the one in front of her looked like she was in her 40s or 50s, right? Some women reach menopause early and are no longer able to have children in their 40s. Tang's mother was so angry. Ran, stay alone for a while, I'll go and see what they are up to. There are many separate lounges next to the banquet hall. The rooms are not big, about 10 to 20 square meters each. Many of these rooms are already occupied. So Tang Yen could only take Lin Yuelian to a private room farther away. After finding the private room, he asked the waiter to make a pot of good tea. He invited Lin Yuelian to take a seat and let her talk slowly. Lin Yuelian had prepared the information long ago and saved it all in her mobile phone. 20 years ago, my mother-in-law and I took our son Lele to the market. At that time, my mother-in-law went to the bathroom, and I took Lele to buy her favorite fried dough twist. After buying the fried dough twist, I turned around and found that Lele was gone. Later, I looked around the market for several years and went there every day, but I couldn't find Lele. We posted a missing person notice and called the police, but at that time surveillance was not yet popular, and missing persons were not that easy to find. It has been delayed until now, and there is still no news. Lin Yuelian said, thinking of her son's cute appearance in the past, she couldn't help crying. This is a photo of my son taken at a photo studio 2 months before he disappeared. On the day he disappeared, he was wearing brown corduroy pants and a blue sweater. There was a bear pattern on the left chest of the sweater, which I sewed for him by hand.
And
he is left-handed and has used his left hand to eat and write since he was born. She described every detail of her son's disappearance in detail, and her steps were so familiar that it was heartbreaking. Tang Yen looked at the tearful woman in front of him and was infected by her emotions. 20 years later, the mother still remembered every little detail of her missing son. As a mother, she must have blamed herself for 20 years and missed her son painfully for 20 years. Lin Yuelian. Tang Yen looked at the photo on Lin Yuelian's mobile phone. This was a missing person notice posted on a telephone pole 20 years ago. The first name of the contact person was Lin Yuelian. Sister Lin, don't worry, leave this matter to me. Our association has many successful missing person cases. We will do our best to help you find Lele.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Lin Yuelian clasped her hands together, cried, and then laughed with tears in her eyes. Have a drink of water. Tang Yen felt sorry for her and picked up the brewed tea. Lin Yuelian was in a state of emotional ups and downs, and she didn't catch the cup, and the tea was very hot.
Bang!
The cup and the tea fell on the table, and the scalding hot tea flowed onto Lin Yuelian's red skirt. Lin Yuelian hurriedly dodged. Tang Yen was startled and quickly got up, taking a few tissues to help her wipe. Tang's mother happened to rush in at this time. From her point of view, her son was bending over and leaning against Lin Yuelian's chest, and the two were doing something indecent. Okay, shameless thing. Tang's mother took a step forward, and instead of pulling her son, she pushed Lin Yuelian fiercely. Lin Yuelian reacted quickly, and when she realized that danger was coming, she quickly moved. Tang's mother missed and almost fell to the ground. Mom, what are you doing? Tang Yen asked dissatisfiedly, and suddenly withdrew his hand that was wiping Lin Yuelian's skirt. Tang's mother snorted, but her momentum did not diminish. I still want to ask you what on earth you are doing? Do you feel so comfortable going against your family? The women you find are older and older. This woman, you are more than qualified to call her aunt. Mom, this time is different from before. Don't make a fuss. Tang Yen was patient. He was not a person who liked to explain, especially when his mother was so unreasonable. Usually he was too lazy to speak and directly used cold violence. But the situation today was different. Lin Yuelian was a poor woman, and she was misunderstood by her mother like this, which made him feel very sorry. I'm making a fuss? You never said that to me before. Tang's mother's emotions suddenly soared. You are Lu Yunfeng's secretary. For his sake, I won't do anything to you. but people have to have face and trees have to have bark. There is a difference of more than 10 years between you and my son, right? If you are with him, it's not called an old cow eating young grass, it's called shameless. Andy, I think you really misunderstood. I went to Mr. Tang to ask for his help with something very important. As for being his female companion, I have no such intention. Don't worry, I will keep my distance from Mr. Tang in the future. Lin Yuelian explained patiently. But this explanation was of no use at all. You are both a double-crosser. Originally, there was someone else chosen to be a Yan's female companion. If you hadn't asked Madame Lu to change someone, would that person have been you? Shameless. The last word hurt Tang Yan's nerves. There was a reason why Tang Yan had been rebellious since she was a child, because her mother had a very strong personality. She and her father started from scratch, and her father gave all his property to her to manage. She originally thought that such sincere efforts would get more considerate care from her mother. However, this was not the case. Due to poor management of the company, her father was deposed as CEO and became a decoration. In those years, her father was drunk all day long and did not get any heartache or comfort from her mother. On the contrary, every time her father got drunk, her mother would speak ill of him, calling him a coward and a coward. At that time, her mother was far-sighted and bought 10 buildings in one go when housing prices were still low. Later, housing prices soared, and her mother made a lot of money from these 10 buildings, so she didn't take her father seriously anymore. The father cheated on his wife and had an affair with an older nanny in the family. When the mother found out, she scolded the father for being shameless and the woman for being a disgusting old sow. She used tough measures to separate the nanny and the father, and even went to the nanny's hometown to publicize the matter with great fanfare. The nanny turned out to be pregnant, hiding her pregnant belly and hiding far away. The mother still did not let the nanny go and snatched the illegitimate child away. She abandoned the illegitimate child and threw him to a place where no one could find him. The nanny lost her son and could not go back to her hometown. In addition to the various tortures from her mother, she took sleeping pills and committed suicide not long after. As for the father, he became completely mute after this incident. He moved to a sanatorium villa alone, where he would grow flowers and walk birds every day, seemingly living in seclusion. A happy and complete family has been broken up since then.
Who was wrong in the whole thing?
They were all wrong. It was wrong for the father to cheat on his wife, and it was wrong for the nanny to be a mistress. All the actions of the mother were wrong. But fundamentally, if the mother had been more considerate of the father in the beginning and had given him more encouragement and comfort, would the ending have been different? Mom, it's been so many years. Isn't it time for you to change your temper? If you don't want to lose me completely, then be kind and do good deeds. Tang Yin pulled his thoughts back and yelled at his mother. Mother Tang was used to being strong, so how could she bear her son scolding her like this? She raised her hand to slap Lin Yuelian in the face. However, before the hand that was exerting all its strength could fall, it was held by a strong and powerful hand. Aunt Zhao, Secretary Lin is my female companion tonight. Did you misunderstand? Lu Yunfeng's voice was very calm, but it was filled with infinite chill. His eyes were sharp, staring at Tang's mother like an eagle. Tang's mother felt a chill on her back and was stunned for a moment. Lu Yunfeng curled the corners of his mouth. I helped her pick out this outfit. If it wasn't my female companion's, whose would it be? She just talked to Tang Yan for a few words. Really? Tang's mother was tongue-tied. Lu Yunfeng shook off Tang's mother's hand and ignored her, but looked at Lin Yuelian with burning eyes. Have you finished talking about things? We're done. Lin Yuelian nodded heavily, surprised why Lu Yunfeng came. Didn't he say that he never attends such charity parties? Leave after the chat. Lu Yunfeng walked in front, his hands in his pockets. His broad and majestic back was domineering, and his boyfriend power was overflowing. Lin Yuelian frowned and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, she found that her heels were stinging. The new shoes were too rubbing, and her heels had been rubbed raw without her realizing it. But she didn't say a word and walked step by step despite the pain. When she passed by Tang Yen, she nodded at him. Then I'll leave it to you, mister.
Tang.
Don't worry. Tang Yen responded to her politely. The two of them had a back and forth, polite relationship, and their relationship seemed normal. Seeing this, Tang's mother opened her mouth and was a little speechless. After the two left, Tang Yen took out a cigarette and a lighter and prepared to leave in annoyance to find a place to smoke. Tang's mother didn't realize where she was wrong at all and followed closely. What did that old woman ask you to do? Tang Yen was very sensitive to the word old woman. He pressed the lighter and paused. Does it have anything to do with you? Do you want to control everything? Do you have such a strong desire for control? If you want to control someone, go control my dad. It's not your turn to control me.
You. Tang Jan.
Do you know what you were saying? Am I not doing all this for you? Tang's mother burst into tears and wanted to die out of grievance. The father is like this, and the son is also like this. They all want to get rid of her. Is she an unforgivable person? Tang Yen took a deep puff of a cigarette and wanted to refute a few words. After thinking about it, he swallowed his words back. He walked with his long legs and said before leaving, I will either not get married in this life, or if I do, I will find an old woman to marry.
You.
Tang's mother was so angry that she covered her heart and fell on the sofa. In the corridor, Lu Yunfeng walked briskly. Lin Yuelian walked despite the pain and could not keep up with his pace. When Lu Yunfeng turned around, he found that Lin Yuelian was several meters away from him. Don't you know the best distance between the secretary and the boss? So far from me? Lin Yuelian gritted her teeth and quickened her pace. Thank you, boss, for helping me out. What's so good about this kind of charity party? Lu Yunfeng frowned dissatisfiedly. I have a meeting with friends. You come with me. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded. Lu Yunfeng put his hands in his pockets, and when he was about to leave, he turned back suddenly. When he turned back, he saw Lin Yuelian bending down and stuffing something into her heel. Lu Yunfeng frowned. His eyes fell on Lin Yuelian's other white ankle. What are you dawdling about? He asked casually, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. If the female star saw him appear, she would inevitably come to pester him again, toasting and greeting him. Nothing to dawdle about. Boss, let's go. Lin Yuelian stood up and quickly stuffed toilet paper into the heel of her other foot. Lu Yunfeng saw it clearly now and frowned. Did your foot get rubbed? It's a little rubbed, but it doesn't matter. Lin Yuelian said indifferently. She had long been accustomed to minor skin injuries. When she was cooking at home in the past, she was sometimes delayed by Lu Chuanhua's nagging, and she didn't have time to make lunch, and it was common for her to cut her hands in a hurry. Compared with cutting a finger with a knife, the pain of a scratched foot is really not worth mentioning. After putting on toilet paper, the pain in the heel was like a mosquito bite. Lin Yuelian walked briskly, taking 2 steps at a time and coming to Lu Yunfeng. If Lu Yunfeng didn't leave, she would wait respectfully. If Lu Yunfeng took a step, she would follow quickly. It can be said that she always recognized her position as a secretary and dared not overstep the mark. Lu Yunfeng was very satisfied with her reaction and deliberately slowed down his pace when walking. Go through the back door, he said lightly, deliberately avoiding the people coming and going in the front hall. When she was about to walk out of the banquet hall, Lin Yuelian glanced at the ruby necklace hanging on her neck. Boss, I haven't donated this necklace yet. My mother will donate 10 million tonight. Your necklace is just a small amount. It doesn't matter whether you donate it or not. Lu Yunfeng said lightly, if you really want to donate next time. Okay, listen to the boss. Lin Yuelian responded obediently. Seeing that Lu Yunfeng was in a hurry to leave, she thought he was too anxious to catch up with the gathering of friendly companies. Soon, the noisy sound of the crowd gradually faded away. After getting into the Maybach, Lin Yuelian put her legs together and sat upright. Lu Yunfeng supported his forehead with one hand and closed his eyes to rest. In the co-pilot seat, Assistant Jiang turned around and asked, President, where are you going? Is the Yihao game over? If not, go over there. Lu Yunfeng said lightly with his eyes closed. Assistant Jiang was stunned. Yihao's game? Is there a game at Yihao Club tonight? Didn't the president say to cancel all the games tonight? His brain worked quickly and finally fell on Lin Yuelian, and he suddenly realized, President, the game Addy Hao has been disbanded. Disbanded? Then go to Jinding Building first. Lu Yunfeng said without leaving a trace. Obviously the main purpose was to send Lin Yuelian back. Lin Yuelian was completely unaware and was kept in the dark by the black-bellied president. She waved her hand. Boss, if there is no game that requires me to accompany you, then I can take the subway back. Jinding Building is in the city center with the subway downstairs, and it is very convenient to go anywhere. I'm going to Jinding to get something. Lu Yunfeng said in a deep voice. On the way. Is that so? That's fine. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips awkwardly. She thought the boss was going to give her a special ride, but it seemed that she had thought too much. Half an hour later, the Maybach arrived downstairs of the Jinding Building. Lin Yuelian got out of the car immediately and walked around to Lu Yunfeng to open the door for him. Assistant Zhang's expression was very subtle. He stood aside honestly, not helping or interfering. After the car door opened, Lu Yunfeng walked down domineeringly, holding his posture, and strode towards the gate. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Lin Yuelian, who was following closely. Subconsciously lowering his eyes to glance at her heel, he found that the toilet paper had disappeared long ago, and he didn't know where it fell. He frowned. Doesn't your foot hurt? A little, but it's okay. Lin Yuelian smiled and didn't care. Lu Yunfeng frowned even tighter. Is it okay if it bleeds? Without waiting for Lin Yuelian to react, he turned around and told Assistant Zhang, Go buy a pair of clean slippers. No need to be so troublesome. Lin Yuelian took off her high heels and held them in her hand. We're home now. I can just go up barefoot. Lu Yunfeng had a stern face, an appearance that could not be offended. Don't be so long-winded, and don't take a leave of absence from work tomorrow because you catch a cold from bare feet.
No.
Lin Yuelian was speechless. She was not a delicate flower. How could she get sick so easily? She took leave before because she had important things to do and couldn't get away. Listen to me, Lu Yunfeng said in a deep voice, his face expressionless. He had a strong aura, and people dared not refute him. Lin Yuelian had no choice but to stand beside Lu Yunfeng obediently. The strong height difference made her look a little delicate. Assistant Zhang moved very quickly. He walked to a convenience store not far away and quickly bought a pair of brand new plush slippers. The autumn in North City is not too cold, but it is definitely not warm. Although the building is warm, it is not time for heating yet. It is really easy to catch a cold if you walk barefoot on tiles. Assistant Zhang bent down and placed the plush slippers respectfully in front of Lin Yuelian, as if he was treating her as the future wife of the president. Lin Yuelian took a look at the furry lady's slippers and felt a little strange in her heart, but she couldn't tell what the feeling was for a while. What are you still standing there for? Do you like the cold wind so much? Lu Yunfeng urged, and seeing that Lin Yuelian was wearing thin clothes, his face looked very dissatisfied. Lin Yuelian nodded and immediately stuffed her feet into warm slippers. She was holding her high heels and was about to open the door for Lu Yunfeng. Assistant Zhang walked up tactfully and took the high heels from her hand. I'll do it. Secretary Lin, can you press the elevator for the president? Oh, okay. Lin Yuelian was wearing slippers and walking briskly. When wearing high heels, the calf muscles will be tense. When wearing flat shoes, the muscles will relax. Lu Yunfeng's eyes could not help but fall on her fair calves. He felt that her legs were straighter and better looking when she wore flat shoes. He frowned and soon realized that he was distracted. What was he thinking? In room 1601, Liang Tian was lying in the living room with a mask on, watching Korean dramas. The doorbell suddenly rang, and she got up hurriedly. I'm coming. She heard from her mother-in-law that she was going to attend a charity party tonight, and she heard that many celebrities would also attend. At their age, they like to chase stars, especially those handsome male stars. She was excited to open the door, and she was ready to gossip to her mother-in-law. When the door opened, she was stunned and blinked when she saw Lu Yunfeng, who was tall and had an outstanding temperament. She had only seen big figures like Lu Yunfeng on TV. Although she knew that her mother-in-law went to be his secretary, she was still caught off guard and at a loss when she saw the real person.
Lu.
She didn't know how to address the other person. Seeing the unfamiliar face in front of him, Lu Yunfeng was not curious about her identity, but ordered in a deep voice, "Put some iodine on the wound on her heel later."
Ah?
Okay. Liang Tian responded reflexively, unable to resist Lu Yunfeng's dominance. Lu Yunfeng didn't say anything more, turned around, and was about to leave. Lin Yuelian was stunned. "Boss, didn't you say you were here to get something?" "Yes, get something, I'll get it." Assistant Jiang put Lin Yuelian's high heels at the entrance and glanced at Liang Tian. "Do you have slippers?" Yes. Liang Tian hurriedly brought disposable slippers, somewhat confused. Assistant Jiang changed his shoes and went straight to Lu Yunfeng's room, looked inside, and casually took a pen from the desk. When he came out, Lin Yuelian looked at the pen in his hand and frowned. Did he go through so much trouble just to get such a pen? "Mom, what's the matter? Why did President Lu personally send you back?" After the door was closed, Liang Tian asked with a smile and very gossipy. Lin Yuelian was about to explain when the mobile phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was another unfamiliar number, and the IP address showed Beijing. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the phone. Soon a young woman's voice came from the other end. "Mrs. Fu, your husband is very drunk. Is it convenient for you to come and pick him up now? He just went to the bathroom and vomited a lot. It seems that he had gastric bleeding." Gastric bleeding again? Lin Yuelian couldn't help but frown when she heard the words on the other end of the phone. Fu Guoping is a heavy drinker, but his alcohol tolerance is not good. Once he drank too much and vomited blood and was sent to the hospital for rescue.
She was exhausted at that time.
She was busy serving him and tried to persuade him to drink less. But she couldn't persuade him at all and was scolded by Fu Guoping, saying that men are socializing. "What you women know? If it weren't for this family, would I drink like this?" Since then, Lin Yuelian never persuaded him again. She felt sorry for him socializing outside, tried her best to study hangover soup, and took care of him meticulously. But now she suddenly understood what Fu Guoping said was for this family. He did it for his disabled old mother, for the mistress he raised outside, and for the hungry illegitimate child, but he never did it for her. "Fu Guoping and I are going through the divorce process. Please don't call me again. His life or death has nothing to do with me." Lin Yuelian finished speaking and hung up the phone without hesitation. Liang Tian brought a cup of warm water and blinked. "What's wrong with Dad?" "He's drunk, don't worry about him." Lin Yuelian was uninterested and exhausted. "I'll go wash up and go to bed." "Okay, Mom, good night." Liang Tian nodded obediently. After Lin Yuelian went to the bathroom, she took out her mobile phone, which had been set to silent. She went to the balcony and answered the phone. "Fu Jia, why are you still harassing me?" Tian, I was wrong. I figured out where I was wrong. The marriage is our own. I shouldn't transfer my own responsibilities to you. You come back, we will live our own little life behind closed doors in the future. The grievances of our parents have nothing to do with us, and being filial to grandma is also Dad's responsibility, and it has nothing to do with us. Liang Tian felt relieved when she heard her husband's sincere speech. Her trip away from home was not in vain, and her husband finally realized his mistake. On the other end of the phone, Fu Jia coaxed her warmly. "How about I pick you up for work tomorrow morning? You pack your luggage tonight."
"So urgent?"
Liang Tian blinked. Fu Jia said, "A short separation is better than a new marriage. Wife, don't you want to do that with me? It's time for us to do a little business." Dead face, got it. Liang Tian hung up the phone happily and held the phone in her arms. After all, her husband and father-in-law are different, and she is willing to give Fu Jia a chance to reform. At this time, the second hospital of the city. Fu Guoping was sent to the emergency room due to gastric bleeding. Fang Weidong, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Liu, and several other colleagues were waiting outside the emergency room, anxious and fidgeting. Now the law stipulates that if someone dies from drinking, those who drank at the table are jointly liable. How is it? Have you called Lao Fu's family? Yes, his son, and that woman will come. Fong Weidong put the phone in his trouser pocket and said lightly. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, Fu Jiaye and Yi Junjun arrived in a hurry. Fu Jiaye wanted to come by himself, but Yi Junjun called him and said that it was difficult to get a taxi at night and she, a weak woman, was afraid to take a taxi. So Fu Jiaye went to pick her up first and brought her here, which delayed the time. Fong Weidong, Teacher Liu, and Teacher Zhang waited and waited until they fell asleep. Uncle Fong, Uncle Liu, Uncle Zhang. Fu Jiaye greeted them one by one. Fong Weidong rubbed his eyes. You are finally here, so I will leave this place to you two. You two came empty-handed? Teacher Liu glanced at the two of them. Yi Junjun was a little confused. Do you need to bring anything? You didn't say on the phone, so we don't know. Old Fu must be hospitalized in this condition. He needs toiletries and spare clothes. Teacher Liu said, and then frowned. Teacher Zhang quickly patted him and smiled to smooth things over. There is a store in the hospital. They are open 24 hours a day. Just let Jaya go buy it later or tomorrow morning. The hospital's things are expensive. Teacher Liu continued to choke, too lazy to say anything else. Let's go back and catch up on some sleep. We have classes tomorrow morning. Fong Weidong sneered, without saying a word. Young people don't know how to live. Compared with Lin Yuelian, this Yi Junjun is really far behind. After the three left, Yi Junjun and Fu Jiaye looked at each other. Neither of them had served a patient before and didn't know where to start. The nurse walked into the ward to change the dressing and instructed, "Call me when the medicine is finished." Okay.
Fu Jiaye nodded.
Little mother, why don't you lie next to me for a while? I'll watch the drip. Yi Junjun bit her lip. How embarrassing is that? It's okay, you're pregnant. Fu Jiaye said considerately. Yi Yunyun nodded and sat on the folding bed next to her. Jiaye, you are so filial, and your sister is so cruel. She is willing to give up such a good son of yours.
And just say no.
Don't mention her. Fu Jiaye gritted his teeth. He got angry when he mentioned Lin Yuelian. Yi Yunyun showed an apologetic expression and lay down quietly. But the folding bed was too small. She turned back and forth and couldn't sleep at all. The next morning, Fu Jiaye bought breakfast and returned to the ward and told Yi Yunyun, Little mother, I have to pick up Tian, and Dad will trouble you to take care of her. When you get off work in the evening, Tian, and I will come over to replace you. Okay. Yi Junjun responded, but she was cursing in her heart. Leaving her, a pregnant woman, to stay up all night to take care of someone, is this what a human being would do? Fu Jiaye did not stay and left after giving instructions. In the ward, there were only Fu Guoping, who was sleeping soundly, and Yi Junjun, who looked resentful. Hearing that Fu Guoping was snoring, she even had the urge to kill him. Just pick up the pillow and smother him to death. The more Yi Junjun thought about it, the angrier she got. She took her cell phone, went into the bathroom, and called Fu Xiangting. Fu Xiangting was used to having a reverse day and night life. She didn't answer the first few calls, but she was really annoyed later, so she answered the phone. Xiangting, your brother is in the hospital for gastric bleeding. Do you have time to come and take care of him today? I don't have time. I didn't sleep all night last night. Fu Xiangting was sleepy and her tone was very bad. Yi Junjun frowned. But I'm pregnant. He had gastric bleeding due to drinking, right? Don't worry about this situation. What about Mom? Brother Ping can't go over to take care of it today, so it's your turn to go. Before Yi Yunyun could finish her words, Fu Xiangting directly rebuked her. These things were done by my sister-in-law before. If you want to be my sister-in-law, you have to take over her work, don't you understand? If you don't do a good job, with my brother's temper, the illegitimate child won't get a penny from him. Hello? Yi Yunyun wanted to argue with Fu Xiangting again. But the other party hung up the phone without any hesitation. Coincidentally, just as she finished the call, Fu Guoping's phone rang again outside. Fu Guoping was awakened and picked up the phone. Brother Ping. Yi Yunyun walked out of the bathroom. Fu Guoping took a look at the environment he was in, stroked his aching head, and replied to the other end of the phone. Okay, I got it. I'll be there later. What's the matter? Yi Yunyun asked with a fake smile, but she already had a bad feeling in her heart. Fu Guoping sat up, looking at the needle stuck in the back of his hand and the saline drip. Go to my mother's ward. The nurse said she urinated on the bed twice. Go and see what happened. Okay. What about you, Brother Ping? Yi Yunyun pretended to be calm, but her heart was almost on the verge of collapse. Fu Guoping said with a gloomy face, I'm fine. I'll focus on my mother first.
Okay.
Yi Junjun nodded and left reluctantly. Fu Guoping emptied his stomach last night and was very hungry now. Seeing the breakfast on the bedside table, he opened it and took a look. He took 2 sips of the pumpkin porridge and missed Lin Yuelian's pumpkin porridge. The pumpkin porridge made by Lin Yuelian was fragrant and rich. Whenever his stomach was uncomfortable, he would always feel full after drinking a bowl.
But now,
the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. When he was in the hospital before, Lin Yuelian seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only could she take good care of him, but she could also take care of the nursing home. The old mother over there. But now, he is eating takeout here, and the old mother has wet the bed twice. The caregiver is so irresponsible. A bunch of bad things came to his mind, which made Fu Guoping realize that Lin Yuelian is very capable, really very capable. He was a little shaken. Should he really do nothing and wait for Lin Yuelian to regret and come back? What if she can't wait? But he has begged her several times in a humble manner, and she is still hard-hearted. What should he do to make her change her mind? The more Fu Guoping thought about it, the more depressed he became. He was wondering what Lin Yuelian's weakness was. Room 1601, Jinding Building. Lin Yuelian had a good sleep and got up to make breakfast. Liang Tian walked into the kitchen and helped. Mom, Jaya apologized to me last night and realized his mistake. I decided to forgive him and go back with him today. Really? Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. You two should live your own lives. Jaya doesn't listen to me. I can't reason with him, even if I want to. If you are wronged by him in the future, you can come to Mom. My door is always open for you. Okay. Liang Tian nodded heavily. Lin Yuelian smiled and turned to get the pumpkin. Seeing this, Liang Tian hurriedly stopped her. Mom, do you want to cook pumpkin porridge? Can you cook something else? I don't want to drink pumpkin porridge today. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment, without thinking much. Okay, then how about mung bean porridge? Sure. After Liang Tian finished her work and walked out of the kitchen, she texted Fu Jia. Mom made mung bean porridge in the morning, so I won't pack it for Dad to take. Let's cook some pumpkin porridge to the hospital in the evening? Fu Jia, forget it. It's troublesome for us to make it ourselves. Let's buy it in the cafeteria. It's the same. Liang Tian. That's fine. After sending the message, she glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Her mother-in-law treats her like her own daughter, so she can't be so conscienceless as to help her husband's family cheat her mother-in-law behind her back. After Lin Yuelian cooked the porridge, she was going to take care of her skin and put on a simple makeup. Just as she walked into the bathroom, the mobile phone on the washstand rang. It was a message from Fu Guoping. Do you want to know the truth about Leilei's disappearance that year? I want to drink the millet and pumpkin porridge you cooked. Bring it to the hospital to see me and I'll tell you. Lin Yuelian looked at the text message on the mobile phone and was stunned for a long time. After she reacted, she hurriedly called Fu Guoping. What do you mean? Are you trying to trick me into going there with Leilei's matter? Fu Guoping, it's really boring for us to go through this. I'm not lying this time, believe it or not. Fu Guoping lowered his voice, but not in the condescending tone he used to treat Lin Yuelian, but with a hint of pleading. It is said that people are most vulnerable when they are sick. Just treat me as if I am the most vulnerable now. I just want to drink the porridge you made and see you. Don't worry. After the divorce cooling-off period is over, I will definitely agree to the divorce and never bother you again. Lin Yuelian took a deep breath. Wait. In fact, she had no trust in Fu Guoping a long time ago, but for Leilei, even if it was just an uncertain news, she had to try. Mom? Why are you cutting pumpkin again? Liang Tian asked curiously when she saw Lin Yuelian return to the kitchen. Send it to Fu Guoping at noon. I have something to talk to him about. Lin Yuelian had a blank expression. Liang Tian frowned. Is Dad pestering me again? How can he be so shameless? It's okay. The hospital is a public place. I want to see how shameless he dares to be. Then I will accompany you at noon? No, just do your thing. Lin Yuelian arrived at the company on time in the morning. She put the cooked pumpkin porridge in an insulated lunchbox so that she didn't have to go back to get it. After work at noon, she could just take the lunchbox to the hospital. She was stupid before and would try her best to cook ready-made food for Guoping, not knowing how much she cherished his stomach. Now, it's just wishful thinking. Hey, Secretary Lin, could this insulated lunchbox be another lunch prepared for the president? Secretary Wang opened the refrigerator and saw the insulated lunchbox inside. Lin Yuelian smiled. No, I will make ready-made food for the boss in the future and won't let him eat leftovers. Lu Yunfeng is her breadwinner, so she has to be more considerate than taking care of Guoping. If you get paid to do something, you have to do it better and harder? Then what should I do for the president at noon? Can I get a bite? Secretary Wang came over with a grin on her face. She was the boss of all the secretaries in the president's office, with the most experience, so naturally she was very experienced. Seeing her drooling with greed, Lin Yuelian couldn't help laughing. Can I? If you can, I have no objection. It's just a matter of how much you do. Of course you can. The president won't care. Secretary Wang blinked at Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian had no work experience and was easily deceived. Okay, I'll make more for lunch. How about 3 dishes and 1 soup for lunch today? That's great. You don't know, I'm tired of the company cafeteria and surrounding restaurants. Ever since Lin Yuelian joined the company, Lu Yunfeng's lunch has been like opening a blind box. In the past, the secretary would only order meals from those few restaurants, but now it's all up to Lin Yuelian to do it herself. Until the moment of eating, even Lu Yunfeng himself doesn't know what to eat. When 3 dishes and a soup were placed in front of him, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. They were all home-cooked dishes, but they were colorful and fragrant. After taking a bite, the taste was also very good, and it had the taste of his father's cooking when he was a child.
Where's Lin Yuelian?
Lu Yunfeng took 2 bites and found that Lin Yuelian was not there. Secretary Wang stepped forward. Secretary Lin has something to do at noon, and she said it won't affect work in the afternoon. Something? Lu Yunfeng frowned. Did she have lunch? Secretary Wang blinked quickly. When did the president become so considerate and care about whether their subordinates have eaten? Why doesn't he care about her? She is hungry now, too. It's okay, you go eat too. Lu Yunfeng said lightly, glancing at the useless Secretary Wang. Having followed him for so many years, what delicious food has she not eaten? Why does she get as greedy as a wild cat when she sees the food cooked by Lin Yuelian? Achoo! Lin Yuelian sneezed suddenly when she came to the second hospital with the insulated lunch box. Sneezing is like swearing and thinking, and she didn't know who was scolding her. The porridge is here. Lin Yuelian walked into the ward and said bluntly. Guoping leaned back on the hospital bed with a smile on his face. Alian, I knew you were soft-hearted and worried about me. Don't be self-indulgent. I'm here for Leilei's news. Tell me, what is the truth about Leilei's disappearance that year? No hurry, wait until I finish eating. Guoping picked up the lunchbox happily and frowned. Warm? Go and heat it up for me. No, eat it if you like. Lin Yuelian said firmly. Guoping pursed his lips, stopped nagging, and opened the lunchbox. Although the porridge was warm, he still felt satisfied after eating it. Sure enough, the porridge made by Lin Yuelian suited his stomach. Seeing that Professor Fu, who is always picky, actually drank warm porridge, Lin Yuelian couldn't help but sneer.
Some men are so mean.
When she treated him sincerely before, he treated her like a straw sandal. Now, he wags his tail and begs for mercy, like a vicious dog. Delicious. Guoping gobbled it up and put the empty box aside with satisfaction. How delicious can a bowl of ordinary pumpkin porridge be? Lin Yuelian shook her head, too lazy to get to the bottom of it, but stood there and said coldly, Can you tell me now?
Guoping frowned.
How could he tell Lin Yuelian the truth about Leilei's disappearance? If Lin Yuelian knew that it was her mother who lost Leilei, she would no longer serve her mother. She might even blame him and refuse to reconcile with him. Thinking of this, he started to act like a rogue. Alien, Lele was lost because of you. I know this has become a worry for you, but I don't blame you. In fact, if it wasn't a child born with you, I wouldn't like it so much. The reason why I had a child with Yi Junjun was to continue the family line and not let my old Fu family be extinct. Fu Guoping was so moved when he talked about the emotional part that he himself was moved. Alien, you and I have been in love for 30 years, and the person I love the most is you. Lin Yuelian was about to after listening to this, and she felt extremely uncomfortable physically. He's already 50 years old, and he's still talking about love? Fu Guoping must have said these words to Yi Junjun many times, right? He fooled Yi Junjun around and thought that he could say the same thing to any woman? I knew you were lying to me. Lin Yuelian didn't have any big ups and downs in her emotions, but was surprisingly calm. Isn't it the reality that Fu Guoping lied to her all the time? If one day Fu Guoping was open-hearted to her, that would be Hades. Lin Yuelian didn't linger any longer and glanced at the empty lunchbox on the bedside table. Just think of it as feeding the dog, Fu Guoping. I only allow you to use the lie of the wolf is coming once with me. Now you have used up your chance. You can't lie to me in the future. Alien. Fu Guoping sat up anxiously, picked up the 4 bottle, and chased after her. He was carrying the 4 bottle, and he had vomited all the contents of his stomach, so he only drank some porridge and was exhausted. Lin Yuelian was strong and walked with the wind. Alien, don't go. Can't you stay with me a little longer? Lin Yuelian turned a deaf ear. Fu Guoping seemed very humble. His legs became weak as he chased after her. When he couldn't catch up anymore, he stopped at the wall and slammed the wall with his hands. He vented his unwillingness, but no matter how he vented, his emotions could not be compensated. Not far away, Yi Junjun witnessed all this. Thinking of how she had just been troubled by Lu Chunhua, all the grievances in her heart suddenly erupted like a volcano. She went down the stairs on the other side and caught up with Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian looked down at her mobile phone and saw that she didn't have enough time for lunch break, so she planned to call an online car-hailing service. Just as she chose her destination, a figure broke in, blocking the light in front of her eyes. Old woman, what do you mean? Didn't you keep saying you wanted a divorce? Why do you always haunt the Fu family? You were there when the old lady came to the hospital for a checkup last time, and you were there when Brother Ping was hospitalized this time. Why? Do you think you are capable and can take care of this family, right? Yi Junjun vented her dissatisfaction, regardless of the occasion, and yelled like a spoiled child. Lin Yuelian frowned, raised her eyes, and looked at her hysterical appearance, with a calm expression on her face. Sure enough, no matter which woman serves her husband's family, she will become a lunatic. Obviously, Yi Junjun was wearing Chanel and dressed delicately, but her temperament was completely different from before, and she was reborn. Yi Junjun, don't vent your incompetence on me. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Yuelian was emotionally stable. Your mother-in-law has been disabled and paralyzed for 10 years. Do you really think you can rest assured just by relying on a nurse? There is also a male chauvinist like Fu Guoping who thinks he is the emperor. If you don't serve him comfortably, he will think you are useless. Oh, by the way, it's not okay even if you're comfortable serving him. If you stay at home and don't make money, you'll be a waste in his eyes. Lin Yuelian sneered. Fortunately, I've escaped from the sea of suffering. How should I put it? I wish you success. After that, she pushed him hard without any courtesy and passed by Yi Junjun. Lin Yuelian. Yi Junjun was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she roared with all her strength. No, her life would not be like Lin Yuelian. Definitely not. Yi Junjun hypnotized herself, thinking about her efforts in the past 11 years. She had been like a rat in the gutter, hiding from the light as a mistress. She gave birth to Jiaguang after 10 months of hard pregnancy and raised Jiaguang with great difficulty. She suffered so much and paid so much sunk cost. How could she still suffer? Did she suffer so much just to have more endless suffering in the future?
No. No.
When returning to Fu Guoping's ward, Yi Junjun was full of low pressure. Disheveled, Without saying a word, she put the payment slip on the bedside table. I'll go back and rest first. You pay the fee yourself. Fu Guoping looked at Yi Junjun's disheveled appearance and immediately compared it with Lin Yuelian, who had just left. Lin Yuelian was wearing formal clothes and sprayed with perfume. She looked fragrant and beautiful. Looking at Yi Junjun again, her hair was messy and she looked smelly. For some reason, he immediately felt a little disgusted. Who will take care of me when you go back? I'm still on in 4 drip. Fu Guoping said dissatisfiedly. Yi Junjun sneered, thinking of how energetic he was when he chased Lin Yuelian within 4 drip just now. You're a grown man. Can't you take care of yourself? I have to go back to make dinner for Jiaguang. Besides, I have another baby in my belly. Who will feel sorry for me? Have you been wronged by your mother? Fu Guoping felt the low pressure on Yi Junjun. Yi Junjun curled the corners of her mouth. I have suffered a lot of grievances. Does anyone care? Fu Guoping frowned, knowing his mother's temper, so his voice softened. Okay, take a taxi, and don't tire yourself out. Yi Junjun said nothing. Of course, she wouldn't put herself in a difficult position. Yi Junjun used Fu Guoping's secondary card, and every time she spent money, Fu Guoping would receive a text message reminder.
Ding.
The first text message reminded that 68 yuan was charged for the taxi. After a while, ding, another message reminded that it was for takeout expenses, which cost more than 260 yuan. Ding, a short while later, Fu Guoping received another reminder and paid 18 yuan. Yi Junjun ordered a cup of milk tea for takeout. What a wasteful thing. Looking at the expense bills one by one, Fu Guoping could not help but curse. Thinking of Lin Yuelian, he gave her 5,000 yuan, but she could split every penny and spend it twice. I don't know how good she is at managing the household and living. But Yi Junjun, it seems that she doesn't feel bad about spending his money and buys whatever she wants. He is eating porridge in the hospital, but she is eating and drinking at home. He was so depressed that he posted a circle of friends and blocked Yi Junjun alone. If a man makes a mistake, will he be sentenced to imprisonment without a wife from then on? In the small group of colleagues, Teacher Zhang saw the circle of friends posted by Fu Guoping and was the first one who couldn't sit still. Teacher Zhang. Lao Fu. What does circle of friends mean? Do you want to chase your wife to the crematorium? Soon, Teacher Lu also joined in. I don't think my sister-in-law will look back. Teacher Zhang. That proves that it's not the extent of chasing his wife to the crematorium. In my opinion, he should kneel downstairs of his sister-in-law's building on a rainy day to admit his mistakes, or stage a drama of making a scene and then hanging himself, forcing her to die and morally blackmailing her. Teacher Lu, you are so rascal. Fong Weidong looked at his phone and didn't say anything. He exited the chat interface and opened the local errand app. After Lin Yuelian returned to the company, since Lu Yunfeng had a meeting in the afternoon, she didn't have time to rest, so she went to set up the meeting room. Check whether Lu Yunfeng's chair height is appropriate and whether the backrest angle is what he likes. Lu Yunfeng has 6 secretaries. Secretary Wang is the Secretary General, who manages the 5 secretaries under him. Lin Yuelian is a personal secretary, so she is naturally responsible for Lu Yunfeng's daily affairs. As for the other secretaries, there are 2 secretaries who are responsible for taking meeting minutes and drafting, printing, and archiving documents signed by the president. The other 2 are executive secretaries, responsible for arranging meetings, the president's daily routine, cooperating with the president and the president's assistant to release important company information and notices, receiving company guests, etc. It can be said that everyone has a clear division of labor and performs their duties. But in the eyes of other secretaries, they don't take Lin Yuelian's position seriously at all, thinking that she is no different from the president's full-time nanny. Daisy is the youngest, most beautiful, and most educated among the secretaries. She is a very beautiful Harvard University graduate and can speak authentic English. She bent over, clicked the mouse, transferred the files and materials for the meeting to Lu Yunfeng's laptop, and downloaded them to the computer desktop. Clicking on the file information, she found that the version she translated could not be found. Brother Tsong, what's the matter? My computer lost the file. Daisy asked Hee-sung anxiously when he walked in. Hee-sung is also a secretary responsible for taking meeting minutes. Isn't there a recycling bin? Hee-sung walked over and bent over to take a look.
No.
Daisy was so anxious. I've been translating for the whole morning. What should I do? The meeting will start in half an hour. Shall I help you translate it again? Let's divide the work, or talk to Sister Wang about it, and let the people in the secretary's office help. Okay, this is the only way. Daisy was so anxious that she was turning around and getting ready to find Secretary Wang for help. Just after taking 2 steps, she met Lin Yuelian, who was walking in. Lin Yuelian brought in a lumbar pillow and put it on Lu Yunfeng's exclusive seat. Daisy frowned, and her sharp eyes instantly fell on Lin Yuelian. Have you touched my computer? Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment. No. She wondered why Secretary Lu asked this. She would not touch other people's things without permission. But Daisy didn't believe it. Just now there were only you and me in the conference room. I went to get a cup of coffee, and the computer was on standby. Tell me, did you delete the translated file on my computer? Daisy was furious, as if she had already regarded Lin Yuelian as the culprit. Lin Yuelian was a little troubled by this basin of dirty water that was thrown unexpectedly. She always thought that in the workplace, if people don't interfere with each other, there will be no conflicts or grudges.
But now,
I didn't touch your computer. There are surveillance cameras in the conference room. You can adjust the surveillance. Lin Yuelian tried to respond calmly. Daisy looked up at the surveillance camera in the corner and snorted. I will definitely adjust the surveillance, but I don't have time now. Daisy calmed down. Why did Secretary Lin touch your computer? Hee-sung came over to rescue her. Daisy snorted, not taking it seriously. Who knows? Maybe she's just curious. I heard that she doesn't even know how to use a mobile phone, and it was Sister Wang who taught her step by step. She's curious about the company's technology products. Who knows if she accidentally deleted the files in my computer because she was too lazy. Daisy looked serious. Lin Yuelian laughed when she heard it. It turned out that it was really possible to sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. I didn't touch your computer. She protested seriously. After a pause, she said, You just said you translated the file, right? Yes, what do you think you were too lazy? Daisy was imposing. She entered the CEO's office by her ability, and she looked down on those who took the back door the most. This was a great insult to top students like them. From the moment Lin Yuelian entered the secretary's office, she disliked Lin Yuelian and encouraged other secretaries to isolate Lin Yuelian. If it weren't for Secretary Wang helping Lin Yuelian, her isolation plan would have succeeded long ago. I said, I didn't touch your computer. Lin Yuelian said calmly, repeating what she had just said. What I want to say is, if you want to translate the document, can you let me try? I should be able to translate a document of so many words in half an hour. Lin Yuelian's words were earth-shattering, and Daisy burst out laughing. You come to translate? Andy, do you think it's as easy as going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables? Have you taken the IELTS and TOEFL? What level of English is yours? Have you studied abroad? It's not that I look down on you, but you are afraid that you can't even recognize all the Chinese characters, right? Daisy spoke wildly, not taking Lin Yuelian seriously at all. Hee-sung on the side pulled her aside, signaling her to say less. But Daisy didn't listen at all, and glared at Lin Yuelian fiercely. I don't have time to joke with you here. If anything goes wrong with today's meeting because of you, don't worry, I will definitely report it to the president. Don't you want to find someone from the secretary's office to help? I am also from the secretary's office. Lin Yuelian said lightly. It wasn't that she was a saint and wanted to help Daisy, but she felt that if something went wrong, it would still affect Lu Yunfeng. She was not helping Daisy, but solving the problem for Lu Yunfeng. I'm looking for someone from the secretarial office, but who do you think you are? Daisy rolled her eyes at Lin Yuelian. Their quarrel soon attracted other people from the secretarial office. Secretary Wang had a sour face and scolded Daisy. What are you arguing about? The multinational video conference with the overseas group is about to start. Why don't you prepare well and argue here? Secretary Wang, Lin Yuelian lost my translation file. We're trying to find a solution now. How about we divide the work, and get the new translation file out as soon as possible.
What?
The translation file is lost? Secretary Wang looked at Lin Yuelian in shock. Lin Yuelian was very helpless and repeatedly said, I didn't do it. Besides, I can help. I was my son's English tutor. His English grades have always been good, and he even got the certificate of the 8th level of the special level. How dare you show off your high school English? Daisy was about to. Auntie really likes to show off her presence. What does she have to do with this? Okay. Secretary Wang interrupted the dispute between the two parties with a cold face. Hurry up and make amends. What are you still arguing about? Do you want to be punished by the secretary office together? Where is the original document? She asked in a deep voice. After all, she was the boss, and her aura was fully open, suppressing several subordinates. Daisy quickly held the laptop in front of Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang took a quick look. How about this? You send this document to the secretary office group, and each of us translates 5 pages. Secretary Lin, you can help translate the last page? For the sake of the old lady and his friendship with Lin Yuelian, Secretary Wang didn't want to hit her and wanted to take care of Lin Yuelian's face. If Lin Yuelian's translation is not good, it will only be 1 page, and she will help to remedy it later. Lin Yuelian knew what everyone was worried about, that they were worried about her and questioned her ability. But she didn't want to show off, so everyone worked together to overcome the difficulties in front of them. Okay, let's get started. Secretary Wang clapped his hands. After a while, the 6 people in the secretary's office sat down. Everyone worked hard, and some even brought Oxford dictionaries. There are about 4,000 letters on a page, and 5 pages are more than 20,000 letters. Not only must the translation be fast, but also accurate. I've finished the translation. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuelian's voice broke the silence of the conference room. Everyone was working hard, and the keyboards were clacking. Only Lin Yuelian's side did not make any keyboard sounds. But she said she had finished the translation? The secretaries raised their heads and looked at Lin Yuelian with strange eyes. Daisy couldn't help but sneer. What can you translate in 2 minutes? This is not elementary and junior high school English. Do you think you are playing house? Hearing this, the other secretaries shook their heads, thinking that old lady Lin Yuelian was too ignorant. She was still making a fuss at such a critical moment. Lin Yuelian ignored the sarcasm of the group of people and looked at Secretary Wang. I have really translated it. If possible, you can give me some of the others to translate. You have translated it? How did you translate it? Use your mind? Daisy was annoyed. Heetsung, who was sitting next to Lin Yuelian, took a look at Lin Yuelian's computer. My goodness, the aunt didn't even turn on the computer, but she lied with her eyes open and said that the translation was done? Secretary Wang didn't want to make a big deal, so he quickly took control of the situation. Secretary Lin, I know you are very attentive and try your best, but today's meeting is very important and there can't be any mistakes. I know. Lin Yuelian nodded. I'm not very good at using the computer, and I type slowly on the keyboard. Don't you have a voice recognition pen? Secretary Wang, can you lend me your pen? And all the documents. Secretary Wang, give it to her. She's so annoying. Let her go and play by herself. Pfft, how old are you? Don't you know you're annoying? Several people were muttering to each other. Secretary Wang had no choice but to give the voice recognition pen to Lin Yuelian and handed her a document made of 26 pages, as if to get rid of her. Lin Yuelian took the things, left the meeting room, and ran to the utility room. Secretary Wang had taught her how to use the voice recognition pen. She had always thought that this high-tech product would come in handy sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She adjusted her state very quickly and translated page by page. In the meeting room, the other 5 people were working hard to catch up. I don't know if it was because of his poor psychological quality. After translating 2 pages, Heetsung found that there were still 3 pages, and he suddenly became flustered. What if there were mistakes in the translation after half an hour? What's more, translation is not his strong point. He was afraid that he would not be able to finish the translation. Only Daisy was a full-time translator, and relying on the records translated in the morning, She was very fast and finished the translation in her hand early. Then she asked her colleagues and asked for some more translation. No, Daisy, I really can't help you. I am good at speaking, but not writing. Heetsung finally couldn't stand it anymore, looking at his translation results. I guess these 2 pages will have to be redone. Me too. CC, I think my translation is just average, said Executive Secretary Han Xiaoshu. Yin Hui bit her lip when she heard it. I'm barely okay, but a little slow. Everyone in the Secretary's office is a master, a student from 985 or 211, but a high degree does not mean good English, nor does it mean high translation level. Secretary Wang is omnipotent and can help Daisy, but he is too far away to do anything. No, this won't work. Secretary Wang looked at everyone's work progress. Daisy, why don't you do simultaneous interpretation? You are familiar with the content. Simultaneous interpretation? Daisy almost bit her tongue. She did work as a simultaneous interpreter when she was studying abroad, but this job was too difficult. If you don't do it often, you'll be very unfamiliar with it and can't keep up with the pace. Secretary Wang, I do and think it's possible. Daisy clenched her fists. She really didn't want to go on. If something went wrong in the meeting, it would be embarrassing abroad. Losing her own face would be a small matter, but losing the face of the president. She really didn't dare to think about what kind of punishment she would get. You can't go? What should I do? Secretary Wang looked at the remaining 5 minutes and was overwhelmed. According to her work experience, she should report to the president immediately at this time and wait for the president's instructions. Daisy, there's no way. We can't take the blame with you for this matter. I have to report it to the president truthfully. Secretary Wang thought for a while and said. When Daisy heard this, she stood up in a panic. Secretary Wang, it's definitely not my responsibility. I clearly translated it. Secretary Yin can testify for me. I have been busy translating all morning. Yin Hui didn't say anything, not wanting to bring trouble to herself. Seeing that she didn't respond, Daisy became completely anxious. It's Lin Yuelian, it must be her. She made the mistake, and she must take responsibility. What responsibility do I take? Lin Yuelian walked in with a document and a voice conversion pen. Secretary Wang, time is running out. Please print out the contents here. Secretary Wang was stunned when she saw the voice conversion pen. Lin Yuelian held her hand, and her eyes were firm. Secretary Wang frowned and thought, let's try it out. Either Daisy or Lin Yuelian will be responsible for this matter. Since Lin Yuelian is so responsible, it's okay to trust her once. Soon, Secretary Wang printed out the document. It was 26 pages in English, and only 8 pages were translated into Chinese. She took a quick glance and was amazed. Lin Yuelian's translation was concise and to the point, without complicated words and phrases, but focused on the key points. In some places, she even quoted classics and used semi-classical Chinese, which was more amazing and vivid than the original English version. Did you really translate this? Secretary Wang couldn't believe it. The auntie who served tea and water had such a high level of translation. There may be some typos, and it's too late to change them now. I will explain to the boss when the time comes. Lin Yuelian did not answer Secretary Wang's words, and the focus was on translating the document. Secretary Wang nodded and looked at everyone else. Pack up and leave, and vacate the meeting room for the meeting. Then what we translated? Han Xiaoshu asked stutteringly. Secretary Wang rolled her eyes at her. How dare I show it to the president if you yourself are not confident?
Oh.
Han Xiaoshu pouted and dared not talk back. She took her laptop away obediently. In the meeting room, Heetsung and Daisy stayed. Secretary Wang handed the document translated by Lin Yuelian to Daisy. Don't lose it this time. Secretary Lin, you prepare to make tea. The meeting will start in 5 minutes. Okay. Lin Yuelian responded and strode straight to the water room. Daisy took the document very reluctantly and was busy importing the contents of the voice conversion pen into the computer and put it on the computer desktop. Heetsung picked up Lin Yuelian's translation file and flipped through it casually. After reading only half a page, he couldn't help exclaiming, Secretary Lin is good. The translation is amazing. With this level, not only is her English good, but her Chinese is also great. Is it really that good? Daisy glanced at her. TSK, showing off your literary talent. The president doesn't like it. Anyway, if the president blames me, I will definitely report her. The meeting was held smoothly. Lin Yuelian returned to her workstation, and not long after she sat down, her landline rang. It was the front desk at the lobby on the first floor. Secretary Lin, we received a bouquet of flowers, and they said it was for you. Please come downstairs to get it. Flowers? Are you sure? Is my name? It's you. Come down now. The errand boy is waiting for your signature. Okay. The Yunfeng group has strict access control, and only work cards can be swiped to enter the working area. Takeout, flash delivery, errands, etc. Either send them to the designated collection point, or wait in the lobby. In short, you can't go into the building. Lin Yuelian quickly took the elevator downstairs, puzzled. Who would send her flowers? Could it be Fu Guoping? Seeing the errand boy, she did not take the pen. I don't accept these flowers, return them. Sorry, ma'am. They can't be returned. Flowers are different from other things. This is a custom-made one. Once shipped, it cannot be returned. If you don't want it, just throw it away later. Lin Yuelian frowned. Who sent it? No specific information was written, just a surname, Fong. Fong? Lin Yuelian raised her eyes in surprise. The only person she knew with the surname Fong was Fong Weidong. Could it be that he sent it? Okay, thank you. After signing, she held a large bouquet of flowers in her arms. Very beautiful champagne roses, with baby's breath. Very exquisite. She didn't know what the flower language of champagne roses was. She rarely received flowers in the first half of her life. Except for a bouquet of red roses when she married Fu Guoping, and a bouquet of carnations given to her by Fu Jia when he was admitted to university, she never received other flowers. As for champagne roses, she saw them on TV. At that time, she thought they were very beautiful, so she asked Liang Tian. Liang Tian told her that this kind of flower is called champagne rose, which is very popular nowadays. She also said that this kind of rose can be given to a wide range of people such as lovers, same adult love friends, and elders. After returning to her workstation with the flowers, she hid the flowers under her workstation. She picked up her mobile phone and called Fong Weidong. Brother Dong, did you send me flowers? Yes, did you receive them? Do you like them? The man's voice was gentle on the other end of the phone. Lin Yuelian frowned. I got it, but Brother Dong, why did you send me flowers? Thank you so much for Zaheo's birthday last time. This is an extra thank you. Lin Yuelian's brows did not relax. You are too polite. I can't accept flowers. See when it is convenient for you. I will return it to you. Or you can come and get it. It's just a bouquet of flowers. Fong Weidong said generously, if you don't like it, throw it in the trash can. How can you take back something that has been given away? Throwing it in the trash can is too wasteful. Lin Yuelian is used to saving money, and it really hurts to see waste. But she doesn't want to accept this bouquet of flowers. Then I can give it to someone else? Fong Weidong choked and felt a little depressed for a moment. Lin Yuelian is really stubborn. Isn't it too hard to pursue her? If you really feel embarrassed, why don't you treat me to dinner tonight? Fong Weidong changed his strategy. Lin Yuelian hesitated for a moment. What? You don't want to treat me? Fong Weidong deliberately provoked her with a smile. Aren't we friends? Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded. She was not reluctant to spend money, but she felt that Fong Weidong and Fu Guoping were colleagues, and she really didn't want to get too close to Fu Guoping and the people around him. You decide the location, and tell me the time after you choose it. Fong Weidong said sincerely. Lin Yuelian responded. Okay. After hanging up the phone, she held the phone and thought about it. She rarely had the opportunity to go out to eat, and she used to cook at home. She didn't know which restaurant in Beijing was delicious. After thinking about it, it would be better to book a place near the company. 7 p.m., Yunhe Noodle House. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. These 2 hours were very tormenting for Secretary Wang. If the meeting did not go well, then no matter Daisy or Lin Yuelian took the blame, she, as the boss, would be jointly responsible. When the meeting was over, a group of senior executives walked out of the meeting room one after another. Secretary Wang asked Lin Yuelian to wait over there, not daring to breathe. Not long after, Lu Yunfeng came out. With a serious face, one hand in his pocket, he walked straight to the secretary's office with long legs. Daisy and He Tsom followed behind. Both of them looked at each other, silent. Everyone in the secretary's office was a little panicked, and everyone was confused. Daisy, you didn't do the translation of the document this time, did you? Lu Yunfeng saw through it. His eyes were sharp. He glanced at everyone. His voice was low and gloomy. Who did it? This question scared everyone and trembled all over. Daisy didn't want to take the blame at all, so she stepped forward and pointed to the side. It was Secretary Lin. She did it. She lost my translation document and then temporarily made up for it. Lin Yuelian did it? Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows. His sharp eyes were instantly full of suspicion. It was her. Han Xiaoshu couldn't help but respond. She also couldn't stand Lin Yuelian. In fact, the entire secretarial office, except for Secretary Wang, disliked Lin Yuelian, who was related to him. She had to show off.
Yin Hui also said.
It was obvious that the three of them were on the same side and wanted to clear their relationship. Lin Yuelian dared to take responsibility and stepped forward. I didn't touch Secretary Lu's documents. The translation you used in the meeting was indeed done by me. Did you know there were typos? The probability of typos is 3 per 1,000 words. Are you so careless in doing things? Lu Yunfeng was actually shocked. When he saw the translation for the first time, his eyes lit up and he knew at a glance that it was not Daisy's work. It was not the work of anyone else in the secretarial office. He thought Daisy had found a gun outside, which was a big deal of leaking company secrets. But now he knew that there was no leak of company secrets. The documents were translated by an insider, and it was the most inconspicuous one, his personal secretary. Lin Yuelian actually knew English? And her translation level was so good? It was unexpected and impressed him. Time is tight, the task is heavy. I type slowly, and I use a voice recognition pen. You know, sometimes if you don't pronounce Mandarin accurately, you will make mistakes. Lin Yuelian said truthfully. Lu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to use a voice recognition pen. It was unexpected. But on the surface, he still looked high and mighty, and he was a domineering president. Time is tight. How tight can it be? Worried that he would blame Lin Yuelian, Secretary Wang quickly stood up to explain. More than 20 minutes. Secretary Lin only took more than 20 minutes to translate so many documents, so there are so many typos. Daisy's documents were lost half an hour before the meeting. It was indeed time tight, and the task was heavy. More than 20 minutes? Lu Yunfeng listened to this astronomical figure. Such a long document, with his level, would take about 20 to 30 minutes. Lin Yuelian, a housewife, could actually be on par with him? Lin Yuelian, what's wrong with you? Lu Yunfeng was surprised and curious. I've been tutoring my son for 9 years, and sometimes I also tutor the neighbor's children to earn some pocket money. Lin Yuelian said calmly, but I don't tutor much, only for 2 hours on Saturdays and Sundays. Secretary Lin, you have also been a tutor for others? You're good. Secretary Wang was very surprised.
Yeah.
Lin Yuelian nodded. Although her husband Fu Guoping is a university professor, he teaches outside and has never tutored his son's homework when he comes home. She has been doing the education of children from beginning to end. Daisy and others don't believe that a housewife can really be so good at tutoring homework. Lin Yuelian, it seems that your admission to USTC was not in vain. You have put your knowledge into practice over the years and have not wasted your efforts. Lu Yunfeng reacted. Lin Yuelian is not an ordinary housewife. She is the orphan of a meritorious service and is loved by many academicians of the Academy of Sciences. She herself is not an ordinary person. She was admitted to the University of Science and Technology of China in the 1990s and ranked among the top in the college entrance examination. Even if you search now, you can still find her name. What? Secretary Lin, is she a graduate of the University of Science and Technology of China? Secretary Wang was shocked. Lin Yuelian was parachuted in, and her resume had not passed through her hands, so she didn't know Lin Yuelian's specific situation very well. I just passed the exam, but didn't go to school, Lin Yuelian explained quickly. Her casual words made Heat Song instantly stand in awe. So, Secretary Lin, you are a science student? A science student is so good at English? Well, my parents are very good at English. They taught me bilingually since I was young. My English and Chinese are actually almost the same. They're both my mother tongue. Lin Yuelian still explained calmly. Both parents are scientists from the Academy of Sciences. They both studied in the United States. They told Lin Yuelian that she must learn English well, because now the world-class academic papers and all academic materials are written in English and annotated in English. Their English must be very good, even better than their foreigners. They also told Lin Yuelian that they hope that one day these scientific documents can be written in Chinese. To achieve this goal, it will take the efforts of their generations. Lin Yuelian has paid attention to the recent news. China's space stations and spacecraft are all written in Chinese. Now the times have changed. In order to conquer the aerospace field, foreigners have to learn Chinese. Lin Yuelian knows that she does not have her parents' grand goals, nor does she have her parents' noble patriotism. But she remembers her parents' words very clearly, that she must learn English well and learn from the barbarians in order to defeat the barbarians. English is your mother tongue? Oh my goodness. Secretary Wang widened her eyes and stared at Lin Yuelian with a burning gaze. She suddenly realized something. Lin Yuelian is not an ordinary person at all. They are self-righteous and always think that Lin Yuelian is an ordinary person with no merits. Okay. Lu Yunfeng didn't have the patience to dwell on meaningless things, but said majestically, now that the matter has been clearly understood, it must be fair and just, with clear rewards and punishments. Daisy, deduct 1/4's bonus from you. Lin Yuelian, reward you for 1/4. Lin Yuelian's monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, and a quarter is 3 months, which means she can get a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Daisy's monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. After deducting a quarter's bonus, 60,000 yuan will be deducted. 60,000 yuan. How can Daisy accept that? President, the surveillance has not been adjusted yet. I remember very clearly that I translated the document, but it disappeared from my computer. At that time, in the conference room, there was only Secretary Lin besides me. If she didn't do something, there would be no one else. I now suspect that everything is a trap set by her. She deliberately lost my translation, and then she can show off her skills and catch your attention. Daisy's words were eloquent and well-reasoned, and they made a lot of sense. Lin Yuelian was shocked. Such a logical and meticulous analysis, even she almost believed it. Setting up a trap? The other party really overestimated her. She is a novice in the workplace. How can she understand those twists and turns? Lin Yuelian, you say. Lu Yunfeng frowned. He didn't believe that Lin Yuelian was so scheming. But Daisy's words did make sense. Lin Yuelian straightened her back, looking fearless. Let's adjust the surveillance. It's not the first time anyway. Last time in the CBD mall, she was wrongly accused. The surveillance was successfully adjusted last time, proving her innocence. She believes it will be the same this time. Okay, then adjust the surveillance. Lu Yunfeng said lightly, looking at Lin Yuelian with interest. He walked to her workstation and sat down, crossing his legs, looking like a domineering president. But his crossed legs bumped into something, and when he lowered his eyes, he saw a bouquet of flowers hidden under the desk. Lu Yunfeng's brows were instantly furrowed, and he didn't know why, but he felt a little unhappy. He was a little distracted, wondering who sent the flowers. Assistant Jiang did not delay. He was Lu Yunfeng's assistant and had a lot of executive power. He called the security department and asked them to transfer the surveillance footage of conference room number 1 in the president's office. The security department did not dare to neglect it. According to the time frame, he said, the surveillance footage was quickly transferred out and sent to his email. President, the surveillance footage is here. Assistant Jiang walked up to Lu Yunfeng with a computer. He moved Lin Yuelian's computer away and put his own laptop on it. Liu Yunfeng's thoughts were pulled back, and he supported his chin with one hand. Click it. A group of secretaries gathered around. Daisy stood in the front, with the most arrogant attitude. She wanted to see it. The evidence was right in front of her. How could Lin Yuelian deny it later? Secretary Lin, please stand in front and take a good look. Daisy pulled Lin Yuelian forward. After the video started, Lin Yuelian was squatting beside Liu Yunfeng's special chair, tinkering with it, checking the angle, adjusting the position, and pressing the supporting bones of the chair back with her hands. She did every movement personally and meticulously. Seeing the scene, Liu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows, surprised, but more satisfied. I didn't expect her to be so careful in doing things. No matter how small the matter was, she didn't fool around. Unlike the previous personal secretary, how could she check these? After a while, Daisy walked into the meeting room with a laptop, sat for a while, and stood up. Seeing this, Daisy was very excited. I'll go out to pour coffee at this time. She meant to remind everyone that Lin Yuelian was the only one left in the conference room, and she was about to make trouble. However, in the video footage, Lin Yuelian never touched Daisy's computer from beginning to end. Instead, she glanced at Daisy's chair, dragged it away, and replaced it with a new one. When Daisy came in with coffee, Lin Yuelian had already left to get a pillow. There is a problem with the wheels of that chair. I reported it to the administration department, and they said they would replace it later. Secretary Wang realized something. Secretary Liu, Secretary Lin never touched your computer at all. On the contrary, she got you a comfortable chair. Daisy's face flushed instantly. With the evidence in front of her, she could no longer quibble. Secretary Liu, I remember that your files are in a USB flash drive. I didn't see you insert the USB flash drive in the surveillance. Hui thought of something and couldn't help but say. Daisy's brain crashed immediately after this reminder. Thinking of something, she walked to her workstation, and when she saw the USB flash drive in the corner of the table, she was stunned. Yes, she remembered that she had saved the translation file in the USB flash drive this time, because she had to look up information the day before, so she took it home and made preparations in advance. The company's computers were not allowed to be taken away, so she copied them and reported to the risk control department. Now the truth was revealed. Secretary Liu, it turns out that you have wronged Secretary Lin. Secretary Wang couldn't help but say. The secretary's office was silent, and those who had supported Daisy were all speechless. They didn't expect that it would end up being a farce. It turned out that Daisy herself had a bad memory and made a big mistake.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Daisy apologized hurriedly, with mixed feelings in her heart, an indescribable feeling. She didn't expect that she had wronged Lin Yuelian. Although Lin Yuelian took the back door, she did have real skills, and her skills were even greater than hers. I accept your apology. Lin Yuelian said lightly, not caring too much. Human nature is like this. She can be betrayed by the person she has slept in the same bed with for 30 years, let alone a colleague who has only known her for a short time. Being backstabbed by the other party is actually quite normal. President Liu has punished you in accordance with the rules and regulations. I hope you will learn from it. Secretary Lin, you are so generous. Secretary Wang raised his thumb and glanced at everyone. Let's all learn from Secretary Lin. We are colleagues in the same office. We must get along well in the future, lean on one heart, and work together. Secretary Wang is a goody-goody and wants to muddle through the matter. But who is Liu Yunfeng? He can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. Secretary Liu, it seems that this secretary job is not suitable for you. You will go to the finance department later and don't need to come tomorrow. Liu Yunfeng said lightly, his voice as light as a mosquito. He was like a judge in charge of the book of life and death, with the power to decide a person's future and life and death at any time. Hearing that she was going to be fired, Daisy was completely panicked, and her whole body was shaking like a sieve. President, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance? I will never make such a low-level mistake again in the future, please. Liu Yunfeng's expression was calm. Don't you realize where you went wrong? His voice became a little colder. Although he had high requirements for his subordinates at work, he did not forbid them to make mistakes. If there were mistakes at work and the attitude was sincere and corrected in time, he would give the other party one, two, or even multiple chances. But he could not tolerate indiscriminate slander and insults against others, such morally corrupt behavior. I realized that I was wrong. I realized that I shouldn't slander Secretary Lin. I shouldn't wrongly accuse good people. Daisy tried her best to explain, trying hard to win Liu Yunfeng's sympathy. No one else in the secretary's office dared to say a word. They usually had a small group with Daisy and talked about everything. When the relationship was good, they would give each other milk tea and treat each other to dinner. But when it came to the critical moment, everyone was indifferent and even didn't want to get into trouble and wished to get as far away as possible. Daisy begged for mercy alone, begging Liu Yunfeng to give her another chance. With a plop, the little girl finally, she knelt at the feet of Liu Yunfeng and prostrated herself in front of him to beg. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuelian frowned. It is very difficult to find a job now, especially for those who were fired by large companies. Other companies dare not hire them at all. Once Daisy leaves Liu's, she may only be able to work for other local companies or some small workshops in the future. After studying hard for so many years, just because of a mistake, her life has been lonely and irreversible. There is a saying that goes saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Just think of her as feeling sorry for all the young workers in the current social context. Boss, why don't you give her another chance? One chance will not bring much loss to the company and you, but for her, it is a life-saving opportunity. Lin Yuelian pleaded sincerely. Liu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise and examined the woman in front of him. There seemed to be a light on her, a light that transcended the mundane world. If this happened to other secretaries, they would want to take revenge to prevent future troubles. Lin Yuelian was kind enough to plead for the person who framed her. You are too kind-hearted. Liu Yunfeng sneered. Lin Yuelian said nothing, lowered her head, and pursed her lips. Daisy is about the same age as Jiaguang and Tiantian, and she knows how difficult it is for young people in the workplace today. Just give her one chance. If she does it again, she will never tolerate it. This is like the bond between her and the Fu family. She will give one chance, and if she misses the chance, her heart will be as hard as a stone. Since the parties involved are not pursuing the matter and have even cleaned up the mess, there is no need for me as the boss to be aggressive. Liu Yunfeng felt a little unhappy, stood up, and deliberately kicked over the flowers that Lin Yuelian had placed under the desk before leaving. Why is the president angry? Secretary Wang frowned and asked Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang smiled mysteriously and kept silent. Before leaving, he came to Lin Yuelian and pointed to the fallen bouquet of flowers. The flowers are nice, but the president doesn't like them, so you should throw them away.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian widened her eyes in shock. When she wanted to say something, Assistant Jiang had already caught up with Liu Yunfeng. The president really doesn't like flowers, but he likes grass very much. Secretary Wang agreed seriously. Lin Yuelian frowned and picked up the bouquet. Then I'll give it to the girl at the front desk. I see she seems to like flowers very much. She has been in the company for a short time and only knows the president's office, the secretary's office, and the front desk.
Go.
Secretary Wang didn't care. After Lin Yuelian left, she glared at Daisy. You can take care of yourself. Secretary Lin is very generous and let you go. I hope you will repay her kindness. Daisy didn't say anything. She returned to her workstation and sat down, staring blankly at the computer screen for a long time. She thought she had a very good relationship with the other secretaries, but in the situation just now, no one pleaded for her. On the contrary, Lin Yuelian, whom she despised the most and had offended, spoke for her regardless of the past. What is the workplace? There has never been true love in the workplace, right? It was only because Lin Yuelian was a rookie in the workplace that she could treat people so unguardedly. She took out her mobile phone, opened the secretary group, found Lin Yuelian's avatar, and sent a friend request. Sister Lin, can we be friends? Very serious, Lin Yuelian went downstairs with a bouquet of flowers, and the mobile phone in her pocket rang. She handed the bouquet to the front desk, who refused to accept it at first. She persuaded the girl to accept the bouquet. When she returned to the elevator, she took out her mobile phone. Seeing that it was a friend request from Daisy, she hesitated for a moment and accepted the application. Daisy's reaction almost immediately. "Sister Lin, can I call you that in the future?" "I'm sorry, I really mean it." "Lin Yuelian." "It's okay. Let's forget about the present and look to the future." "Daisy, I'm really embarrassed. Can I treat you to dinner alone tonight as an apology?" "Lin Yuelian." "Dinner is not possible. I have an appointment." "Daisy, then next time." Looking at the phone, Daisy bit her lip. It's okay. She has patience and determination. She has made friends with Lin Yuelian. After returning to her workstation, Lin Yuelian continued to work. A few minutes ago, Lu Yunfeng sent a work email saying that a female business partner's birthday was coming up and asked her to pick a gift, and he would give it to her later. Lin Yuelian opened the shopping website, holding her chin, at a loss. She is really not good at giving gifts because she has very few opportunities to receive gifts. It is really a headache to work without experience. Secretary Wang. "Do you know who this female business partner of the boss is?" "She said it's her birthday soon, and I need to pick a gift." Lin Yuelian humbly asked Secretary Wang for advice. Secretary Wang was stunned. Aren't all the records of business partners recorded in the workbook? Their preferences are also recorded. The workbook is full of boyfriends, no girls. Lin Yuelian was at a loss. Secretary Wang patted his head and raised his voice. "Girlfriend? You said the president has a girlfriend?"
Yes.
Lin Yuelian nodded seriously. Secretary Wang shook his head. "This is the first time I've heard of it. Instead of guessing here, why don't you ask in person? Gift giving is successful only if it reaches the heart of the person. Otherwise, it will be in vain even if you give something worth a fortune." "Okay, got it." Lin Yuelian was very grateful to Secretary Wang for imparting her workplace experience. She closed her computer and walked towards the president's office. When she was about to knock on the door, she saw Secretary Han respectfully and smilingly leading a strong woman in a suit and tie over. "President Yao, please come in." Han Xiaoshu bent her waist to 90 degrees, with a flattering smile on her face. Yao Liren was wearing high heels, and her aura was 2.8 meters. When she was about to walk into Lu Yunfeng's office, she glanced at Lin Yuelian and was instantly attracted by her temperament.
"Who is that?"
Yao Liren asked. Han Xiaoshu looked disdainful. "She is a secretary in the secretary's office." "Secretary?" Yao Liren raised her eyebrows, quite surprised. "I didn't expect the Lu group to be so friendly to women and that a woman of such an old age could still stay in the workplace." She strode into the office, in a hurry. Brother Shen Lu Yunfeng was on the phone with Mrs. Lu, complaining that Lin Yuelian was a goody-goody. He never said these things to his mother before, and he never talked about people's shortcomings behind their backs. But for some reason, Lin Yuelian seemed to have become an exception for him. "This is very alien. If she wasn't a goody-goody, could she have saved your old mother? If it weren't for her, I might still be lying in the hospital with broken arms and legs." This society makes too many people become petty and indifferent, but when a kind person appears, you can't criticize her just because she is not bad enough, right? You have to believe that good people will be rewarded. Didn't she meet me? She will meet more noble people in the future, which is all the blessing of her kindness. Mrs. Lu said earnestly on the other end of the phone. She and her son have different views, but she has become more determined to let Lin Yuelian be her daughter-in-law. In this era of material desires and fast pace, people like Lin Yuelian can really be said to be rare. Let's not talk about it for now. A friendly business is visiting. Lu Yunfeng originally wanted his mother to persuade Lin Yuelian to stop being such a bad person. But there was no way. He was speechless by what his mother said. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his eyebrows and glanced at the tea in the cup. The tea was almost finished, and he subconsciously wanted to call the landline and ask Lin Yuelian to make a pot of new tea. But when he looked up and saw Yao Liren sitting not far away, he changed his mind. "Secretary Han, go and make a pot of tea," he ordered.
Ah?
Han Xiaoshu was stunned. Hadn't Lin Yuelian always been doing the rough work of making tea? How could she be ordered around? The boss's words were like an imperial decree. Although she didn't understand why, Han Xiaoshu still bowed and turned to leave the office. Brother Shin, long time no see. Yao Liren stood up and stretched out her hand. Lu Yunfeng shook hands with her. Yao Liren was reluctant to let go and raised the corner of her mouth. It's really unfair. Time has not left any traces on your face. You, too, look very young. Lu Yunfeng said complimenting words. Yao Liren was reluctant to let go, sat back on the sofa, and crossed her legs. We haven't seen each other for 7 years, right? Really? Lu Yunfeng didn't care too much and sat opposite her. He opened the drawer and took out a box of fine cigars. Before the cigarette was lit, a strong smell of nicotine floated in the air. Yao Liren waved her hand. I don't smoke, I've quit. Lu Yunfeng was a little surprised. You've been a smoker for so many years, have you really quit? Really? Yao Liren smiled, her eyes full of affection. Do you remember the promise we made 10 years ago? 10 years later, if you're not married and I'm not married, we'll get married. Her eyes were fixed with love. It seemed that as long as Lu Yunfeng responded to her, she would throw herself into his arms the next second. However, Lu Yunfeng was very calm and responded lightly. It's a joke because I was drunk. Are you taking it seriously? Why not take it seriously? Yao Liren sneered. We are so similar. We can give up anything for our careers, but now we are both financially free and have so much money that we can't spend it all. Looking back on the first half of our lives, we find that we have really lost too much. You know, I'm a bachelor. Lu Yunfeng lit a cigar for himself, and the smoke ring slowly came out, covering his mature and handsome face. Yao Liren laughed so hard that her whole body was shaking. You haven't forgotten Ningxia yet? For her, you even changed your name. It's been 30 years. No matter how obsessed you are, you should let it go, right? It has nothing to do with Ningxia. I've been single for too long, and I'm used to it. The rest of my life is not long, and I don't want to find someone to squeeze into my life. Lu Yunfeng's expression was calm, and he flicked the ash off his cigarette. Yao Liren was fascinated by his cold temperament. No matter how many years have passed, she still likes his looks and his temper. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yao Liren quickly changed the subject. I have completely broken up with Wall Street and am now in Dongsheng. We will be partners in the future. Is it okay for you to treat your partners to dinner tonight? Of course. Lu Yunfeng smiled. Then let's go to Yunhe Noodle House. I want to eat there. Yao Liren chose the place right away. 7 years ago, when she left Beijing and went to Wall Street in country America, the last meal she had was at Yunhe Noodle House. She knew that the noodles in this noodle house tasted like those of Lu Yunfeng's father, so he always patronized this noodle house. From the beginning, a bowl of noodles cost 30 yuan, and the price went up all the way, and his worth soared. It is said that now a bowl of deluxe lobster meat sauce noodles can be sold for 1,888 yuan a bowl. This is all thanks to Lu Yunfeng, who funded the rise of this restaurant. Okay, then this noodle house. I'll ask my secretary to make a reservation in advance. Lu Yunfeng took out his mobile phone and wanted to call Lin Yuelian. But for some reason, when he saw Lin Yuelian's name, he suddenly stopped. There is no need to make a special reservation. I have a long-term private room in that restaurant. For some reason, as soon as Yao Liren showed up, he was actually very resistant to ordering Lin Yuelian around. Obviously, Lin Yuelian was his secretary, and it was her job. Outside the office, Lin Yuelian was waiting bored. Seeing Han Xiaoshu enter the tea room and bring out the tea soon, she was a little suspicious. Secretary Han, why are you making tea? Who knows? I guess the president is tired of your tea and wants to change the taste. Han Xiaoshu shrugged. I won't say more to you. I have to go in and serve tea. Lin Yuelian continued to wait outside. After a few minutes, Han Xiaoshu came out and saw that she was still there. Why are you still here? I have something to ask the boss. I think you should go back to your workstation and wait until after work. I just heard that the president and general manager Yao are going to have dinner together. They are reminiscing about the past now. The president should not have time to pay attention to you. Is that so? Lin Yuelian nodded. Do I need to make a reservation in advance for the restaurant for dinner? No need. The president has already made the reservation. He and General Manager Yao are old acquaintances, and they're good friends privately. If they are dating, they don't need to go through the company procedures. Okay, I get it. Lin Yuelian didn't think much about it. She went back to her workstation and picked out gifts for a while. When it was time to get off work, she glanced at the president's office. Seeing that the office door was closed, she thought about it, packed up, and left work. Secretary Wang, I'll leave first. I have an appointment tonight. Before leaving, she said to Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang nodded. Go ahead, if you have nothing else, I'll leave later too. She realized it later. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she was full of gossip. Sister Lin, you said you have an appointment later? What appointment? It can't be a date between a man and a woman, right? It's indeed with a male friend, but it's not what you think. Lin Yuelian said seriously. Secretary Wang's eyes curved into a crescent shape. What I thought. What did I think?
Oh.
Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I won't tell you anymore. After saying that, she left with her small leather bag. Because it was the rush hour after work, people had to queue up to get on and off the elevator. In addition, there were many people on the road. When Lin Yuelian arrived at Yunhe Noodle House, it was already past 6:40. The agreed time was 7 o'clock, so she was considered early. But unexpectedly, when she walked into the noodle house, Fong Weidong had already chosen a seat by the window and was studying the menu. Brother Dong, how long have you been here? Lin Yuelian came in front of him, feeling a little embarrassed. She was obviously not late, but because the other party arrived early, she always felt a little sorry. Fong Weidong smiled and raised his head. Not long after, Lian, do you come to this noodle house often? Any special recommendations? Lin Yuelian frowned and thought for a while. This was her first time here, but Lu Yunfeng had been eating here all year round. The boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions loves to patronize this store so much, which proves that the taste of this store must be very good and will not disappoint. She thought about it and didn't know the characteristics of this store, so she thought of Lu Yunfeng's preferences. Lobster meat sauce noodles, it should be very good. Should? Fong Weidong looked at her with burning eyes. Lin Yuelian smiled awkwardly. Actually, I've never eaten at this restaurant before, but my boss likes to patronize it very much. I see. Fong Weidong nodded. Then I'll treat you today.
How can that be?
You said I'd treat. Lin Yuelian got serious. She didn't want to owe Fong Weidong anything. It would be best if they didn't owe each other anything and had less contact in the future. But Fong Weidong misunderstood her behavior. He thought it was a very good performance for a woman to take the initiative to pay the bill when a man and a woman go out to eat. He didn't like the idea of many women nowadays who think that making friends means spending a man's money. He felt that this kind of thinking was no different from a gold digger. Okay, I'll listen to you. Fong Weidong stopped fighting for the right to treat. He thought that since Lin Yuelian would pay the bill this time, he would have an excuse to treat her back next time. With such a give and take, wouldn't the two of them fall in love with each other over time? Well, listen to me. Lin Yuelian asked the waiter for another menu. When she opened the menu and saw the signature lobster bolognese on the front page, she choked and almost dropped her jaw. 1,888 yuan a bowl. One bowl. Are you sure it's one bowl? Excuse me, can I order now? The waiter next to her asked politely. Lin Yuelian quickly flipped through the menu, flipping it over and over, like a cursory glance, and finally turned to the cheapest noodles at the end. Pointing, a bowl of green vegetable and shredded pork noodles, and a bowl of the signature lobster meat sauce noodles. Brother Dong, do you want any snacks? And what to drink? No snacks, just boiled water will be fine. Fong Weidong smiled, having already seen the pain in Lin Yuelian's eyes. He thought it was quite funny that she had to put on a brave face. Then, do this first. Lin Yuelian closed the menu and drank the water tactically. Fong Weidong wanted to tease her, and just as he was about to open his mouth. At this time, the door of the noodle shop sounded welcome, and a man in an executive jacket walked in. The man was aggressive, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, and looked very gentle. But the expression on his face was very fierce. He came straight to the table of Fong Weidong and Lin Yuelian. What's going on? Why are you two eating alone together?
Fu Guoping question angrily.
He handled the discharge procedures himself, and his son and daughter-in-law originally said that they would come to see him after work in the evening. But he really didn't want to stay in the hospital. He didn't like the smell of medicine, and he didn't like the white environment everywhere in the hospital. After completing the discharge procedures, he wandered around aimlessly alone. As he was wandering, he wanted to come to Jinding Building to find Lin Yuelian. But halfway, he saw Lin Yuelian's figure leaving work, so he followed all the way. Unexpectedly, he ran into this jaw-dropping scene. Lin Yuelian and Fong Weidong were not prepared at all. Especially Fong Weidong, he was shocked, wondering if Fu Guoping shouldn't stay in the hospital. Why did he come here? Who I eat alone with is none of your business. Lin Yuelian leaned back in her chair, raised her eyes, and looked at the furious man next to her. There was no professor's elegance on him. On the contrary, he looked very violent. You, Fong Weidong, how dare you steal my girl? Fu Guoping's emotions had gathered to the brink of explosion. Without giving any time for explanation, he grabbed Fong Weidong by the collar, raised his fist, and smashed it into his face. Fong Weidong dodged, but not completely. The fist hit him solidly in the corner of his mouth. Fong Weidong was stunned and felt a bloody taste instantly pop out of his mouth. He spit out the bloody taste in his mouth with a poo. Lin Yuelian was speechless. She took out her mobile phone and pressed 110 to warn, Fu Guoping, if you make trouble again, I will call the police. Fu Guoping was not satisfied, and the hostility around him continued to radiate out. You report it, I don't mind going to the police station. We haven't got the divorce certificate yet, and when the time comes, people will only say that you are not decent. Not decent? Fu Guoping, please don't put accusations on others casually. Fong Weidong and I came out to have a meal in broad daylight. How could I be so dishonest?
林月莲气坏了，她真的对傅国平越来越失望，越来越失望。傅国平其实是打翻了醋坛子，他见不得林月莲身边有其他异性。方卫东见他已经失去了理智，打算再添一把柴，让火焰烧得更旺一些。他把傅国平推开，抽出纸巾擦了擦嘴角，又推搡了傅国平一把。傅国平，实话告诉你吧，我在追求阿莲，我喜欢她，想娶她。这话一出，简直就像点燃了引线。傅国平一双眼睛瞪得像铜铃一般大，不容分说，举起拳头就想揍方卫东。这一次他用了全力，想把方卫东打死。方卫东不甘示弱，扯了扯嘴角，真以为我打不过你？那是我看在阿莲的面子上，不想让你太难看。不过对于你这种烂人，没什么好姑息的。阿莲，叫得真亲切，你 TM 找死。
Your mother, I asked you before, what will you do when Lian gets married in the future? You said you would give her a big red envelope. I also asked you, what do you think of me pursuing Lian? You said it doesn't matter. I have recorded it, do you want to cheat? The rascal has set a trap for me a long time ago, and he even recorded it? The two university professors swore more and more foul language than each other. The two of them fought together, making the restaurant a mess. The boss was not in a hurry to call the police, but planned to ask the two for compensation after the incident. The restaurant has surveillance cameras which are recording it and they can't deny it. Lin Yuelian was speechless and didn't want to care about them. She picked up her bag and wanted to leave. Let them fight. Who lives and who dies is none of her business. But as soon as she turned around, her left hand was grabbed by someone and her right arm was grabbed by another person. The two were evenly matched and confronted each other and almost said in unison, Lian, don't leave. When did you and Fong Weidong get together? Are you so determined to divorce because of him?
Fu Guoping asked.
Lin Yuelian was speechless. Fu Guoping, why are you still blaming others? Why did I get a divorce? Don't you have any idea? Maybe swearing is contagious. Just now, Lin Yuelian heard the two grown men swearing crazily, and now she also blurted out swear words.
Fu Guoping chuckled.
It was the first time he saw Lin Yuelian speak so dirty. Fong Weidong stood up at this time, like a tall and strong man, blocking Lin Yuelian. Fu Guoping, I have a one-sided love for Lian. Don't slander her. You don't know how to cherish a good woman like her. Naturally, someone will cherish her. Unrequited love. I've been on guard against everything, but I didn't expect it's hard to guard against a thief in my own home. Fu Guoping's emotions came up again. Fong Weidong was not to be outdone, and he shouted even louder and more aggressively. Every time colleagues have a dinner together, when everyone drinks too much, only a Lian will come to pick you up. Look at Lao Lu and Lao Zhang's wives. Will they care? They said it would be better if Lao Lu and Lao Zhang drank themselves to death outside. Everyone knows that your mother has been paralyzed for 10 years. Usually you go to the nursing home like you go on a trip and occasionally go to see your mother. All the dirty and tiring work, including serving, are left to a Lian. You have never even worried about Jaya studies. The reason why Jaya was able to get into university, a good 211 university, and get a job in a big factory after graduation, is all thanks to a Lian. What does it have to do with you? Fu Guoping, you have let down a daughter-in-law who is so hard to find even with a lantern. You really deserve to die. Fu Guoping opened his mouth, speechless. Because everything Fong Weidong said was true. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He knew that he had let Lin Yuelian down, but he didn't want to admit it. Which male chauvinist is willing to bow his head and admit his mistakes? After a long while, Fu Guoping calmed down and said in a hoarse, low voice, "When did you start coveting your buddy's woman?" Fong Weidong looked like he dared to do it. 7 years ago, a Lian organized a birthday party for you. She worked so hard and was scolded by you. From that day on, when I saw her pitiful appearance, I really wanted to rush over to beat you up and hold her in my arms to comfort her. Fu Guoping couldn't stand it anymore. It turned out that Fong Weidong, that rascal, had been thinking about his wife for such a long time. He raised his fist and started fighting with Fong Weidong again. Fong Weidong was not a pushover and fought back. The two of them knocked over the tables and chairs, making it impossible for the store to do business. Other customers were affected. Some watched the show, took out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos, and some were scared and left in shame, without even buying a bill. The boss didn't stop them, anyway. In the end, it was all blamed on the two troublemakers. Lin Yuelian felt very tired. They didn't feel ashamed, but she did. What's going on? Two old men fighting so fiercely? It's all because of the old woman next to them. TSK, I didn't expect middle-aged people to be so reckless. That Andy is pretty good. Beauty is a disaster, regardless of age. I just heard that the old Andy cheated. The one wearing glasses is her husband, and the other is her husband's colleague. Oh, so exciting? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, but they are doing it right under their husbands' noses? How shameless. When Lu Yunfeng's Maybach stopped outside the Yunhe Noodle House, he saw a crowd of people gathered at the door. Yao Liren pushed the door and got out of the car. Looking through the glass window, she saw the messy environment inside and couldn't help frowning. What's going on? It seems like someone is fighting inside. Lu Yunfeng put his hands in his pockets and said with a cold face, "Let's eat at another restaurant." He hated this kind of noisy environment the most. Yao Liren nodded, a little unhappy. Who on earth was it that prevented her from eating at this restaurant? She couldn't help but look back and take another look inside. Her eyes fell on Lin Yuelian. "Brother Shen, isn't that your secretary?" She had a deep impression of Lin Yuelian. After all, it was a very rare thing for the president of a listed company to have an old woman as a secretary. Secretary? Lu Yunfeng frowned. Which secretary under him was so bold that he dared to make trouble here knowing that this store was his favorite? President, it's Secretary Lin. Assistant Jiang took a look inside and said angrily. Hearing the 3 words Secretary Lin, Lu Yunfeng stopped immediately. Without any hesitation, he turned and walked towards the store. Assistant Jiang called on the bodyguards to clear the way. The boss was leisurely standing in front of the cash register eating watermelon. When he caught a glimpse of Lu Yunfeng out of the corner of his eye, he was startled and ran up to greet him. "President Lu, welcome." But something happened in the store. "How about we go to the box in the backyard for dinner?" Lu Yunfeng's eyes fell on the 2 people who were fighting. The onlookers were still talking too much, and some even pointed at Lin Yuelian and cursed, "You dogs," and You still have the nerve to make trouble here? Your husband has caught you in the act, but you don't run away but fight back? In today's society, are male mistresses so rampant? Don't you understand that you won't comment without knowing the whole story? Lin Yuelian shouted at those who insulted her. But it was useless. Those people only believed what they thought. Lin Yuelian knew that she would never be able to win an argument against them. She turned around and wanted to leave. Some nosy and enthusiastic audience members actually stepped forward to stop her. "Wanna leave? Where are you going?" "I'm calling the police." "You scumbags, and go explain to Uncle Hat later." "Let me go." "What right do you have to stop me?" Lin Yuelian was speechless. The kind passerby was very arrogant, "Because I'm a messenger of justice." His companion took out his mobile phone to record the video, ready to post it on Douyin, and he had prepared a script in his mind. Noodle shop judge catches male mistress and cheating woman on the spot. If this video is sent out, they will definitely become popular. Lin Yuelian didn't know how sinister the thoughts of these two kind-hearted people were. Rumors can kill a person, even if she is innocent. "Let me go," Lin Yuelian yelled, but to no avail. Just when several people were in a stalemate and Lin Yuelian was very helpless, a tall and majestic figure flashed over. He used his strong body to block the group of people attacking Lin Yuelian, put his arm around her shoulders, and protected her in his arms. Assistant Jiang signaled the bodyguards to clear the way. Lu Yunfeng did not hesitate to take Lin Yuelian away, ignoring the comments of others and the clicking shutter of those mobile phone flashlights. Brother Shen. Yao Liren was blocked by a group of people and wanted to catch up with Lu Yunfeng. But Lu Yunfeng had already protected Lin Yuelian out of the noodle shop and escorted her to the Maybach. All news tonight is blocked. Those who took photos and recorded videos randomly, let them all shut up. Lu Yunfeng ordered coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Yes. Assistant Jiang had to clean up the mess, so naturally he did not get in the car. Lu Yunfeng immediately told the driver to drive, and when he left, he rolled down the window and ordered, "Call a car and take General Manager Yao home." Yes. Assistant Jiang responded respectfully. When Yao Liren squeezed out of the crowd, she found that the Maybach had already left. What happened? Did he abandon her? "Boss Yao, please wait outside. I have called a car for you." Assistant Jiang just hung up the phone and bowed deeply to Yao Liren. Yao Liren couldn't believe it and stared at the direction where the Maybach disappeared. "Brother Shen and I haven't seen each other for 7 years. He actually left me and ran away? Didn't he say he would treat me to a meal and welcome me?" "I'm really sorry." Assistant Jiang bowed at 90 degrees. How should he explain it? He couldn't say that Secretary Lin was not an ordinary secretary and the president cared about her very much. She's just a secretary. Why is Brother Shen so nervous about her? Yao Liren frowned, depressed and angry. Assistant Jiang stood up straight, his thoughts racing. "Boss Yao, you don't know. Secretary Lin is the old lady's savior. The president naturally treats her differently from others." "Savior?" Yao Liren chewed on these 4 words, half believing and half doubting. But she was still very unhappy. "Even if he is my savior, he shouldn't have left me alone." In the Maybach, Lin Yuelian was still nervous. She felt her brain crash for a moment, and the whole person was inexplicably aggrieved. It was obviously Fu Guoping who cheated. Fu Guoping had a mistress and even an illegitimate child. But why, in the end? She was the one who was turned black and white and insulted. She originally decided to wait until after the divorce before going to the university to make a scene so that she could get more of the marital property. Now it seems that compared to the extra property, letting Fu Guoping go to Hades earlier is the most satisfying. Let him be disgraced, reap what he has sown, and never bother her again. "Hello, driver, please drive to S University." Lin Yuelian was shaking all over when she said this. Just now, she was surrounded by so many passers-by, and she had an unprecedented feeling of suffocation, very powerless and very desperate. "Listen to her and go to S University." Lu Yunfeng instructed the driver. The driver nodded, quickly navigated, and drove towards S University. "It's okay now, you're safe. That group of people won't come to harass you, and what happened tonight won't get out." Liu Yunfeng whispered to comfort. He was not good at comforting people, and he didn't know what a woman needed most when she was most vulnerable. Thank you. Lin Yuelian turned her head, tears in her deep eyes. If you hadn't saved me, I would probably be spit to death tonight, or even collapse. Boss, you are my savior. That's too much. I can't be called a savior. Liu Yunfeng felt mixed emotions. It was the first time he saw Lin Yuelian so vulnerable. In his eyes, Lin Yuelian was a very strong woman, as if she would never admit defeat. But just now he saw her red eyes. It's my problem, I was too greedy. Lin Yuelian pursed her lips. I should have gone to the school to make a scene and have Fu Guoping suspended earlier, but I wanted to get more living expenses and child support after the divorce, and I wanted to wait until I got the money before completely breaking up. It was my blind tolerance that made him more and more arrogant. You have been a full-time housewife at home for 30 years. It is understandable that you make plans for your own life after the divorce. No matter how much money you ask for, it is not excessive, and you can even make the scumbag leave the house with nothing. Liu Yunfeng felt more and more distressed as he spoke. For some reason, he felt pity for her. In fact, I can hire a lawyer for you, let him help you with the lawsuit, and make your ex-husband leave the house with nothing. It's expensive to hire a lawyer, right? Besides, I'm embarrassed to trouble you. Lin Yuelian bit her lip. Liu Yunfeng sighed. Sometimes you should show weakness when you should. You are not Superman. Lin Yuelian, I really want to help you. You can rely on me occasionally. He didn't say these words out loud, but changed the way he said them. The lawyer fees will be deducted from your salary first. You did a great job translating for this multinational conference, so you must have received 3 months bonus, right? Deduct it from here. Is it okay? Lin Yuelian seemed to have heard hope. She opened her beautiful eyes wide, her eyes sparkling. Liu Yunfeng unconsciously became gentle. Of course, the company has humanitarian care for employees. That's good, then. Then I'll trouble the boss to introduce a lawyer to me. Lin Yuelian lowered her head, feeling really embarrassed. Liu Yunfeng curled the corners of his mouth. The company has helped you, so how do you repay the company? I will work a few more hours every day in the future. Or boss, you can arrange other work for me. Lin Yuelian expressed excitedly. Liu Yunfeng shook his head. You are a workaholic. I am not an evil capitalist who will exploit you alone. It doesn't matter. I don't think it's exploitation. This is my return to the company. Lin Yuelian said seriously. Liu Yunfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that she should not repay the company, but him as the boss? Okay, Secretary Lin, since you said so, it would be hypocritical for me to refuse again. Since your English is so good, you'll be my translator in the future.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian blinked. Isn't Daisy your translator? Boss, you don't keep your promise and you're going to fire her? Who said I want to fire her? She is my written translator, and you are my translator. Liu Yunfeng raised his eyebrows. Why? You just said you wanted to give back to the company. I can, of course, no problem. Lin Yuelian bit her lip. Liu Yunfeng knew what she was struggling with. Don't worry, Daisy's salary will not be reduced. That's no problem. Lin Yuelian raised her head, her eyes full of light. Liu Yunfeng smiled helplessly. What a goody-goody. 30 minutes later, the Maybach arrived at S University. As soon as the car drove into the university and stopped on the side of the road, many students came to watch. I wonder which rich young man is here to pick up his girlfriend.
What?
Maybe it's a date? The students were chattering. Liu Yunfeng supported his temple with one hand and looked at Lin Yuelian leisurely. Where are you going, and what are you going to do? It was dark and night was falling. There were only a few scattered lights in the distance of the Academic Affairs building. Lin Yuelian pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly. I wanted to come to the school to make trouble, but I found that the Academic Affairs department was off work. Let's do it another day. She would ask Wang Ju to accompany her to make trouble another day. Gurgle. Lin Yuelian's stomach was very appropriate and suddenly made a sound at this time. Liu Yunfeng couldn't help laughing. How about going to the school cafeteria to have a simple meal together? That's fine. As long as you, the boss, don't mind. There is a noodle shop here that cooks pretty well. Lin Yuelian stammered. Liu Yunfeng glanced at the young students outside the window with youthful faces. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to go to the university for a walk. I don't mind, he said with interest. Okay, I'll treat you. Lin Yuelian patted her chest. Liu Yunfeng nodded. The two got off the car, and the students saw that they were a middle-aged couple, and they immediately scattered. You guessed wrong. It's not the rich second generation picking up his girlfriend, but the rich parents picking up their children. I'm so envious. When can I become their child? The dad is handsome, the mom is beautiful, the parents of rich people are really different. Liu Yunfeng couldn't help laughing as he listened to the students' discussions. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yuelian, he tilted his head to look at her. Secretary Lin, do we look like a couple?
Ah?
Lin Yuelian stopped abruptly. Liu Yunfeng smiled calmly. That group of little brats said it, not me. No, boss, you are a child of destiny. Our temperaments are completely different. It was probably because it was too dark and they didn't see clearly. If it was daylight, they would see clearly and say, Hey, that Anne is his nanny, right? Secretary Lin, you. Liu Yunfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a cold joke. Two people walked on the tree-lined path of the school. Rows of dim street lights illuminated them, lengthening their shadows. Lin Yuelian stared at the shadow under her feet and suddenly thought of something. By the way, boss, you asked me to give a birthday present to a friendly competitor. Can you ask who the friendly competitor is? I can collect her preferences so that I can give her a gift that suits her. Liu Yunfeng raised his eyelids in surprise. Originally, he wanted Lin Yuelian to pick out an expensive gift at random, but he didn't expect her to be so attentive. Yao Liren used to work on Wall Street and now works at Dongsheng. She works in finance and is a very good pitcher. Yao Liren, oh, I know. That's the general manager Yao just now, right? Lin Yuelian realized it later. There were too many people in the noodle shop at the time, and she seemed to have vaguely seen Yao Liren. It's her. Liu Yunfeng put his hands in his pockets and said nonchalantly, Buy her something casually. Pick something expensive. How can it be casual? Secretary Han said that you two are old acquaintances. Since it is a gift for an old friend, it must be thoughtful. Lin Yuelian said seriously. Liu Yunfeng was a little helpless. Secretary Lin, let's not talk about work after work. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded apologetically. She heard that Liu Yunfeng was a workaholic, 24 hours a day, and he wished he could be busy with work 24 hours a day. But just now, he was absent-minded when talking about work. It seems that the rumors are false, and the big boss is not actually the way the rumors say. The two walked, and finally came to the 6th canteen. The 6th canteen is far away, and there are not many students coming here usually, but the all-demand here is really delicious. Lin Yuelian was familiar with the route, and took Liu Yunfeng to the store to order. Liu Yunfeng sat down, looked around, and found that there were indeed not many students eating. Did you come to this store often with your ex-husband? Liu Yunfeng's eyes were burning as he looked at Lin Yuelian, who was breaking open her chopsticks and preparing to feast on the food. Lin Yuelian was stunned for a moment and pursed her lips. He never eats with me at school. Maybe he thinks I am not presentable and is afraid of being seen by his students. Sometimes he is busy at school and will sleep in school. I will come to deliver him some clean clothes early the next morning and have a meal in the cafeteria. So that's how it is. Liu Yunfeng nodded and said nothing more. It can only be said that Fu Guoping is really not a good person. The food in this restaurant is indeed not bad, but not as good as what you, Secretary Lin, cook. Liu Yunfeng said after he had eaten and drunk his fill. Lin Yuelian was flattered. Really? That's home cooking. The most difficult thing is home cooking, the taste of home. Liu Yunfeng stood up and walked outside. Lin Yuelian paid the money and quickly followed. As soon as they walked out of the door of the 6th cafeteria, a little girl about 10 years old came with a basket of flowers in her hands. Uncle, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers for Auntie? My flower is very effective. It's called Happiness and Perfection. If you give my flowers to Aunt, you will definitely be happy and perfect. Don't talk nonsense, little friend. The relationship between me and this uncle is not what you think. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard. She heard Assistant Jiang and Secretary Wang say that the boss didn't like flowers. I wonder if he is allergic to pollen? The little girl blinked, looking puzzled. You are not husband and wife, I thought you were. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Those two people might be teachers in the university, colleagues.
I'm sorry.
The little girl apologized, holding the bouquet, turned around, and was about to leave. Lu Yunfeng frowned and called her. How much is this bouquet? The little girl was delighted when she heard this. My flowers are all grown by my grandma herself. They are all natural and additive-free. A bouquet costs 520 yuan. Why are flowers so expensive? Lin Yuelian was speechless. Although she seldom bought flowers, she had never eaten pork, but had she never seen a pig run? A bouquet of flowers with exquisite packaging in the flower shop only cost more than 100 or 200 yuan. The more expensive ones would cost more than 300 yuan at most. 520 yuan, it's simply a rip-off. As I said, these are grown by my grandma herself. My grandma's garden is so small, and the number of flowers each year is limited. I call this because things are rare and valuable. The little girl was eloquent. Lu Yunfeng smiled knowingly. He actually wanted a daughter, but it was a pity that the child his mother brought back was a boy. Later, his mother planned to have another girl, but due to many reasons, it was always delayed, and finally nothing happened. The little girl in front of him was eloquent, but he didn't dislike it at all, but was very happy. Okay, I want this red bouquet. Uncle, you will make a fortune. Auntie, this uncle deserves it. Keep it up. The little girl handed the QR code, hanging around her neck, to Lu Yunfeng to scan. After Lu Yunfeng finished scanning, she waved and skipped away. Boss, are these flowers for General Manager Yao? In fact, you can tell me and I'll go to the flower shop to buy them. Lin Yuelian said seriously. Lu Yunfeng stuffed the bouquet into her arms. It's not for her.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian was confused. Don't you like flowers very much? Lu Yunfeng was overbearing and cold. The bouquet of flowers hidden under your desk is too tacky and ugly. Change it to this one.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian blinked, completely stunned. The boss actually said that champagne roses are tacky? She doesn't think so. But these are red roses. Boss, I can't accept these flowers. Just accept them if I tell you to. This is a company benefit. Tomorrow the company will distribute red roses to all female employees.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian was shocked 3 times, and her brain could no longer think. Tomorrow is not Women's Day. Why should the company provide such benefits? Lu Yunfeng looked serious and did not give Lin Yuelian a chance to figure it out. The Maybach drove up to him at this time. He stood beside the car, his posture straight, and his aura was fully open. Why don't you come over to open the door?
Coming.
Lin Yuelian held the bouquet and trotted over to open the door. Immediately, she sat on the other side with the flowers. It was already past 10 o'clock when she returned to Jinding Building. Lin Yuelian held the bouquet and walked around the room, but could not find the vase. So she drank a bottle of mineral water, modified the mineral water bottle, split the bouquet, and kept it in the mineral water bottle. On the coffee table, Liang Tian left a note. To my dear mother, Jaya and I have reconciled, and the luggage has been packed away. When I am not around in the future, you have to take care of yourself, Mom. You can come to see Jaya and me on weekends, and we will cook for you. Love you, Tian Tian. Looking at the neat and dense small characters, Lin Yuelian smiled knowingly. Life was peaceful here, but the Xiqing police station was in chaos. It suddenly started to drizzle. It was autumn, but the rain was mixed with ice. Yi Junjun held a black umbrella and waited outside the police station. Fong Weidong and Fu Guoping came out one after the other, both with bruises on their faces. Fong Weidong brushed past Yi Junjun and deliberately bumped into her rudely. Yi Junjun staggered. What are you doing? Fong Weidong ignored her and gave her a contemptuous look, letting her experience it herself. Brother Ping, what's going on? Why did you fight with Teacher Fong? Yi Junjun moved the umbrella towards Fu Guoping. Fu Guoping was under a low pressure and his voice was extremely low. Junjun, let's separate. The voice was swallowed by the rainy night, and it looked pale and powerless. Separate? What do you mean? Yi Junjun was not mentally prepared at all and was completely confused. She ran to pick up Fu Guoping in the heavy rain with a big belly, so that Fu Guoping would remember her kindness, not to break up with her. Only if I break up with you will Lien change your mind. Fu Guoping adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The glass lenses blocked his heartless eyes, and his whole expression was indifferent.
یه هونجون لافت انگریلی.
She thought she was young. She thought she was fertile, and she thought she could completely crush the old Aunt Lin Yuelian. But at this moment, she realized that Fu Guoping was simply heartless and ungrateful. He had been weighing the pros and cons, putting her and Lin Yuelian on the same scale to measure who is more valuable. But how could she be willing? Her 11 years of youth. If we break up, what about the child? Xiaoguang, and the unborn baby in my belly. Can you bear to leave them without a father? Yi Yunyun forced herself to suppress her anger, her face full of grievance and pity. If you have already made up your mind, then fine. I agree to separate from you, and I will be a poor single mother in the future. Yi Yunyun wiped the corners of her eyes. I came to you with a big belly, but I didn't expect this result. Brother Ping, I can't live without you. After saying this, she threw the umbrella in her hand. She jumped into the rain and ran towards the road. Fu Guoping was caught off guard, still immersed in the anguish of being poached by his brothers and losing his beloved. When he realized that Yi Yunyun was going to commit suicide, he hurriedly chased into the heavy rain. He almost tried his best to pull Yi Yunyun back and held her in his arms. Are you looking for death? The driver who passed by rolled down the window and cursed. The splashing water soaked the two people who were hugging each other. Yi Yunyun, are you crazy?
Fu Guoping roared.
Yi Junjun cried, and it was hard to tell whether it was rain or tears on her face. Yes, I'm crazy. I can die for you. But can Lin Yuelian? She just wants to abandon you decisively. Stop it, okay? Don't joke with your life. Before Fu Guoping finished speaking, Yi Junjun suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. In the heavy rain, the two hugged and kissed for a long time. After returning to the apartment, Yi Junjun pushed Fu Guoping into the bedroom. Fu Guoping was still rational at first, but after seeing the wet and passionate person, he really couldn't control himself. A night of tenderness. The next day, Fu Guoping slept until he woke up naturally. Yi Junjun got up early, prepared breakfast, and chatted with Fu Jiaguang in a low voice in the living room. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to school. Fu Jiaguang put on his school bag and thought of something. Mom, I got 100 points in the exam. Didn't you say that Dad would reward me? Be good, Xiaoguang. Your dad has been worried about something recently. Let's talk next time. Yi Yunyun stroked the child's head gently. Fu Jiaguang nodded sensibly. Okay then. Fu Guoping stood behind the bedroom door, watching the scene, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After a night of tossing and turning, his mind finally became much clearer. He had such a young and beautiful woman to accompany him, and she gave birth to such a smart and well-behaved son. Separation. How could he bear to let them go? Brother Ping, are you awake? When Yi Yunyun turned around to clean up the dishes her son had eaten, she turned her head and saw Fu Guoping coming out. Fu Guoping put his arms around Yi Yunyun's waist from behind and kissed her cheek. Is the baby in your belly okay? It will be okay after 3 months, and you can have a proper married life. Yi Yunyun shyly tilted her head. Your beard hurts me. Fu Guoping didn't listen and continued to kiss her. Yi Yunyun pursed her lips. Brother Ping, can we not separate? From today on, I will learn to be a good wife and mother. What Lin Yuelian can do, I can do too. Okay. Fu Guoping responded hoarsely, his heart completely softened. In fact, he just wanted a perfect wife, who could manage the household, was beautiful, and if she could go out to make money, she would definitely get full marks. In fact, Yi Junjun occasionally did part-time jobs to earn extra money. She was young and beautiful, which was already very good. Now that she has started doing housework again, it can be said that she is increasingly meeting the standards of a perfect wife in his mind. Let's not separate. Let's not separate.
Fu Guoping murmured.
As a man, it's not too much to have both. He wants Yi Junjun, and he won't let Lin Yuelian go either. On the other side, Lin Yuelian had already come to work at Yunfeng Group early. She came to the secretary's office with a thermos bag in her hand. Secretary Wang, have you had breakfast? This is the steamed bun I made at home this morning. Do you want to try it? I was just about to go downstairs to the cafeteria to buy it. Secretary Wang's eyes widened in surprise, and she rummaged through the thermal bag like a bandit. When she took out the white and plump steamed buns, she exclaimed, "Sister Lin, you are so amazing. The steamed buns here are better than those in our cafeteria." After that, she took a big bite and hummed with satisfaction, "It's so delicious." Lin Yuelian looked at her eating with relish and squinted her eyes happily. She likes to feed food to people she has a good relationship with. Secretary Wang has always taken good care of her, so in return, she also wants to feed the other party more.
Sister Lin,
the steamed buns you made. Can I have a taste? At the workstation next to her, Daisy looked at Lin Yuelian for a long time. When Secretary Wang heard this, he glared at her. "If you want to eat it, pay for it. 10 yuan each." "Sure, I'll transfer the money to Sister Lin right away." Daisy quickly took out her cell phone, not knowing how humble she was. Lin Yuelian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was just a steamed bun, not that serious. But Secretary Wang was very protective. "You keep the money. Don't be polite to her." After that, he handed a steamed bun to Daisy. Daisy took the steamed bun and started to chew it, and her reaction was exactly the same as Secretary Wang's. "Yeah, it's really delicious." The other secretaries saw that the two of them looked like losers and shook their heads speechlessly. "It's just a broken steamed bun. How delicious can it be?" Daisy was speechless too. She hated Lin Yuelian so much before, but after what happened yesterday, it was like she had changed her personality and suddenly started to lick Lin Yuelian.
No moral integrity.
Really no moral integrity.
Hey?
What a rare thing. Have you read the official email? It says that the company will give benefits to female employees. Each person will get a bouquet of red roses.
Huh.
Is today an important holiday? Let me check the calendar. It's not a holiday. Who cares? Just go and get the benefits if there are any. Secretary He, can you help us get it? Several female secretaries surrounded He Tsung, a male secretary. It was such a sad situation in a department with more women than men. He Tsung didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only bite the bullet. "Okay, I'm willing to serve you, sisters." After that, he turned his head and asked Secretary Wang and Lin Yuelian next to him, "Sister Wang, Sister Lin, do you want me to help take yours together?" Secretary Wang nodded. "Of course." "I don't need it, I've already taken the benefits," Lin Yuelian whispered. Thinking that she had already accepted the flowers sent by her boss last night, she felt bad to take the company's flowers today. "You took it? Where is it?" Secretary Wang looked around and didn't see any roses. Lin Yuelian pulled the corner of her mouth, not knowing how to explain. "Anyway, you don't have to take mine." Secretary Wang, "Eat slowly. I'm going to the bathroom." Lin Yuelian slipped away, fearing that she would make more mistakes if she said too much. She washed her hands, thought of something, and took out her mobile phone from her pocket. She found the contact information of her best friend Wang Ju. "Hello, Ju. Are you free in the evening? I want to go to S University and find the discipline inspection there. Are you ready to report that rascal Fu Guoping?" "No problem. What time do you get off work?" "I'll find you. I get off work at 6. I'll send you the address later." "No need, Yunfeng Group, right? I recently learned how to use navigation with my daughter. I can find the place."
Okay.
Lin Yuelian nodded with relief. Although they are old, they still have to keep learning and keep up with the times, otherwise they will easily be eliminated by the times. Lin Yuelian was on the phone, and coincidentally, Lu Yunfeng was also on the phone. It was an international long-distance call to New York. "Hello? Shin, what's the matter?" There is a 12-hour time difference between the two countries. It was just past 9 in the morning in Beijing, but it was still 9 at night in New York. "Come back to China in the next 2 days. I have a lawsuit that needs your help," Lu Yunfeng said lightly. Dennis on the other end of the phone couldn't help but sit up straight. He is a very powerful international lawyer, and celebrities all over the world have hired him to fight lawsuits. And he recently helped a group president in a divorce lawsuit in New York. The contract price is 50 billion yuan, and he and the client agreed that the lawyer's fee would be 0.1% of the price, which is 50 million. Is it so urgent? I just finished a big case here, and I plan to go to Hawaii to rest for a few days. Dennis said truthfully, took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and pinched his nose. Lu Yunfeng crossed his legs, curled his fingers, and tapped the desk from time to time. It's urgent here. You can take your vacation another day. Dennis couldn't help but become serious. What case? How much is the price? Divorce case. The price may be several million. Several million? Dennis' tone was obviously full of doubt. For such a small case, why would an international lawyer like him need to take action? Which of the cases he handled was not worth tens of billions or hundreds of billions? It's settled. I'll ask my secretary to book a flight for you back home tomorrow. Before Dennis could say anything else, the phone next to his ear was hung up. Beep, beep. Dennis listened to the busy tone and glanced out the window at the night sky, which was messy in the wind. He hasn't agreed yet, so how could it be settled? Confused, he looked through the address book and called Yao Liren. He, Yao Liren, and Lu Yunfeng, the three of them grew up in the same compound. Coincidentally, all three of them are single and workaholics. Hello? Yao Liren answered the phone slowly, her voice full of sleepiness. Dennis frowned. Empress Dowager, you haven't gotten up yet? Didn't you join Dongsheng? Not going to work? What's the hurry? Just go at noon. I'll only work half a day. Nourishing. Dennis shook his head teasingly. By the way, I have something to ask you. What is Ashin doing recently? He suddenly asked me to help him with a divorce lawsuit, and it was very urgent. He wanted me to return to China tomorrow. Divorce lawsuit? Yao Liren sat up in surprise. Did Brother Shin secretly marry someone? It's not Ashin. The target is only a few million. It must be someone else. I wonder who he is helping with the lawsuit? My lawyer's fee starts at least 7 figures. He gave me face to take such a small case. I think the matter is not simple. Yao Liren understood what Dennis meant. Aren't you planning to pursue Ashin when you return to China this time? I think it's necessary to inform you of a situation. Thank you. Yao Liren woke up completely and lost all sleepiness. For some reason, her sixth sense told her that the person Brother Shin wanted to help was a woman. Helping a woman with a divorce lawsuit? Haha. What's the intention? After hanging up the phone, Yao Liren immediately called her assistant and asked him to investigate Lin Yuelian. There is a secretary named Lin next to Mr. Liu. I want the result in half an hour. In the next half an hour, Yao Liren washed slowly, put on a mask, and leisurely chose clothes in the cloakroom. Today, Dongsheng held an induction ceremony for her and invited many friendly companies to celebrate. There will be a small party in the company's banquet hall at noon, and she will be the protagonist of the party and the most eye-catching presence. As one of the friendly companies and a heavyweight, Lu Yunfeng will definitely be there. Yao Liren picked and chose, and put on the most expensive jewelry. She chose a silver satin evening dress. Holding her high heels, she turned around in front of the dressing mirror and was very satisfied with her appearance and figure. Women who don't have children and are rich women should look younger and more elegant than their peers. Who can tell that she is already 48 years old? In fact, she looks no different from 38 years old. Yao Liren was immersed in it, already imagining herself standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yunfeng, being envied by a group of employees and friendly companies. When she was about to change her clothes, her assistant called. She turned on the speakerphone. Go ahead. While listening to the assistant's report on the other end of the phone, she dressed in front of the mirror. Boss Yao, the secretary's surnamed Lin, has been checked. She originally applied for Lu's cleaning. I don't know what happened, but Boss Lu specifically asked her to go to the president's secretary office. She is 50 years old this year. Her resume says she is divorced, but she is actually getting a divorce. Her husband is a professor at S University. She has a son who coincidentally works at Dongsheng. Yao Liren heard the key information and paused. You said she is getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, Yao Liren was silent for a long time. Looking at herself in the mirror, she suddenly went crazy and grabbed her high heels and smashed them on the mirror. Is she an idiot? She actually believed what Brother Shin said, saying something high-sounding like a lifesaver. Last night, Brother Shin was so protective of that secretary, which showed that he had a special feeling for her. She really didn't expect Brother Shin to have such a heavy taste that he actually liked this kind of old stuff. In Yunfeng Group, Lin Yuelian did her work step by step. Because she really had no idea what birthday gift to give Yao Liren, she sent a text message to her daughter-in-law Yang Tian to ask for her opinion. The young girl knew a lot and quickly gave a lot of useful suggestions. Yao Liren loved jewelry, so Lin Yuelian found a niche, but very high-end brand that had won many awards. Clin. Yes, I want to order your necklace called Winter Queen. When can I go to pick it up? MS. Lin, if this necklace is what Mr. Liu needs, we can send it to you today. Clin is not far from Yunfeng Group and can deliver the things within an hour. Okay, please send it over. After placing the order, Lin Yuelian went to the finance department to apply and took the approval stamped by the finance department to knock on the door of Liu Yunfeng's office and asked him to sign. In Dongsheng Group, Fu Jia sat in a cubicle, staring at the strings of numbers on the computer screen. He drank one cup of coffee after another to avoid being distracted. He was an ordinary financial trader, and his daily job was to stare at the K line of the stock market and a long string of numbers. His future and all his emotions were tied to the daily market conditions. Manager Fu, put down the work on your hands. The higher-ups have issued a transfer order, and you are going to be promoted. The human resources manager called Fu Jia to a small room alone and patted him on the shoulder. Fu Jia was completely confused.
Promotion?
His business level was average, and his performance was average. There were many candidates for promotion and salary increase among his colleagues in the department, and it would not be his turn no matter what. You're so good, so low-key. The new president personally named you to go to the president's office and promoted you to special assistant. Don't forget me when you become successful. Fu Jia was confused. The new president named me? What's going on? How could he get a chance to do something that fell from the sky? At this time, on the 66th floor of Yunfeng Group, Liu Yunfeng glanced at the signature form handed over by Lin Yuelian and elegantly took out the pen pinned on the chest of his suit. His slender fingertips uncapped the pen and wrote on the form. His cursive handwriting is very good, and he has won a grand prize in a calligraphy competition. When signing, his head was slightly lowered, and his eyelashes were very long. His face was angular and his features were three-dimensional. The sunlight outside the French window shone a beam of light on his side face, making him look noble and bright. Mature and handsome men are not inferior because of their age. On the contrary, they are like brewed wine. The longer they are, the mellower they are. It's a very nice gift of jewelry. Liu Yunfeng looked up after signing. Let me see the things. Lin Yuelian carefully took out a red velvet gift box from her handbag. This necklace is worth 180,000 yuan, which is equivalent to her annual salary. Her carefulness made Liu Yunfeng look casual. He took the box, opened it, and glanced at the gemstone necklace inside. Okay, give it to her. Just right. Liu Yunfeng paused, looked Lin Yuelian up and down, and his eyes fell on her feet first. Seeing that she was wearing flat-heeled leather shoes, he said, "Come with me to Yao Liren's joining party later. Bring the gift with you. It's just right for her." Birthday gifts. Shouldn't they be given on her birthday? Lin Yuelian blinked, feeling strange. Aren't the two of them old acquaintances? Aren't they good friends? Why don't you attend a good friend's birthday? I have something to do on my birthday, so I can't go. Liu Yunfeng never explained to his subordinates, but he was an exception to Lin Yuelian. He always had the patience to answer her various presumptuous questions. Lin Yuelian just didn't know the specific rules of the workplace, but she still had emotional intelligence. She knew that she was just a secretary, and she shouldn't ask many things that she shouldn't ask. Okay, I understand. She nodded. When she returned to her workstation with a gift, Secretary Wang was booking a flight ticket on the airline's official website. Secretary Lin, You will order a bouquet of flowers later and come with me to the airport to pick someone up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. What kind of flowers should I order? Lin Yuelian asked carefully. Secretary Wang thought for a moment. Tell the florist that they know how to get flowers for airport pickup.
Okay.
Lin Yuelian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. If Secretary Wang really wanted to say it, she would tell her without asking. If she didn't want to say it, it would be useless for her to ask. Lin Yuelian learned a lesson in the workplace: ask less and do more. She sat down at her workstation, rested for a while, and drank a sip of water. After booking the bouquet for airport pickup tomorrow morning in advance, Lu Yunfeng came out of the office not long after. He changed his clothes, a black suit and a red tie, more formal than ever before. Assistant Jiang had been waiting for a long time and followed him. He walked with the wind, like an emperor inspecting the harem, and came to the secretary's office. The secretaries had different reactions. Some were full of anticipation, and some were nervous and reserved. Lu Yunfeng put his hands in his pockets, domineering and cold. Secretary Lin, Secretary Wang, it's just you two today. Secretary Wang quickly stood up, and seeing this, Lin Yuelian picked up the gift for Yao Liren. She followed Lu Yunfeng, step by step. The group left in a mighty manner, leaving the other secretaries in the secretary's office jealous. Why take Lin Yuelian with you? Today is the induction ceremony party for President Yao of Dongsheng. There will be many big guys coming. She has only been here for a few days. Can she be presentable? I don't know if she can be presentable, but she certainly can't block the wine for the president. It's so funny. Who wants to drink with an old lady? Of course, she likes to be with young and beautiful girls like us. Han Xiaoshu and Yin Hui said one sentence each, and they were equally matched. Heatsong was afraid that women would gossip about others behind their backs. Whenever this happened, he would become a transparent person. Unlike before, Daisy used to be the one who cursed the most, but at this moment, she seemed to block the voices of her two colleagues and was doing her own thing. This was the first time that Lin Yuelian attended such a high-end business party. The last charity gala was also high-end, but relatively speaking, it was freer than this party. Last time she could be a transparent person, but not this time. Following behind Lu Yunfeng, he would attract a lot of attention wherever he went, and as a secretary, she had to keep a perfect smile all the time. Oh, President Lu, have you changed your taste? Lin Yuelian appeared next to Lu Yunfeng, and undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. A woman of her age can still appear in the workplace, unless she is at the executive level. As for a secretary, it was the first time I saw her. Who is this? A big boss was very curious about Lin Yuelian. Lu Yunfeng took the trouble to introduce them one by one. Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, would you like a drink? If a newcomer doesn't drink when meeting a big boss, it means he is not sincere. But Lin Yuelian seldom drinks, and she doesn't know what's so good about wine. It's spicy and choking, and the taste is a little bitter. But since the big boss has spoken, Lin Yuelian has no choice but to bite the bullet and take a glass of champagne from the waiter. Secretary Lin, you have to drink it all. The big boss stared at Lin Yuelian with a burning gaze, full of ridicule and teasing, which was even more obvious. Many people came over to watch, and they all thought that forcing an old woman to drink was very fresh and much more interesting than forcing a young girl to drink. Lin Yuelian forced a smile and picked up the glass of wine very generously. Just when she was about to drink it all, her hand was held by someone. Then, the goblet in her hand was taken away domineeringly. She still has to do things for me later. It's not good for her to get drunk. Lu Yunfeng had a gloomy face, a face full of majesty, a cold voice, and a sense of deterrence. I drank it for her, he said coldly. After speaking, he raised the wine glass and drank it all. For a moment, there was complete silence all around. Everyone looked at each other, caught off guard. They originally wanted to tease a new secretary, but they didn't expect that President Lu would personally come out and stand in front of the secretary to block the wine for her. He drank the wine. What a face it was. The big boss who had just forced Lin Yuelian to drink turned black in an instant, and hurriedly took 2 glasses of wine from the waiter next to him in panic. His left and right hands started working at the same time. President Liu, I'll punish myself with 2 glasses. How dare he let President Liu drink? Wouldn't this be a disgrace to him? Gulp gurgle. The big boss drank 2 glasses of wine in 1 gulp without hesitation. Seeing this, Liu Yunfeng pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. What's the point of you staring at my new secretary drinking? The protagonist today is President Yao, and we should toast her. Yes, yes, yes. A group of people dispersed, who would dare to provoke Lin Yuelian again. Hiss. Secretary Wang was so surprised that she looked at Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang was used to it, and didn't make eye contact with her. Secretary Wang was so anxious. What's going on? Why did she smell a different smell between the president and Secretary Lin? Special Assistant Fu, you saw it all, right? In the lounge, Yao Liren stood in front of the window and watched everything that happened in the banquet hall. The windows are anti-peeping, and you can see outside clearly from inside, but you can't see inside from outside. Fu Jia stood beside Yao Liren, his brows twisted into a river. Yao Liren glanced at him coldly. President Liu and I are childhood sweethearts. I came back to China this time with the intention of marrying him. However, your mother seems to be restless and has some ideas about Mr. Liu. Fu Jia's face turned pale, and he lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. Yao Liren is a strong woman with a powerful aura. In addition, she is the newly appointed CEO, a real female boss, like Wu Zetian. Fu Jia is a submissive type in the workplace. Being suppressed by Yao Liren's words, he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He felt that his mother was really embarrassing him. She had to break into the workplace at such an old age. If she had made it like Mr. Yao with her ability and skills, everyone would give her a thumbs up and say admiration. But his mother is not like that. It is obvious that she used unconventional methods. Who is Liu Yunfeng? He actually blocked the wine for his mother? It can be seen that their relationship is really unusual. What stepmother said is right. Although his mother is old, she is really good at seducing men. He is really ashamed of his mother's behavior. Assistant Fu, as long as you can find a way to persuade your mother to leave Mr.
Liu.
Yao Liren lowered her eyelids. Her eyes were sharp. I'm not a bad person, let me put it bluntly. You find a way to dig your mother to Dongsheng, I will give her double salary. If you can dig her over, I will let her be my secretary, and you, I will let you lead the project directly. What do you think? Fu Jie couldn't believe his ears. Lead. Project? Yao Liren's eyes were sharp, and a strong smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. I have a 100 million project in my hand. It's very simple. You operate it according to my plan, and I will give you 10% dividends. 10%. Fu Jia quickly calculated in his mind. Isn't that 10 million? If he can get 10 million in one go, then he will completely cross the class. Are you considering it? Yao Liren persuaded. Fu Jia hardly hesitated and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Mr. Yao. I will definitely be your vanguard and follow your lead. Yao Liren was very satisfied. I will arrange a task for you today. You find a way to get your mother out of the way. I will dance with President Liu at the party later, and I don't want to see her. Okay, don't worry.
Fu Jia nodded respectfully.
Yao Liren raised her eyebrows and played with the huge gem on her fingers. Okay, it's time for me, the protagonist, to enter. She was wearing high heels and was about to leave the lounge with a look of arrogance. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the lounge. President Yao, the secretary next to President Liu wants to see you. He said he has something to talk to you about.
Huh?
Yao Liren was surprised. Who? A secretary named Lin.
Oh.
Speak of the devil and he will appear. Yao Liren raised the corners of her mouth and showed a playful smile. Let her in. Lin Yuelian held the gift and stood outside the lounge door waiting for a while. When Yao Liren's secretary led her into the lounge, she saw her son Fu Jia at first sight. She was stunned immediately. Why was Jia here? What do you want to talk to me about? Yao Liren interrupted Lin Yuelian's thoughts. She leaned on the chair next to her, crossed her legs, and looked like a queen. Lin Yuelian was just a secretary, so naturally her aura was weaker. She walked forward respectfully and bowed. Mr. Liu asked me to come and congratulate you, Mr. Yao. The gift is 100 bottles of high-end red wine airlifted from Bordeaux, which has been delivered to the party. Also, she paused. Mr. Liu said he wishes you a happy birthday in advance. This is the birthday gift he prepared for you. Wish me a happy birthday in advance? What do you mean? The arrogant Yao Liren sat up straight, a little excited. Lin Yuelian's businesslike attitude. Mr. Liu said she had something to do on your birthday and couldn't celebrate with you, so to express her apology, the gift arrived first. The more Yao Liren listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her birthday was in 2 days. Would he be very busy in 2 days? They hadn't seen each other for 7 years. No matter how big the matter was, couldn't he put it aside or postpone it for her? Yao Liren's good mood was gone in an instant. When Lin Yuelian came forward with a gift and was about to give it to her, she got angry for no reason. Did you pick this gift? Yes. Lin Yuelian nodded. I hope you'll like it, Mr. Yao. Yao Liren opened the red velvet gift box rudely, took a look at the gem necklace inside, and snorted coldly. The brand of Klin is very tasteful. She likes the jewelry of this brand. But who let Lin Yuelian give it to her? Then she immediately disliked it. The taste is too bad. I don't like the style and design, and I don't like this niche brand. Yao Liren said coldly and mercilessly, I don't want the things, you take it back. Lin Yuelian was stunned. She didn't expect that with the relationship between her boss and Yao Liren, she would still run into a snag. Logically, shouldn't Mr. Yao be very considerate and accept the things happily? Boss Yao, which brand of jewelry do you like? I can. Lin Yuelian was calm and tried every way to make amends. It doesn't matter if the work is messed up, it is the right attitude to make amends in time. But before she could finish her words, Yao Liren said to Fu Jia impatiently, Please see Secretary Lin off. I have to go in. Don't waste my time. Okay, Boss Yao. Fu Jia walked up to Lin Yuelian and made an invitation gesture. Lin Yuelian frowned and put the jewelry back into her handbag. Fu Jia urged her out of the lounge. Jia, why are you here? Lin Yuelian asked in surprise. Fu Jia tugged at his tie, his expression indifferent. I got promoted. Promotion? That's great. Lin Yuelian was sincerely happy for her son. But Fu Jia didn't give her a good look. Mom, you really want me to live a good life, right? Lin Yuelian frowned, stunned for a moment, and didn't react. Fu Jia pulled her towards the safe passage. How about you change jobs and come to Dongsheng? We'll give you double the salary. Lin Yuelian found her son puzzled. I change jobs? I have no education and no qualifications. Jia, people should be pragmatic. I'm very happy that you can get a promotion, but I'm doing well in Luz now. You're good, and I am not. Fu Jia was anxious. Do you know that Ms. Yao is Mr. Liu's fiancé? What do you mean? Mr. Yao is having an inaugural party today, and you want Ms. Liu to block the wine for you? Are you declaring war or provoking? Are you deliberately embarrassing Mr. Yao? Lin Yuelian was confused. Ms. Yao. She is Liu Yunfeng's fiancé? It's a pity that you are Liu Yunfeng's secretary. Don't you know the situation of your own boss? Fu Jia didn't have the patience to argue with his mother, but said with a sour face, The fiancé is very dissatisfied with you now. If you still want me to be well in Dongsheng, then resign quickly. Anyway, Dongsheng will give you a position, and we won't treat you unfairly. Fu Jia felt that he was doing this for his mother's good. Giving his mother double the salary. Where can she, a middle-aged woman, find such a high-paying job? Besides, he can get a promotion and a raise and cross the class. It's a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Don't dawdle. After the party, go and hand in your resignation to Liu Yunfeng. Lin Yuelian frowned deeply and did not express her opinion immediately. Fu Jia had no patience, but he still tried to control his emotions. Mom, just consider it as me begging you. You can still find another job, but you only have me as your son. This sentence touched Lin Yuelian's heart. She has more than 1 son. She also has Lele. But in order to take care of Jia's emotions, she and Fu Guoping kept silent, including Lu Chunhua and Fu Xiongting, who never mentioned to him that he had a brother who was living away from home. Her real blood-related son, her only flesh and blood. Lin Yuelian wiped her red eyes that were about to cry and quickly calmed down. I will not leave Lu's. Mrs. Lu and Boss Lu are very good to me. I can't forget my loyalty for the sake of profit. I can't change jobs when I see a higher salary outside. That would be irresponsible and conscienceless. Jaya, we must be down to earth and pragmatic in our work.
We should do as much as we can.
Don't dream about other things that are not ours. Otherwise, you will be carried away by desire and live a very tiring life. Lin Yuelian advised earnestly.
She knew what the result would be.
Since childhood, Jaya would not listen to what she said, thinking that she was a housewife with no knowledge and could only talk nonsense. Sure enough, her words caused dissatisfaction in Fu Jaya. Fu Jaya lost all his patience and frowned. Mom, you are really so heartless, right? Lin Yuelian felt that she was wronged. Why was she so heartless? Okay. Fu Jaya clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Without saying anything extra, he left angrily. Before leaving, he locked the door of the safety passage and locked the door of the passage. Lin Yuelian followed and found that the door could not be opened.
Jaya?
Open the door. On the other side of the door, Fu Jaya had already left. In the banquet hall, the heroine Yao Liren was surrounded by stars. She held a goblet in her hand, made a speech, and finally raised her glass. I hope everyone will enjoy drinking. The dance will start later. Dear partners, I wish you all have fun. Everyone raised their glasses together. The aroma of wine filled the entire banquet hall. When the waltz soundtrack was played, a group of bosses were eager to try and couldn't wait to warm up. Yao Liren stepped on high heels and walked towards Lu Yunfeng gracefully. Lu Yunfeng never liked this kind of lively scene. He felt it was noisy. He raised his hand and glanced at his watch, intending to leave after Lin Yuelian came back. He showed up and gave gifts, which was already a great honor for Yao Liren. As for the dance, he was not interested in participating. He was bored and watched the minute hand of his quartz watch ticking. He felt that time was a bit long. He wanted to take out his phone to call Lin Yuelian. At this time, a white chest was pressed in front of him, accompanied by an intoxicating scent of perfume. Yao Liren did not choose the silver satin evening dress in the end, but a deep red V-gauze skirt. She maintained a very good figure. She didn't look like she was 48 years old at all and was almost 50. She was still charming, domineering and charming, like a magnificent peony and like a rose with thorns. Mr. Lu, do me a favor? Dance with me? Yao Liren deliberately leaned over, not minding exposing herself to Lu Yunfeng. But Lu Yunfeng had no interest at all, looked away, and reacted very lightly. No, I haven't danced for many years. Then can't you make an exception for me once? Yao Liren teased, with a hint of favor. Lu Yunfeng remained calm, his expression calm. There are a lot of people who want to dance with you over there. I'm not interested in them. Yao Liren raised her chin proudly. Who are they? Are they worthy of dancing with me? Lu Yunfeng was absent-minded and just wanted to quickly end the conversation with Yao Liren. No, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, he suddenly stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and left domineeringly. Yao Liren pouted, feeling aggrieved but not angry. The more Lu Yunfeng rejected her, the more she wanted to conquer him. Men are like careers. The more difficult they are, the more challenging they are. Lin Yuelian saw that the door of the emergency passage could not be opened, so she went down one floor. But she didn't expect to walk into the office area. Unfortunately, the elevator in the office area actually required a work card. Without a work card, she couldn't press the button and she couldn't go up or down. She had no choice but to go back to the emergency passage, walk all the way down, come to the company lobby, and ask the front desk for help. Hello, I'm Lu Yunfeng's secretary. Can you help me swipe my card? I want to go to the banquet hall on the 8th floor. The front desk had already received instructions from Fu Jaya, so how could they let Lin Yuelian go up? Sorry, the banquet hall is now open to exit only. Why don't you rest on the sofa over there and wait for a while until the banquet is over? Lin Yuelian had no choice but to take out her cell phone and call Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang was invited by a big boss to dance, and her cell phone was in her bag, which was on the chair. So Secretary Wang's phone could be dialed, but no one answered. She had no choice but to call Assistant Jiang. Assistant Jiang was counting Bordeaux red wine and reconciling accounts with the relevant person in charge. So no one answered the phone either. Unfortunately, Lin Yuelian found that her cell phone was low on power. As soon as she hung up the call, the screen went black. She had no choice, so she ran to the front desk to borrow a power bank. But the front desk was determined not to give her convenience. Sorry, we don't have one here. The receptionist brought her own power bank and charger, but she couldn't borrow one, and she didn't dare to borrow one. Special Assistant Fu meant to try to delay Mr. Liu's secretary. Don't let her go upstairs, and don't give her any convenience. Lin Yuelian was so anxious. How could she guess that it was her son who was making things difficult for her? Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Just as Lin Yuelian was about to leave Dongsheng and go to a nearby coffee shop to borrow a power bank, an alarm sounded in the hall. However, the sound only lasted for a few seconds and did not cause much commotion. But Fu Jiaya on the 8th floor couldn't sit still. Someone came to report that the alarm came from the emergency passage. This was the signal of a smoke alarm, and there should be a fire over there. Fu Jiaya immediately thought of his mother, who was trapped by him, and ran over in a panic. Lin Yuelian walked out of Dongsheng clutching her dead mobile phone and met Liu Yanzhou, who had just gotten off his Mercedes-Benz G. He held a bouquet of flowers in one hand, dressed in a suit and tie, and walked with the wind. "Auntie Lin?" Lin Yuelian was called and looked up suddenly and saw the handsome Liu Yanzhou, who was in his 20s and was really handsome. Young President Liu. Because it was during work, Lin Yuelian did not dare to overstep her status. Liu Yanzhou did not care and still respected her and was very concerned. "Aunt Lin, do you have any urgent business? My phone is out of battery and I want to borrow a power bank from the coffee shop outside." Nowadays, restaurants and coffee shops basically can scan codes to borrow power banks. Hearing this, Liu Yanzhou frowned. "No need to be so troublesome. Just ask the company's front desk to borrow it." "I asked, but they said they didn't have it." Liu Yanzhou's brows frowned even deeper. He did not argue with Lin Yuelian, but was a man of action. "Aunt Lin, let me see your phone." Lin Yuelian handed over the phone. Liu Yanzhou saw that it was a Type-C interface, so he said softly, "Aunt Lin, come with me." "Okay." Lin Yuelian nodded and followed closely behind Liu Yanzhou. Liu Yanzhou was holding a bouquet of flowers, and he attracted a lot of attention wherever he went. He was so handsome and delicate that even the male stars in the domestic entertainment industry could not necessarily surpass his looks. Not only was he good-looking, but he also had a good family background, making him tall, rich, and handsome. Liu Yanzhou walked with his long legs to the front desk and got straight to the point. "I need a power bank and a charging cable with a Type-C interface." The girl at the front desk was stunned. If the lobby manager hadn't come over and bowed respectfully, the girl would still be obsessed with him. "Mr. Liu, please wait a moment." "Wait a moment." The manager was very attentive and urged the front desk to get the things quickly. The girl moved almost subconsciously, turned around and went to the counter and took out the power bank and charging cable. Holding them in her hands, she handed them to Liu Yanzhou respectfully. Liu Yanzhou took the things and handed them to Lin Yuelian. Lin Yuelian was stunned. "So you guys serve different dishes to different people? I came to ask about the power bank just now, and you said you didn't have one? Mr. Liu came to borrow one, and you had it immediately, right?" "This." The girl at the front desk was shocked. She didn't expect Mr. Liu's secretary to be so tough. Logically speaking, when encountering such a thing, shouldn't the secretary swallow her anger and make a big deal out of a small matter? After all, she is making trouble now. If the matter gets out of hand and gets to Mr. Liu's ears. This is Dongsheng, not Liu's Yunfeng Group. Can she be allowed to do whatever she wants? However, the fact is she really did it. What's going on? The lobby manager frowned and stared at the girl at the front desk majestically. The girl at the front desk leaned over and whispered. It was the order of Special Assistant Fu beside the new president. Hiss. The manager was at a loss for words. What Special Assistant Fu ordered was equivalent to what General Manager Yao ordered. No one knew how this woman had offended General Manager Yao, causing him to lower his status and embarrass a small secretary like her. It was a misunderstanding. There really was no power bank just now, and it was borrowed by someone. The manager had no choice but to lie with his eyes open. Logically, she had given the other party a way out, and the other party's secretary should stop pestering her. But she didn't expect that the one who was pestering was not Lin Yuelian but Liu Yanzhou. For such a big company, how could there be only a power bank at the front desk? Liu Yanzhou put the bouquet directly on the counter at the front desk, with one hand in his pocket, his aura fully open. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't give up on this matter today. The manager and the girl at the front desk looked at each other. They were shocked and confused. It was just that they didn't lend a power bank to a secretary, so why did young Master Liu have to come out in person? Special Assistant Fu, you're just in time. Just when the manager and the front desk were at a loss and didn't know how to deal with it, the two saw hope. Fu Jie ran out of the emergency passage and went straight to the lobby, looking very panicked. Because he was too excited, he directly ignored the other people around him and only had eyes for Lin Yuelian. He strode over, grabbed her, and took her to the corner. What did you do in the emergency passage? Set a fire? Fu Jie thought that he had locked his mother in the emergency passage and wondered if she couldn't get out and deliberately set the fire. He felt that this was something an ignorant mother would do. Lin Yuelian was confused. Arson? Why would I set a fire? Murder and arson are illegal. She would not do anything illegal. There is a smoke alarm in the emergency passage, and the arson I mentioned is not real arson. Fu Jie changed his way of expression. When you saw me lock the door of the passage, did you light a cigarette or something? Stimulate the smoke alarm so that someone would open the door for you? Lin Yuelian became more and more confused as she listened. I don't smoke and I don't carry a lighter with me? How to light a cigarette? Fu Jie was so angry that he was overwhelmed, because he couldn't think of any other reason. He had just locked his mother in the emergency passage when the smoke alarm sounded. How could it be such a coincidence? I just got promoted. You want to ruin my job completely, right? Fu Jie's eyes were wide open, and his expression was very ferocious. Lin Yuelian was a little scared, even unbelievable. She had raised her son for more than 10 or 20 years, and although she knew that he had the same temper as his father, but in her heart, she felt that her son was much better than his father. But his murderous eyes just now made her defenseless. What are you doing? When Fu Jie was about to say something else with a ferocious look, Liu Yanzhou strode over. He walked in front of Lin Yuelian and stretched out his hand to protect her behind him. Fu Jie didn't even look at who the person was and subconsciously glared. Who are you, meddling in other people's business? He is now the special assistant to the president, so he is naturally superior to others. But when he looked up and saw the appearance and temperament of the person who came, he was instantly timid. Liu Yanzhou chuckled, with the style of a domineering president. Yunfeng Group, Liu Yanzhou. The voice was very soft when introducing himself, but it revealed an unoffensive majesty. Then may I ask, who are you? Liu Yanzhou frowned, his eyes were cold, and he was very intimidating. Do you know that this is President Liu's secretary, President Liu's people? How dare you mess with them? Fu Jie is a snob, flattering the powerful and looking down on the weak. How dare he mess with Liu Yunfeng and Liu Yanzhou? His straight waist bent down subconsciously, and the arrogance just now disappeared. She is my mother. This is our family affair, Mr. Liu. It should be none of your business, right? Fu Jie appeared respectful, but he was actually gnashing his teeth in hatred in his heart. Liu Yanzhou was taller than Fu Jie. He looked down on the world and looked at the man in front of him as if he were an ant. So you are Aunt Lin's son. He snorted coldly, with sarcasm in his tone. He always thought that Aunt Lin's son was Zay. Today, it turned out to be true. In public, in full view of everyone, he dared to glare at his mother and scold her like he was scolding his grandson. I wonder what he would be like when there was no one around in private. It would probably be even uglier and more excessive, right? Aunt Lin, what's going on? Shouldn't you be with my dad? Why did you come down here alone? Liu Yanzhou noticed that something was wrong, so he asked patiently. Lin Yuelian cut to the chase and told him briefly that she was trapped in the safety passage and could not enter the banquet hall on the 8th floor because she did not have a work badge. Of course, Fu Jia's part was kept secret. As Fu Jia said, this is a family matter and family disgrace should not be made public. Why would you be trapped in the safety passage? Liu Yanzhou frowned. Also, the safety passage cannot be locked without permission. I think we should call the police. The person who locked it has violated the fire protection law and endangered public safety. This kind of illegal and disorderly behavior should be a heavy addition to his work resume. Fu Jia was originally fearless. When he heard that he had to call the police and add a chapter to his resume, he was frightened and panicked. Mom, there is no need to delve into this matter, right? It's all a misunderstanding. He looked at Lin Yuelian, took away the sharpness in his eyes, and became pitiful. Lin Yuelian sighed. After all, she didn't want to completely break up with her son. But now that things have come to this, there is nothing to be nostalgic about. Mr. Liu, I'm ashamed to say this. Lin Yuelian bit her lip. I don't know that Ms. Yao is the boss's fiancé, but I assure you that Mr. Liu and I have a clean relationship between superiors and subordinates, and there is no other usurpation. Mr. Yao sent my son to be a lobbyist, I can understand. I can leave the president's office and the secretary's office, but I don't want to leave Liu's. I will talk to the boss and apply for a transfer to other departments. Mr. Yao is my father's fiancé?
Who told you that?
Liu Yanzhou was stunned. Who is so bold as to make up rumors about his father? Jia told me. Lin Yuelian frowned suspiciously. Fu Jia waved his hands quickly. I'm not talking nonsense. President Yao said it himself. So, you made things difficult for your mother in order to please your boss? Liu Yanzhou finally figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he wanted to slap Fu Jia. Fu Jia did not realize his mistake and just thought of quibbling. I have no choice. I'm just a small character. Insignificant. I can't help myself.
Haha.
Liu Yanzhou laughed coldly. They are all excuses. He had no power to ask Lin Yuelian to break up with such a son. But he had other powers. Aunt Lin, if you don't mind, how about taking me in as your godson? His sudden words stunned Lin Yuelian. Not only her, but Fu Jia also froze in place, as if he had heard a fairy tale. I have lacked maternal love since I was a child, and I never knew what a mother is like. I don't know why, but when I saw you, Aunt Lin, I felt very kind and liked you very much. Liu Yanzhou played the straight ball and did not hide his feelings at all. He liked Lin Yuelian not because of his father or grandmother. Even if she didn't end up with his father, he wanted to recognize this godmother. Aunt Lin, is it okay? Liu Yanzhou's eyes were burning. Seeing Lin Yuelian froze in place, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't worry, think about it slowly when you go back. I will ask my grandmother and father about this matter. If you agree, I will hold a formal recognition ceremony. It's quite sudden. Lin Yuelian was caught off guard, but she was happy and excited in her heart. She picked up a son for free, and such a tall, handsome, and capable son. She would wake up laughing even in her dreams. But she was very clear about her identity, and she also knew that Liu Yanzhou calling her godmother was not a joke. This matter still needs the consent of Madame Liu and Liu Yunfeng. Aunt Lin, shall we go? Liu Yanzhou raised his hand and glanced at his watch. There was still half an hour before the end of the ball. Originally, he came to congratulate Yao Liren, but now he's suddenly changed his mind. If he needs a mother in the future, this mother will only be Lin Yuelian and definitely not Yao Liren. When Lin Yuelian followed Liu Yanzhou back to the banquet hall on the 8th floor, Liu Yunfeng was already waiting impatiently. Seeing that she was finally back, he was a little angry. When will you change your habit of not answering the phone? Didn't I get you a new phone? Why can't the call go through? Liu Yunfeng started to curse at her. Liu Yanzhou walked away tactfully, leaving the space for the two of them. Lin Yuelian naturally explained, very sincerely and seriously, my phone was out of battery. I just borrowed a power bank. She was holding a power bank in her hand and charging her phone. Liu Yunfeng's anger subsided a lot after hearing this, but He still didn't let Lin Yuelian go. Next time I can't contact you during work. Just deduct your salary. Okay. Lin Yuelian agreed, with a stiff upper lip. She didn't want to explain anything extra, and she didn't know how to explain it. She couldn't say that it was because Yao Liren sent Jaya to embarrass her, and she couldn't borrow a power bank after a long time, so she didn't answer the phone, right? Although she has been in the workplace for a short time, she knows very well what should be explained as a subordinate and what explanations are useless. Okay, take your bag and go. Lu Yunfeng was annoyed by the noisy environment. If he hadn't been waiting for Lin Yuelian, he would have left long ago. Okay. Lin Yuelian nodded, walked to the chair, and saw that Secretary Wang's bag was still there. Looking back, she saw Secretary Wang was dancing with a big boss in the middle of the dance floor. She looked shy and seemed to be very happy. Aren't you waiting for Secretary Wang and the others? Lin Yuelian looked around again, but didn't see Assistant Zhang. No, let's go. Lu Yunfeng frowned in annoyance. The noise is giving me a headache. Lin Yuelian didn't ask any more questions, picked up her bag, and followed closely behind. Seeing that Lu Yunfeng was about to leave, Yao Liren, who pretended to chat with others, immediately put the wine glass in her hand on the empty tray held by the waiter. Wearing high heels, she was anxious to chase after him. But before she took 2 steps, she was stopped by Lu Yanzhou. Aunt Yao, long time no see. Congratulations on becoming the CEO of Dongsheng. Xiaozhou? Yao Liren was a little surprised. 7 years ago, Lu Yanzhou had just entered college, and he was still a sunny boy at that time. Now he has been reborn and has become a handsome man. Xiaozhou, I have something to do now, so I won't talk to you first. Yao Liren's mind was on Lu Yunfeng. Lu Yanzhou curled the corners of his mouth, as if he didn't hear her words. Aunt Yao, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Wait a moment. Yao Liren became more and more anxious. Looking not far away, Lu Yunfeng's figure had disappeared long ago. Lu Yanzhou frowned and pretended to be unhappy. And Yao, are you refusing?
No.
Yao Liren was in a state of panic. After thinking about it, if she didn't dance with the older one today, it would be the same if she danced with the younger one. After all, the younger one would have to call her mom in the future, and she had to build a good relationship with the younger one in advance. In the middle of the dance floor, the spotlights enveloped the two of them. The couples dancing next to them instantly became foils. Lu Yanzhou was 186 centimeters tall, with long legs and arms. He was like a character from a comic book with a built-in filter, attracting everyone's attention. And Yao Liren wore a bright red gauze skirt today, and her figure was well maintained. Both of them were good dancers, so they naturally became the focus. Yao Liren was a little distressed. She was thinking, if her dance partner was changed to Lu Yunfeng, she didn't know how many people would envy her.
Aunt Yao.
Lu Yanzhou's clear voice interrupted her thoughts. Yao Liren raised her eyes slightly, with a curious look on her face. Lu Yanzhou smiled with the corners of his mouth raised, looking at him politely. I met a very good auntie, and I want to recognize her as my godmother. Aunt Yao, you have a good relationship with my dad, and are his best friend. I would like to trouble you to be a witness at the recognition ceremony between me and my godmother. Recognize my godmother? Yao Liren frowned and suddenly froze. She didn't keep up with the movement of her feet, and was stepped on hard by Lu Yanzhou. Sorry, Aunt Yao. I stepped on you.
It's okay.
Yao Liren gritted her teeth in pain, but she didn't stop and continued to dance. She remembered that many years ago, she had asked Lu Yunfeng and said that she wanted to be Lu Yanzhou's godmother. Lu Yunfeng said, You have to ask Xiaozhou's opinion on this matter. She went to ask, and Lu Yanzhou said firmly, I only have one mother. There will never be another mother in this life. But your mother abandoned you? She coaxed at the time. But little Lu Yanzhou was very stubborn. Will I not be able to live without my mother? Not at all. My father may have a new wife, but I will never have a new mother. She would always remember the look in the little guy's eyes at that time, which was full of hatred. It seemed as if she was a bad woman who would interfere with his family. He was so determined and so resistant to having a new mother back then. But now, he actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to be recognized as a godmother?
Haha.
As expected, The child didn't understand anything. Now he has grown up and become sensible. She was wondering if the witnesses were just a trick. In fact, this kid wanted to give her a surprise. When she, the witness, arrived, he immediately knelt in front of her and called her mom. Xiaozhou, you finally figured it out. It's good to be recognized as a godmother. It's really good. In the future, you will get married and have children. Having a mother will definitely be a good thing, not a bad thing. Aunt Yao, do you think so too? Lu Yanzhou stared at Yao Liren with a sharp gaze. Yao Liren smiled from ear to ear. Of course. In the future, I hope Aunt Yao can become friends with my godmother. She is a very charming woman. Okay. Yao Liren responded, and suddenly realized, Xiaozhou, you said that I should become friends with her? Who is the godmother you want to recognize? A secretary beside my father, Aunt Yao. You probably don't know her. Lu Yanzhou deliberately kept it a secret. Yao Liren was so shocked that she stopped and her dance steps came to an abrupt halt. The person you are talking about. Is her last name Lin? Her name is Lin Yuelian? It's her, so you know Aunt Yao? Lu Yanzhou stopped with a smile in his eyes. Yao Liren didn't respond. She felt stuffy in her chest, as if something was blocking her. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to explode on the spot. At her age, she has become a strong woman and has a career. Looking back, she realized that the lack of a family is her biggest regret in this life. She wants to make up for this regret for the rest of her life, to start a family with Lu Yunfeng, to be a wife and a mother. But her plan was flawless, but she didn't expect there would be a flaw in it. And Lin Yuelian was this flaw, and it was very difficult to correct. She left the dance floor, walked to the waiter, took a glass of champagne, and drank it all. One glass was not enough, so she drank 2 or 3 glasses in one breath. The guests next to her didn't dare to say anything, because at this moment, Yao Liren was very hostile, and her aura radiated to the surroundings. Aunt Yao, put away your hostile thoughts towards Aunt Lin. It's your business to pursue my dad, but if you hurt Aunt Lin, I will definitely not be polite. If my dad doesn't protect Aunt Lin, I will too. Lu Yanzhou strode over and said in a cold voice. He didn't give any face at all and was very impolite. I bought a bouquet of flowers to congratulate you, Aunt Yao, and the flowers are placed at the front desk. If you don't want them, just throw them away. I have brought the blessings and flowers. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. It was not a tone of negotiation, but a tone of notification. After leaving the sentence, Lu Yanzhou left without looking back. Yao Liren was stunned in the spot, so angry that she wanted to throw the cup. Today was obviously her big day, but she couldn't be happy at all. It's all Lin Yuelian's fault. In the Maybach, Lu Yunfeng smelled of alcohol, rubbed his temples, and supported his head with one hand. Lin Yuelian thought he was drunk, so she rummaged through the car refrigerator and took out a bottle of fresh milk. She poured it into the cup, heated it on the hot water plate, and handed the cup over. Boss, drink some, and you will feel better. Lu Yunfeng took the milk and inadvertently glanced at Lin Yuelian's feet. Why didn't you throw away the bag? Lin Yuelian glanced at her feet and lowered her head in embarrassment. I forgot to report to you, boss. It's my fault. General Manager Yao said she didn't like the birthday gift I chose, so she returned it. She didn't like it? Lu Yunfeng put the milk aside and stretched out his big hand. Bring the thing here. Lin Yuelian didn't think too much and bent down to take out the red velvet gift box from the bag. She handed it to Lu Yunfeng respectfully. Lu Yunfeng didn't take it, but pushed it with the back of his hand. Since she doesn't like it, then you keep it.
Ah?
Lin Yuelian exclaimed. Lu Yunfeng responded indifferently. The finance department has already signed the order, and the goods cannot be returned. Then I can't take it either. It's considered a company asset. Why are you so stubborn?
Just take it if I tell you to.
Lu Yunfeng immediately frowned, with a majestic and untouchable attitude. If you don't listen to me, then resign and stop working. This sentence touched Lin Yuelian's heart. She bit her lip and held the red velvet box tightly in her hand. Boss, it just so happens that I have something to discuss with you. Can I change my position? Leave the president's office. When she said the last part, Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Lu Yunfeng picked up the cup and drank the milk slowly. Halfway through drinking, he paused. What did you say? You want to change your job? You don't want to work by my side anymore? Yeah. Lin Yuelian nodded. My abilities don't actually meet the requirements of the secretarial office, and I know that very well. In fact, I'm more suitable for the logistics department. Before she finished her words, Lu Yunfeng interrupted her rudely. Driver, stop the car. The driver in the front seat was stunned and quickly pulled to the right and braked. Lu Yunfeng looked ahead with cold eyes. Get out of the car. Lin Yuelian was stunned, and then she realized that the boss wanted her to get out of the car. Boss, do you need me to do something? She pushed open the door. Lu Yunfeng ignored her. Lin Yuelian was a little strange. Why did she feel that the boss seemed angry? Was it because she mentioned changing jobs? Before she could figure out what was going on, Lu Yunfeng pressed a button, closed her door, and told the driver to drive. Lin Yuelian was inexplicably left on the side of the road. It is said that serving a king is like serving a tiger. A big boss like Lu Yunfeng is actually no different from an ancient king. Secretaries like them are like eunuchs around ancient kings, who have to guess the king's mind at all times. It is difficult to guess, and it is impossible to guess. Lin Yuelian glanced at her phone. The battery was 36%. If she checked the navigation and took the bus back to the company, the battery might not be enough. She returned the power bank to the front desk when she left Dongsheng. It would take too much time to borrow a power bank from other places. After thinking about it, she decided to splurge and call an online car-hailing service. Just as she logged into the online car-hailing service app and was about to place an order, a white BMW drove over and honked at her. Lin Yuelian looked up and saw the passenger window rolled down and the door unlocked. From the driver's seat, Fong Weidong waved at her. Alien, what a coincidence. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Lin Yuelian didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, so she moved aside. Fong Weidong didn't give up and got out of the car. Alien, why don't you pay attention to me? Teacher Fong, you and I don't have a good relationship. I've already planned to stay away from Fu Guoping, of course, including his network of contacts. Lin Yuelian made it clear that she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. But Fong Weidong didn't give up. I'm not in Fu Guoping's network. Alien, I've applied to teach at Beijing Chinese University, and they've approved my application. I won't have anything to do with Fu Guoping anymore in the future. Alien, I fell in love with you at first sight. Can you give me a chance? Zahao likes you very much, and so do I. Both my father and I want you to be the mistress of the Fong family. It started to drizzle. It's been raining in Beijing these 2 days, and the weather forecast is not accurate. It said it was cloudy, but it suddenly rained. Lin Yuelian shielded her head with her hands and ran towards the eaves on the roadside. Fong Weidong turned to the car, got an umbrella, and chased after her. Alien, I'm serious. Lin Yuelian didn't have the heart to tell him this at the moment, especially since they were still on the street and it was raining. She wanted to go back to the company as soon as possible and talk to Lu Yunfeng about the job change. Alien, Fu Guoping was able to catch up with you back then, so why can't I? When you were going on a blind date and met a thief on the road, Fu Guoping stood up for justice. Do you really think it was a coincidence? What do you mean? Lin Yuelian finally reacted, staring straight at Fong Weidong. Fong Weidong looked serious, frowning. Fu Guoping often boasts about this to us, saying that he had carefully planned it. He knew who you were, that you were the orphan of a meritorious service, that you were the adopted daughter of Dr. Wu, and that Academician Yang had a good relationship with Dr. Wu, so he arranged a marriage for you. Lin Yuelian's memory of death was awakened, and she recalled more than 30 years ago. At that time, Uncle Yang said that he would introduce one of his favorite students to her. It has been a long time, and she can't remember whether the man was called Lu Yangshin or Lu Yangshin. She only remembers that on the way to the blind date, she encountered a thief snatching her bag, and Fu Guoping stepped forward and was injured in order to subdue the thief. She expressed her gratitude and accompanied Fu Guoping to the hospital to see the injury, thus missing this blind date. At that time, she was young and really thought she had met a hero. She fell in love with Fu Guoping at first sight and grew a love brain for him. Now Fong Weidong told her that those beautiful memories, the so-called hero saving the beauty, were actually fake. Her heart felt like it was hit by something heavy, blocked and suffocated. Fong Weidong was afraid that she would not believe it, so he said anxiously, I have a recording here. Do you want to listen to it? No need. Lin Yuelian almost used up all her strength and spoke with difficulty. I didn't believe he would do such a thing before, but now I do. Fu Guoping doesn't really love you at all. He approaches you purposefully, just to take advantage of the connections of Dr. Wu and Academician Yang. The reason why he was able to enter S University was because of Dr. Wu's strong recommendation. Okay, don't say any more. Lin Yuelian said weakly.
I don't know what's going on.
I feel exhausted at this moment, and I can't use any strength in my body. She held her mobile phone and called a car on the online car-hailing app. Fong Weidong saw that she had called a car and said earnestly, Don't call any online car-hailing service. I'll take you wherever you want to go. No need. Lin Yuelian moved aside. Fu Guoping pursued me with a purpose. And what about you? What's your purpose? Fong Weidong hurriedly proved himself. I have no purpose. I just want to build a family with you. Old age companion. How can it be as good as you say? It's just living together, each taking what they need. Lin Yuelian sneered. You need a woman who can do housework. I'm sorry, I can't do it. No need. If you don't want to do housework, then don't do it. If you don't do housework, then what do you do? Lin Yuelian glanced at the guilty man.
He can't even lie.
If he doesn't do housework, then do him?
How old is he?
She has no need in that aspect for a long time. My car is here. Teacher Fong, please stay and don't bother me if you don't have anything to do in the future. Lin Yuelian said unceremoniously. Fong Weidong said nothing. Seeing that she was about to leave, he handed her an umbrella. Take this. The autumn rain is cold. Don't catch a cold. No, thank you. Lin Yuelian left very resolutely and decisively. She borrowed an umbrella and then had to return it. It was really boring to keep on lingering around like this. She braved the rain and got on an online car-hailing service. The driver saw that she was shivering all over and asked kindly, Do you need to turn on the heater? Turn it up a little. Lin Yuelian hugged herself and felt very cold all over. The driver turned on the heater and asked for the last digit of her mobile phone number. When they arrived at the destination, they found that the passengers in the back seat had fallen asleep. Hello, we're here. The driver shouted twice. Lin Yuelian rubbed her swollen and painful head, touched her forehead, and found it was hot. Do you want to go to the hospital? The driver asked kindly again. Lin Yuelian waved her hand. Thank you, but no. She had worked hard in the Fu family for 30 years and rarely got sick because she didn't dare to get sick at all. She believed that her physique should not be so fragile. As soon as she entered the company, the phone in her pocket rang. She took it out and saw that it was Secretary Han calling. Hello, Secretary Lin. The president said that all employees in the president's office should have coffee today. You are outside now, right? By someone you come back, a total of 18 cups, 3 cups of iced Americano without sugar, 4 cups of cappuccino with half sugar, 6 cups of iced Americano with normal sugar and milk, 2 cups of caramel macchiato with 70% sugar, 2 cups of latte without sugar, and the last cup is for the president. The water temperature must be 41 degrees and the latte without sugar.